In the height of summer, the golden sun scorched the earth, and the heat rose from the ground, making the white buildings and green trees in the military compound look somewhat distorted. The cicadas chirped impatiently incessantly, disturbing the peace. In the distance, a loudspeaker blared, "The east is red, the sun rises. I will marry you as the old man wishes, but if you dare to make Lily suffer, you should go to the cowshed with your parents as soon as possible, so as not to make everyone unhappy." Xia Li had just finished receiving the original owner's memories when this impatient voice was shoved into her ear. She looked up and saw a handsome man in a white shirt and green military pants standing not far from her, looking down at her with eyes full of disgust. "Xia Li?" Thinking of the memories he had just received, Xia Li grinned, revealing a roguish and carefree fake smile. With a quick glance and a tone full of disdain, she asked, "Are you all right, sir? My father married me off to your family using his resources and connections, not by begging you to marry me. It was essentially an exchange of equal value. You have a woman you like. Why don't you go against your family and come to me looking for trouble? You scum." After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Zhao Haining was furious at her reaction. Looking at her back without any hesitation, he said angrily, "You think you can marry into my family? You're dreaming." It was clearly his family who begged the old man, and that's why the old man forced him to marry this willful and capricious woman. Did he really want to marry this good-for-nothing who only has beauty? Xia Li didn't even turn her head, casually raised her arm and waved her hand, her tone quite bold. "Thank you for not marrying me. Have your dad return all the things he took from my house, and don't ever call my house by mistake again." Upon hearing this, Zhao Haining looked at the blindingly white arm waving carelessly in the air, and his anger intensified. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Xia Li, you'll regret this." Xia Li naturally couldn't regret it, because she was no longer the same Xia Li who was only willful and capricious. 5 minutes ago, she had just attended the founding ceremony after the end of the apocalypse, was awarded the rank of general, and become the first dual-elemental powerhouse with both lightning and space abilities to take charge of the entire New World Sky system. Who knew that after just one nap, he would find himself back in the early 1960s in China? The original owner's father was a brigade commander and a high-ranking official in the entire military compound. As the youngest daughter, the original owner was spoiled from a young age and spent her days hanging out with her cronies, resulting in an extremely bad temper. Normally speaking, with such a powerful father, even if the little girl is spoiled and willful, she can still have a peaceful and smooth life. But unfortunately, she was born in the wrong era. The original owner's father was framed and was about to be demoted. The original owner's father also loved his daughter. He used all his connections to persuade his old friend to take on this hot potato and agree to marry the original owner. "But my old friend's son has a girl he likes, but his family has always disagreed, which is why they haven't let her into the family." Just now, her fiancé called the girl out and laid down 3 rules, didn't he? The young girl had a bad temper and died of anger on the spot, replaced by General Xia, who was eager to get rid of her suffering and retire as soon as possible. "Bad news. I'm going to die before I can even start my retirement. My father is in a high position but is about to be demoted, and during a natural disaster, we've barely managed to get enough to eat before we're about to go hungry again." Good news, no. Frustrating. This needs to be thought through carefully. She wants to live a comfortable and prosperous retirement, and she can't be struggling in misery again right after the apocalypse. Xia Li wanted to go home. Following the original owner's memories, she wandered around the courtyard for more than 40 minutes before finally standing in front of a pine tree that was as thick as a person could hug. She squinted, took a step back, and looked up. The lush pine trees are full of vitality, with dense branches stretching far into the distance, their green needles spreading out one by one, creating a magnificent and imposing sight. This is an old tree, a tree that is over 100 years old. So, is she lost again? "Li Zi, why are you still wandering around here? That scheming Zhao Haining said you disagreed with the marriage, and he took his parents to your house to demand an explanation. You'd better go back and check on them." The young man was stylishly dressed with slicked-back hair and a white shirt, wearing polyester trousers. His slicked-back hair was as shiny as his leather shoes, and he rode his old-fashioned bicycle with great speed. Upon seeing Xia Li, he immediately urged her anxiously. Looking at his outfit, Xia Li really wanted to ask him, "Are you hot dressed like that on such a hot day?" After a quick search of my memory, I figured out who this person was. The original owner of this body was different from other people's children and fiancés she was about to marry in the military compound. She was considered a scoundrel. Even hooligans have their own cliques, and the young man in front of her was one of her childhood friends, Li Qingnan. Although the members of the petty thugs are all shady characters, they are very loyal to each other. As soon as Li Qingnan received the letter, he immediately came to inform Xia Li, fearing that she might suffer a loss. Xia Li's gaze shifted downwards, catching sight of his bicycle. "Want me a ride?" On her own, it would probably take her another 2 hours to get home. Li Qingyan didn't sense anything was wrong at all. He turned the handlebars around, waved his hand, and shouted, "Let's go." Xia Li nimbly jumped into the back seat, and the two arrived at the Xia family home in less than 5 minutes. At that moment, a woman's sharp, angry shouts came from inside the Xia family's house. Xia Li and Li Qingnan, standing in the courtyard, could hear the woman's biting and sarcastic remarks clearly. "Don't you know how to raise your daughter? How could you raise her to be so unruly and willful? What's wrong with Haining? He's so young and already a company commander. Where wouldn't people praise him for his talent? He's so outstanding. Why should your daughter point her finger at him and insult him? Given your family's current situation, who would be willing to marry her? Does she really think she'll be the young lady of a brigade commander's family someday? Only our old Zhaorini would let his son suffer such injustice. If you don't want this marriage, just say so. There's no need for that girl to humiliate my son like this. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. If you ask me, given Xia Li's character, she should answer the call and go to the countryside to toughen herself up. Only after experiencing hardship will she know what it means to cherish what she has." Xia Li strongly suspected that if the sound had been any louder, the portrait of Chairman Mao hanging on the wall would have been shaken off. The woman was talking incessantly, while another woman was softly saying comforting words to soothe her. Xia Li immediately recognized the other voice as that of the original owner's mother, but the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Without thinking too much, she realized that she was Xia Li now, and the woman was talking about her. He stormed into the room, still seething with anger, and, before he even got a good look at the man, he blurted out, "These company commanders these days are really something. They're almost as good as capitalist bastards." Xia Li originally wanted to go in and give them a good scolding. She would admit defeat if she could kill them in a fight. In the post-apocalyptic environment, what kind of filth and stench hadn't she seen? But when her gaze fell on the woman dressed in a purple dress, sitting elegantly on the sofa, exuding the air of a scholarly family, her voice stopped abruptly, and her roguish expression froze on her face. "Isn't that her mother?" "No, it's the original owner's biological mother. Her biological mother died in the zombie horde, but the two look exactly alike." Xia Li couldn't hold back her tears. Her nose stung, and she longed to hug this person who looked exactly like her mother and cry. After losing her parents in the apocalypse, she suffered greatly, and no matter how strong she appeared on the outside, she still missed her parents in her heart. Li Zuixiang was furious when she heard Xia Li's words. This brat was trying to ruin her son's future. Angrily shaking off Xia's mother's hand, he said, "Your family's daughter dares to make up all sorts of nonsense. My Zhao family would never dare to marry her." With that, he got up and left. Xia's mother immediately became anxious, and Xia Li also became anxious when she saw the woman treating someone who looked just like her mother. She immediately wanted to throw the woman out. So, what if she's been demoted? With her strength as a veteran of the post-apocalyptic base, how could she not survive? Who would put up with this old lady's temper? She had just taken a step when a roar came from not far away. "Xia Li, you've really grown some guts. You dare to spout nonsense like that. The man sitting on the sofa in a green military uniform changed his expression upon hearing Xia Li's words. He suddenly stood up, took off his shoes, and rushed towards Xia Li. After Xia Li saw the person's face clearly, even though she believed that no one could beat her in skill, she didn't dare to fight back. As the memories that had died within her body resurfaced, Xia Li instinctively turned and ran when she saw her biological father chasing after her, brandishing a shoe and ready to hit her. He yelled loudly, "Dad, don't get agitated. Let's talk this out. It's not like we're in a rush to get some exercise. Let me explain." Chasing after his daughter to hit her was met with her irritating explanation that it was a form of exercise, which angered Xia Jiangwo, who was hitting his daughter for the first time. "I didn't really want to hit the child. I just wanted to make a show of it. But now I really want to give the child a good beating. But at his age, with his frail arms and legs, isn't it perfectly normal that he can't keep up?" He roared fiercely. "Speak. I want to hear what explanation you have." Xia Li had been a troublemaker since she was a child and was used to being beaten by her father. Her explanation process was roughly equivalent to the complaint process, and she was quite skilled at it. They didn't slow down their escape at all, and they spoke so fluently without even panting. "Zhao Haining immediately asked me to keep a mistress and also wanted me to give in to her after I married him. Those capitalists wouldn't shamelessly and blatantly favor concubines over wives. What else could his arrogance be but the behavior of a big capitalist? Dad, if you really care about me, you can't let me marry into this kind of family." The husband favors his concubine over his wife, and even goes so far as to cause trouble at her home, while the mother-in-law aids and abets him, utterly devoid of humanity. If I were to actually marry into that family, who knows, I might end up like those women from wealthy families in ancient times, dying without even knowing how I died. If Zhao Haining hadn't acted so despicably, the original owner of this proud young woman wouldn't have died of anger. She's not the kind of girl who gets angry and hurts herself. If you don't want her to be happy, then nobody should be happy. As soon as Xia Li said this, the air fell silent, and even Xia Jiangwo stopped pursuing his daughter. Everyone looked extremely grim. Zhao Guanyan, who hadn't spoken since entering the room, looked at Zhao Haining with a stern face and a somewhat oppressive tone in his voice. "Is what Lily said true?" Zhao Haining pursed his thin lips into a straight line, which could be considered as acquiescence. Remembering what Xia Li had said to him before, he clenched his fist, looked up at his father, and his eyes were resolute. "Dad, Lily and I are truly in love. Her family background is indeed not good enough for our family, but she is a good girl. Please give us your blessing." Xia Li burst out laughing when she heard him say that, and almost applauded him. It would be shocking in any era for someone to propose to their future father-in-law and their own father that they want to marry another woman. You dare to say something that could get you beaten up by your father-in-law's whole family? You're a real man. Apart from Xia Li, who was watching the commotion, everyone else in the room had extremely unpleasant expressions. Zhao Guanyan was so angry with his son that he trembled all over. Xia Li didn't want this unreliable marriage, so naturally she wouldn't go along with the Zhao family's wishes to settle things peacefully. Xia Li immediately pointed at Zhao Haining, her left eye clearly saying hit and her right eye saying him, looking at Xia Jiangwo with the aggrieved expression of a kindergarten child tattled. "Dad, look. He admitted it. I wasn't lying. He bullied me, hit him." "Xia Jiangwo, can't you see what's going on? How can this child keep planting seedlings?" Zhao Guanyan was already furious, and Xia Li's provocation made him feel like he had lost all face and dignity. He raised his hand and slapped Zhao Haining across the face, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he yelled, "You wretched creature. Just you wait." Turning to Xia Jiangwo with an apologetic expression, she said, "Old brother, our family has wronged Lily. Let's call off this marriage. What we said before doesn't count." As Zhao Guanyan said this, his heart was bleeding, but he knew that the marriage was definitely off. "I only ask that the Xia family not use today's excuse to cause trouble for Haining before the transfer notice is issued." Although Xia Li used to have a bad temper, she wasn't very bright either. Why did she suddenly decide to wave the banner of capitalism today? Does she really want to ruin Haining? Li Suixiang quickly softened her tone and persuaded Li Xioli, her eyes red-rimmed. Sister-in-law, it's just that our Xiao Ning is being unreasonable. I'll definitely talk to him properly when I get back. Our Lily is so wonderful, she'll definitely find someone better. Your family is kind-hearted. Don't hold it against Xiao Ning. Xia Li rolled her eyes at Li Suixiang's petty behavior and muttered under her breath, isn't she just being unreasonable? If she were reasonable, she would have handled it herself. Why would she come to someone else's house to make a scene? One wants to get married, but also keeps a mistress on the side. The other knowingly becomes a mistress. Neither of them are good people. They should be locked up as soon as possible to prevent them from causing trouble for others. She had barely finished speaking when she was slapped on the back. Turning around to look at her biological father, who was glaring at her, she immediately shut her mouth. The Zhao family knew it was their responsibility, so even though Xia Li's sarcastic remarks made them look angry, they still had to apologize to the Xia family politely, for fear that if this got out, it would affect their son's future. After everyone left, the family sat on the sofa, the atmosphere very somber. Xia Zhangguo looked at Xia Li and sighed helplessly. I'd rather offend a gentleman than a petty person. What can I say to you? Xia Li nestled in Li Xioli's arms and hummed dismissively. So, are we just going to swallow this bitter pill and marry him? That would mean my life is over. I'd rather be sent to the countryside. Even though she knew this wasn't her biological mother, the scent on her body was just like her mother's, and she couldn't help but want to rub against her when she spoke. Seeing her clingy, rascal-like behavior, Xia Zhangguo was immediately enraged and pointed at her angrily, saying, is the life of being sent down to the countryside so easy? Tell me, with your temper, how will you survive if you're sent to the countryside? Can you tolerate people insulting you or throwing stones at you? They spoiled their daughter from a young age, so she has no idea about the darkness of the world. Many of those people were beaten to death. She was pampered since childhood. How could she endure that kind of suffering? Seeing her husband angry, Li Xioli quickly protected her daughter, holding her daughter, who hadn't been so affectionate since she turned 13, tightly in her arms, and looked at Xia Zhangguo with disapproval. The Zhao family is definitely not a good match. A woman's marriage is a lifelong commitment, and if she chooses the wrong person, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Zhao Haining is not a good match. Can't you think about other people's families? Even if the family isn't well off, it doesn't matter, as long as they're from a good family. Xia Zhangguo sighed with worry. Given our family's current situation, it's not easy to find a good family to marry into. Xia Li doesn't want to get married. In the apocalypse, so many men wanted to get close to her, but she didn't settle for any of them. How could she just find someone to settle for now? He immediately retorted, I don't want to get married. I want to be sent to the countryside. This dog's temper made Xia Zhangguo so angry that he raised his hand to hit her. Usually, his daughter would cower in fear if he just gave her a slightly serious look. Why was she so irritating today? Who wants to be sent down to the countryside? My little sister is going to be sent to the countryside. Two voices rang out simultaneously, almost overlapping with the sound of the door opening at the entrance. Wearing an olive-green military uniform, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Brother Xia, who exuded righteousness, had just returned with his wife after picking up their child when he heard his younger sister saying that she was going to be sent to the countryside. He thought he had misheard. Xia Urge, a man with a refined appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a gray Zhongshan suit, stood at the door holding his 5-year-old son, looking utterly astonished. Their younger sister has always been pampered and spoiled. How could she possibly say something like, being sent to the countryside? Didn't she always avoid such things before? Why are they starting to act on a whim? Xia Li looked towards the doorway, her gaze sweeping over them from head to toe. In her past life, she was an only child. Her parents only had her as their child. Little did she know that she would have 2 more brothers in this life. He said confidently, I want to go to the countryside with my parents. I don't trust them to go on their own. Although they only look alike, the elderly couple really treat her well. Since she can't see her biological parents, getting her a meal replacement is a good alternative. Only children who are pampered by their parents are truly babies. Even the strongest person needs someone to care for them. The turbulent decade was fast approaching, and life in the city was even worse than in the countryside. Any attempt to change one's fate was seen as speculation and profiteering. She neither enjoys hard work nor can stand being humiliated. The fastest way for her to resume her retirement life is not to become rich herself, but for her brigade commander father to be exonerated as soon as possible and support her as a parasite. Her ultimate dream is a decadent life of hunger, food, and hugs. The original owner was a lazy person, so no one believed her when she said that. Brother Xia carried the child into the house and glared at Xia Li with a look of disgust. Don't take your good fortune for granted. You're the only girl in the family who can get married and escape this fate. Even if we use all our connections, we might not be able to escape it. You should be secretly happy. The Zhao family is such a good family, you could only marry into it when Dad was still a brigade commander. Dad didn't use his connections to exchange for it. Do you think someone as outstanding as Zhao Haining would marry you? Xia Hongqi felt angry when she talked about it. Father has so many useful connections, and he's about to be demoted to a lower-level position. Instead of saving his sons who are there to carry on the family line, he's saving a little girl. He's just senile. Xia Li saw the barely suppressed resentment in his eyes and felt that this person might not be a good person. He grinned, revealing a smug look that seemed to invite a beating. It's too late. The capitalist's son slunk home with his tail between his legs after the engagement was called off. Li Xioli patted her lightly, annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't say things like that when you go out in the future. Before the others could react, Xia Erge's expression changed immediately, his voice becoming anxious and shrill. What? Annulment of the engagement. How could you break off the engagement? Seeing everyone looking at him with strange eyes, Xia Erge suppressed his anger and said in an unfriendly tone, Xia Li, what exactly are you doing now? It's one thing to let you act recklessly normally, but now that our family is in this state, how can you still act recklessly? What exactly did you do? Go apologize to the Zhao family right now. Do you really think that such an outstanding young man like Zhao Haining isn't good enough for you? Someone like you marrying Zhao Haining is a huge leap for yourself, you know that. Xia Hongqi. You know nothing. When Xia Li heard this bastard speak so rudely, her eyes narrowed instantly, but before she could do anything, Xia Jiangwo, who was sitting opposite her, immediately got angry. He slammed the teacup down on the table with a loud bang. His menacing gaze fell on Xia Erge, giving the impression that he would attack him if he said another word. Your sister was wronged just now. As her brother, it's one thing not to seek justice for her, but how can you say such things to her? What kind of older brother are you? Xia Jiangwo held considerable power at home, and Xia Hongqi dared not argue with him, clenching her teeth tightly. His father didn't try to use his connections to avoid being sent to a lower-level position. He had to find his own way. The Zhao family had even agreed to help him make connections, but now that Xia Li has caused this mess, the Zhao family definitely won't help him anymore. They're all my children, how can Dad be so biased? But he dared not say this to the old man's face. He could only grit his teeth and say guiltily, Dad, I didn't know what happened. My younger sister is usually willful, and I thought it was her doing all the same thing as before. What did the Zhao family do? If they truly wronged my little sister, I, as her older brother, will definitely seek justice for her. Xia Jiangwo stared at him for a long time. He knows his own son's character well. There must be something else going on. However, his daughter's stubborn temper has flared up again, and he has no time to deal with his opinionated second son. He looked away and waved his hand impatiently. Your little sister's affairs are none of your business. That matter should be settled soon. You should go back and make preparations, say goodbye to your friends, because you never know if you might be able to come back. After saying that, he got up and left. Upon seeing this, Xia Li's gaze instantly fell on Xia Jiangwo. She sprang to her feet and chased after him. He shouted loudly, oblivious to everyone else, Dad. Go back and think carefully about whether you have any connections to get us sent down to the same place. I don't want to go with my second brother. I'm afraid he'll distort the facts and scold me every day. Second brother Xia. Li Xiuli. Brother Xia. Xia Zhangwo was furious when he saw her rascal-like behavior. She had ruined all his worries. He waved his hand impatiently at her. Get out. Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you. Unable to get rid of her, Xia Zhangwo didn't stop his annoying daughter until he went into his room and closed the door. Looking towards the door, Li Xiuli felt both amused and heartbroken. Lily was probably frightened. She hasn't been this clingy to me in a long time. She picked up the thermos and poured some warm water into the teacup, then handed it to Xia Zhangwo, who was also looking worried but had a smile on his face. I always feel uneasy when the child isn't with me. Can we think of another way to keep her with us? Xia Zhangwo understood his wife's meaning, took the teacup and rubbed it in his hand, then pondered. Let me think about it. Let me think about it some more. Anyway, this child wants to come with us, so I'll find someone to see if I can arrange for her to be sent to the countryside as an educated youth. Although it's tough, at least I don't get criticized, and life will be a little better eventually. Don't tell that troublemaker about this yet. If it doesn't work out, even if I have to pressure her, I still have to find her someone to marry first. You can find all sorts of people in the countryside. It's absolutely unacceptable for a pretty young girl like her to live with us in the cowshed. In many places, people who are sent to lower levels have no human rights whatsoever. His daughter is perfectly fine, and he absolutely cannot let anyone ruin her. Zhao Guanyan, having lost face at the Xia family's house, grabbed a wooden broom from the doorway and began beating his son mercilessly as soon as he entered the house with his wife and children. You heartless, unfilial son. I've paved the way for you, and you insist on ruining it all for a woman. Don't you know how important the Xia family's resources are to our family? You still had to do such a despicable thing. I'll beat you to death today. Li Zuixiang was startled and screamed as she stepped forward to stop him. Guanyan. Talk it out, don't hit the child. If a child is being unreasonable, teach them properly. What if you hurt them by beating them? If the Xia family truly possessed such power, how could they have been demoted? You don't know anything. Zhao Guanyan waved his hand and sent Li Zuixiang flying far away, but he didn't stop hitting his son. There are other things involved in the Xia family's matter if it weren't for. He paused for a moment, as if deliberately avoiding something, and then angrily changed the subject. In short, you bunch of good-for-nothings who are more trouble than you are worth. Don't you dare show your faces in front of the Xia family before they are sent down to the countryside. If you cause me any more trouble, you and your son get out of this house. After saying that, he threw the wooden broom in his hand on the ground, turned around and went upstairs without any hesitation. Zhao Haining was beaten up without uttering a sound until Zhao Guanyan left, at which point he limped over to Li Zuixiang, who was wailing loudly. Mom, don't cry. Let's just let this go. I wasn't hurt. He's my own father, he won't kill me. I truly love Lily, and we are deeply in love. You should prepare to propose to her. If Xia Li were to publicize what happened today, I'd be accused of being a scoundrel. You don't want your son's future to be hindered, do you? Li Zuixiang stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. Your father is here and wants a divorce, and you're still thinking about that Qiu Lily. Oh my God. What terrible things have I done in my life to deserve such a heartless father and son? Zhao Haining was a little confused. His father was angry, and he was the one who got beaten, so why did his mother seem to be the one who was most wronged? Mom, think about it carefully. After saying that, he ignored Li Zuixiang and limped upstairs. Li Zuixiang stared in astonishment at her son's retreating figure, nearly bursting with anger. Does no one in this family treat me like a living person? Why is it always my fault when there's a problem? Have you two ever grown up? You heartless father and son. Seeing that no one paid any attention to her no matter how angry she was, and that the father and son had just left so openly, Li Zuixiang was even more furious. He cursed inwardly. It's all Xia Li's fault, that jinx. If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't have ended up like this tonight, and Haining wouldn't have been beaten. So what if Haining has a girl she likes? Couldn't she just say it properly? Why did she have to make such a big deal out of it? How can someone like this have a good life? They need to be properly educated. Thinking it over, he quickly walked to the phone and dialed a number. Hello? Big brother? This is your little sister. Can you do me a favor? Outside the house, by the wall, a furtive figure listened to her phone call and then stealthily climbed over the wall to leave. Xiaoli had been up all day and was just about to lie down and rest and think about how to live in the future when she heard a bang from the window. Someone is throwing pebbles at the window. She frowned slightly, looked downstairs, and saw Li Qing'an standing downstairs waving at her, making pft sounds to signal her to come down quickly. Xiaoli didn't approve of this elementary school student's method of asking friends to sneak out to play at night, and immediately turned around and quickly went downstairs. On a summer night, stars twinkled against the indigo sky. The temperature wasn't low, and even wearing short sleeves didn't feel cold. Xiaoli looked at Li Qing'an, who was standing in their yard, having washed away his greasy hair and become a handsome young man, and could hardly recognize him. Isn't it better to just be a normal person? Why dress yourself up in such a greasy way? Upon hearing this, Li Qing'an immediately became displeased, his gaze towards Xiaoli filled with contempt for a country bumpkin. With a dismissive tone, she said, "What do you know? That's called being fashionable." Xiaoli grinned, completely unable to empathize with his fashion sense, since no one would dress like that hundreds of years later. "What do you want from me so late?" Li Qing'an's expression turned serious, and his voice carried a hint of anxiety. "Li Zi, you should quickly tell your dad and ask him to think of a solution. I just overheard Zhao Haining's mother calling Zhao Haining's eldest uncle, saying they're going to come and mess with your family tomorrow. His uncle was the leader of the Red Guards, and he was extremely unethical. I heard that they not only took all the belongings of a family who were about to be sent to the countryside, but also broke the leg of the family's son. The ordeal on the way to the countryside almost cost him his life. You need to figure out a solution to your family's current situation quickly." Li Qing'an was furious. If it weren't for his grandfather forbidding him from getting involved in the Xia family's affairs, saying he'd break his legs if he interfered, he would definitely teach those bastards from the Zhao family a lesson. All they do is resort to underhanded tricks all day long. What kind of nonsense is this? Xiaoli frowned. Even though she didn't know much about the history of this era before, she knew what the Red Guards meant now. Thinking about what the Zhao family has done makes me a little angry. It seems that this family really doesn't want to be good anymore. Looking up at Li Qing'an, he said, "Okay, thanks. I'll talk to my dad about this in a bit. You should go back to sleep in the middle of the night. Stop peeking at people's walls. Aren't you afraid your grandpa will break your legs?" Li Qing'an grimaced, revealing a pained expression, as he thought of the underhanded tactics his grandfather had used to beat people. I knew that none of the Zhao family members were good people, and that Li Cuixiang was so petty that she would definitely cause trouble for your family, so I climbed over the wall to listen. All right, Li Zi, you should ask your dad to figure something out. I'm going back now. If my grandpa catches me, he might really break my legs. Xia Li put her hands in her pockets and nodded to Li Qing'an. Hurry back. If you're worried about your grandfather catching you, you can climb over the wall. I remember there's a drain pipe in your backyard right next to your window. Li Qing'an. Why do you know my family better than I do? To talk about climbing through the window to get home so casually, could it be that you were a repeat offender before? Under Li Qing'an's strange gaze, Xia Li turned and went home, heading straight to find her father. Their family was going to be sent to the countryside, and they probably wouldn't be able to keep their belongings, but it was completely unnecessary for them to be insulted before leaving for no reason. Xia Li wouldn't let herself suffer this loss. When Xia Li knocked on Xia Jiangwo's door, both of them were worried about their daughter and couldn't sleep while lying in bed. The dark red lacquered wooden furniture, which usually looks very festive, now appears somewhat oppressive and suffocating. Hearing the knock, Xia Jiangwo immediately got up and opened the door. When I opened the door, I saw my daughter grinning foolishly, and my heart sank even further. With their daughter being so silly, what will happen if she's sent down to the countryside with them? Xia Li was completely oblivious to her father's distress, thinking only that her smile was very friendly, but the moment she opened her mouth, she gave herself away. Dad, Li Qing'an said that Zhao Haining's mother has found his uncle, and they might come to our house to smash and loot it soon. Is there anything you want to keep? Li Qing'an said he'd try to help me hide it. How could Li Zuixiang do such a thing? Before Xia Jiangwo could speak, Li Xioli, who had just sat up upon hearing that her daughter had arrived, could no longer sit still, her delicate features showing a hint of melancholy. The reason for breaking off the engagement was Zhao Haining's. Why did she do it? The couple knew that if Lao Xiao's position had been more secure, neither Heng Xiaobing's side nor the Zhao family's side would have been able to avoid this situation. They wouldn't have dared to. But now that they're about to fall from grace, there are many people who want to kick them while they're down. But Li Xioli never expected that Li Zuixiang would go to such lengths. Who dares to mess with these days' Red Guards? Especially those who are about to be sent down to the countryside. Getting caught in their crossfire and getting injured or crippled is the least of their worries. The elderly couple are doing all right, but what about their children and grandchildren? Xia Jiangwo frowned as well and reassured him, "Don't worry, there's always a way." He then stepped aside and said to Xia Li, "Come in first, then we'll talk." Xia Li squeezed in without any hesitation, found a chair, and sat down backwards. Xia Jiangwo took a deep breath but ultimately did not reprimand his daughter for her sly behavior. "Tell me, what happened?" Xia Li didn't hide anything and told him everything about Li Qing and eavesdropping over the wall. Xia Jiangwo and his wife. Xia Jiangwo took a deep breath and finally sighed. "Qingnan is a good kid." Xia Li, who had clearly seen the changes in Xia Jiangwo's expression from beginning to end, there's no need to praise him so insincerely. "You've prepared anything we want to keep tonight, and I'll send it away later." Li Xioli reached out and touched Xia Li's head, smiling gently, but her heart ached and her brows were filled with unconcealed sorrow. "Our Lily has grown up. My parents had already made arrangements. Large items were difficult to move, and smaller items that could be sent away had already been sent away. Everything else is material possessions. Lily doesn't need to worry." Knowing in advance about the demotion, how could they not make preparations? It's just that they were monitored as soon as the news broke, and there were some things they simply didn't have time to hide. Xia Jiangwo nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed into a deep frown, his expression serious. "Giving the things to Qing and will bring trouble to his family. Qing'an is a good kid, we can't harm him." Who would have thought that when the word of being sent down to the countryside first came out, most of the people around them who were on good terms with them would distance themselves from them, but the child who grew up with his daughter would be so righteous and help them. But his family can't let him suffer. Xia Li had no intention of hiding the things for Li Qing'an. They had no grudges against each other, so why would she harm him? Seeing their behavior, he knew there was more to the story and immediately said, "Don't worry, the item isn't hidden at Li Qingnan's house, but at our secret base in the suburbs. No one will ever find out." Feeling that she had spoken too confidently and that her parents might think she was unreliable, she added, "Even if others find out, it definitely won't implicate Li Qing'an. It's better than having things in our house that others will ruin, right?" As she spoke, she looked at the two elders with a sly grin and winked, saying, "Do we have anything valuable in our house that I can hide away so we'll have money to spend when we come back? I've heard that most families with a little money these days keep small yellow croakers as pets. Do we have any?" Just kidding, she wanted to come here to retire. What if her father were to be reinstated one day, and all his belongings were taken away and she couldn't get them back? How could she then live a carefree life? Everything valuable must be taken. The couple exchanged a glance and made their decision. Xia Jiangwo pondered for a moment and asked, "Is that place still secluded?" Xia Li immediately laughed, a wild and unrestrained laugh. "Unless I die, no one will ever find that place." Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped again by Xia Jiangwo. Xia Li immediately rubbed her arm and grimaced in pain. In the original owner's memories, this father didn't have a habit of hitting people, so why did he hit her twice today? Li Xioli found it amusing, gave her daughter a reproachful glare, and said in her soft, gentle voice, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Li grinned. "All right, you two hurry up and find the things. I'll send them out tonight. Those people will probably be here first thing tomorrow morning. Valuable items. especially when Li Xioli took out a small box from the hidden compartment under the cabinet and poured the almost transparent, water drip-like jade and emeralds of various colors into a small bag. Xia Li immediately hugged Li Xioli's arm and called out in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Mom, from today onwards, you are my mother. I have nothing more to say. My future retirement life depends entirely on you." Li Xioli thought her daughter was just being coquettish, so she patted her daughter's hand and, at her daughter's urging, hid the larger items as well. Xia Zhangguo watched the mother and daughter happily playing with the precious jewelry and sighed deeply in his heart, silently reducing the number of things he wanted to hide. Xia Li glanced at where Xia Zhangguo had put the things he had taken out, but said nothing. After the family of three finished packing everything, Xia Zhangguo paused for a second, then looked at Xia Li with a serious expression. "Come with me." Xia Li was a little puzzled by his expression. What was it about the family that was so shameful that her father's already serious expression turned into an even more rigid one? She followed her father to the backyard of the house. Her mother stood far away under a big tree to keep watch for the two of them. The atmosphere was really strange, and even Xia Li couldn't help but become more cautious. Then Xia Li watched helplessly as his father started digging a hole with a shovel. Xia Li. Out of respect for the elderly and for efficiency, Xia Li reached out to take the shovel from Xia Zhangguo's hand to help him dig a hole, but Xia Zhangguo slapped her hand away. "What strength could a little girl like you have? Get out of the way, don't cause trouble." "Xia Li, who can shatter armor with her bare hands? Do you believe I can demolish your house with one hand?" After digging for about 2 meters, we reached the ground and found a wooden box buried deep underground, covered in dirt so that its color was completely obscured. Xia Zhangguo opened the wooden box and took out a black briefcase with a combination lock. Having seen the world in the post-apocalyptic world, Xia Li immediately recognized that the phone case was not a standard one, but a custom-made one. Could it be that their family wasn't wrongly sent to the countryside, but rather that they have some unspeakable secret? Could it be that their parents are foreign spies? Feeling a bit uneasy, Xia Li realized that she might be drifting further and further away from a retirement life, and felt she should cut her losses in time. He immediately looked at Xia Zhangguo with a serious expression and said in a heavy tone, "Dad, is there something about our family that can't be told to outsiders?" Xia Zhangguo's heart skipped a beat, but before he could fully catch his breath, he heard his unlucky daughter say, "The investigations have been extremely strict since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Spies won't have a good ending. Why don't we burn these things and leave China before anyone finds anything on us?" In just a few seconds, Xia Li had already planned how to get to Guangqing and swim across the Xiangjiang River alone to escape this dangerous place. I wonder if she can successfully cross the sea, given her terrible sense of direction, which makes it difficult for her to find her way back after only 30 meters. Xia Zhangguo was so angry with his troublesome daughter that he slapped her on the back again. "What are you thinking about all day long? How could I do anything to betray China?" Xia Li looked at the black box in his hand and pursed her lips. If something has to be buried so deep, what good could it be? Xia Zhangguo didn't want to say much to his daughter, so he sighed and said, "This thing is very important. If you can hide it, then hide it. It doesn't matter if other things are discovered, but this thing must be hidden well. This is the hope for China's future." Xia Li glanced at the black box, pursed her lips, and said, "I am the hope for China's future." Seeing his father's unfriendly expression, he quickly dodged and said arrogantly, "The teacher said that I am the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning and the hope of the future of the motherland. You can't hit me, you should extinguish all hope." Xia Zhangguo. "What should I do if I feel like hitting my child again?" He glared at her, annoyed. "Shut up. I'll get your brother and sister-in-law out here in a bit, and then I'll teach you a lesson." Xia Li grinned, "Trying to deal with me won't work. If they find out, you can silence them." After saying that, he didn't look back, grabbed the things, and ran away. Xia Zhangguo lowered his voice and snapped irritably, "Slow down, don't fall." After running a short distance, Xia Li immediately ran back to Xia Zhangguo's side and whispered, "Dad, how do I get to Li Qingnan's house? Can you draw me a map that's easy to understand?" Not only her, but the original owner was also directionally challenged, though not much better than her, and often got lost in the compound. If it weren't for mentioning Li Qing'an and the fear of being discovered that she hadn't gone to any outlying base to hide anything and had to go and wander around, this map wouldn't even be necessary. Xia Zhengguo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt more and more that his daughter was unreliable. He said irritably, "I'll move your things to the door first, and then I'll go back to get a pen and paper and draw for you later." Xia Li quickly waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. Why bother with that? It wouldn't be good if too many people saw us, so I'll bring Li Qing in to get it myself in a little while." As he spoke, he took out a pencil that wasn't too long and a small notebook from his pocket, leaned over to Xia Zhengguo, and said, "Dad, you can draw this." Xia Zhengguo, should I praise her for her deep self-awareness and for preparing everything so thoroughly? Xia Li put away the notebook with the map she had drawn, sent the couple back to sleep, and after confirming that no one was in the small corner near the back door, she waved her hand slightly, and the pile of things on the ground disappeared instantly. Xia Li dusted off her hands and went straight out the back door to Li Qingnan's house to get acquainted with the place. The moment she arrived here, she confirmed that her supernatural abilities had followed her. Although his spatial abilities still cover tens of thousands of hectares, equivalent to 1/5 of Earth, his lightning abilities have regressed to level 1, and he needs to start training again. With so much space to spare, and now that she's going to the countryside, it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to bring some local specialties with her, would it? Li Qing'an was woken up in the middle of the night by someone knocking on his window. When he saw a woman's head outside the window, he clutched his pounding chest and almost fainted from fright. After seeing the person's face clearly, the expression on their face became somewhat distorted. He pushed open the window, dragged the person inside, and said irritably, "What are you doing in the middle of the night? This is the second floor." When he came back, his dad caught him climbing the water pipe and gave him a good beating. But that night, he saw his childhood friend quietly appear outside the window, and suddenly he understood why his dad had beaten him. Most of his head was sticking out of the window. It was really scary. Xia Li didn't care about that at all. He grinned and said, "Come on, take me to scout the place." Li Qing'an? The two climbed over the wall in the middle of the night and left the military compound quietly. When Xia Li returned at the crack of dawn, she had a detailed, foolproof line map showing the route from her home to the Zhao family's home, and from her home to Zhao Haining's uncle's home. Li Qing'an felt that something was off about this matter. Just as he was about to ask for more details, he heard Xia Li ask, "Zhao Ninghai's uncle and his gang raided so many houses. They must have hidden the stolen goods somewhere, right? Do you know where?" Li Qingnan's expression immediately became somewhat complicated. "They all said it was hidden. How could I possibly know where it is? However, he probably couldn't fit all the loot at home, so there must be other places for it. You shouldn't ask me this. You should ask Wang Xiaowei." Upon hearing an unfamiliar name, Xia Li subconsciously racked her brains for a moment and instantly remembered who the person was. He was also the original owner's childhood friend, the kind of person who hung out with them all the time. We'll talk about that later. But unexpectedly, some people just can't stand being nagged. As soon as Xia Li walked to her front door, she saw Wang Xiaowei standing outside the Xia family's courtyard, a cigarette between his fingers, taking occasional puffs, looking hesitant, and constantly stroking his hair. Upon seeing this, Li Qing'an immediately winked at Xia Li and grinned in a particularly sly way. He gave her a quick look and whispered, "I'm leaving now, you can continue talking." After saying that, he quickly turned and left. "Xia Li, this attitude makes me want to punch someone." Wang Xiaowei also saw Xia Li and Li Qing'an and asked with some puzzlement, "What are you two doing running out so early in the morning? It's still dark, isn't it?" Xia Li spouted nonsense. "I wanted to ambush Zhao Haining, but I saw you before I even caught him." Wang Xiaowei. That's something only those two unreliable people could do. He held a cigarette between his fingers, took a deep drag, and exhaled white smoke that mingled with his breath from the low morning temperature, creating a hazy effect. "Zhao Haining is no good. You shouldn't marry her." We've been brothers for so many years, so I'll be frank with you. Marry me, and I'll guarantee your safety. Once your family is better off, I'll let you go. Xia Li reviewed the original owner's memories of Wang Xiaowei. The girl was naive, willful, and couldn't see things clearly. But she could tell at a glance that Wang Xiaowei liked the original owner of this body. Wang Xiaowei's grandfather was a division commander, but unfortunately, his sons either went into politics or did nothing of substance, and none of them were able to inherit his mantle. Wang Xiaowei's father was one of the idlers in the family. Given the current situation of the Xia family, for Wang Xiaowei to say that he wanted to marry her, he must have been under tremendous pressure from his family. But she wasn't the original owner of this body, and it was impossible for her to marry him. Since the original owner is gone, let's put an end to his hopes. Xia Li, I like the kind of person who is tough, brave, and strong. Even if it's a fake marriage, I want to find that kind of person. Wang Xiaowei's expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. Where do you think that pretty boy Zhao Haining is any bit tough or brave? Xia Li said in a cocky tone, he is indeed a pretty boy, but if I marry him, I can go with him to the military. There are a lot of people like that in the army. Wang Xiaowei, can you really just casually say something like that? Breaking up a military marriage is illegal. However, he understood Xia Li's meaning. Suppressing his disappointment, he stubbed out his cigarette and shrugged nonchalantly. All right, if there's anything I can help with, just tell me, and I'll definitely go to great lengths for you. Xia Li's lips twitched. No need for going to great lengths for them. I just want to know where Zhao Haining's uncle hides all the ill-gotten gains he's amassed from the people. Wang Xiaowei, I always feel that this guy is different from before, and seems to have become unreliable for no reason. He took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll ask around for you. The conversation ended there. Xia Li rushed back to sleep early in the morning. She had stayed up all night, and if she continued like this, she would easily go bald. In the morning, before Xia Li even got out of bed, she heard a commotion coming from downstairs. As a superhuman with extremely strong senses, she could hear the noise downstairs clearly. She immediately jumped out of bed, put on her clothes, and rushed downstairs. I saw 7 or 8 people standing at the entrance. The leader had a refined appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black Zhongshan suit that was very fashionable among cadres at the time. He had a Parker pen clipped to his chest, and his hair was neatly parted in a 3/7 split. He exuded the air of an old cadre. The people behind him were no different from the thugs. They stood and sat haphazardly, and each held a long wooden stick. It was obvious that they had come to cause trouble. Xia Li was a little puzzled. This was supposed to be a military compound, so how did they even get in? The man in the lead twirled his watch on his wrist in a very affected manner, appearing nonchalant. Someone reported that your family is hiding capitalist products. We came here today specifically to verify this matter, and we hope Comrade Xia will cooperate. That's what they say, but they've even taken over household chores. They don't seem like they're here to inspect at all. They seem more like they're here to find fault. Xia Zhengwo shielded his wife behind him, having already anticipated their arrival. He knew that softening his stance now would only lead to worse consequences, so he gave them no friendly treatment whatsoever. Then please show your search warrant, Comrade Li. This is a military compound, after all. It's not a place where you can act recklessly. Li Xingli was completely unfazed by Xia Zhengwo's threats. They had done this kind of thing many times before, and a few words from him were not enough to scare him. It seems that Comrade Xia is about to undergo reformation by poor and lower-middle peasants, and his spirit is as strong as ever. The bureaucratic atmosphere is too strong. It really needs to be reformed. With that, he raised his hand and said, search this house thoroughly and see if there's anything we shouldn't have. We can explain this to the whistleblower when we get back. At his command, the men behind him immediately grinned and stepped forward with sticks, ready to smash the object. Xia Li frowned. Even though she knew that these things that were out in the open might not be safe, it was too shameful to let outsiders break into their home and smash their things. She quickly went downstairs, and just as she was about to stop those people, Xia Zhengwo reached out and grabbed her arm tightly. Wait. Xia Jiangwo didn't even glance at his daughter, but said in a very calm tone, "We're leaving. All these things in the house belong to the state. If you dare to damage these things, you're undermining socialism and will definitely have to undergo organizational reform." The men with sticks ignored them and started smashing whatever they could find. Clang, crackling, and popping. The sounds of chores and juggling filled the room. Li Xingli stood there, fiddling with the watch on his wrist, a smile playing on his lips, but his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Xia Jiangwo and his wife stood still, seemingly not angry at all. But this really infuriated Xia Li. Although she didn't like to bully others during the apocalypse, she never let anyone bully her either. When did someone ever smash up her house in front of her? She even had an urge to rush over and twist Li Xingli's head off, but with Xia Jiangwo gripping her arm tightly, her mind gradually calmed down. In her memory, Xia Jiangwo was not someone who would let others bully him. They shouldn't just stand by and watch people come to their door and provoke them without doing anything. "Hello, is this Comrade Xiao's home?" The noise inside the house was too loud, and the knocking outside the door was not very clear, except for Li Xingli, who was very close to the door, who could hear it clearly. He caught a glimpse of a few people dressed in somewhat drab clothes outside the door, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. "I didn't hear Cui Xiang say that anyone was coming to the Xia family today. Why did a whole bunch of peasants suddenly show up?" From the moment he entered the house and had things smashed, the Xia family, except for the little girl, reacted too calmly, making him increasingly suspicious. But then I thought, they're just a few peasants, what role can they possibly play? They ignored it immediately. Xia Jiangwo patted his wife's hand, handed his impulsive daughter to her, and said, "I'm going out." Before he could finish speaking, his daughter had already slipped away like an eel, leaving him only with the words, "Oh my God." She had instantly given him a demonstration of how quickly he could let go. Xia Jiangwo. Li Xiuli. Xia Jiangwo saw that his daughter was rushing towards the door at a very fast speed and with extremely tricky footwork. Li Xingli tried to stop her but couldn't, so he didn't stop her anymore. The people standing at the door had just called out into the courtyard, but when no one responded, they looked at each other in bewilderment. The noise inside was so loud that they had no idea what was happening. If they're arguing in someone's house right now, it would be inappropriate for them to go in. Just as I was wondering whether I should go back first and come back in the afternoon, a little girl suddenly walked out of the courtyard. The young girl was beautiful, even more so than the girls in magazines. She had an air of heroism about her, clearly a child raised in a military family. However, this girl had a roguish air about her, and compared to the children of normal military families, she was more like one of those old, cunning soldiers in the army. Xia Li didn't know who these people were, but she knew that they were probably reinforcements her father had invited. He immediately made a gesture of invitation and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the committee is searching for evidence, and they're also doing some thorough inspections. Please excuse the disturbance." As soon as Xia Li said this, the expressions on the faces of the old men changed instantly. Despite being in his 50s or 60s, he rushed into the house with a speed that showed no signs of aging, leaving Xia Li, who was watching the commotion, right behind him. Xia Li grinned, a hint of interest in his eyes. It seems that it really was her father who brought in reinforcements. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled slowly toward the entrance of the military compound. This is a military region. It's impossible for anyone to bring in a stick. Zhao Haining's uncle must have entered through irregular means. It must be reported. When Xia Li returned with several men in green military uniforms, he heard the old man who had greeted him earlier shouting in a loud voice, "You good-for-nothings. How could you smash such precious cultural relics? What a spendthrift! What a spendthrift!" The simply dressed old man knelt on the ground, holding the broken pieces of porcelain in his hands. His face showed an expression of unbearable pain, and he cursed the Red Guards who came to cause trouble more easily than he cursed his own son. Li Xingli frowned. Since becoming the head of the committee, when had anyone ever been so openly insulted? He felt that Xia Jiangwo's attitude was off all day, and the arrival of these old men was too coincidental. Even though they were dressed in tattered clothes, he didn't dare to underestimate them too much. Despite her rational mind, her tone still carried a hint of displeasure. We received a report that the Xia family owns capitalist products. Every report must be dealt with. That's the rule of our committee. Which department are you from? If you don't have anything to do, get out of the way and don't cause trouble for each other. If a normal person knew their identity, they would immediately back down, fearing to get into trouble. But none of the old men were afraid, especially the one clutching the broken porcelain shards, heartbroken, who glared angrily at Li Shengli. I don't care which organization you're from. These items have already been donated to the National Palace Museum. The paper documents have been submitted, and they must be put into storage. Now that you've smashed these things, you'd better think carefully about how you're going to explain it. Li Shengli's expression changed drastically. Hand it over to the state. How could Xia Jiangwo possibly hand it over to the state ahead of time? Wasn't it a mistake for him to bring people over and smash these things? The simply dressed old man ignored Li Shengli and, with the others, carefully packed all the items that hadn't been damaged into boxes. The old man at the head of the group walked up to Xia Jiangwo with his hands behind his back and said angrily, "Comrade Xia, don't worry, we will definitely get to the bottom of this. The investigation of these cultural relics is not too strict nowadays. After all, it is perfectly normal for people who cannot afford to eat from blue and white porcelain bowls. It's just a bowl. People use it to eat. You can't say they're practicing capitalism." But in the eyes of these people from the Cultural Heritage Administration, valuable cultural relics must be protected at all times. Comrade Xia had previously mentioned that he might be required to undergo reform through education for poor and lower-middle peasants, and that he wanted to hand over some items in his home that could be considered cultural relics, so that more people would have the opportunity to study and learn from them and remember the national humiliation. They came happily, but they never expected to encounter their current situation. They didn't blame Comrade Xia for wanting to donate his family heirloom. After all, given his current situation, he had no way to fight against those Red Guards. There are only women and children in the house. What if he resists and hurts someone? But those Red Guards have been rampant for a long time, daring to break into the military compound. This time, he must seek justice for those cultural relics. Li Shengli wanted to explain, but those old men were as foul-smelling as rocks in a latrine, and they wouldn't listen to his explanations at all. He turned and glared menacingly at Xia Jiangwo. Just as he was about to speak, two green figures appeared in front of him. "Comrade, this is a military compound, not a place where you can run wild. Please come with us and explain how you got in." Li Shengli's face was grim, but he didn't dare to confront these soldiers head-on. Didn't they see that more than a dozen people had come? He secretly resented Li Zuixiang for causing him trouble, and with a dark face, he and his men were taken away by more than a dozen soldiers. Xia Li glanced at their departing figures and asked Xia Jiangwo, "Can Li Shengli be convicted?" Xia Jiangwo shook his head. "It's difficult." Although those individuals are all leading figures in the Palace Museum, Li Shengli is no ordinary person either. Over the years, he has amassed a great deal of wealth from the people, making it difficult to completely suppress him. However, after this incident, he can forget about continuing to serve as the chairman of the committee. It won't affect our family in the future. Xia Liwen rubbed his chin with his index finger, looking thoughtful. "Dad, what do you think if I told Zhao Haining's uncle that Zhao Haining felt sorry for me and that his mother and uncle's actions were inhumane, and that he came to remind me to prepare for the precautions our family should take? Will the two families end up fighting like dogs?" Xia Jiangwo. Li Xiuli. Xia Jiangwo was furious and glared at his disobedient daughter. "I'm warning you, don't go out and cause any more trouble. Aren't things chaotic enough already? Your notice to go to the countryside will be issued soon. You will be assigned to the Great Northern Wilderness, where you will be with your older brother and the others. The three of you siblings can look after each other when you're together. When you get there, don't keep arguing with your second brother. If it really doesn't work, just stay far away from him and ignore him. Listen to your older brother in everything. He won't harm you." Xia Li immediately understood the implication in those words and frowned. "You two aren't in the Great Northern Wilderness?" She secretly wanted to go with her parents so she could take care of them. Although there was plenty of food in the great northern wilderness, her parents weren't there. What would she do in the northeast? She wasn't familiar with those two guys. Besides, that second son doesn't look like a good person at all. If I go there, I'll have to be on guard against her every day, which will be so troublesome. Wait, that's not right. Wasn't it supposed to be a downward transfer? How did it become going to the countryside? Xia Zhengwo sighed, his gaze towards Xia Li filled with a hint of helplessness. We were going to be reformed by poor and lower-middle peasants, so it was bound to be a bad place. I heard it must be an island in the south. Putting aside everything else, there's no shortage of food in the great northern wilderness, so I'm at ease knowing you're all there. Xia Li retorted, I'm not going. I want to go to the island with you. Xia Zhengwo's face darkened. That area is all wasteland, there's nothing there. What are you going there for? To starve with us. Xia Li, I want to eat seafood. Xia Zhengwo had no desire to pay any more attention to his unreasonable daughter and angrily said, you look like seafood. Go to the great northern wilderness and be a good girl, or you'll have to get married. After saying that, he turned around and left, going straight upstairs. His daughter is becoming increasingly disobedient. Li Xioli looked at her sulky daughter, pursed her lips, and suppressed a laugh. Lily, be good, your parents won't hurt you. When you go to the great northern wilderness, you can help your parents take care of Dabao and the others. Being sent down to the countryside is not the same as being sent to the countryside. Life there is tough. Afraid that her daughter would still want to go to the island, she reached out and patted her head. This is a task your parents gave you, so be a good boy/girl. After saying that, he left just like Xia Zhengwo. Xia Li. This is unbearable. When things didn't work out with the couple, Xia Li squinted at the door and quietly went out. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll come to the mountain. Can a living person let themselves die from holding in their pee? If we don't take her, she'll have to figure it out herself. The Zhao family. Zhao Guanyan pointed at Li Cuixiang's nose, who was sitting on the sofa, and cursed, Didn't I tell you not to cause any more trouble for the Xia family? Why didn't you listen? He slapped his face hard with his hand, his eyes bulging slightly, his expression ferocious. At my age, I still have to be called over by the commander for a lecture and told to take good care of my family. Even people from the Ministry of Culture came to ask if the military region was being too lax in its management, letting just anyone in. Do you know how many people in the entire division headquarters are laughing at me? You don't feel ashamed, but I do. Li Cuixiang. I'm warning you, cut ties with Li Shengli right now. If you cause me any more trouble, I'm divorcing you. Li Cuixiang's face was streaked with tears, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. How was I supposed to know that the Xia family would donate everything? They clearly said before that it was all their daughter's dowry. The Xia family must have gotten advance notice and deliberately harmed us. Besides, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Who knew that that brat Xia Li would go to the guards and expose everything? Their family is in such a state. Aren't they afraid of losing face? Seeing her argue back, Zhao Guanyan got even angrier and roared, if you didn't have wicked thoughts, there wouldn't be so much trouble. The Xia family's demotion notice hasn't come through yet, so Xia Zhengwo is still the brigade commander. Xia Zhengwo's own daughter went to the guards saying that people from their family were causing trouble and asked for help dealing with the situation. Zhao Guanyan was so angry that he felt dizzy and thought that this woman couldn't understand what he was saying at all. He covered the back of his head and pointed at Li Cuixiang, saying, Li Cuixiang, I'm warning you one last time. Don't challenge my bottom line again. Before the Xia family leaves, you better stay home obediently. If you cause any more trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. After giving the warning, Zhao Guanyan turned around and left. How could he have married such a woman? She's a complete troublemaker. After Zhao Guanyan left, Li Cuixiang lay on the armrest and wailed, her eyes gradually hardening. It's all Xia Li's fault. If she hadn't insisted on bringing this up to the military region, things wouldn't have gotten so ugly. She's not having a good life now, and that brat Xia Li won't have a good life either. Xia Li caught up with Xia Hongqi not long after she left home. The bright red national flag at the entrance of the military region was so conspicuous that it was impossible to get lost. Xia Hongqi's face was cold and stern, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, clearly showing that he was furious. Xia Li clicked her tongue inwardly when she saw him like that. Looks like this guy is really angry. Could it be because her dad got her a job in the countryside but not them? Aside from this reason, Xia Li couldn't think of any other reason in their conversation that could make Xia Hongqi, who was already standing at the door, turn around and leave in anger. The two walked one after the other, Xia Hongqi completely unaware that Xia Li was following him. Before long, Xia Li met Xia Hongqi and approached Li Xingli, who had just left and whose face was still very dark. Xia Li. Oh wow, this is interesting. I had guessed that Xia Hongqi was probably going out to do something, but I never expected that he would actually look for Li Xingli. Seeing the two standing at the corner of the alley, looking like they were plotting something, Xia Li simply found a house not too far away and hid behind a wall. She has excellent hearing and heard their conversation clearly. Xia Hongqi, I've agreed to what you asked for. Li Xingli sneered. Now you know you've agreed? Too late. Do you even know how much I suffered at your house today? And now you want me to protect you? Xia Hongqi, are you out of your mind? The voice he spoke was filled with resentment and gritted teeth, clearly indicating that today's events had a significant impact on him, and he was still seething with anger. Xia Hongqi was there to ask someone for a favor, and he wasn't bothered by being scolded. He also handed Li Xingli a cigarette and said in a very calm tone, I know you hate that the old man tripped you up. The old man cared most about Xia Li. Now that our whole family has been sent to the countryside, he only arranged for him to go, and even then, he's sending him to a place with plenty of food. He paused slightly as he spoke. Do you think the old man will regret his decision if we send that girl to suffer on the island? Li Sungri, you want her to go to the island? The educated youth office is cracking down hard. I can't change my ways. Sending Xia Li to that godforsaken place would not only infuriate that old bastard Xia Jiangwo, but also vent the anger of Cui Xiang and Haining. It was a pretty good idea. However, he is now being watched because of his troublemaking at the Xia family's house, and he can't participate in many things, otherwise his position on the committee would be in jeopardy. Xia Hongqi, I have a way. Li Xingli immediately became interested, casually stuffed the cigarette from Xia Hongqi into his mouth, took out a matchbox, struck a match with a snap sound, and the cigarette was lit, swirling with smoke. His gaze fell on Xia Hongqi, his tone nonchalant. Tell me about it. Xia Hongqi, my sister wanted to go to the island with my parents, but my parents disagreed, so we moved it to the Great Northern Wilderness. I told her I could find someone at the Educated Youth Office to change her post, and she would definitely go. Li Xingli stared at Xia Hongqi quietly for a moment, then suddenly smiled. His eyes, though behind his gold-rimmed glasses, held a sinister glint. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. That's your own sister. Xia Hongqi gave a bitter smile. So, what if she's my own sister? She's just a little girl. The old man will always choose her first out of the three of us. Nobody thinks about me. Why can't I think about myself? Li Xingli neither confirmed nor denied his reasoning. Selfishness is selfishness, and harming others for personal gain is harming others for personal gain. No amount of righteous words can cover it up. He's just a petty person. Okay, if you can get Xia Li to the island, I'll help you get a stay in the city. After saying that, he casually walked past Xia Hongqi with a cigarette in his hand. The place Xia Jiangwo was sent to was no good place at all. I heard that they couldn't even get enough to eat, and his family of three would have a lot of trouble ahead of them. Xia Hongqi was overjoyed when she saw that the other party had agreed, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. But before he could leave, an arm was suddenly draped over his shoulder. Xia Li's roguish voice boomed in Xia Hongqi's ears. Hey, second brother, chatting with your good friend, our family's mortal enemy here? It's quite lively here. Can I join in? Xia Hongqi's expression changed immediately upon seeing Xia Li. He didn't know if Xia Li had heard their conversation. His heart was pounding, but he forced himself to remain calm as he looked at Xia Li with a warm smile. What are you doing here, little sister? Seeing that this person was still putting on an act for him, Xia Li immediately grinned and revealed a very wicked smile. Second brother, stop pretending. I heard it from beginning to end. Xia Hongqi's face darkened upon hearing Xia Li's words, and he stopped pretending. Didn't you insist on going to the island? I'm just doing this to please you. Wouldn't it be perfect if both my brother and I got what we wanted? Xia Li made no comment on his despicable and shameless argument, but just smiled and said, Can what you are willing to do be the same as what others are scheming against? Since we can't agree, why don't we go talk to our parents and get them to settle things? Xia Hongqi's face was extremely ugly. If the old man found out about this, he would definitely not get away with it. The old man might even give him a beating before he left. By then, let alone not going to the countryside, the treatment there might not be much better. The people the old man arranged to take care of him will also be taken back. Looking at Xia Li, who looked like a hoodlum, Xia Hongqi frowned and his voice was somewhat clenched. What exactly do you want? If he still doesn't realize that his sister is trying to negotiate with him at this point, he'd be a fool. This brat was always so unruly and domineering. How come she's suddenly become so cunning? Xia Li grinned and said, I just love my second brother's straightforward personality. Give me 2,000 yuan, 200 jin of meat coupons, 500 jin of grain coupons, 50 industrial coupons, and a little bit of other coupons as well, depending on your kindness as my older brother. My sister, who can't lift a finger, is going to suffer on the island in place of my brave and strong brother. Is it too much to ask for some money as payment for selling herself? Not excessive? Xia Li, why don't you just rob me? Upon hearing Xia Li's request, Xia Hongqi's expression instantly twisted. Do you know what prices are like now? 2 ounces of steamed buns cost only 2 cents each. A strong laborer could only receive 40 jin of grain a month, while an ordinary worker could only receive 28 jin. You're asking for 2,000 yuan, 500 jin of grain coupons, and 200 jin of meat coupons? Do you think I printed these grain coupons and money? Xia Li, with her arm around Xia Hongqi's neck, became even happier when she saw him angry. It seems that what I asked for is not high enough. I only need a little over a year's worth of grain for a strong laborer. I don't know how long I'll be gone from this rural assignment, and I'm sure I'll suffer a lot. Why don't we talk to Mom and Dad about this? I'm suddenly having second thoughts about going to the island since we're starving. How about we go to the northeast together, second brother? I'll wait for you to take care of me. Xia Hongqi was so angry at Xia Li's expression that she was about to take him to her parents to complain if he didn't agree. This is a blatant threat. I don't have that much. I can get you some 800 yuan, 200 jin of grain coupons, 100 jin of meat coupons, industrial coupons, and other coupons. I don't have any more than that. He spent a lot of money trying to get himself transferred to a lower-level position, and now he doesn't have much left. We have to borrow all these things. Where would we get so many to give to Xia Li? Seeing Xia Hongqi's gritted teeth, Xia Li knew that this man was truly poor. He let out a long sigh, looking like he understood her but found her behavior really unreasonable. Second brother, I usually think you're pretty smart, but why aren't you working at all now? Who do you think most wants me to suffer right now? Xia Hongqi frowned, Li Xingli. Xia Li waved her finger in front of him. No, it was the person who instigated Li Xingli. I wrote a letter of complaint to the military region, telling them about the things the Zhao family had done. I bet Li Zuixiang is getting a good scolding from Zhao Haining's father right now. You said she would help you out so that I would suffer? Xia Hongqi frowned and sneered. She does want you to live a hard life, but she will definitely not give you food coupons or meat coupons. Forget about it. If they had actually written a letter of complaint to the military region as Xia Li suggested, the entire Zhao family would now be implicated. Li Zuixiang would rather die than hate her, so why would she use food coupons to fatten her up? Xia Li looked at Xia Hongqi with a puzzled expression, as if to say, how could you be such a mentally challenged person? You didn't tell him that you found someone to get me to the tone. No, second brother, you're too foolish. I don't think this will work. I probably won't be able to count on you in the future. Besides your 800, ask her for another 2,000 to handle things. I need to keep some extra money in my pocket for myself. As Xia Hongqi listened to Xiao Li's series of treacherous plans, she looked at her with a sense of horror. Is this really her spoiled younger sister who's been pampered since childhood? This is a genius at extortion. This is a blatant honey trap, and this guy even dares to raise the price. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Xiao Li didn't give him a chance to speak, and patted his shoulder. Second brother, think carefully about what to do. Once I have enough money and tickets, I'll go to the island as you say. If we can't get it. Xiao Li flashed a bright white smile at Xia Hongqi, a smile that was incredibly irritating. Then let's go to the great northern wilderness together and sink into oblivion. Xia Hongqi. Xia Hongqi stood there, his face contorted as he watched his sister walk away. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to go find Li Tsuixiang. The Zhao family. After listening to Xia Hongqi's account, Li Tsuixiang felt both pleased and annoyed. With a stern face, he questioned, where would I get so many things? My husband, Lao Zhao, only earns less than 300 yuan a month, and I'm unemployed. How can I possibly afford this? Xia Hongqi sneered inwardly, not believing her words at all. It's possible I can't get the tickets right away, but I definitely have enough money. Zhao Guanyan's basic salary was indeed insufficient, but what about the gifts he received every year? What about the bonuses for completing tasks? Sometimes the bonuses were even more than his salary. He wasn't stupid. He directly confronted Li Tsuixiang, saying, they want that much money and stuff, but I need to save the money for Lu Qing. If you agree, then take the money and get it done. If you don't agree, then forget it. I can think of other ways to stay in the city, but I don't want my dad to beat me to death. Li Tsuixiang was overjoyed to know that Xiao Li could suffer on the island, but the price was too high and it hurt her heart. Seeing her ferocious and somewhat delirious expression, Xia Hongqi knew that the matter was almost settled, only needing a final push. Without a second thought, he turned and left, saying, if you don't agree, that's fine. The date for going to the countryside is only a few days away, and it will be too late to change it if we wait any longer. I have to go now, etc. When Li Tsuixiang saw that Xia Hongqi was really going to leave, she immediately became anxious. He kept telling himself that Xia Li was so pampered that she would definitely not have a good life in a remote island. She might even fall ill and die. If she doesn't pay for it, does she really expect Xiao Li to go to the great northern wilderness and live a good life? No, absolutely not. Li Tsuixiang gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Xia Hongqi, and said with a do-or-die attitude, you wait here. I don't have enough money, I need to go out and borrow some. But if you dare to lie to me, I'll make sure you never have a good life again. Xia Hongqi, don't worry, there's enough money. She'll definitely go to the island. Li Tsuixiang turned around, rummaged through drawers and cabinets to take out all the money and food coupons in the house, and even borrowed some from others, finally managing to gather all the money and coupons. When Li Tsuixiang handed the money to Xia Hongqi, she gripped the bills tightly in her hand, staring intently at Xia Hongqi, and said through gritted teeth, I have no other requests. Xia Li must go to the most difficult place. When Xia Hongqi saw the money, he sighed inwardly. How could his sister be so cunning? He never expected Li Tsuixiang to spend so much money. Xia Li will go to the island with my parents. I heard that it's undeveloped and there's nothing there. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuixiang finally released her grip on the money. The Xia family. Xia Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, swinging them as she ate the watermelon that Li Xiuli had just cut for her. She showed no signs of being about to be stranded on an island and suffer. Seeing her like this, Xia Hongqi even had a strange feeling that someone like Xia Li could live well no matter where she went. When Xia Li saw Xia Hongqi return home, she waved the watermelon in her hand at him and said, Second brother, would you like some watermelon? It's free. Xia Hongqi, you didn't buy the watermelon, so why are you treating me? Hurry up and come with me. He paused, glanced upstairs to make sure no one was there, and then whispered, got it. Let's get going. They'll be off work soon. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Li got up and followed the person. Faced with the consent form to change the rural address, she signed her name Xia Li without hesitation. Xia Hongqi looked at his decisive sister with a complicated expression. I haven't even given you the money, and you've already signed it. What if I'm lying to you? Can you be a little more careful next time you go out? Xia Li, I'll have Dad break your legs and trade your life for the 2,000 yuan I lost. Xia Hongqi. Xia Hongqi's face was ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. If he really dared to lie to his little sister like that, his father would definitely break his legs. He coldly stuffed all the money and tickets in his pocket into her hand. After a moment of silence, out of the last bit of self-awareness he had as an older brother, he kindly reminded him, going to the countryside is not the same as staying at home. You'll find all sorts of people living in the same room as the educated youth. Try to control your temper in the future and don't be as reckless as you are now. Even if your parents were with you then, they couldn't help you. Xia Li could tell that the other person genuinely wanted to persuade her, and although she wasn't prepared to listen, she still nodded. He asked Xia Hongqi very sincerely, when I run out of money and tickets, can you write to me again and ask me for more? Xia Hongqi, get lost. Xia Hongqi was kicked by her younger sister, and the bruise on her leg didn't go away for more than 10 days. Xia Li happily drove home in his Xia Hongqi brand navigation car, holding the notice to go to the countryside. Afterwards, he drove out to buy groceries in his Li Qing and brand navigation car. I heard there's nothing on the island, so we need to stock up on survival supplies. When she returned home carrying large bags and packages, she heard Xia Zhangwo's furious voice coming from inside the house. You wretched creature. You actually harmed your own sister just so you wouldn't go to the countryside. Are you even human? I'll beat you to death today. Soon, Xia Hongqi retorted, Dad, it was my little sister's own choice. She wanted to go with you, so she asked me for help. Since it's a win-win situation, why can't we do it? Do you really care about me, your son? Hearing the shouts coming from inside the house, Xia Li was pretty sure what was happening. He had been hesitant about going inside, but upon hearing his second brother's words, he immediately pulled back the foot that was halfway inside. My second brother is so immoral. He must lack education. It's good that Dad beat him up, then he won't be able to discipline him anymore. But at this time, the gate and the courtyard were open, and you could see the whole thing at a glance. Xia Li pulled his leg back too slowly, and Xia Zhangwo noticed. He looked over with a sharp gaze, saw the large and small packages in Xia Li's hands, and frowned slightly. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted, You agree to your second brother moving you to a different place, in exchange for him not going to the countryside? He went through all sorts of hardships to get this girl to the great northern wilderness, but one by one they refused to listen, and each one became more stubborn than the last. Li Qing'an, who was standing next to her, shrank back and whispered, I'm leaving first. Without waiting for Xia Li's reply, he slipped away. Xia Li, what happened to the camaraderie we were promised? Xia Li braced herself and went into the house, carrying a large bag of fruit and shrinking into a corner. Standing diagonally opposite Xia Zhangwo, she stubbornly denied it, saying, I didn't. It was my second brother, and Li Shengli who discussed it, and I only found out later. Xia Hongqi looked at Xia Li with disbelief and said angrily, I gave you so much money, and you actually say you didn't do it voluntarily. Didn't you ask me for the money? Even considering the amount of money involved, this girl shouldn't have denied it. Xia Li, however, wasn't buying it at all. You're just giving me 800. These days, you might not even be able to buy a job in a factory. Do you think I'd send you to the countryside because of this? You were the one who started with ill intentions. When did I give you 800? I didn't give you 2008. Xia Hongqi was so angry at her unreasonable younger sister that her voice was almost cracking. Not only 2,800, but also so many grain coupons and meat coupons. Did you eat them all? They took so much money and tickets from me, and yet they still harmed me like this. Xia Li, with her neck stiff and self-righteous, said that money was a repatriation fee given to me by my previous mother-in-law, with whom I had no chance to be with her. It has nothing to do with you. You took 800 and still expect me to protect you. How could my protection be so cheap? You were the one who went to Li Xingli first, telling him you were going to lure me to the island. I overheard you, and that's why you told me the truth. Otherwise, you would have definitely lied to me and given me nothing." Enraged by Xiaoli, Xia Hongqi completely disregarded the fact that her own father was present and blurted out angrily, "Wasn't that money I went to ask for? Would Li Xiang have given it to you if you had asked for it yourself? Xiaoli, who told you to be broke and unwilling to be sent down to the countryside? There's no such thing as a free lunch." The brother and sister were arguing here, and they felt the temperature in the room getting lower and lower, and their scalps started to tingle. They mechanically turned their heads to look at Xia Zhangwo, whose face was as cold as ice, and both of them shut their mouths. Xia Li subconsciously swallowed, feeling like she was about to get into trouble. She didn't know if her second brother could take the beating, or if he could calm down after hearing her father's anger. She didn't want to take on the remaining burden. Xia Zhangwo's face twisted with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Well done. Not only did they change the location of my rural assignment behind my back, they even went to other people's homes to swindle money. You two are really something." As he spoke, he grabbed a feather duster from the side and rushed towards the brother and sister. Xia Li threw down what she was holding and rushed towards Xia Hongqi. Xia Hongqi didn't understand why Xia Li rushed to his side. Could it be that she suddenly wanted to stand by him? But he soon realized why Xia Li, that scoundrel, had ended up by his side. His father chased after them both, beating them, but Xia Li ran faster than him. The two were in a straight line, and his dad was chasing after him and hitting him, but he was the only one getting hit. The room was filled with noise and chaos. Xia Li, relying on her extensive experience of being beaten since childhood, successfully achieved the feat of remaining unharmed, while Xia Hongqi was beaten so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. That evening, Xia Li sat obediently on the sofa, nestled close to Li Xioli, looking at Xia Zhangwo, who sat opposite her with a sullen expression, as if to say, "I'm being very obedient." Li Xioli wanted to laugh, so she pursed her lips, half-embraced Xia Li, and patted her arm. He advised Xia Zhangwo, "Since things have already come to this point, there's no way to change it now. Old Xia, please don't be angry anymore." Xia Zhangwo took a deep breath and glared fiercely at the seemingly obedient Xia Li. "It's all my fault for spoiling you." Xia Li said obediently, "Dad is so good." Xia Zhangwo. Pfft. This time, Li Xioli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Old Xia had a bad temper his whole life, but he was also a man of unyielding integrity who never bowed to anyone. The only time he would be speechless was when he was with his daughter. The atmosphere instantly eased. Since things had come to this point and could not be changed, Xia Zhangwo stopped pursuing the matter. He sighed inwardly and looked at Xia Li with a serious expression, saying, "Since we are destined to go to the island, I will not say anything else. No matter how tough or tiring it gets, you have to persevere. If you end up crying and wanting to come back, no one will be there to help you." Xia Li nodded decisively. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to make a good life for myself." Xia Zhangwo neither agreed nor disagreed with her words, his expression more serious than ever before. "You can go, but you have to promise one thing. Once you get there, don't let anyone know about our relationship and don't have any contact with us." Xia Li. "Is it possible that I went there specifically for the two of you?" How could Xia Zhangwo and his wife not know what their daughter was thinking? But now their identities are different. If people find out that their daughter is the daughter of a lowly intellectual, she will definitely be ostracized in the village. How could they bear to do that? Li Xioli, pregnant with her daughter, gently coaxed her, "Lily, be good, Mom and Dad won't hurt you. Your parents don't ask for anything else, they only wish for your safety and well-being." Xia Li fell silent. The two men gave her psychological counseling for more than half an hour. In the end, Xia Li took a bunch of money and tickets and refused the unreasonable demand to return the Zhao family's money before going upstairs. Li Xioli watched her daughter's disappearing figure and sighed deeply. "I thought my daughter could stay in the city, but I never expected it to turn out like this. I wonder how she'll survive in that poor, remote island where there's hardly any food." Xia Zhangwo felt sorry for her too, But he still scoffed irritably. You're still worried about her? It's good that he can go down there. Look at what he's done in the city these past few days. He's swindled everyone. If he stays, the Zhao and Li families will probably chase after him and beat him up. With my daughter's tenacity, she could thrive anywhere. Li Xioli looked at her husband, whose face was serious, but whose expression couldn't hide his smugness, and was speechless. You're quite proud of that. Xia Li's parents were sent down to the countryside faster than she had imagined. They were taken away the very next morning. The houses in the military compound were reclaimed, leaving only Xia Erge and Xia Li in the city. With 2 days left before the day he was to go to the countryside, Xia Li didn't hesitate at all and shamelessly went to her second brother's house to stay overnight. Previously, Xia Erseo had also quarreled with Xia Li because Xia Hongqi gave Xia Li money and was beaten by the old man. However, after being thoroughly disciplined by Xia Li, he learned his lesson and even began to feel somewhat intimidated by his sister-in-law. Since it was only 2 days, I didn't dare to give her a hard time. The night before she left, Xia Li took a route map she had scouted out beforehand and headed straight for Li Shangli's house. The night was dark and windy, and the lights inside the villa were completely off, indicating that the people inside were already asleep. Xia Li nimbly climbed over the wall, grabbed a small black hair clip, and expertly pried open the door lock. They sneaked in silently and began raiding the local specialties. With her excellent night vision, she doesn't need to turn on the lights at all. She can see everything clearly in the house even in pitch-black darkness. Apart from the broken items that were absolutely unusable, Xia Li even put Li Shangli's bowls into her spatial storage. I must say, they have a lot of stuff, including luxury watches and paintings. I wonder where they scavenged all of it. Quietly went upstairs to the second floor and sneaked into Li Shangli's master bedroom. The room was filled with deafening snoring. Xia Li walked to the bedside, reached out and gently pinched the back of their necks, and they instantly passed out. Xia Li ransacked the house without restraint, and then, relying on his negligible level 1 lightning ability, he scouted the house to see if there was any hidden metal. Believe it or not, he actually found 2 boxes of large yellow croakers under the sofa and behind the wardrobe. There are quite a few, each weighing over 300 grams, and there are a total of 42 pieces in 2 boxes. If this were an era where buying and selling were allowed, Xia Li felt that with the things she had plundered from the Xia and Li families over the past few days, she could have successfully retired and lived a peaceful life. After confirming that there was nothing in the house, Xia Li was about to leave through the window when she saw something glittering on Li Shangli's fingers in the moonlight. He climbed back through the window, took the gold ring off Li Shangli's hand, threw it into his spatial storage, and then left through the window. Leaving the courtyard, under the moonlight, Xia Li went to the address Wang Shelwi had given her before and thoroughly raided Li Shangli's hideout where he had hidden his money. There were so many things that Xia Li didn't even take them out to see what was inside before putting them directly into her spatial storage. Anyway, as long as Li Sungri is unhappy, she'll be happy. After packing everything up, I returned to my second brother's house as if nothing had happened. The next morning, after Xia Li had breakfast, she symbolically took some luggage and, under the watchful gaze of her second sister-in-law, touched Xiaobao's face. He left behind the words, "Study hard, don't follow in your parents' footsteps, and be a decent person." Ignoring the angry looks from Xia Erge and Xia Erseo, she turned and headed straight for the educated youth office. She was going to eat seafood. The sun was shining brightly today, and the gentle morning breeze felt cool on my skin, chasing away some of the summer heat. Xia Li found it troublesome to carry too many things, so she put all her luggage into her spatial storage, leaving only a small and light bundle to carry on her back. Clutching the simple map Xia Hongqi had drawn to hurry her away, they arrived at the meeting point in high spirits. From afar, Xia Li could hear someone wailing loudly. Her eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace. As you get closer, you can see a girl with double braids wearing a pink shirt with white flowers, sitting on the ground crying her heart out. "I'm not going. I don't want to go to the countryside. You promised to find me a job and let me stay in the city. How can you go back on your word now? The couple standing next to her also looked pained. The woman wiped away her tears and gently coaxed her. It's my fault. The family's money could only buy one job. Your younger brother is too young. He definitely won't be able to handle going to the countryside. You're older than him, so you're the older sister. Your parents have brought you extra things and arranged a good place for you. Just go down and bear with it for now. Mom will definitely find a way to get you back to the city. The young girl wasn't buying it at all and roared, "You're all biased. You give the job to my younger brother, but not to me. Even if it's in order, I should be given to you first. You don't want me anymore." Wah! The woman was heartbroken by her daughter's crying. If it weren't for the age limit, she would have wanted to go to the countryside in her daughter's place. The staff member standing next to them got impatient and grabbed the girl's arm, dragging her forward. "All right, I've seen plenty of people like you. Stop pretending. Even if you don't want to go to the countryside, you have to. It's a regulation from above. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't do any good. Crying here won't help. Get up right now, we're leaving tonight." The girl kept writhing and crying on the ground. Her mother came over and hugged her, and the two of them cried loudly together. The other parents who came to see him off also silently shed tears. Everyone knows that going to the countryside is tough, and you have to do a lot of work there. If you're assigned to a better place, at least you'll have enough to eat. But if you're assigned to a worse place, you might not have enough to eat. I heard that a while ago a young girl went to the countryside and got edema because she couldn't get enough to eat. She became so fat that she eventually starved to death. How could parents who truly love their children not feel heartbroken? Xia Li didn't feel any sadness. She stood on the curb not far away, carrying her bag, and watched the commotion on tiptoe. Standing next to her was a very pretty girl with a single braid hanging down her back, giving her a somewhat aloof and elegant beauty reminiscent of later generations. Xia Li leaned slightly to the side and asked with a curious look, "Is it because someone in her family had to go to the countryside, and her parents, who favor boys over girls, pushed her out? That's terrible." Being rejected when faced with a choice between two options, the one who is never favored will always feel terrible. The girl seemed aloof, but she didn't completely ignore Xia Li. Her voice was just a little faint. "If you can still cry and make a fuss with your parents, then it's not that bad. Those who are truly abandoned know that crying is useless, and they won't even cry anymore, because crying will only make them a laughingstock." Xia Li glanced at her and silently shut her mouth. She looks like someone with a story. What if she says something wrong and reopens old wounds? Unexpectedly, the aloof beauty stood to the side, her gaze not fixed on her, but her soft voice rang out again. Her younger brother is 14 years old, and she is 18. She should have been the one sent to the countryside. Xia Li nodded in agreement. Then she should definitely go. 14 is too young. 18 is at least an adult. This girl thinks going to the countryside is too hard and doesn't want to go. Wouldn't it be even worse if her 14-year-old brother went? Which of these educated youths present didn't look bitter and resentful? Once they started, they couldn't be controlled. I reckon she won't come up with anything worthwhile in the end. It'll all be in vain. Xia Li immediately lost interest in the commotion over there and turned to the aloof beauty with a cheerful smile. "Are you also an educated youth? Where did you go?" "Chinwawan, South Island." Xia Li raised an eyebrow, her whole demeanor showing excitement. "We're together. What a coincidence. What's your name?" When Chinwawan was speaking, her gaze was fixed on the girl who was sitting on the ground crying and being forcibly pulled up, and she did not turn to look at Xia Li. Hearing that the two had been sent to the same rural area, he turned his head and looked at Xia Li with indifferent eyes, scanning her up and down before a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "What a coincidence. Your clothes don't suggest you'd go there." Wearing a brand new military uniform, he clearly comes from a wealthy family, and his demeanor suggests he is well loved. Xia Li glanced at the green military uniform she was wearing. Xia Zhangwo is a brigade commander, and the original owner, being the child of a soldier, naturally had plenty of such military uniforms. She wore these clothes this morning because they were convenient for her to move around in. Thinking of Xia Zhangwo and Li Xiuli, who had repeatedly told her not to reveal her identity. She just smiled and said, "I applied to go myself. I heard there's a lot of seafood there." Chin Wan. It's unbelievable that someone would choose such a remote and impoverished place for such an absurd reason. Whack. The group waited a short while before a man in a Zhongshan suit arrived, his glare directed at the group of young men and women, his expression rather unpleasant. "You are here to support national construction and lead farmers to a better life through your knowledge. Going to the countryside is a very honorable thing. I just don't understand why people always try to sabotage such a glorious event. How can their thinking be so outdated?" The man in the Zhongshan suit slowly swept his gaze over everyone present, his tone heavy. "I advise you to behave yourselves and not cause any more trouble along the way. Even if someone wanted to run away, they would think twice. Without a letter of introduction, where would they eat? Where would they stay? Where would anyone be willing to take them in? Not only will I be punished when I get back, but I'll also have to go to the countryside again. It's not worth going through that trouble twice." After saying that, he sighed and said, "It's time. Come with me." In recent years, the rural harvests have been poor, and the city cannot support so many people. As a result, more and more people are going to the countryside, and the resistance of the educated youth is growing. His job requires him to have endless worries every day. These people are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Xia Li didn't feel anything about these things. She went to the countryside voluntarily. As I followed the group forward, I noticed the little girl who had been crying earlier was also in their group, her eyes red from crying and her face full of despair. Some people in the crowd pointed at her and whispered among themselves, "I heard that the girl just beat up the director of the Educated Youth Office. She was originally supposed to go to a wealthy place, but she was directly transferred to a poor and remote area." That bad? What was she thinking? How could she even hit the director? They're just being difficult. Now that they've been reassigned to a poor area, they're still causing trouble. They'll just have them taken away. Xia Li, where did this warrior come from? For a young person who hasn't even gone to the countryside to assault the director of the Educated Youth Office, isn't that just asking for trouble? The group quickly arrived at the train station. This group was heading south, and due to different train numbers, they soon split into several smaller groups. Xia Li was surprised to find that the little girl who had been sobbing earlier had actually been assigned to their group. So, they were assigned to the South Island together? Her mother had originally said she would assign him to a good place, but now he's been assigned to such a poor and remote area. It's really tragic. What are you looking at? The little girl noticed that several people around her were staring at her, and she was immediately furious. She didn't dare yell at the two men, and Chin Wan ignored her, so she could only vent her anger on Xia Li, who was relatively weaker. Xia Li grinned. "You're so pretty, like a peach." Just as the girl was starting to feel a little better after Xia Li's words, thinking that this person was really easy to bully and that she could continue to bully him in the future, she heard Xia Li say, "Both eyes are." "Little girl." Pfft. The two boys couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even the aloof and beautiful Chin Wan slightly curled the corners of her lips. That was so rude that it made the little girl cry. Pointing his finger at Xia Li's nose, he yelled, "Do you think I deserve to be assigned to the South Island? Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Let me tell you, my parents gave me a lot of money and tickets, so I can live a good life even if I go to the South Island. Unlike you, who were abandoned by your families and sent to the South Island, you're sure to be unloved at home and face a miserable life from now on." Upon hearing her words, everyone present except Xia Li looked rather displeased. The little girl immediately became proud. "This time when I went to the countryside, my mother gave me 200 yuan, as well as a lot of grain and coupons. If you all go along with me, maybe when you're starving, I can even give you some food. But if you dare bully me, I'll report you to the brigade, and we'll all lose points. Anyway, it's your problem if you don't have food, but I will." Xia Li thought that this girl, who looked like a little peacock, was a bit out of her mind to shout that she had 200 yuan in a public place like the train station. If you don't flaunt your wealth, aren't you afraid of being robbed? She can't stand being bossed around, but she's someone who likes to repay evil with kindness. I immediately decided to kindly help her. He grinned, looking utterly shocked. What? Your family actually gave you 200? Her voice was incredibly loud, and everyone around her turned to look at her. The other 3 people in her group looked at her with mixed feelings. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. Could she be trying to scam that young girl? The 2 people are not on the same level in terms of intelligence just by looking at their appearance. The little girl immediately became smug, raising her chin and a blush rising on her fair face. She proudly declared, "Yes, my mom gave me 200 yuan. Even if I go to the South Island, I can live a good life." His smug look made it seem like he was about to unfurl his screen the next second. Xiaoli deliberately feigned exaggerated shock. "You can actually survive on 200 yuan? When I left, my mom gave me 5,000, and I thought I couldn't make ends meet." Everyone present. All eyes immediately fell on Xiaoli, their faces filled with shock. What does 5,000 yuan mean? An ordinary worker's monthly salary is only 20-something yuan. If we take 30, they would have to save for more than 10 years without eating or drinking to earn that amount. Which leader's family spoils their child so much? The little girl's smug expression froze instantly, and she looked at Xiaoli with utter disbelief. He pointed at her and said, "You're talking nonsense. How could your family give you so much money? I don't believe it. Are you a big capitalist? Otherwise, why would you have so much money?" When Chen Wawan heard her say the words, "big capitalist," her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Xia Li and the young girl, and no one paid any attention to her. Xia Li shrugged and answered quite bluntly, "This is compensation from my future mother-in-law, whom I was destined to be with but never got to be with. During my blind date with her son, he came over and told me that after we got married, I should give way to his true love. My future mother-in-law, whom I was destined to be with but not with, truly felt sorry for me, which is why she made amends by sending me to the southernmost part of our country to support national development in the countryside." Xiaoli spoke with such pride, as if she genuinely believed the other person was doing it for her own good. The louder she shouted, the happier she felt, not afraid of being reported at all, and even secretly hoping that someone would investigate. At that time, Li Cuixiang, her second brother, and Li Shengli will all be caught in the crossfire. Most of the money was indeed given by them. They know what they did, so they will naturally help her settle things. Everyone around them strained to hear Xia Li's shocking news, and those who were far away even subtly moved closer to them. Everyone's attention shifted from Xia Li's background to her incredibly dramatic mother-in-law/daughter-in-law gossip. Some people even looked at Xia Li with a hint of pity. This isn't about apologizing to her at all. It's clearly about spending money to send her to the countryside to experience hardship, so that the girl can't report her son's illicit affairs. This little girl looks quite clever and bright. How come she's so silly? The expressions on the faces of the 2 men and Chen Wawan were even more complicated, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. The boy, dressed in a white shirt and with a refined appearance, looked at Xia Li, opened his mouth, and comforted her. "At least you got paid. Even if you go to the countryside, you can still live a good life." Another male, educated youth and Chen Wawan nodded in agreement. With 5,000 yuan, you can live a good life anywhere. However, nowadays, blind dates emphasize matching social status. Xia Li's blind date's family is so wealthy, so her family background must be quite good as well. He was only fooled by the mother of his blind date, which is why he went to the impoverished South Island. In less than 5 minutes, Xia Li was transformed in the minds of the educated youth into a pampered rich girl from a cadre family, who had been deceived by the vicious mother of her blind date. Even Chen Wenwan's gaze towards Xia Li softened with pity. Though her voice remained cool and aloof, it clearly carried a touch of humanity. "When you get on the bus, sit inside and keep an eye on your money. Making such a fuss in public about how much money she has, it's definitely not safe for her to get on the bus later. They'll have to protect this silly girl." Xia Li nodded cheerfully. "Okay, I'd be happy to sit by the window too. Thanks." After hearing about Xia Li's experiences, The attitudes of several people towards her changed noticeably. The little girl who had been screaming earlier shrank to the side, silent, looking utterly bewildered. The two boys also became more positive towards Xiaoli. Just kidding, this guy has $5,000 to his name. Even a little bit of food peeking out from between his fingers would be enough for them to live on for a while. Xiaoli chatted with them casually, but her attention was on the other people around her. Just as she had expected, all the attention that should have been on the little peacock shifted to her. Ever since she said she had 5,000 yuan, she felt several malicious gazes fixed on her and never leaving her. Xiaoli felt it was time to contribute his share to the city before leaving, to punish the wicked and help the poor, a kind of Robin Hood-style swindle. Xiaoli glanced at the time and said to the others, "I'm going to the restroom, I'll be right back." Chen frowned slightly, her voice still cold. "Do you want me to go with you?" It's dangerous for her to go to the toilet alone with so much money on her. Xiaoli knew she meant well, so she grinned and whispered to her, "No need. I grew up in the military compound. It's not me who will be in danger if I encounter bad people." Chen. Xiaoli's voice was very soft, only two people could hear it, and Chen immediately stopped talking. She suddenly realized that what she considered a pitiful person might not actually be a pitiful person at all. There are many station signs and lots of people inside the train station, so Xiaoli can ask for directions anytime and isn't afraid of getting lost. Arriving at the back of the train station, there was only one stinking public toilet nearby, and no one else was around. "Little girl, hand over the money, and we'll let you go." Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. Xiaoli turned around calmly and saw more than a dozen men following behind him. Some were carrying daggers, some were carrying knives, and some were carrying long sticks. They were obviously not a group. He grinned and his smile was unrestrained and arrogant. He looked particularly irritating. "Brothers, hand over the money, and the girl will let you go." Enraged, the brothers brandished their weapons and charged at Xiaoli with ferocious expressions. "She's just a little girl. How dare she be so arrogant? I'll teach her a lesson today." 2 minutes later, none of the uncooperative brothers escaped. They were all knocked to the ground unconscious. Xiaoli skillfully counted the money he had just robbed from the rich, marveling that making money with no capital was the fastest way, and the most profitable methods were all written in the Constitution. In just a few minutes, she went from being poor to having more than 100 yuan in savings. "I decided to go to the train station later, find some police officers, and arrest them to prevent them from harming other people." He turned around and saw the public restroom, his expression showing some hesitation. She didn't really want to go into such a filthy toilet. Just thinking about the conditions inside the green trains of the 1960s, even if you don't know what the toilets were like, you know the conditions couldn't have been very good. After thinking it over, I decided to go anyway, sticking to the motto, since we're already here. Inside the somewhat dark toilet, a middle-aged woman, wearing a worn-out blue overcoat and holding a child while squatting on the toilet, instinctively trembled when she heard footsteps getting closer outside. She hugged the child tightly and shrank back a little. "That's terrifying." She took down more than a dozen men in just a short time. How can there be such a ruthless woman in this world? The toilets at the train station have red brick partitions, but they're not very high, only about 80 or 90 centimeters. If you stand at the door and glance inside, you can basically see everything. When Xiaoli walked in, she saw a woman in the innermost stall of the toilet, holding her child in a position that looked very uncomfortable. She grinned, but accidentally inhaled a mouthful of marsh gas. The stench made her face contort, and she immediately covered her mouth and hurried to another stall. They say children are the most troublesome thing in the world. Look at that woman. She can't even go to the toilet properly after having a child. The child's father must be dead. After Xiaoli finished using the restroom, she frowned, covered her mouth, and was about to leave when she glanced at the woman. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Sister, I can hold the child myself. You can go out now, it smells too bad here." This child is spoiled. He cries as soon as someone holds him. Xiaoli frowned even more as he saw the woman's legs trembling violently. My legs are shaking from squatting like this, and I'm still holding a child. I hope I don't drop the child into the toilet. My gaze fell on the child, who was sleeping soundly and peacefully in a brand new blue and white swaddle, not at all like a child who would cry. But when Xiaoli thought of the children in the post-apocalyptic orphanage who were angels when they slept but devils when they woke up, she suddenly became unsure whether this child was well-behaved or not. I wanted to say something more, at least get the woman up before we talk. Her legs were shaking so dangerously, when a man's urging voice came from outside the toilet. Wei Hua, are you done yet? Why is it taking so long? Hearing the man's shouts, the woman quickly called out to the people outside, okay, come and get me. I can't get up while holding my baby. Xiaoli. It turns out it wasn't that the child had a bad temper and couldn't let others hold her, it was just that they didn't trust her. It turns out the child's father wasn't dead. However, a father who raises his children like this is as good as dead. There's no point in keeping him around. The man kept his head down, not daring to look around when he entered the women's restroom, and went straight into the inner room to take the child out. He said to the woman outside, hurry up, I'm waiting for you outside. Xiaoli. Xiaoli watched helplessly as the man blatantly entered the women's restroom, picked up the child, and left as if no one else was there. She's a grown woman, and he, a grown man, enters the women's restroom without even asking her where she is? The middle-aged woman in the innermost room stood up, pulled up her trousers, and quickly walked out. As she passed Xiaoli, she turned her head and nodded to her, smiling as she said, thank you, little sister. Then he left in a hurry. Xiaoli neither commented on the other person's behavior of squatting in the toilet for so long without wiping their bottom, and immediately left the toilet. After spending so much time in the toilet, I feel like even my hair smells bad. It's almost like I'm being permeated by the stench. Upon exiting the building, she saw the robbers piled up against the wall to avoid obstructing traffic. She paused, her brow furrowing. Something's not right. It's one thing for the woman squatting in the toilet, but the man who came in from outside the toilet must have seen this group of people. Wasn't his reaction a bit too calm? A normal person would scream or call for help, right? Moreover, the woman didn't make any unusual noise when she left, which clearly shows she has a very strong mentality, or she's hiding something. No normal person would do that. Remembering the woman's tattered clothes and the clean, brand-new swaddling clothes of the baby she was holding, Xiaoli immediately realized that she had encountered human traffickers. The two ran extremely fast, and by the time Xiaoli came out, they were already out of sight. My heart sank. Every family cherishes its own child. No matter the era, a child is only a treasure in their own home. Once the buyer has their own child, or has no feelings for the child, or treats the child as a purchased item, the life of the trafficked child can only be described as crying out to heaven and earth in vain. Many of the children who are sold are enslaved and die. And how anxious would the biological parents be if their child went missing? They might search tirelessly for decades and still not find their child, ultimately dying with regret, or encountering an accident and dying while searching for their child. These human traffickers who slowly cut people with a knife are more hateful than murderers who simply cut off someone's hope. Judging from the child's clothes, he must be very spoiled at home. Xiaoli doesn't know what would happen to his family if he were lost, but the child's life would definitely be ruined. Without a second thought, Xiaoli immediately ran into the train station. The area is so big, she might not be able to find anyone, and she might even get lost herself. It's more reliable to go find the police at the train station. At the same time, two military jeeps sped past on a street not far from the train station. Inside the vehicle ahead, 5 fully armed soldiers, dressed in their best gear, looked tense. The young soldier in the back seat held a map in his hand, leaned close to the middle of the car, and asked the man in the passenger seat with a worried expression. Deputy Battalion Commander, do you think the human traffickers who switched the children really came to this train station? Why didn't they just take a bus north, or use some other method to evade tracking? Isn't blatantly changing trains a bit too arrogant? The man sitting in the passenger seat was tall and straight, with sword-like eyebrows and deep-set eyes. His eyes were calm as a cold pool, his nose was high and straight, and his thin lips were habitually pursed. His bronze skin made his already model-like features even more resolute. It's a face so stunning that, even in later generations, it would make the entire internet swoon and scream, "Husband." The man tilted his head slightly, revealing half of his cold and handsome profile, his tone carrying a chilling sense of oppression. The traffickers were unaware that their scheme had been exposed, and they did not kill the child as Lupa had requested. They probably intended to take the child back to their hideout to sell him. We rushed to the train station to intercept them, to prevent them from escaping by changing trains or reselling their goods en route. The rest of the people in the car, including the driver, all straightened their faces and answered in loud voices, "Yes." The young soldier holding the map and asking questions was inwardly amazed. No wonder he was the most popular man among young women and wives in the entire independent regiment. Not only was he the most promising officer, but he was also good-looking and came from a wealthy family. It's just that he has a bad temper, he's cold and indifferent to everyone, and he's rejected so many girls who have confessed their feelings to him. It's a bit scary. The two military jeeps sped along at breakneck speed. Train station. The waiting hall was packed with people, each carrying large bags and small packages. Some were sorrowful, some were joyful, showcasing the myriad aspects of life. Xia Li ran all the way to the train station, and with a quick scan of the throng of people, she accurately spotted the police officers among them. He strode over in 2 quick steps and said, "Officer, I just spotted 2 human traffickers near the restroom." The woman was around 40 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, with her hair in a bun. She wore a worn-out blue short jacket, black pants, and black cloth shoes. She had a mole about 2 centimeters below the corner of her right eye. He looked rather dull and unremarkable. The man was around 47 or 48 years old, about 1.83 meters tall, with a parted hairstyle. He wore a slightly dirty white shirt with a blue triangle collar showing underneath, black trousers, and old brown leather shoes with a patch of worn-out leather on the front of his right shoe. The abducted child was dressed in a blue and white swaddle. The child had a fair complexion, was chubby, had short, cropped hair, and wore a white shirt with a small red strawberry embroidered on the bib. When the police heard Xia Li say that she had encountered human traffickers, their hearts tightened immediately. But after hearing Xia Li's description, they looked at Xia Li with extreme surprise. Normal people can only say man or woman, and at most, they can describe the color of the other person's clothes. Who can describe so many detailed characteristics? This girl is something else. The police knew this wasn't the time to dwell on these things, and immediately said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, comrade. We will definitely find the child as soon as possible and not let the traffickers get away with it." He then said he would find someone to chase after them together. Xia Li immediately shouted at his retreating figure, "There are a few more robbers who have fainted near the toilet. Find a few more people to take them back to the police station." "Police?" Xia Li didn't say much and quickly squeezed into the crowd to leave. She had to catch her train, and later the police would find the unconscious robbers and might need to take her statement or testify. There are only 20 minutes left before the train leaves. If she goes to give her statement, she will definitely miss the train. She doesn't want to cause any trouble. This train station is a major station, but fortunately there are signs on the walls so Xia Li won't get lost. Soon I saw the entrance and walked quickly toward it, catching a glimpse of a white figure out of the corner of my eye. The man was around 47 or 48 years old, about 1.83 meters tall, with a parted hairstyle, and wearing a slightly dirty white shirt with a blue triangle collar showing underneath. If not a man trafficker, then who is he? The man had just bought his train ticket at the ticket window and turned to hurry toward the train station entrance. Xia Li stopped and scanned the station, but did not see any police officers. It seems the policeman who was on duty earlier went to find other officers to search for the human traffickers, and the officers who were supposed to be on duty haven't returned yet. Xia Li immediately disregarded everything else and turned to chase after the human traffickers. The human traffickers, probably afraid of being discovered, kept glancing around furtively as they left the train station at a very fast pace. Xiaoli saw that he was very wary and dared not get too close, but because of her own tendency to get lost beyond 30 meters, she also dared not go too far away, for fear of losing him and herself in the process. So she could only trail behind him at a distance. He thought he would see the woman holding the child as soon as he got off the train, but he didn't see her at all. The man walked away into the distance with a leisurely air. Xiaoli glanced down at the watch on her wrist. There were only 15 minutes left before she had to leave the car. I'm a little conflicted. Seeing that the trafficker had bought the ticket, it was very likely that he was going to meet up with his accomplices. If we didn't chase after him, the child might never be found again. But if she really goes with them, she'll most likely miss the train to the countryside. Remembering the words of the staff at the Educated Youth Office, it's best not to cause any trouble and try to escape. Otherwise you'll have nowhere to eat, nowhere to stay, and you'll be punished. Xiaoli sighed deeply and took a step to catch up with them. Fine, let them punish me then. At worst, if she manages to get her child back and the Educated Youth Office insists on punishing her, she'll tie the child and the trafficker to a pillar at the entrance of the Educated Youth Office, sit on the ground, and throw a tantrum, demanding an explanation. Ask them, is it no longer permissible to act bravely and righteously in this world? If you make such a judgment, who will dare to act bravely and righteously in the future? It would have a bad influence, and the Educated Youth Office didn't want to keep a human trafficker on the wall, so they wouldn't punish her again. The man became increasingly wary as he walked, going from being nonchalant and glancing around suspiciously at the beginning to peeking around furtively in the end, all within just 15 minutes. It was the same time her train left. Xiaoli concealed herself, lying on the roof of the house, staring expressionlessly at the man whose gaze seemed to want to peel off a layer of skin from his surroundings, but who didn't even look up at her. She had completely given up hope of getting on this train. People only struggle and suffer when they have the power to choose. Once they give up, they are completely happy, just like Xiaoli now, lying flat in a very pleasant position. I had only one thought in my mind. I had to get the child back, otherwise I would be punished. The child was not punished. Disciplinary action equals no children. The man clearly didn't notice that a ferocious beast driven mad by life was perched on the roof of a nearby house. Seeing that no one was around, he cautiously pushed open a courtyard gate and went inside. He only breathed a sigh of relief after closing the courtyard gate. Seeing his nervous appearance, the woman trafficker's heart also tightened. She quickly approached him and asked anxiously, "What happened to you? Have you been discovered?" Listen closely, and you can hear that the voice is trembling. It's clear the person is terrified. The man looked puzzled, but ultimately shook his head. I don't think so. I felt like someone was following me on the way, but when I looked closely, there was nothing there. It must have been my imagination. Where are the others? When the woman heard him say it was just her imagination, she patted her chest and let out a long sigh. It's good that you're all right. You scared me to death. Old Zhao and his family are all inside. We really got a great deal this time. If that old woman hadn't been so greedy and paid us to steal the child, we wouldn't have earned those 2 sums of money. The man frowned slightly, his displeased gaze sweeping over them. He lowered his voice and warned, "Don't talk nonsense outside. What if someone hears you? They're doing a deadly business. If they're discovered, they might get shot." The woman smiled nonchalantly. It's safe here, and there's no one else around, so I just said it casually. The man was not satisfied with his statement and said coldly, "Nowhere is safe as long as you don't go back. Now that everyone's here, let them get ready quickly, and we'll leave now." The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Leaving now? Didn't you say there was nothing unusual? We still have 4 hours before the train departs. Where are we going if we leave here now? Are we supposed to wait at the train station? Isn't that even more dangerous? The reason why male traffickers have been able to operate in this industry for so long and survive to this day is because of their extraordinary vigilance. Even though he had previously believed that his feeling that someone was following him was just a hallucination, He felt that he could no longer stay in this place. Stop talking nonsense. Nothing is more important than safety. Hurry up. Although the woman was unwilling, she could only quietly follow the man into the house. Xia Li remained lying motionless on the roof of her neighbor's house. Judging from their conversation, there were clearly accomplices in the room. And judging from their breathing, there was more than one person in the room. Without seeing the child, she didn't know if the child was safe and dared not make any rash moves. Let's wait until we see the child before making a decision. With her skills, it wouldn't be a problem for her to snatch the child safely when the other party was completely unprepared and then knock them unconscious. Sure enough, a short while later, someone came out of the house again. The male trafficker at the front was supporting a sickly woman on his arm, while the female trafficker was next to him, also supporting a woman. It wasn't that I was afraid the woman would fall and get hurt, but the effects of the drug on her body hadn't worn off yet, and her current state was too suspicious. Behind them, 2 other men walked forward, each leading a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl's eyes were timid and her whole body exuded an aura of fear and trepidation. Immediately afterwards, a man with a scar on his face came out of the door. The scar was rather ferocious, long and scary, running from his ear to the corner of his mouth. The child in his arms was neither crying nor making a fuss, sleeping as quietly as he had at the train station. Behind him were 2 other people at the rear. Xia Li glanced at the 2 people, one big and one small, who had been brought out, and frowned slightly. These 2 are clearly also hostages. The gaze finally settled on the blue and white swaddled baby in the scarred man's arms. It was the same child she had seen before. Xia Li thought for a moment and decided to rescue the most vulnerable baby who couldn't run on his own first. Then, when she fought with the traffickers, the 2 babies with legs could hide on their own. Having made her decision, Xia Li didn't hesitate at all. She jumped off the roof at lightning speed and rushed towards the man holding the baby. She was so fast that the traffickers didn't even have time to react. With this kind of momentum, it would be incredibly easy for Xia Li to snatch the child. However, a sudden situation arose. The woman, who had been frail and being held by human traffickers, suddenly sprang up and crashed into Xia Li. Don't save him, save me first. They're going to sell me to that old cripple as his wife. Xia Li was skilled in martial arts and could easily avoid women. The problem is that she had already calculated the angle before she jumped down, so that she could rush straight at the swaddling clothes and snatch it away. Changing direction would definitely have prevented her from succeeding in one strike. Once the other party is on guard, it will be difficult to steal from them next time, and they might even be taken hostage. But things were clearly worse than she had imagined. The drugged woman lunged at her with such force that she knocked down the human trafficker behind her, who then fell onto the scarred man. Several people piled up on top of each other, and all fell to the ground. The child was instantly overwhelmed. With this buffer period, the human traffickers finally realized what was happening. Immediately, someone shouted, "He's trying to snatch the child. We can't let anyone find out about this. Kill her." Xia Li felt her blood rush to her head and her anger surged to the top of her head when she saw the woman rushing to her eyes. Seeing the staggering woman lunge at her, Xia Li couldn't hold back and kicked the woman in the stomach, sending her flying to the side. The woman screamed, then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. These human traffickers are people who live on the edge, with too many lives on their hands, and they are all ruthless in order to survive. He hadn't reacted at first, but when he did, he immediately pulled out his weapon and charged fiercely at Xia Li. The man trafficker recognized Xia Li, the strange woman the wife had encountered in the toilet that afternoon. He cursed inwardly, thinking that the person who had been following him must have been this woman. Could it be that they were exposed in the restroom? This woman must die, otherwise, if the others find out that he was the one who led the people here, he will definitely be implicated. He had a compelling reason to kill Xia Li, and he acted with extreme ruthlessness. The group was locked in combat in an instant. Although these men were seasoned veterans, skilled in martial arts and armed with their own weapons, Xia Li held his own against them. He could even easily take down 2 of them with 2 karate chopes. The human traffickers were terrified upon seeing this. This woman is incredibly skilled. If they hadn't fought to the death, they probably would have all perished here today. Their attacks became even more ferocious. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Xia Li could kick someone into the opposite wall with a single kick. It wasn't because she could only kick that far, but because the yard was only that big. The three remaining human traffickers cursed inwardly, all feeling that things were about to go wrong. Don't move. If you move again, I'll strangle him. Xia Li glanced in the direction of the sound and stopped. The other two human traffickers, who were almost crippled by Xia Li, also quickly took 2 steps back, looking at Xia Li warily, afraid that he would suddenly attack again and hurt people. The scarred man held the child in his arms with one arm, while his other hand was tightly gripping the child's neck. The child's neck was extremely thin, white and tender, and incredibly fragile. If he exerted even the slightest force, the child's lifespan would never reach double digits. Xia Li felt a little unwilling. It seemed that it was probably impossible to take the child away safely and wipe out the entire bandit den. She pointed to the child in the scarred man's arms, then glanced at the little girl beside him. Give me those 2, and I'll let you go. The scarred man stared intently at Xia Li, then let out a cold laugh. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let them go, do you think I'd even survive? That woman's moves were so fierce, she must have been on the battlefield and seen blood. Could it be that family has come looking for us? If they were to come looking for someone, they should have sent a large force, or at least men. Why did a woman come instead? Scarface was convinced that Xia Li, with his exceptional skills, was here because of the child in his arms. He can only negotiate to save his life if the child is in his hands. If the child is lost, all of them will probably be doomed. Xia Li fell silent, feeling that her credibility was in jeopardy. Pointing to the woman lying unconscious on the ground, he said, "Isn't that woman still in your hands?" The scarred man was nearly driven mad by her words, and roared in a fit of rage, "You've already kicked her out. Why would you care about his life? What use is she to me? Does this woman think he's stupid?" Xia Li muttered under her breath, "He's not dead yet. I should have just not kicked him." The scarred man, who always felt like he was being treated like an idiot. Xia Li refused to let them leave with the child, and those people dared not hand the child over to Xia Li. So the two of them started discussing the matter back and forth. Meanwhile, 2 military jeeps drove to a stop a street away from where Xia Li was. Everyone in the car was solemn. The man in the passenger seat had cold eyes and a voice that carried an undeniable air of authority. The criminals' whereabouts have been located. Once inside, the snipers will lie in ambush, and the rest of the team will break down the door. According to ordinary people, there is likely more than one person who has been trafficked. The safety of those trafficked must be guaranteed. No one else in the car questioned the man's command. They all responded solemnly, yes. The people in the car opened the door, and the people in both cars got off in a flurry. They tiptoed and quickly made their way to the alley where the human traffickers were located. They were quick and efficient, maintaining their formation even while running, clearly skilled soldiers. They quickly slipped into the alley where the human traffickers were located. Meanwhile, on Xia Li's side, the human trafficker and Xia Li were locked in a standoff, both exhausted by the other's efforts. Neither was willing to back down, and the matter was clearly on the verge of falling apart. Xia Li, remembering the punishment she was about to receive, took a deep breath and said to the scarred man, "Anyway, you're a human trafficker, and you'll have to sell these 2 children sooner or later. How about this? You treat me like the seller, see how much these 2 children are worth, and sell them to me, okay?" Scarred man. The woman trafficker, who had remained silent until now, knew just how high Xia Li's fighting skills were. The scarred man hesitated for a moment. If this stalemate continues and the police are attracted, they will definitely be taken down by the police. At that point, not only will this woman be punished, but even the police won't let them off the hook. "I can sell the child to you, but you have to give me the money first. After my brothers leave, I will give the child to you. If someone is destined to die here today, then at least take the money and give it to the deceased brother as a funeral allowance. Xia Li, okay, but you have to give me the smaller one first. The scarred man frowned. No, I'll keep the smaller one. You can have the larger one first. Xia Li resolutely refused. What if I give you the money and then you kill the child? One of the children is holding me back, and I can't run as fast because of the child. I have to give me the younger one first, otherwise we can't talk anymore. I'm making a scene here, and maybe the police will show up soon. Then none of you will escape. The scarred man, not expecting Xia Li to be so shameless, gritted his teeth and said angrily, fine. Xia Li, how much? The scarred man demanded an exorbitant price, 1,000. Once the woman goes to get the money, it will be easier for the people making the transaction to escape once they reach a crowded and open area. This will give the brothers who stayed behind to make the transaction a final bit of hope for their escape. Xia Li, okay. With that, she took out the money from her pocket and started counting it in front of the traffickers. Scarred man. Woman trafficker. The human traffickers were all astonished by Xia Li's bold move. That wad of cash must be worth several thousand, right? Her pockets didn't look that bulging earlier. Why is this woman carrying so much money? Could it be that you originally just wanted to buy the child? Upon closer inspection, it seems there's too little. After Xia Li finished counting the money, she put the rest back into her spatial storage, reached out and handed over the money, saying, here you go. The scarred man held the swaddled baby tightly in his arms and gave a wink to the woman trafficker beside him. The woman traffickers were somewhat intimidated by Xia Li, but they dared not disobey their boss's orders. They could only grit their teeth and reluctantly carry the child forward to receive the money. After ordering, the woman immediately handed the child in her arms to Xia Li and added with a professional smile, these two children are yours from now on. You can do whatever you want with them, beat them, kill them, raise them as you please. A loud bang. The door was kicked open instantly, and the people in the yard turned around to look at the entrance. Several heavily armed men rushed in, just in time to witness the child trafficking scene. The tall, imposing man at the head of the group had a piercing gaze in his deep eyes. His eyes fixed on Xia Li, who was holding the child, and he shouted, hands up or I'll shoot. Despite the verbal warnings, the man and his team had already pounced on the human traffickers like they were close by. Xia Li was startled by the sudden situation. Seeing someone rushing towards her, she instinctively kicked out while holding the child and took a step back. With a thud, the person in front of him flew out and crashed to the ground. When Xia Li realized what the person was wearing and regretted her actions, she felt as if a gaze was fixed on her head. Damn, a sniper rifle. He immediately lifted the child high and shouted, I'm here to save the child. The two soldiers rushing towards her, whether they believed her or were concerned about the child she was holding high, paused and dared not go any further. Suddenly, a resentful female voice came from the wall by the door. No. She's here to buy a child. I was abducted. I can testify that she's in cahoots with the traffickers. The one who shouted this was the woman who had been kicked away by Xia Li, slammed against the wall, fainted, and had just woken up. The scarred man's eyes darted around, and even though he was being pressed to the ground, he immediately chimed in, yes. I can testify that she came to buy the child. The money is still with us. I'll confess and beg for leniency. Please, organization, give me a chance. Two soldiers instantly surrounded Xia Li. The leading man suppressed the scarred man, his gaze fixed on Xia Li with an intense sense of oppression, his voice as cold as ice. You'd better think it through. If you're just a buyer, according to the law, anyone who buys trafficked women or children is subject to imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or public surveillance. But if you kill the child by throwing him, you are a murderer and face the death penalty. Xia Li, who only wanted to raise her hands to indicate that she didn't intend to resist, seemed unable to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She never imagined that one day when she went out to save people, she would be tricked by human traffickers and the trafficked people together. With a sullen face, he looked at the little girl and said, I'm here to save someone. She can vouch for me. The little girl was being held in the arms of a People's Liberation Army soldier. Her face was streaked with tears and almost red. She was gesturing wildly and making noises, but no one could understand what she was saying. The People's Liberation Army soldier holding her kindly explained to Xiaoli, "She is mute." "Xiaoli, this is unbearable. She can't very well ask the baby who hasn't woken up yet, can she?" "Oh no. Asking the baby in the swaddling clothes won't help. That baby is now a hostage in her hands." Perhaps it was because the expression on her face was too vivid, completely unlike that of a normal buyer. The leading soldier looked at Xia Li with a sharp gaze and said seriously, "Come with us. If you are truly innocent, the organization will clear your name." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I will pay you back." Xia Li. Although the other person's tone was not targeted at all, Xia Li inexplicably felt that she was being targeted. This person's cold attitude is really unbearable. What could she do? With a sniper rifle pointed at her head, what other choice did she have but to follow them? Lower your raised hands and instinctively pull the child into your arms. Then she noticed that the two People's Liberation Army soldiers watching her were keeping a closer eye on her, their eyes filled with vigilance. Xia Li looked down at the child he was unconsciously holding in his arms. "Xia Li, would you believe me if I said I wasn't taking hostages?" A group of People's Liberation Army soldiers. Fortunately, the middle-aged man who had just tried to pounce on Xia Li was quite considerate. He walked to her side and, as if afraid of upsetting her, said gently, "Give me the child." Xia Li didn't want the child anyway, so she handed the baby over to him without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the moment she pushed him forward, the child grabbed her clothes tightly and burst into tears. She cried so hard it was heartbreaking, and she wouldn't let anyone touch her. Suddenly, the piercing sound filled her ears, making Xia Li's head throb. She wished she could just throw the child out of her arms. The voice looked urgently at the middle-aged soldier and said anxiously, "Take it quickly." The look of disgust on his face was so genuine, as if he were holding not a child, but a bomb about to explode. Middle-aged soldier. A group of People's Liberation Army soldiers. Suddenly I started to believe that this woman wasn't the buyer. What buyer would treat a newly purchased child like that? "It's 1,000 yuan. The middle-aged soldier and Xia Li were pulling the child out. Xia Li wanted to send the child away, while the middle-aged man wanted to take the child into his arms. The other young soldier standing nearby couldn't get involved at all. Xia Li handed the child over, but the two little hands clinging to her clothes refused to let go. Xia Li frowned as she listened to the ear-piercing noise, feeling a buzzing in her head, and kept digging at the child's hand. But the child was too small, and she was strong, so she didn't dare to use too much force. She tried to pry for a long time and was sweating profusely, but the child just wouldn't let go. The middle-aged soldiers fell silent as they watched this scene. The leading soldier frowned, unwilling to waste any more time, and said decisively, "Could this comrade hold the child for a while? Our destination is the police station. We'll explain things clearly first." Xia Li, who was the least interested in this child among everyone present. "All I wanted was to rescue a child from human traffickers, and you all betrayed me." With a sour face, Xia Li reluctantly carried her child and followed the People's Liberation Army soldiers into a military jeep, where they went to the police station. Inside the police station, Xia Li sat with her legs crossed, holding her child in one arm and feeding the child with a bottle in the other, her face filled with utter despair. I could hear the low chuckles of the police and People's Liberation Army soldiers around me, and I really wanted to smash the baby bottle over their heads. The leading PLA soldier strode up to her, his deep gaze fixed on her, his tone serious. "I'm sorry, Comrade Xia Li, we misunderstood you. We have verified your identity with the Educated Youth Office and the Railway Station Police. We have confirmed that you are an educated youth sent to the countryside and that you have reported the case to the police, proving that you would not buy children without reason. The Educated Youth Office has already explained that they will not pursue the matter of your disappearance. Thank you for your contribution in apprehending the human traffickers. The organization will award you a commendation for bravery and righteousness." We hope you will carry forward the spirit in the future. Xia Li's numb gaze fell on the soldier, who had a very military look and was excessively handsome, but she had no interest in looking at the handsome man at all. I just want to know when you're going to take this child away. This is so annoying. After she arrived at the police station, several groups of police officers came to help her unload the child, and even a policewoman came to help her pull the child's hand. After finally managing to pull the child down, the child cried until fainted, then woke up and continued crying until fainting again. After crying herself unconscious 3 times, the child returned to Xia Li's arms once again. Xia Li felt that this child might not be able to be thrown away anytime soon. The PLA soldier standing opposite her only looked at the child with his still dark eyes and fell into a brief silence. He spoke again, his voice low and serious. "Hello, Comrade Xia Li, please introduce yourself. I am Lu Dingyuan, Deputy Battalion Commander of the Marine Corps Regiment of the South China Military Region, South Island Corps. I am here on a special mission to bring this child back. We hope you can cooperate with our operation and help us bring this child back to the South Island. As a token of our gratitude, we will escort you to one of our subordinate villages and towns and apply for an award certificate and bonus for outstanding individual performance on your behalf." Xia Li. Xia Li's expression was blank, her eyes lifeless as she stared straight at Lu Dingyuan. Although you are good-looking and have a nice voice, and even if your attitude isn't great, you at least managed to introduce yourself politely. The problem is, I don't want to hear any of what you're saying. Seeing Xia Li's silence as a form of refusal, Lu Dingyuan recalled Xia Li's family background and pursed his thin lips into a thin line. He added, the same itinerary would take 4 days by train, plus half a day to wait for the boat to depart, and then another day to hike through the mountains after arriving on the island. The drive only takes 2 days. The military has a dedicated boat that can be dispatched at any time, and food and lodging are all included. Xia Li readily agreed. Okay. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to those who don't want the hassle of retirement planning. Bringing one more person on the road isn't a problem. The issue is that I need to bring an unweaned child. Lu Dingyuan arranged for Xia Li to stay at the guest house before going to handle the follow-up work and purchase things to take on the journey. Xia Li carried the child into the guest house room and looked around. The white walls of this era were not as smooth as those of later generations. Although they were white walls, they had a grayish texture, making people feel inexplicably that the white paint might fall off at any time. Hey, Comrade Xia, are your hands sore? My arm is tired, let me hold it for you for a bit. The middle-aged man felt his arms ache as he watched the young woman carrying the child the whole way, without even switching arms. Xia Li turned her head, her face expressionless. It's too noisy when you cry. Find me a long-sleeved jacket. The middle-aged man didn't say much, but immediately gave the soldier next to him a look. The young man in the green military uniform turned and went out, returning shortly afterward with a white shirt. Xia Li took the shirt, tucked the child into it, and tied the 2 sleeves around the armpits and neck respectively, neatly and efficiently tucking the child into her body. The middle-aged soldier clicked his tongue in amazement and exclaimed with a smile, I didn't expect Comrade Xia to be so good at taking care of children. She doesn't seem like someone who likes children at all. Xia Li twitched the corner of her mouth, but didn't say that she hated children because she was too good at cuddling them and didn't want to use this skill at all. In the apocalypse, the most important thing is the future, which in turn means children. She went on many rescue missions back then and brought back many children. They were all cute little lumps, but their crying was really annoying. The ear-piercing noise can easily attract zombies. Even if you don't cry at first, you'll be scared and cry when you see a zombie, creating a vicious cycle. Every time she rescues a child, she's basically in a parkour situation, being chased by zombies. But she's naturally lovable to children, and she's usually the one carrying the child during missions to minimize waist and abdomen that was beginning to turn yellow and swell, wounded in pain involuntarily. The little girl has good leg strength. Have you practiced before? Xia Li, my dad is a soldier, and I grew up in a military compound. Although the original owner was a scoundrel, she had learned some military boxing. Even if she couldn't compare to her, this excuse was enough to fool strangers. The middle-aged soldier was somewhat surprised. No wonder. So you're the child of a soldier. Which military region does your father serve in? Xiaoli, it's a military region in the city, but it's been reassigned. Middle-aged soldier. Some people just have a knack for killing conversations. The positions that could be assigned to were generally not low-ranking. The middle-aged soldier thought of the surname Xia and the fact that it was from the same military region and immediately knew who it was. The demotion of Xia Jiangwo caused quite a stir in the military region. After all, he had a distinguished military record. However, the evidence of his ideological problems was conclusive, and the higher-ups tried to protect him but almost got themselves implicated. He sighed, reached out and patted Xiaoli on the shoulder. Comrade Xia, do your best to support the construction of the country. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to see your parents again. They will be proud of you. Xiaoli thought to herself, of course we'll see each other soon. We're in the same village, it's just that her parents might not want to acknowledge her. While Xiaoli and the middle-aged soldier were talking about Xia Jiangwo, others on the other side were also discussing the same topic. When they came, there were 2 carloads of grown men, but when they left, there was not only a child but also a woman, which was somewhat inconvenient. Lu Dingyuan went to the post office to call and report to his superiors. After hearing the details of the incident, especially upon hearing the name Xiaoli, the person on the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence, followed by a long sigh. I never expected such a coincidence. Lu Dingyuan lowered his eyebrows slightly, somewhat puzzled by the meaning of those words, but did not bring it up. He reported in a cold and stern voice, Commander, we plan to set off early tomorrow morning and arrive at noon the day after tomorrow. We hope to arrange ships in advance. Thinking of Xiaoli, who felt utterly hopeless from being clung to by her child, like holding a bomb, she opened her mouth again. Family members can come out to pick up the child in advance, as the child's situation is rather complicated. Pfft. The person on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. You don't like being hugged by you big men, you only cling to young girls, right? Okay, I understand. I'll definitely arrange for someone to pick you up in advance. It's not easy for unmarried women to raise children. If you can take care of her on the way, please do so and don't let her suffer any injustice. I'll reimburse you for whatever it costs when you get back. Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly. The teacher was not the type to use his position for personal gain, so this sudden reminder was somewhat abrupt. But he didn't ask any further questions, only replying yes. After Lu Dingyuan had made arrangements with his superiors and the educated youth office and met up with the soldiers who had gone to buy things, Gang Yi returned to the guest house and found the room in complete chaos. Xia Li grabbed the child with both hands and carried him a long way away, her voice filled with terror. Quick, quick. He peed. Someone, hurry up and change his diaper and pants. It's estimated that the traffickers didn't change the child's diaper the whole way. She was holding the child when the child started oozing water on its own. Luckily, she reacted quickly and removed the baby from her body. Otherwise, she would definitely have peed all over herself. That was terrifying. The middle-aged soldier went out, leaving only Xia Li and 2 young soldiers in the room. The young soldier had never been married and had no idea how to take care of a child. Seeing the child wading in the water, he was extremely anxious, exclaiming, I don't know how. Comrade Xia, aren't you quite good at taking care of children? Why don't you think of a way to get him a new one? Xia Li was extremely agitated. How could I? All I know how to do is hold a baby. In the apocalypse, she later trained herself to not cry no matter how she held the baby. But as the team leader, everyone in the team knew that she hated children, so she was never assigned to take care of them. Some people even joked that she must choose a stay-at-home dad when she gets married in the future. She simply replied coldly, I won't give birth. But in this situation, where is she supposed to find a stay-at-home dad? I'll do it. Lu Dingyuan strode in, his expression still serious, his demeanor as cold and stern as ever. Yet, Xia Li felt that at this moment he was even more captivating than the merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. his voice as melodious as heavenly music. Without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed the child by the armpits and shoved the crying baby forward, yelling, "Quick, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me." Lu Dingyuan reached out and picked up the child, placed him on the bed, and skillfully changed his diaper and pants in less than a minute. She picked up the crying child, who kept reaching out his arms to Xia Li for a hug, and handed them to Xia Li. The voice was serious. "It's changed, Xia Li, but I don't want to hug you." With a look of disgust, she reached out and reluctantly tied the child to her body, her face blank with indifference. Lu Dingyuan was slightly surprised by Xia Li's actions. In this day and age, everyone prays for many children and many blessings. This was the first time he had ever met a female comrade who disliked children so much. After quickly tidying up the child's belongings, he said, "Comrade Xia, you should get some rest tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." Xia Li, expressionless, adjusted the pocket holding the child on her chest and asked numbly, "What if he wets the bed at night?" Lu Dingyuan, "Knock on the wall, I'm next door." Xia Li, "Okay." Xia Li cuddled the child and slept through the night. Midway through, she guessed the child had wet himself and was feeling uncomfortable, so she twisted him a little, but he didn't cry. Xia Li pretended not to notice. "It wasn't until I woke up the next morning that I knocked on the wall to ask the neighbor to come and change my diaper. This is the last time she'll take care of her child in her life. No one else should ever let her take care of her child again." Lu Dingyuan caught a glimpse of Xia Li, who was hiding far away when she saw the child crying, and wondered if the guest house window was any bigger. She could have simply jumped out and escaped. She deftly handed the child over, asking, "Is it okay if I eat steamed buns and millet porridge for breakfast? There are meals served downstairs." After surviving the apocalypse, Xia Li stopped being picky about food. She took a deep breath and took the explosive pack and tied it to her body. "Okay." Lu Dingyuan nodded. "I'll bring it to you in a bit. Let's leave after breakfast." After saying that, he turned and left. As luck would have it, as soon as I opened the door, there was someone standing there. The middle-aged PLA soldier got up early in the morning to check on the woman and her child, but the woman didn't seem to like the child. Who would have thought that the door would open as soon as I was about to knock? Looking at Lu Dingyuan with a strange expression as he calmly emerged from the woman's room early in the morning, she asked, "What's going on?" Lu Dingyuan saw the other person's ambiguous gaze, his eyes deep and cold, staring at him with a sense of oppression. "Change the baby's diaper." Political Commissar Wang also came to see the child. She naturally looked past Lu Dingyuan and glanced at the woman, who seemed to have been drained by life, sprawled out on the chair, but not in a rude way, with her child lying on her chest. He glanced again at the man who stood in front of him with a serious, expressionless face, saying, "Open the door for him." Suddenly, I had a sense of déjà vu about a mother who was stuck at home, unwilling to take care of her child, but had no choice but to, and a father who was very good at taking care of the child, but was disliked by the child. Commissar Wang clicked his tongue inwardly. This kind of cold and aloof man is destined to remain a bachelor. What is he thinking? She quickly shook off the strange thoughts in her mind and said to Lu Dingyuan, "I've come to see the child, make him some formula, and also ask Comrade Xia what he wants to eat." Given Comrade Xia's attitude, it's unlikely she'll voluntarily make formula for the baby. Lu Dingyuan, after feeding the child, Comrade Xia, have some steamed buns. I'll have Xiaolu buy it later, then we'll eat and leave. Seeing Lu Dingyuan talking nonstop, Political Commissar Wang didn't make way and said directly, "All right, I won't go in." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly as he watched Political Commissar Wang's retreating figure. He was a little confused as to why Wang had left without even entering the house. Wasn't he supposed to be here to see the children? He turned around, closed the door, and left Xia Li's room. After breakfast, the group set off for the South Island. These days, the roads are all dirt roads, and even the main roads aren't very smooth. There are stones every now and then, and cars wobble when they drive over them, especially when they're going really fast. It's quite an experience to ride in one of those. Xiaoli sat in the military jeep, which had little to no shock absorption, and felt a little nauseous from the swaying of the vehicle. He wiped the heart protector he was twisting on his chest and said, "He's hungry." Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Dingyuan glanced down at his watch. "We'll be at the next village in about 20 minutes. We'll borrow some hot water from the villagers then and make him some milk powder." Xiaoli nodded. As long as the baby didn't cry, she had no objection to feeding the baby whenever she wanted. Cling! The military jeep lurched forward and then suddenly stopped. "Xiaoli, it's off. Isn't it a military vehicle? Are military vehicles of this poor quality these days?" Lu Dingyuan frowned, glanced back at the car behind him that had also stopped, and looked somewhat serious. "Zhao Cheng, you and Political Commissar Wang will protect Comrade Xia and the child in the car." Lu Bing and I got out of the car to take a look. When Xiaoli saw Lu Dingyuan and that man named Lu Bing get out of the car with serious expressions and full of vigilance, she felt that something was wrong. She turned to look at Political Commissar Wang beside her. Did someone tamper with it? Political Commissar Wang's expression was grave. "We inspected this vehicle before it left, and there were no problems at the time. Knowing that this escort mission might be watched, they were extra careful. But unexpectedly, this kind of accident still happened. I just hope it really was an accident, that the car can be repaired soon, and that we can leave as soon as possible." Xiaoli nodded. In other words, it only became bad after some unforeseen event occurred. Military equipment is generally of much higher quality than civilian equipment, so it's obviously abnormal for it to break down for no apparent reason after inspection. The child in her arms is probably of unusual origin. Xiaoli saw Lu Bing open the front hood to repair the car, and a moment later Lu Dingyuan walked over with a serious expression. "The battery is dead, and the car can't be fixed anytime soon, so we'll get a new car." Xiaoli nodded, picked up the child, and followed the others out of the car to the back of the vehicle. But after taking only 2 steps, she realized something was wrong. She was being watched. It's still about the head. With her body moving faster than her reaction time, Xiaoli didn't even think. She grabbed Political Commissar Wang, who was on her outside, and they both fell forward quickly. She was so strong that she pulled Political Commissar Wang down. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lu Dingyuan frowned and bent down to pull the 2 of them back, but then realized something and abruptly pulled his head back. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet grazed Lu Dingyuan's nose less than 2 centimeters away from hitting the jeep, leaving a small dent in the metal jeep. Everything happened in an instant. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he probably would have been shot in the head when he bent down to pull Xiaoli up. "Deputy Battalion Commander." Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out one after another. Lu Dingyuan, disregarding his confusion as to why Xiaoli knew the others were about to fire before they did, ordered in a deep voice, "Get to the back car. Get in quickly." The others provided cover, saying, "Do everything you can to ensure the safety of Comrade Xia and the child." The group moved in an orderly fashion, with everyone protecting Xiaoli and the child in her arms. Gunfire erupted from both sides, startling the child awake. The child screamed and cried loudly. Suddenly, someone shouted from the direction of the car behind, "Tire flat. Change to spare. Both of them are broken. There's only one left in the back car, so we have to go get it from the front car. The enemy outnumbers us and has overwhelming firepower. We're in the middle of nowhere, just a flat plain. It's clearly not the time to change our tactics. Lu Dingyuan, take Comrade Xia to the car and hide for a while. The rest of you, come with me and kill the enemy." At his command, Political Commissar Wang and Zhao Cheng immediately shielded Xiaoli and led her to the car. Xiaoli desperately wanted to shout, "Give me a gun. I'll do it myself." But she also knew that doing this was a bit wrong, mainly because she couldn't explain why a mortal like her wanted to be able to build armor. "Take a deep breath. Go check the battery. I can fix batteries." Political Commissar Wang was clearly taken aback when he heard her words. Because they were from special forces and were on missions all year round, they all knew how to repair vehicles to some extent. Car repair is possible. Even if small parts break, we can find a way to temporarily fix the problem and get the car moving. This was the first time he had ever heard of someone who could repair batteries. How do you fix that thing? Do you take it apart? Political Commissar Wang was somewhat skeptical. Xia Li was young, and cars were precious items. Even if her father was a brigade commander, he wouldn't be so bold as to let his daughter take apart the battery of a military vehicle to play with every day. But the situation is urgent now, and Comrade Xia is not the kind of person who doesn't know what's important. He looked at Xia Li with a serious expression. Can it really be repaired? Xia Li looked at Political Commissar Wang with unwavering eyes and said in a resolute voice, yes. Seeing that she wasn't joking, Political Commissar Wang gritted his teeth and said, fine. I'll go with you. Xiao Zhao, you hold the child in the car. Comrade Xia, and I will go to fix the battery. Zhao Chang, yes. Xia Li thought to herself, it's a bit redundant for you to come down with me. Actually, I can handle everything myself after I unload the baby. Knowing that even if he said that, Political Commissar Wang wouldn't believe him, much less agree. He didn't say anything else, just nodded. Good. The two got out of the car amidst a hail of bullets, dodging bullets as they crouched and walked towards the front of the car. Lu Dingyuan, who was hiding behind the car exchanging gunfire with the ambushing men, frowned immediately upon seeing the commotion. What are you two doing down here? Go back now. Political Commissar Wang didn't have time to explain and only replied, fix the car. As Lu Dingyuan watched the two disappear in the direction the car was heading, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, and he gestured to the others. Leave 2 people to cover them. The team quickly gathered at the front of the vehicle. Lu Dingyuan left 2 people to protect Xia Li and Political Commissar Wang, while the rest rushed straight towards the enemy. Xia Li clicked her tongue as she watched Lu Dingyuan lead his men straight into the enemy camp. While skillfully disassembling the battery with her bare hands, she whispered to Political Commissar Wang, he's really reckless. There was hardly any cover, so we just charged forward with our men. Political Commissar Wang, Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, is a former elite soldier with consistently strong personal qualities. Now that our car is broken, and there's nothing around to cover us, we can't escape with you two. We can only fight them head-on. If we wipe out the enemy, even if we have to leave, we can still reach the next village and find someone to repair the car. Those who have been to war are easy to talk to, but the main thing is to prevent women and children from getting hurt. Xia Li didn't say much, but bent down and pulled the wire, revealing a piece of metal wire. He gripped the metal wire with his hand and channeled a tiny bit of lightning-based supernatural power into it. Soon, the lightning-based power flowed along the battery's wires and eventually stopped in a corner. Upon closer inspection, a charred and broken piece was found on the electrode assembly connecting post, indicating that the problem was there. The connector is broken. Is there a replacement available? Commissar Wang's face was grim. Xia Li pulled out that spot, and that's when he saw it. How could something that thick burn through on its own? Someone must have tampered with it. No, only the most basic toolbox. Xia Li's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was as calm as a veteran mechanic from a car repair shop. Let me take a look. Political Commissar Wang gave a wink to the young soldier next to him, and Zhao Chang immediately ran back to the car. Before long, Zhao Chang, panting and looking expectant, handed the toolbox to Xia Li, saying, Comrade Xia, here you go. Xia Li took the toolbox and opened it. Nowadays, resources are severely scarce. A toolbox is just a toolbox. Don't even think about 18-piece or 64-piece sets of explosion-proof tools. The items are very simple. Although there weren't any specialized tools, there were plenty of wrenches, electrical tape, and the like. After picking and choosing among them, he finally found a small copper piece. Insert the small copper piece into the broken end, tighten it with a wrench, and if you can't use solder, wrap it with black electrical tape. He quickly put the disassembled parts back together, then put the useless cover back on, roughly glued it a couple of times, and stuffed the whole battery back in. All right. Political Commissar Wang and Zhao Chang, who witnessed firsthand just how crude Xia Li's battery repair process was. Political Commissar Wang couldn't believe it. Even with the background noise of gunfire, his voice sounded somewhat strange. That's it. Xia Li's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, "Let's try." Political Commissar Wang wasn't sure if Xia Li was telling the truth, but it seemed there was no other way but to give it a try. He immediately decided, "Go back quickly." 3 men escorted Xia Li to the car, one of whom, a junior officer, got into the driver's seat and started the car. Vroom. The military jeep emitted a buzzing sound. The people in the car immediately beamed with joy. "It's really fixed." The group looked at Xia Li with admiration. "That's amazing. Xia is not a professional, but I never expected her to actually fix the car." Political Commissar Wang immediately made the decision. "You go and support Deputy Battalion Commander Lu first. I'll go change the tire on the car in the back." As he spoke, he immediately got out of the car, took out the spare tire, carried it, and ran towards the car behind him. Zhao Qiang glanced at the bleeding gunshot wound on the arm of the soldier sitting in the passenger seat and frowned. "Sixth brother, you're injured." The sixth brother glanced down at his arm and frowned slightly. "It was probably hurt when I went out earlier." "It's nothing serious. I'll be going now." Zhao Qiang immediately reached out to stop him. "I'll go provide support. You stay here to protect Comrade Xia and the little baby." The sixth brother disagreed, saying, "I'm injured and my fighting strength is weakened. You should stay here to protect Comrade Xia and the child. This injury is nothing, I can still fight." He spoke very sincerely, and another soldier, seeing this, also offered some advice. "You should stay here for now. It's safer inside the vehicle. Just get your injuries treated." Political Commissar Wang won't take long to change a tire. He'll be back in a bit. When Lao Lu saw that he was also trying to persuade him, he thought about it and decided not to refuse anymore. "Then you two should hurry and support Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. The fighting on his side must be very intense." Without further hesitation, the two opened the car door, jumped out, and ran towards the battlefield. The people in the car acted quickly, leaving only Xia Li, Lao Lu, and Little Dynamite. Xia Li sat in the back row, strapped the small explosive pack to herself, and then did nothing else, sitting quietly and waiting. He glanced at Lu Dingyuan when he got on the bus. As expected of an elite among elites, their team must also be an elite team. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of the opposing side, she had seen before getting into the car that Lu Dingyuan and his group were not at a disadvantage and that it would probably be over soon. Unable to remove the bullet, Lao Lu could only rummage through the first aid kit and quickly stop the bleeding and bandage himself. He struck up a casual conversation with Xia Li. "What did Comrade Xia do before? How come you are so familiar with batteries? A person who hasn't been trained in this area couldn't do that. Nowadays, very few families own cars, and even fewer have access to electricity. Some people even think the battery will explode, and no one would be curious enough to take it apart to see what's inside." Xia Li didn't know how to explain this. Could she say that she relied on her lightning-type superpower to easily charge all electrical appliances and experiment with them? She assembled so many machines and circuits during the apocalypse that she could monitor the entire sky system with just a thought and become proficient through practice? He leaned back and talked nonsense nonchalantly. "I've taken apart radios before, and I think they're all pretty much the same." Surprisingly, it actually worked. Sixth brother. Lao Lu didn't believe him at all. Xia Li's actions of disassembling the motor just now didn't seem like it was the first time he had done it. He smiled and said, "I thought Comrade Xia was a special service personnel." Xia Li glanced at him but didn't react much. "You suspect I'm a spy?" The sixth brother looked up and met Xia Li's gaze. "You really don't seem like an ordinary person." Xia Li nodded, nonchalantly saying, "Then go ahead and investigate." Putting everything else aside, her body is indeed Xia Jiangwo's daughter. If the other party investigates, they can only find out that she is the daughter of a lowly intellectual. That's all they can find out. If you insist on accusing someone of being a spy, you should at least provide evidence. The sixth brother smiled at Xia Li and reassured her, "Don't be too nervous. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. However, we hope you will cooperate with our investigation." As he spoke, he took out a pair of handcuffs from his body and handed them to Xia Li, his tone somewhat serious. I hope you can cooperate with the investigation. After they return in a while, we will go to the nearest military region for integration. If the investigation finds you innocent, the organization will never wrongly accuse any innocent person. Xia Li looked at Lao Lu. This man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a kind and honest appearance, and a friendly smile. He had the most popular look in this era. His gaze shifted downwards, landing on the somewhat worn handcuffs. He asked in a very calm tone, "Are soldiers allowed to carry handcuffs?" The sixth brother's expression remained gentle as he explained to Xia Li, "There are military handcuffs and police handcuffs. The military also has handcuffs. Otherwise, what would they do if they encountered criminals during a mission? Don't worry, as long as you are innocent, we will never wrong any good person." Xia Li nodded as if she believed him, lifted the child up to her, and stretched out her hands. "It's inconvenient for me to hold the baby. Can you come and help me take care of him, her?" The sixth brother nodded, somewhat apologetically, and said, "I'm sorry. We invited you to help us complete the mission, but now we have to make you undergo an investigation. Once we get back and investigate, we will definitely clear your name." As he spoke, he brought the handcuffs close to Xia Li's wrists. Just as he was about to put the handcuffs on Xia Li's wrists, Xia Li suddenly moved. He grabbed the back of Lao Lu's head with both hands, bent one knee, and slammed Lao Lu's head hard against his knee. With a loud bang, Lao Lu fainted. Xia Li casually tossed the head in her hand aside, leaned back in her chair expressionlessly, and said sarcastically, "Military handcuffs are used on active-duty military personnel suspected of committing crimes." I had no idea I had such influence that I could use military handcuffs. Military regions do indeed have their own public security, procuratorate, and judicial organs, and are naturally equipped with restraint tools, namely handcuffs. However, military handcuffs are used by active-duty military personnel, while police handcuffs are used by ordinary citizens. As one of the rulers of the New World after the apocalypse, Xia Li had read some of the laws from before the apocalypse. Didn't this person even bother to check her background before trying to scam her? Her father is a brigade commander, after all. Could it be that he thought she didn't see him deliberately pressing his wound to draw out a lot of blood when he got out of the car, just to show Zhao Chang? About 2 minutes later, Political Commissar Wang rushed back. As soon as he got into the car, he saw Lao Lu lying between the driver and passenger seats, his gear shift bent. He immediately became alert and looked at Xia Li with great vigilance. "What happened?" Xia Li's gaze fell on him, her tone extremely sarcastic. If I really had any bad intentions, when the others came back, they wouldn't even be able to find your 2 corpses. Political Commissar Wang. Thinking back to the large swelling on my stomach this morning, what he said really makes sense. After calmly and patiently guiding Xia, the already somewhat agitated comrade Xia was finally calmed down and learned what had just happened. To be honest, he didn't want to believe it. After all, Lao Lu had been in the army for more than 10 years. He was not one of the elites and would never have been able to join their Marine Corps regiment. Xia Li had no reason to lie. According to the rules and regulations, Lao Lu really did not have the right to arrest Xia Li with handcuffs. After all, she didn't kill anyone to cover it up, and the truth will come out once Lao Lu wakes up. Political Commissar Wang pursed his lips, picked up the handcuffs that had fallen into the car, and cuffed them onto the unconscious Lao Lu's hands. "We'll discuss this matter when Deputy Battalion Commander Lu returns. We may also need Comrade Xiao's cooperation in our investigation." Xia Li. "Okay, she's been cooperating with the investigation day after day these past few days." Before long, Lu Dingyuan returned with his men. As soon as the car door opened, he saw Lao Lu lying unconscious in the passenger seat. He frowned slightly, his dark eyes suddenly darkening, and he looked up at Political Commissar Wang, who was sitting in the back seat looking somewhat listless. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Political Commissar Wang doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do something like punching a comrade in the forehead until it's swollen. So it's obvious who did it. But the fact that Political Commissar Wang was still sitting there perfectly fine proves that Xia Li was probably right. His heart sank, especially when his gaze fell on the handcuffs on Lao Lu's hands. Commissar Wang rubbed his face, as if he wanted to sigh out all the worries of the first half of his life. We need to investigate this thoroughly when we get back. Silence filled the car, gradually filling the air with a chilling atmosphere. Lao Lu is very likely the one who damaged the car. Lu Dingyuan said coldly, move him to the back car and get in. The group quickly lifted Lao Lu, whose head was swollen to the size of a half-grown man, away. Silence fell over the car again, and everyone's expressions were not good. Xiaoli sensed the somber atmosphere inside the car, but didn't join in. She simply leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Xiaoli's plan to arrive on the South Island earlier than his fellow educated youth who had been sent to the countryside at the same time was completely shattered when the group reached the nearby military region. Although they were certain that she was Xiaoli herself and that what she did was a good thing, the military did not investigate too much why she knew how to repair batteries. However, because of Lao Lu's matter, she was questioned repeatedly for a whole day. Not only her, but Lu Dingyuan and his team were also questioned. It wasn't until 3 days later that they set off for the South Island again. Xiaoli was not from the military region, and he did not ask many questions about how Lao Lu was dealt with. But just by looking at the fact that Lao Lu didn't go back with them, it's basically clear that Lao Lu has gotten into trouble. Xiaoli guessed that Lao Lu was most likely a spy, just as he had guessed about her back then. This is truly a case of the thief crying, "Stop thief, live." The rest of the journey went smoothly. They drove 2 newly replaced military pickup trucks all the way to the South Island. Before boarding the ship, Xiaoli saw the child's parents. The child's father was a man wearing a military uniform with a white coat over it. He wore large framed glasses, and his demeanor was quite different from the stern and upright bearing of an ordinary soldier. He looked somewhat, is a difficult word to translate directly, but it conveys a sense of listlessness, apathy, and a lack of energy, due to prolonged lack of sleep. Even without looking at his name tag, Xiaoli was extremely familiar with this kind of attire. Xiaoli clicked her tongue softly. No wonder they cherish this child so much. It turns out the father is a researcher. I wonder what kind of research could be done in this remote, impoverished area of the South Island. The child's mother was a fashionable woman. In an era when most people wore drab clothes, the color scheme of her clothes was actually not particularly outstanding, a white shirt and blue pants. But the shirt has a ruffled trim and is cinched at the waist, the pants are skinny jeans, and the shoes are small leather shoes, which is obviously very fashionable. The woman rushed over as soon as she saw the child in Xiaoli's arms, snatched the child away, and cried out in heart-wrenching sobs. "Baby, I've missed you so much. It's all that old hag's fault. If she hadn't been so greedy, wanting to give her grandson a better life by swapping you out, how could you have suffered so much?" The child was clearly frightened by him, crying his heart out, waving his chubby little arms incessantly toward Xiaoli, obviously wanting Xiaoli to hold him more than his own mother. Xiaoli turned her face away, pretending that she hadn't seen anything. The woman immediately became unhappy and glared fiercely at Xiaoli. "Xiaoli?" The woman angrily yelled at the child, "You've been outside for so many days. Haven't you suffered enough? How can you let people hold you whenever you see them? You know what kind of person they are, yet you go with them. What if they sell you out? How can you be so forgetful?" Everyone present frowned instinctively upon hearing her words. It was Comrade Xiaoli who rescued the child and brought the child to her all the way here. It was truly unpleasant to hear her say such things. "Lily." The soldier in the white coat angrily rebuked her, and the woman immediately shut up. The soldier in the white coat walked up to Xiaoli, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry, my wife isn't very good at speaking. She didn't mean anything by it. I apologize to you on her behalf. We will definitely thank you properly for bringing the child back to us from so far away." Nyo Lily pouted, hugged the child tightly without saying a word, but she was clearly unconvinced. Xiaoli grinned, not even glancing at No Lily, and said in a somewhat nonchalant tone, "It's nothing, no need for thanks. I'm just cooperating with the military. I would have saved your child even if it wasn't yours. That's how the previous generation turned out. Children need to be taught properly, Otherwise, they won't even have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and might even repay kindness with enmity. Their lives will be ruined. Pfft. Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing, but quickly suppressed it. After Xiaoli finished speaking, she ignored Niu Lily, who had stood up and was shouting, and turned to look at Lu Dingyuan. Can we go now? I'm in a hurry to get to the countryside. Lu Dingyuan's gaze fell on Xiaoli, ignoring the furious Niu Lily as well. He nodded slightly with a serious expression and said coldly, let's go. Lu Dingyuan's team all followed along, while the rest of the team looked embarrassed and sighed inwardly. They thought, women these days are really not to be trifled with. Chairman Mao was right. Women hold up half the sky. The sound of the researcher and Niu Lily arguing could be heard outside the ship, and the ship only set sail after the argument stopped. Xia Li was transported by military vehicle to the 1st Battalion of the South Island. These days, cars are a rare commodity, and the 1st Brigade of the South Island is particularly poor. As soon as the military vehicle arrived, the team members immediately surrounded it, crowding together and whispering among themselves. Are these vehicles from the Northern Army? How did they end up here? Could they be visiting relatives? Who has such influence? Only a high-ranking official could mobilize military vehicles like that. Hey. Look, a pretty girl is coming down from inside. She's so fair-skinned and wearing a military uniform. Could she be some kind of official's daughter? The captain went there personally. Xia Li had just jumped off the car with her luggage when she heard a commotion nearby. A quick glance in that direction revealed the brigade members crowding over to watch the spectacle, even putting down their farm tools. The captain had already received the message in advance. When he saw Xia Li, he nodded slightly. Although his face was serious, he looked quite happy. Welcome, Comrade Xia, to our 1st Brigade of the South Island to support the construction of the country. I am Lu Guohua, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the South Island. You can just call me Captain Lu. If everything is ready, I'll take you to the educated youth settlement. Xia Li was somewhat surprised by his attitude. Isn't that a bit too nice? After all, the idea of sending educated youth to the countryside to support national construction was seen by ordinary farmers as nothing more than causing them trouble. Before she went to the countryside, she had heard that most production brigades didn't treat educated youth who were sent to the countryside very well. She had left all her luggage at the train station, and now she only had a change of military uniform that someone had found for her when she was interrogated at the military district, as well as toiletries. There was nothing else she needed to prepare. He returned Captain Lu's smile and said, "Everything is ready." "Thank you, Captain Lu." As he spoke, he turned to the people in the car and said, "Then I'll be going now." Lu Dingyuan, sitting in the passenger seat, nodded slightly to her. Okay. The pickup truck left, and Xia Li followed Captain Lu to the educated youth compound. Once they saw that they had all left, the team members immediately huddled together and whispered among themselves. Is that woman a sent-down youth? She looks like a rich young lady. How did she end up as a sent-down youth? Could it be that, like the previous one, her family background isn't good? I don't think so. Didn't you see it was delivered by a military vehicle? Even if she doesn't come from a military family, she should have some status or background. Otherwise, why would she need a military vehicle? The battalion commander's attitude towards her is also quite good. It's strange that the brigade leader treated her well. Those educated youths can't do anything, yet they still share grain with us. She looks even worse than the others. She can't carry anything heavy. Why is the brigade leader so kind to her? If he doesn't finish his work and still tries to take my share of the grain, I absolutely won't do it. Not even if the brigade leader says so. Forget it. It's too early to say anything now. Let's just do our own thing and stay away from her for now. She's obviously a tough nut to crack with connections. As soon as Xia Li arrived at the educated youth compound, she saw Chen Wuwan and the 2 male educated youth who had come with her earlier, coming out of the compound to greet her. Chen Wuwan looked Xia Li up and down, and seeing that she was not injured, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You've finally arrived. Why did you just leave like that? You even left your luggage there, and we didn't know what to do with it. Finally, thinking that you would definitely come to the countryside, I brought your things along. The man next to him nodded in agreement. At the time, we were thinking of leaving your luggage at the train station and handing it over to the train staff so they could keep an eye on it for you. The flight attendants didn't recognize you and were afraid you wouldn't be able to find them, so they didn't put you down. We were so worried. Where have you been these past few days? Let's go inside first and talk about it then. Before Xiaoli could speak, Captain Lu interrupted the conversation. Huang Peng and Qin Wan were surprised to find that the captain had personally brought the person over. When they arrived, the captain didn't have this attitude. When the educated youth were being assigned to different communes, the brigade leader wished he could just send them away and not let any of them come to the brigade. Xiaoli, let's go inside first and talk about it then. The group entered the educated youth compound, but the brigade leader did not go in. Instead, he pointed to the room on the left. You can stay there then. There are 7 female educated youths in total. 3 people live in one room and 4 people live in another. It just so happens that the 2 female educated youths who went to the countryside this time are also in the same room as the 3 of you. Since you know each other, you can look out for each other. It's not convenient for a grown man like me to go into the female educated youth's residence, so I won't go in with you. You just arrived today, so rest for a day and start work tomorrow. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Xiaoli nodded and said gratefully, thank you, Captain Lu. Captain Lu nodded and turned to leave. Qin Wan lowered her voice and whispered to Xiaoli, you haven't come these past few days, but your things are still in the room. Wang Meili has been making a lot of fuss about you. Another educated youth in our room isn't quite right in the head, so you should be a little careful. Oh, right. Wang Meili is the one whose mom gave me 200 yuan. Pfft. Xiaoli couldn't help but burst out laughing. This nickname is somewhat derogatory. I see. Xiaoli thought Qin Wenwan's statement, the other educated youth in our room isn't quite right in the head, meant someone with low intelligence, but when she actually met the person, she found that it wasn't like that at all. She was indeed foolish, but in a different kind. As soon as Xiaoli stepped into the house, she heard a jarring thump sound coming from inside. Looking up, I saw a girl with an oval face and 2 braids, looking displeased, throwing the iron spoon in her hand into the red and white enamel wash basin while cursing. Such a small, run-down place, and so many people have to live there. We're already crammed onto the floor. Why are they adding more people? Are they trying to crush me to death? Wang Meili sat at her desk reading Chairman Mao's quotations. She looked up and glared at Xiaoli. What can we do? They're rich, so they can do whatever they want. How can we, the poor peasants of the past, possibly control them? I advise you to be patient, otherwise she might harm you. Upon hearing that she had to put up with Xiaoli, the girl with the oval face immediately exploded. Pointing her finger at Xiaoli, hands on her hips, she said angrily in a sharp voice, why should I tolerate someone with such low moral character? She's such a wicked person, deliberately causing you to lose money. Does having money make you superior? She was just a worthless piece of trash, only getting the money because her own mother was taking pity on her. Before the woman with the oval face could finish her angry words, she was grabbed by the back of the head. She screamed in pain. Xiaoli, what are you doing? Everyone in the room was startled by Xiaoli's sudden action. Wang Meili's face twisted in anger as she stepped forward to pull Xiaoli away, shouting, Xiaoli, what are you doing? Let go. Fighting in the educated youth compound, aren't you afraid of being punished? Xiaoli grabbed the girl with the oval face by the hair at the back of her head, easily brushed aside Wang Meili, who was trying to pull her away, and with that same roguish smile on his face, dragged her outside. With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, he said, her brain is full of filth. I'll help her clean it up. The girl with the oval face grimaced and screamed in pain, her expression extremely distorted. Let me go. Xiaoli, you crazy woman. Ouch! That hurts. Be gentle. Xiaoli scoffed, his tone nonchalant. The person is still in my hands, and you dare to curse me? You're really not afraid of death. No wonder Qin Wan said she was stupid. She was just plain dim-witted. Not only were they used as pawns, but they also didn't realize it. The commotion inside the house was so loud that it startled the people in the other 3 houses. Everyone in the educated youth compound poked their heads out, and when they saw Xiaoli, with her oval face, walking out of the room, they were immediately startled. Lilakun is 32 years old this year. Because he is the oldest, he is the leader of the entire educated youth compound. When he saw Xiaoli dragging Wang Guazi's face outside, he rushed over immediately. He anxiously stopped Xiaoli, wanting to reach out, but hesitant because of their different genders, his tone conveying disapproval. Comrade Xia, let's talk this out, don't resort to violence. Our educated youth compound is a harmonious big family. What can't we resolve through proper communication? Xia Li didn't stop walking. He looked at Li Lakun, grinned, and said with a hint of roguishness, I'm the kind of person who doesn't bother others unless they bother me. My high standards of manners and excellent upbringing are also a major drawback. I'm not good at swearing, so I have to resort to violence. Everyone. As Xiaoli spoke, she walked to the water vat in the yard and forcefully shoved the oval-faced boy's head into the vat. This time, it wasn't just her oval face that screamed. Everyone in the entire educated youth compound was screaming. Several people immediately surrounded Xiaoli, disregarding the proper separation between men and women, and tried to pull her away. Some even tried to drag Xiaoli away. If these two continue like this, someone might die. Xiaoli, stop right now, let's talk this out. Even if the educated youth compound can't solve the problem, there's still the brigade and the educated youth office. If you really hurt someone, you'll be punished. Xiaoli is strong and has a very steady hand. Even if someone comes to pull her, they can't budge her at all. The girl with the oval face had her head still submerged in the water, being pulled out to breathe every now and then pushed back down. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the restraints on the back of her head. Xia Li curled her lips into a forced smile, a smile that looked utterly wicked. Combined with her strikingly handsome features, she resembled a super cool thug who could hang 10 hooligans from the next street on the wall. All right, then everyone come over and be the judge. Her gaze found Wang Meili in the crowd, and she pointed at her. Wang Meili shivered under her cold gaze and instinctively shrank back into the crowd, wanting to slip away immediately. Xia Li twitched her ears and heard voices coming from not far away. She sneered. Wang Meili herself was shouting at the train station that she had money and that thieves were targeting her. Now that her money is gone, is she going to blame me? Shouldn't we blame her for being stupid? We couldn't stop her from showing off. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do that, right? While I was away these past few days, she and this woman have been gossiping and spreading rumors around the educated youth compound, trying to ruin my reputation. Just because the brigade leader assigned me to her room, she was unhappy with the brigade leader's decision and called me a slut. I'm already considered a broken shoe, because I was forced to move in, so what would they call the brigade leader who arranged for me to move in? The brigade leader had barely settled into his seat when he heard that a newly arrived educated youth was fighting with another educated youth, and that someone was about to die. He was immediately terrified and felt extremely anxious. Without even putting on his shoes, he rushed over in his slippers. As soon as he entered the educated youth compound, he saw this terrifying scene, which made his head buzz and his heart almost jump out of his throat. Upon hearing Xiaoli say that this whole thing was caused by the educated youth's dissatisfaction with his decision, his expression immediately darkened. Xia Jiqing, if you have anything to say, release the person first. If Ma Jiqing is truly in the wrong, I will definitely give you justice. Xiaoli gave the old man face. After all, a local official is more powerful than a distant one, and she was hoping to build a good relationship with him so he could take better care of her parents. He immediately pulled the man out and threw him on the ground. I'll give the captain face today, but this matter still needs to be resolved. Otherwise, when I get angry, I can't even stop myself. If all else fails, we'll go to the police, get to the bottom of this, and clear my name. Hearing her unreasonable and meddlesome words, the captain's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to take off his shoes and give this brat a good beating. If this were his own child, he would beat him to death. I originally thought this little girl would soon receive the award for bravery and merit. She was a good prospect and would definitely bring glory to their brigade. But she turned out to be a troublemaker, and this almost resulted in a death. She was so aggressive that he couldn't smooth things over even if he wanted to. He immediately turned cold and looked at Wang Meili, asking in a cold voice, "Is that what happened?" Wang Meili felt her scalp tingle from the captain's glare. She hesitated, wondering if she had succeeded or failed. Finally, she gritted her teeth, put her hands on her hips, raised her head, straightened her chest, and said with her chin raised, "Am I not telling the truth?" The others at the train station also overheard that Xia Li's money came from her boyfriend's mother as compensation for the fact that her boyfriend didn't like her. If she has absolutely no flaws, why wouldn't her boyfriend like her? It must be because of her poor character. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Xia Li with a strange expression. Is that even possible? Is Xia Li so beautiful that no one wants her? Xia Li curled the corners of her lips and glanced at Wang Meili casually. Neither of us is married. Even if our families want to arrange a marriage, it's just our parents' idea. Do you think I can stop his mother from having a change of heart and insisting on giving me money? According to your victim-blaming logic, does that mean if someone in our brigade loses something or gets cheated by someone, it's all because they're the ones who are wrong? Or do you think our brigade is poor because the people are incompetent, and that God is blind to our poverty? Superstition and feudal beliefs are unacceptable. Wang Meili was startled and immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, I never said that. It's your business if others don't like you. It's a problem with your own conduct, and there must be something wrong with you." The captain took a deep breath. He realized that Xia Li was a troublemaker who loved to stir up trouble and was particularly good at raising a big flag to incite public resentment. Wang Meili is a bit clever and shrewd. She's easily tricked. If Xia Li continues to say this, their entire brigade might be criticized and gossiped about behind their backs from now on. He immediately retorted angrily to Wang Meili, "You can't call someone a slut. You're ruining her reputation. Believe me, I'll discipline you." Wang Meili's face paled, and she bit her lip, shouting defiantly, "I didn't say that. Ma Xiaofeng said it herself." Ma Xiaofeng, who had been thrown to the ground, had recovered and looked at Wang Meili in disbelief. He roared angrily, "Why didn't you say so? It was when we went to the sugarcane field to irrigate it that day that you told me. How would I know if you hadn't told me?" A single disciplinary action can affect whether an educated youth can easily return to the city. Any normal educated youth would never want something that is detrimental to their resume. When it came to disciplinary action, Wang Meili naturally wouldn't admit it and immediately retorted, "When did I ever say that to you? Do you have any witnesses?" Ma Xiaofeng's face was filled with disbelief, especially when he heard Xia Li's very contemptuous tisk, which made his face feel burning with pain. In a moment of impulsiveness, without thinking of anything else, he charged at Wang Meili with bared teeth and claws. "You tricked me. How dare you trick me? I'll beat you to death today." Seeing that the two were about to fight, Xia Li, who was standing between them, did not change his expression. He curled the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleamed, and he took a step back imperceptibly, giving Ma Xiaofeng room to rush over. The captain's chest heaved with rage as he roared, "Are you all dead? Stop them right now." The people at the educated youth compound only realized what was happening at this moment and rushed over to stop Ma Xiaofeng, who was about to rush over and attack Wang Meili. "Li Likun, calm down, everyone calm down." The captain was furious at the noisy scene before him and roared, "Stop arguing." It was Ma and Wang who first slandered Xia. "I've decided to deduct 20 points from each of your work points as compensation for Xia." "Why?" Wang Meili and Ma Xiaofeng turned around together and shouted at the captain indignantly. "Centimeters are food, their life." The captain looked at them coldly, clearly already somewhat angry. "Because I am the captain of the 1st Brigade of the South Island Brigade. You two can't even control your mouths, all you do is stir up trouble." His gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the educated youth compound, his voice serious and somewhat official. "I'm telling you right now, don't cause any trouble for me. Anyone who deliberately causes trouble will have their work points deducted, and they'll go hungry if they don't get their share of food. If anyone's unhappy about this, they can go to the commune to complain. If you don't want to stay here, then get out of here. Don't cause me any trouble. The people in the educated youth compound were somewhat indignant after being scolded. Today's incident had nothing to do with them, but because the brigade leader was angry, they were all reprimanded. It's all the fault of those 3 troublemakers. Xia Li had the thickest skin. Even though she knew the captain was trying to warn her, she was completely unfazed. If you want to scold her, then you're not really talking about her unless you're pointing your finger at her. From now on, whatever we say will be decided by actions. Do you really think that a few words of insult will make her swallow her anger? The brigade leader scolded everyone and left, and the people in the educated youth compound all went back to their rooms dejectedly. However, when they left, they subconsciously avoided Xia Li, as if they were avoiding some kind of plague. Xia Li pretended not to see them, and as she passed Wang Meili and the other woman, she said smugly and nonchalantly, "That's great. On my very first day here, before I even started working, I already had 4 days worth of work points. I really envy some people. With just a little bit of silliness, their centimeters can turn into a negative number." A negative centimeter, that must be the first time in the entire brigade, right? First place. Wow, that's amazing. Wang Meili was so angry with Xia Li that she cried on the spot. She raised her chin and looked at Xia Li, saying defiantly, "Don't be so smug. I've already written to my mother, and she'll send me money soon. I won't go hungry." Xia Li turned around, grinned at her, and said in a particularly sassy voice, "Then you can scold me a few more times. I'm waiting for you to take care of me." Wang Meili opened her mouth and burst into tears with a loud wah. How did she end up meeting someone like Xia Li? Pfft. Jinwawan couldn't help but laugh and was amused by Xia Li. That mouth of hers is truly something else. She didn't utter a single harsh word, yet every sentence was a soft knife, stabbing people in the chest with sharp pain. Xia Li returned to the room and threw all the things that Wang Meili and Ma Xiaofeng had placed on the king, a heated brick bed, where she was supposed to stay on the ground. Neither of them dared to say a word. As Xia Li spread out her blankets, she heard the other educated youth's opinions about her character from inside the house. The general consensus is that Xia Li herself must have some issues, otherwise why would her blind date not like her, and even the newly met educated youth Ma and Wang didn't seem to like her much. She has some issues. Her aggressive demeanor makes her seem unapproachable. Should we separate the grains when cooking to avoid her being bullied? This is a question worth considering. Xia Li couldn't quite understand why the victim-blaming theory was so prevalent these days. Regardless of whether her method of resolution was somewhat extreme, the whole thing started because someone provoked her, didn't it? How can you blame her for that? Just then, a joyful sound of gongs and drums approached from the doorway. Someone outside the courtyard shouted, "Xia, the educated youth. They've come to give you an award certificate." The voice was so joyful, and it carried a strong sense of pride. She was the only one in the entire educated youth compound with the surname Xia. When she heard someone calling outside, she put down what she was holding and went out. By this time, the educated youth compound was already full of people, especially the educated youth who had just run out. They were all craning their necks and looking at the band outside with big red ribbons, curious about what was going on. The brigade leader was initially quite angry with Xia Li, but when the commune's drum band arrived, he was completely dispelled of his anger. Let them be a little unruly, as long as they bring honor to their brigade, that's their pride too. Upon seeing Xia Li come out, he immediately said, "Xia, this is Comrade who from the commune. He came especially to give you a certificate of merit." "What award certificate?" Li Likun asked, puzzled. How could this troublemaker, who just beat someone up at their educated youth compound, possibly receive an award? Should we reward her for hitting someone? Comrade, who presented the certificate to Xia Li with both hands with great enthusiasm, saying, "Thank you, Comrade Xia Li, for your tremendous help in rescuing trafficked persons and capturing human traffickers." This is an award presented to you by the organization for outstanding individual performance and for acts of bravery, along with the corresponding prize money. I hope you will continue your efforts and uphold the selfless spirit of Lei Foam. Lead those around you to progress together. Upon hearing Comrade Hu's words, the crowd erupted in uproar. They actually caught a human trafficker. This Xia educated youth is amazing. When she beat people at the educated youth compound before, I thought she was no good. I never expected that she was a great hero who rescued trafficked people. The organization has already given her an award for outstanding individual, so what happened just now must have been the fault of Wang and Ma, the educated youth. My God. I always thought those educated youth were good for nothing but eating, but I never expected there to be such a brave person among them. No wonder Xia Jiqing was brought here in a military vehicle earlier. Could it be that she went with the soldiers to arrest human traffickers? No wonder the brigade leader was so nice to her before. Did he already know about this? With such an outstanding individual in our brigade, maybe she can be recognized as an outstanding individual this year. The team members were discussing it animatedly, and the atmosphere was quite lively. The people in the educated youth compound felt their faces burning with embarrassment as they recalled their earlier discussion about Xia Li's character. How could someone recognized by the organization be of questionable character? Li Likun never expected that his words would come true, as the other party really did receive an award for fighting. As the elder brother of the educated youth compound, he immediately turned to Xia Li with a happy expression and said, "Xia, educated youth, hurry up and take it. This is fantastic news. We can't keep Comrade Hu waiting any longer." Comrade Hu frowned slightly, feeling that something was off about what he was saying. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's all right, it's all right. I came here specifically to give Comrade Xia the Certificate of Merit, to express the organization's gratitude to Comrade Xia." Xia Li nodded, reached out and accepted the certificate, responding with great composure. "There's nothing to thank me for. Any normal person would help in this situation. If people don't step up when danger strikes and only scheme and fight amongst themselves at home, then society can't develop, and how can the times progress?" Comrade Hu was amused by Xia Li. Is this a mockery of the male educated youth who tried to flatter him but failed to do so properly? This little girl is quite interesting. With a solemn expression, he said, "No matter what, I still want to thank you on behalf of the organization for your tremendous contribution to the unity of the people." As he spoke, he raised his hands and clapped vigorously in the air. Let's give Comrade Xia a huge round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. The surrounding area was filled with enthusiastic applause, and the villagers were all beaming with joy. Among the crowd, a pretty young girl, seeing the lively scene and how the team members seemed to really like Xia Li, muttered something under her breath. What's so great about being liked by these peasants? Who knows when they might get swindled and killed, and you'd be helping them count their money. Xia Li remembered that the girl seemed to be one of the educated youth from their area, and she seemed to have a problem with her. He made polite remarks and chatted happily with Comrade Hu and the others, but in his heart he was thinking about other things. The atmosphere in this educated youth compound doesn't seem too good. If I stay here, I might have a lot of trouble. Moreover, she came to the South Island to help her parents. She went in and out of the cowshed every day to subsidize them, which would definitely be discovered by the people living there. Ma Xiaofeng and Wang Meili have a grudge against her, and other people's attitudes towards her are not very positive either. If someone were to report her, things would be fine for her, but her parents would definitely be in a more difficult situation. We still need to find a way to move out. After seeing off Comrade Hu and the group of people who came to offer their congratulations, Xia Li finally had time to come back and pack her things. Wang Meili and Ma Xiaofeng were terrified and disappeared, leaving only Xia Li and Qin Wawan in the house. Since she had decided to leave, Xia Li didn't plan to take all her belongings out, so as to avoid the hassle of packing things later. Thinking of the sarcastic woman from earlier, Xia Li asked Qin Wawan, who was sitting on a stool reading a book. Who is that alluring female educated youth? Upon hearing Xia Li's description, Qin Wawan knew who she was talking about. Her voice was cold and indifferent, somewhat distant. Her name is Huang Dongmei. She used to be the best-off educated youth in our compound. It is said that she brought more than 100 yuan with her when she went to the countryside. Later, unable to get used to living in the youth home, he moved to a team member's home for 3 months, where he was swindled and cheated out of all his savings. She cried and made a scene several times, but the other party wouldn't return the money. There were also witnesses who testified that she gave the money voluntarily, so the matter could only be left unresolved. After that, she couldn't stay at the villagers' homes anymore, so she had to return to the educated youth compound, but afterwards her attitude towards the villagers wasn't very good. Xiaoli grinned. This girl looks aloof and speaks rather coldly, but I never expected her to be so gossipy. She just asked casually, thinking she could find out who the girl was, but she didn't expect that the girl, who had only been there for a little over a day, would know so much. Didn't she try to get it back? It's obvious that the place he's staying at is a rip-off, isn't it? Qin calmly turned a page of her book. So what? It was her own choice, no one forced her. Xiaoli. That makes a lot of sense. Your indifference makes it a little hard for me to understand why you have such a high level of enthusiasm for getting so much gossip. Xiaoli was also a gossip lover, and since she had a hidden gossip expert by her side, she didn't hold back. They decided to join the battle, and the two of them chatted enthusiastically about the most gossipy things in the most casual tone. Xia, you're an educated youth. The brigade leader wants you to go to the brigade headquarters to collect your next rations. Xia Li reluctantly ended the gossip tea party when she heard someone calling her from the courtyard. Turning to Qin with a cheerful tone, he said, I'm going to the brigade. We'll come back and continue. Qin lowered her head, calmly turned another page of her book, and spoke in her usual cold and indifferent tone. Xia Li rushed to the brigade, and after thinking for a moment, she secretly stuffed a packet of brown sugar and 2 packets of Dakianmin cigarettes into the small satchel she had prepared beforehand. As for why he carried unmarked, unlicensed brown sugar and 2 packs of Dakianmin cigarettes with him, well, that's thanks to the local specialties generously sponsored by Li Shengli. They don't have many other things in their house, but they have a lot of cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea. Otherwise, even if she had the resources, she really wouldn't be able to find anything suitable as a gift for this era. No matter how many gifts there were, Xia Li didn't plan to give too generous a present. It's inappropriate to give gifts that are too heavy. If I bring too much this time, I won't be able to ask for favors next time if I bring too little. There has to be a progression for the fish to keep biting, right? Brigade headquarters. The captain is engrossed in writing today's report. Upon seeing Xiaoli Lai, he nodded slightly to her and pointed to the bag of grain on the ground. This is grain that the brigade lent to you new educated youth. It will be deducted directly from your work points after you earn them. You should take it back and eat it first. Xiaoli nodded obediently and said, Thank you, Captain. Seeing that no one was in the room, he placed the bag of brown sugar and the 2 packets of Dakianmin cigarettes on the table. Captain, I've come here today because I need your help with something. Before Xia Li went to the countryside, her parents and childhood friends gave her a lot of things. Zhao Haining's mother even gave her 2,000 yuan casually, which successfully distorted her understanding of the values of this era. She didn't think the gift was particularly valuable. In fact, because the South Island was a poor and remote place, she deliberately downplayed its value. But the captain was startled when he saw such a heavy gift. Brown sugar is a good thing. A big bag like this must cost a lot of money. It's not something that ordinary people can buy. You have to go to the hospital to get a prescription. People say you need to nourish your body, so you can only buy 1 or 2 ounces. You can't buy more than that. Not to mention Dakianmin, which is a limited supply product. Even those with connections might not be able to buy it. Sending such a big gift all at once, what a huge favor must he do? He lifted his eyelids, looked up at Xiaoli, and his expression was very serious. He righteously refused, saying, Xia Jiqing, I won't do anything that violates discipline. Take these things back. Xiaoli? What? Seeing that the brigade leader had misunderstood, Xiaoli quickly explained, It's nothing serious. I just thought the educated youth compound was too crowded, and I was wondering if we could find a way to separate the students. I live under the same roof as Wang Meili and Ma Xiaofeng every day. Who knows when we'll start fighting again? When the captain heard her explanation, he felt utterly exasperated. If a fight breaks out, won't you be the one to start it? Those two girls who only know how to argue are just scratching each other's faces when they fight, but you're pressing them down to their death. His feelings towards Xia Li were very complicated. He knew she was a troublemaker, but he also knew she brought honor to the brigade. He both loved and hated this kind of person. Being too lenient with her was not good enough, and being too harsh was not good either. He sighed. It's not that the brigade doesn't want to improve the living conditions of the educated youth, but as you can see from the brigade's situation, the team members themselves can't even get enough to eat. So where would they get the money to build new houses for the educated youth? Besides, if you want to move out and others want to move out too, the team can't set that precedent, nor can it force you to live in a team member's home. At this point, he changed his tone, but if you can discuss it with your teammates and stay at their homes, that's a different story. However, you and your teammates have agreed that this is your own personal action and has nothing to do with the team. After glancing at the valuable gifts on the table, the captain kindly added a comment. Not every household in the brigade is easy to talk to. There are always disagreements and conflicts. Living under the same roof, it's inevitable that friction will arise wherever you go. If any friction arises and you see each other all the time, it will be difficult to get along in the future. This is implying that some people in the brigade are difficult to get along with, and if you really want to live together, you should choose in advance. Xia Li immediately thought of Huang Dongmei, who was now working for a newspaper and had been betrayed by her teammates. He frowned and thought for a moment, can I build my own house to live in? I'll pay for it myself. It was not acceptable to live with either educated youth or fellow villagers. Putting aside the fact that she has to take care of her parents, she wouldn't be willing to live a hard life even if she were able to. While other families struggle to get enough to eat, she feasts on meat and fish every day, the aroma wafting into their homes. It's only because no one reports her that they're kind-hearted. Moreover, the origin of the food is also difficult to explain. The captain was surprised that Xia Li would propose such a plan, and his brows furrowed slightly. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, if you want to build a house, I can approve a plot of land for you. However, you should think it through beforehand. If you return to the city or leave our brigade someday, this house won't belong to you. It will be taken back by the brigade, and the materials and money used to build it won't be refunded to you. Xia Li agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll build this house myself, but can I choose the location of the land? I don't like noise, so I'd like a place that's a bit away from people. The captain, recalling the two recent disturbances, both centered around Xia Li, remained non-committal about her statement that I don't really like noise. Okay, you can choose the location yourself. If you want to find people to build the house, I can help you find people. You just need to provide them with food while they work. He was also a decisive person. He immediately got up, rummaged through his desk, and took out a large sheet of paper and spread it on the desk. These are the remaining plots of land for our homesteads. You can choose any empty space you like. The open paper showed an aerial view of the village, with some areas marked with crosses, some circled, and others just squares or blank spaces, indicating that no one lived there yet. Xia Li glanced at the map and then pointed to a very remote place at the foot of the mountain. This one will do. The brigade leader frowned when he saw the plot of land she had chosen for her homestead. Shouldn't you consider another place? If you want a secluded spot, these two areas are pretty good. He pointed to two other squares on the drawing, which were also far from other villages and looked very quiet. If you choose that spot next to the cowshed, it's closer to those people and trouble is likely to break out. Xia Li thought to herself, I only chose this place because I knew it was close to the cowshed. If it were far from Niuping, I wouldn't have chosen it at all. He chuckled and said, no need. I just think this place is great. It's nestled against the mountains and by the water. I can even go fishing and eat some fish when I have nothing to do. The captain's expression was complicated. The stream behind is very shallow. The harvest has been poor these past 2 years, and the fish in the stream have long been caught. Even if you live there, you won't be able to catch any fish to eat. Xiaoli said nonchalantly, "This place is big, and I like it here." Seeing that she insisted on choosing a plot of land close to the cowshed, the brigade leader did not try to persuade her further and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, if you want to find someone to build a house for you, just let me know. The villagers probably have some planks and yellow soil stored up. If you need them, I can exchange some of my own for them first." When Xiaoli heard him say that, she immediately felt that the bag of brown sugar and the 2 bags of Dakianmin cigarettes were well spent. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Captain." The captain waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, you can go now. I'll arrange the house construction for you. Remember to go to work on time tomorrow morning, and don't get into any more arguments with others." Xiaoli, the way you're saying it makes it sound like I enjoy arguing with people. Xiaoli carried her grain all the way back to the educated youth compound. The other educated youth asked her to pay for this meal, and she did. "Anyway, I won't be staying here for very long, so whether I stay longer or shorter doesn't really matter. There's no need to fuss over it." As night fell and it was time to sleep, Wang Meili and Ma Xiaofeng quietly returned from somewhere and lay motionless on the bed, pretending to be dead. Xiaoli glanced at the sky outside, then got up and walked out. Qinhua Wan lay down next to her. Seeing that Xiaoli was about to leave, she frowned slightly and asked a question. "Are you going to the restroom?" "I'm going too, let's go together." Xiaoli's gaze fell on her somewhat indifferent face, and she asked with some puzzlement, "Didn't you just finish?" Qinhua Wan was speechless for a moment, but said calmly, "I still want to go." Xiaoli. She realized that Qinhua Wan probably didn't actually want to go to the restroom, but rather wanted to accompany her because it was getting late. So this is actually a proud and aloof person. He leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and said in a tone only the 2 of them could hear, "I have something else to do outside, not to go to the toilet." Upon hearing this, Qinhua Wan glanced at Xiaoli with a hint of doubt in her clear eyes, but said nothing more. "Then I'm going to sleep now. If anyone asks, I'll just say you went to the restroom." Xiaoli nodded, "Okay." Outside the toilet, not far from the cowshed, Xia Zhangwo stood with a very simple and dilapidated oil lamp in his hand, his back to the toilet, which was made of wood and straw mats. Looking up at the moonlit sky, he said with some emotion, "I wonder how Lily is doing. I heard that a young educated youth named Xia was brought over by the army today. I don't even know if she's our daughter." Li Xioli squatted in the toilet, feeling a little more at ease knowing there was someone outside. But being so close, where even the slightest sound could be heard, she still felt a little embarrassed. Hearing her husband mention their daughter, she echoed, "I think so." Xia isn't a common surname. In such a small detachment, it's unlikely that so many people would be assigned there. Xia Zhangwo secretly hoped it was a daughter. If a person sent to the countryside could have some kind of award certificate, life would be a little easier. But when I thought about the team members discussing how that Xia, an educated youth, helped the soldiers deal with human traffickers, I realized it couldn't possibly be my own daughter. He decisively rejected the idea, saying, "Impossible. Our daughter is so delicate, how could she possibly catch a human trafficker? With her silly, clueless look, it's a miracle she didn't get tricked by human traffickers. Summers in the south are too hot." Xia Zhangwo is a typical northerner. Coming to the south unexpectedly and encountering such a hot summer, he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. His head was feeling dizzy and throbbing from the heat. Even a veteran who has fought in so many wars finds the climate here harsh. How will his pampered daughter manage to survive here? If I had known the environment here was this bad, I would never have let that pampered brat come here. Li Xioli. I've already told you everything. Why are you still asking me? Xia Zhangwo and his wife chatted about their daughter in a casual manner, with Xia Zhangwo's evaluation of his daughter filled with distrust. He embodies the strict fatherly behavior of the Chinese standard to the very end. No matter how much he thinks his daughter is good, he never says a kind word about her. When Xiaoli arrived, she overheard Xia Zhangwo with a stern face, then slung it over his back. Trying to walk quietly, she slowly walked up behind Xia Jiangwo, who was still there saying that his daughter was no good. He took a deep, silent breath, focused his energy, and, standing behind Xia Jiangwo, he roared at the top of his lungs with a volume loud enough to frighten a startled bird. Boom. Xia Jiangwo. Li Xiuli. Smack. Xia Jiangwo was startled and dropped the oil lamp in his hand. But he was, after all, a veteran who had been on the battlefield. His first reaction was not to calm his heart, which was trembling with shock, but to turn around and counterattack with lightning speed. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Xia Li didn't fight him head-on at all. With a whoosh, she jumped back a big step and instantly darted far away. Seeing her father's panicked expression, she gripped the bundle slung across her body tightly with both hands, threw her head back and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. You don't talk about people during the day, and you don't talk about ghosts at night, but you talk badly about others behind their backs. Are you scared yet? You dare talk bad about me behind my back, ha ha ha. Xia Jiangwo. After Xia Jiangwo saw who it was, he lifted his leg, pulled off his shoe, and chased after Xia Li. He lowered his voice and roared, "You naughty girl. I'll beat you to death today." By the time Li Xiuli quickly put on her pants and came out, the father and son had already run far away. Both of them were full of energy. The old man in their family was completely unaffected by his previous worried and dejected appearance. Li Xiuli. I never imagined that raising a naughty daughter would have such a wonderful effect. If Xia Li really wanted to run away, Xia Jiangwo would have no chance of catching her. But Xia Li would stop and wait for Xia Jiangwo to catch up, then run ahead again, only to stop again once the distance widened, then catch up again and run again, over and over, just like she was deliberately toying with Xia Jiangwo. Xia Jiangwo was even angrier. What a terrible daughter. If it weren't for their identities and the fact that shouting in the village might attract attention, he would have given that brat a good scolding. Xia Li had run enough and knew that if she kept running around like this, her father would get really angry with her, even if he didn't have a stroke. So she quickly slipped behind Li Xiuli. The little girl hugged Li Xiuli's waist obediently, resting her head on Li Xiuli's shoulder like a little bird, her voice sweet and affectionate. "Mom, I missed you so much." Li Xiuli's heart softened immediately. How could she possibly let her husband beat the child? He immediately stepped in to stop him, saying, "Old Xia, let's talk this out. It's not easy for the child to come see us, so please don't be angry with her. She's already realized her mistake." After saying that, he gently patted Xia Li's hand, signaling her to apologize quickly. There was no way Xia Li would apologize. She immediately complained, "Mom, Dad said bad things about me. He said I'm no good at anything." Mom, am I really no good at anything? I'm so heartbroken to be rejected by my own father. Wah. When Li Xiuli saw her daughter looking aggrieved, her expression immediately softened, and there was no longer any question about him apologizing. He immediately patted her back to comfort her, saying, "Sweetie, your dad is just worried about you. He doesn't really think you're bad." She then looked at Xia Jiangwo and asked, "Right, Lao Xia?" Xia Jiangwo. My fists are hard again. I really want to hit the child. If he couldn't see through this brat's act, then he would have wasted the previous 50-odd years of his life. But he did have some faults in what he said about his daughter just now, and he sighed. Dad isn't saying you can't do it. Dad just wants you to work harder and become stronger so you can protect yourself properly. Raising a son is a lifelong worry, even for 99 years. I didn't feel anything when I was raising a son, but raising a daughter has really broken my heart. Especially recently, my daughter has become increasingly restless, which makes me very worried. Seeing that Xia Jiangwo was no longer angry and had stopped chasing after her, Xia Li decided to stop while she was ahead. Eek. Since you've admitted your mistake so well, I'll forgive you. Xia Jiangwo. Xia Jiangwo's expression gradually cracked, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the guts, come out from behind your mother." Xia Li looked smug. "You're a coward. Mom's so useful, why don't you use her? Do you think I'm stupid?" Li Xiuli. Xia Jiangwo felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. Pointing at Xia Li, He said to Li Xioli with a disgruntled tone, "Look at her, this scoundrel-like little brat, and you're still protecting her." Caught between her husband and daughter, Li Xioli knew that their argument wasn't because of a bad relationship, but rather because this was their recent way of interacting. Feeling both relieved and helpless, he said, "Old Xia, we've finally managed to see each other, so let's not hold it against our daughter." As she spoke, she turned to look at Xia Li, reached out and smoothed a strand of hair at his temple, her eyes filled with worry. "You were the one who rescued the hostages from human traffickers? Were you injured?" Xia Li, no. She briefly recounted what had happened to the two men, naturally downplaying her own fighting prowess against the human traffickers in her description to avoid arousing their suspicion. Even so, the two of them were terrified. Xia Zhengwo sighed and said, "You should thank the People's Liberation Army soldiers who saved you. Human traffickers are ruthless and vicious. Even if you paid money to buy a child, they might not let you go. They might even detain her, rob her of all her money, and sell her off." Just thinking about it made the couple feel a chill run down their spines. Xia Li thought to herself that if those soldiers didn't arrive, it wouldn't be a question of whether the human traffickers would let her go or not, but whether she would let the human traffickers go or not. But saying this would easily give away the truth, so Xia Li kept quiet. He took the bundle off his body and stuffed it directly into Xia Zhengwo's arms, saying, "I didn't bring much with me when I came, just basic living supplies. You can use these for now." Seeing that the couple had lost a lot of weight, Xia Li continued, "When I have time in the next couple of days, I'll go and see what the supply and marketing cooperative has, and then I'll buy you some food to help you recover." The couple felt a warm glow in their hearts as they looked at the bundle their daughter had handed them. Who would have thought that their daughter, who used to be pampered and caused trouble everywhere, and who needed them to clean up her messes, would grow up in the blink of an eye and even know how to take care of the two of them? Li Xioli patted her daughter's hand and shook her head, saying, "This is enough. There's no need to supplement your body. There are too many people and too many eyes in our area, so even if we bring food, we can't eat it. If someone with ulterior motives reports us, it will only cause more trouble. Don't come over anymore. Just live your own life. Your parents are doing fine, you don't need to worry about them." Looking at Xia Zhengwo and Li Xioli, who appeared to have aged several years since the photo was taken, Xia Li knew that the two of them had suffered a lot along the way. Thinking back to how her daughter had swindled 2,000 yuan from Li Tsuixiang and 800 yuan from her second brother before leaving, she knew her daughter wasn't short of money. They would feel at ease if their daughter lived a better life. As if issuing an order, they commanded, "It's fine if you want to move out, but you can't live near us. Go to the brigade leader's house right now and tell him you want to move to a different plot of land and get as far away from us as possible." "Xia Li, it's too late. Not only has the land been decided, but I've also ordered all the materials. It's too late to back out now. Dad, look at your temper. You're so fierce when you yell at me. Why don't you go talk to the brigade leader and see if he'll give me a change? It's getting late, so I'll head back now to avoid being discovered. I'll bring you two some delicious food in a couple of days, so wait for me." After saying that, he gave Li Xioli a big bear hug from behind and ran away in a flash, not giving Xia Zhengwo a chance to refute. Xia Zhengwo was immediately enraged by her words. Watching his daughter run away, he felt the veins on his head throbbing. If his status allows him to get along harmoniously with the villagers, what is there for him to fear about implicating his daughter? That brat did it on purpose. The couple looked at each other and let out a long sigh. What can I do if my daughter is too filial? It's so frustrating. Xia Li got up early the next morning. After washing up, she followed the local custom and sat in the courtyard with the other educated youth, reciting Chairman Mao's quotations. Li Likun stood at the very front of the group, chest out, waving, looking up at the sky with an expression full of longing and seriousness. His voice was exaggeratedly melodious and full of emotion as he led the reading. Xia Li sat down at the very back of the crowd, feeling so embarrassed for him that she stomped her feet on the ground. That's a bit silly. Ding 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 ding. The gong signaling the start of work rang out, and Li Kun, with a serious expression, recited Chairman Mao's words in a booming voice, inspiring everyone. Since we've come to support the nation's development, we must contribute to it and absolutely cannot slack off. Be a screw that never rusts. Wherever the party places itself, that's where you'll shine brightly. Xiao Li stayed at the back of the crowd and listened to Li Kun finish explaining his hundreds of understandings about screws before being allowed to leave. She had only one thought in her mind. She couldn't stay in this youth housing facility any longer. She was so embarrassed that her scalp tingled. She had to move out as soon as possible. Nowadays, it's a collective economy. Although the iron rice bowl system is over, everyone still works together. Whether you do a lot or a little, you get full work points for completing a certain amount of work. As a result, the farmer's enthusiasm isn't very high. Especially now that everyone is starving, who has the strength to work if they can't get enough to eat? As soon as Xiao Li left the educated youth compound, she saw the team members dragging their hungry bodies and not having much energy as they went to the brigade to collect their work tools. Clearly, not many people are willing to do the work. Xiao Li followed the crowd and joined the other educated youth in the mass corps headquarters. Before long, a refined-looking male educated youth walked up to Xiao Li and said somewhat dejectedly, "In order to take care of the new educated youth, the brigade leader assigned you and me to a group and asked us to irrigate the sugarcane field. Before sugarcane matures, the soil must be kept moist. If it is dry today, we can only carry water to moisten the soil. I'll bring the water over in a bit, and you can water the fields." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Xiao Li, who was tall but not particularly robust, and he let out a long sigh. "I hope that even if you are a lesbian, you will show the spirit that women can hold up half the sky and do your job well. Don't give up halfway through because you find it too hard or tiring. I know you have money in your pocket and don't need a few work points to eat, but people like us from poor peasant families can't make a living without work points. I hope to get a perfect score today." Xiao Li: "I understand." They think she can't do the work, so they're giving her a heads up beforehand to prevent her from slacking off. As a general who wanted to retire, he certainly didn't want to do these exhausting chores. But if you really compare her work ability with this pretty boy in front of her, she can leave him far behind, circling the earth 3 times over. She firmly refused the other party's concessions, saying, "Women can hold up half the sky, and I won't take advantage of you. Let's each take a swig to fetch water, and each water the field once. Neither of us should hold the other back." Wei Hongwan glanced at Xiao Li with some surprise, not expecting this girl to have this kind of temperament. It doesn't seem as difficult to approach as rumored. "Okay, let's take turns. If you can't carry the water, then do it the way I said before." After discussing it, the two of them got 2 large buckets from the brigade headquarters. Their South Island 1st Brigade is a very strange place. Although it is on an island, it is not right next to the sea. There is a mountain behind it, and there are streams and rivers in the mountain, but there are not many fish, shrimp, and crabs. The land is not fertile, and the crops in the mountains are not plentiful. Xiao Li sometimes wondered if the village chief of the 1st Brigade of the South Island had lost his mind when he set up the village, which was why he chose such a place to build a human settlement. The sugarcane fields were on flat ground. Even though the production team deliberately favored them by allocating sugarcane fields closest to the stream, their sugarcane fields were still some distance from the stream, in case the sugarcane was flooded during rain. There is a well nearby, but it is quite deep. Drawing water bucket by bucket is probably more strenuous than fetching water from the stream. Wei Hongquan carried back 2 buckets filled with water, each more than half full, and handed them to Xiao Li, who was standing next to the sugarcane field. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, panting, "Go water the sugarcane." Xiao Li saw that he was so tired after carrying water once, and thought to herself, "Young man, you're not up to par. You look a bit weak." Under Wei Hongquan's shocked gaze, Xiao Li effortlessly picked up the 2 buckets of water and quickly watered the land. Wei Hongquan was shocked. "So fast?" Xiao Li asked, puzzled. "It's just watering the ground. How long will it take?" He didn't take a carrying pole, but carried a bucket in each hand and strolled leisurely towards the stream. Wei Hongquan was taken aback and felt a little embarrassed. Watching Xia Li walk towards the stream carrying a bucket in each hand, I deliberately turned my head away, not reminding her to take the carrying pole. It was easy to carry the empty bucket there, but she'd realize how difficult it was when she came back. Such a disrespectful junior should be taught a lesson. He can finally take a break. 2 minutes later, Xia Li easily handed 2 full buckets of water to Wei Hongquan. Go water it. Before he could even recover from the shock, Wei Hongquan was already utterly astonished. How could it be so fast? No way. How can a little girl like you carry 2 full buckets of water so easily? Xia Li frowned at him. Aren't you supposed to get all the work points? What are you dawdling about? Wei Hongquan was concerned about his image. Looking at the 2 full buckets of water, he gritted his teeth. Even though he wasn't very strong, he had no choice but to take the 2 buckets of water, try to straighten his back and carry 1 bucket in each hand to the field to irrigate the land. But after watering the land, it was his turn to fetch water. Given that Xia Li, a female comrade, carried 2 full buckets of water, he, a male comrade, couldn't be lazy and only carry half a bucket. Carrying a shoulder pole, he laboriously carried back 2 full buckets of water. Because the buckets were too full, some water spilled out along the way, which distressed him greatly. Gritting his teeth, he said to Xia Li, Xia Jiqing, go water the plants. Xia Li finished watering the plants in 1 minute and carried back 2 full buckets of water in 2 minutes. Compared to Wei Hongquan, who took 7 or 8 minutes to carry water or water the plants, Xia Li's performance was simply utterly incomparable. Wei Hongquan had previously boasted that he thought the female colleagues weren't good at their jobs, but now he's shamelessly admitting that he needs to take a break because he's too tired. Xia Li was fast, and he didn't dare to stop. Because Xia Li worked so efficiently, this group inexplicably became more efficient, watering the sugarcane field more than 3 times faster than the other groups. The captain had been worried that Xia Li, that troublemaker, wouldn't work properly, so he had been keeping a close eye on things all day. Now, seeing how fast they were working, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As expected, the organization's eyes are sharp. How could someone who can win the Outstanding Individual Award be a lazy bum? But his smile didn't last long before something happened on Xia Li's land. A scream of agony came from the sugarcane field, and the team members immediately looked over. Those nearby rushed over and helped the person up from the sugarcane field. How are you? Are you all right? Wei Hongquan's face turned pale, and he gripped his waist tightly with one hand, his lips trembling as he said, the ground is too slippery because of the water. I think I twisted my waist. Gently. Gently. The group of people hurriedly pulled him out of the ground, and the team leader's expression darkened. I was just about to praise their group, but who would have thought they'd cause such trouble so quickly? He slipped and fell while watering the ground. What can a grown man do? Although he was a little angry, he didn't show it on his face and quickly waved his hand. Take him to the village doctor first, and if that doesn't work, go to the hospital. Don't do any work today, I'll give you a day off. Wei Hongquan was carried away by a group of people. Xia Li had no idea that she had dragged him into the hospital. She glanced at the half-watered ground in front of her, thought for a moment, and then watered the rest of the ground. It's my first day working, after all. If I don't get full work points, people might talk about me every day from now on. Although it is indeed tiring, it is not worth dragging things out and causing gossip. However, she doesn't want to do this job tomorrow. She needs to think of another way. The land was supposed to be watered all day, but because of Xia Li's excessive diligence, he finished all the work in one morning and even got full work points. After finishing her work, Xia Li went straight to the team leader. Team leader, I've finished my work. I heard that Wei Hongquan went to the hospital. I want to go see him and tell him that I got full work points. The captain initially thought Xia Li was quite patriotic after hearing the first half of her speech, but after hearing the second half, his lips twitched. If the girl hadn't worked so fast, and the young man hadn't been too proud to compete with her, and hadn't tried to work himself to death, how could he have strained his back in such a rush? After the young man left, the girls still worked very quickly, but not as quickly as before. Now you still have to tell people that you got full work points? Isn't that obviously blaming them for the unpleasant things that young man said before you started working? That's really unfair. However, since the other person had already finished their work, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask them to do more work for others, so he nodded with a stern face and said, "Then go ahead." Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Xia Li happily went to the hospital. It didn't matter that she didn't know the way. She had a mouth, so she asked questions and drew maps along the way, and soon arrived at the hospital. Although it's called a hospital, it's actually just a makeshift clinic or small parlor that doesn't look very legitimate. Xiaoli said she was going to see someone, but she didn't even ask where the person was. She went straight to the old lady who was cleaning up the trash. He crept up to the old lady who was working, took out a bag of fruit candies from his pocket, secretly handed it to her, and said with a smile, "Auntie, would you like some candy? My uncle brought it to me from another province. It's so delicious." An elderly woman was tidying up the trash when she was startled when someone approached her. Turning around, she saw a very beautiful young woman holding a bag of fruit candies. The fruit candies were individually packaged, each with a shiny, colorful wrapper, making them look quite expensive. Having worked at the hospital for a long time, the old lady could tell from this scene why Xia Li had come to see her. He glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, lowered his voice and whispered, "Come with me." Xia Li followed obediently behind her. The two arrived at a side room of the hospital. The old woman took the candy from Xia Li's hand and gave her a look. "Go in and choose for yourself." After saying that, he stood at the door, subtly looking around to keep watch for her. Xia Li had thought it might be easier to find some discarded medical equipment now, but she didn't expect it to be this easy. Since they had agreed, she didn't stand on ceremony and slipped inside. She originally came to the hospital to find some used syringes, glass tubes, and the like, but she didn't expect there to be some rubber tubing and rubber gloves there. Xia Li didn't take the dirty things, but picked up some clean ones and quickly left the small side room. The old woman looked at the miscellaneous little things in her hand and was a little surprised. "Why are you always using these syringes? What's the point of them? You can fill those 4 bottles with water and use them as hot water bottles. Why don't you take a few?" Xia Li shook her head decisively. "This is enough. It's too hot to warm our hands. By the way, ma'am, do you know of any factories around here that sell solder?" The old woman cursed the young girl for being wasteful in her heart, but didn't say anything else. She replied, "We have a shipyard on our southern island." As she spoke, she pointed to the location of a towering white pagoda in the distance. "Do you see that white pagoda? It's right there. However, that shipyard belongs to the military, so it would be difficult for you to get in. They check very strictly there." Xia Li nodded, then asked where the supply and marketing cooperative was, and drew it out in detail on the paper. "Thank you, ma'am. I'll be going now." The old woman sent the good-for-nothing child away and went back to doing what she used to do. Once Xia Li reached a less crowded area, she decisively stuffed the items into her spatial storage. The white pagoda is very tall. It can be seen almost anywhere on the South Island. Xia Li wasn't worried about losing the white pagoda, so she decided to go to the supply and marketing cooperative first. Otherwise, when we get to the white pagoda, we'll have to ask for directions to the supply and marketing cooperative again. The supply and marketing cooperatives were not large and were very characteristic of the times. In a small room of about 40 square meters, there were 2 counters, with a rope on top of the counters and several small notebooks attached to the rope for issuing invoices. When Xia Li went inside, there was no one there except for the staff. The waiter, who was idly sleeping on the table, felt someone come in. He raised his head, rubbed his face, and spoke in a hoarse voice, as if he had just woken up. "What would you like to buy?" Xia Li came to buy some things to help her parents improve their health, so she asked directly, "Do you have any milk powder?" The waiter shook his head, "No." "Xia Li, do you have malted milk powder?" The waiter continued to shake his head, "No." I asked several people in a row, and the answer was always no. Not only food, but also other necessities are extremely scarce here. Perhaps noticing that Xia Li's expression wasn't quite right, the waiter asked, "Are you a new educated youth, Or a military wife? Xia Li, educated youth. The waitress had an "I knew it" look on her face. Don't even think about it. What kind of place is this in the South Island? It's a poor, remote place. It's definitely not as well stocked as the supply and marketing cooperatives in big cities. The supply and demand in the production and construction core has its own channels. The people are reluctant to buy things from the supply and marketing cooperatives, so it's useless for us to keep them here, so naturally the supply is incomplete. It's not just us. The supplies at grocery stores and grain and oil stores aren't that complete either. Grocery stores only sell meat once every 10 days or so, and fish, shrimp, and crabs every few days. We're afraid they'll spoil. If you really want something, you can trade it with the team members in the villages below. However, this also depends on luck. After all, no one has much food at home. They might not even have enough to eat themselves, so who has time to give it to others? Xia Li never expected that she would receive such shocking bad news when she had only come to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat and hadn't even had time to go to the grocery store. I thought I had enough money and tickets, but I didn't expect there wasn't even a place to buy anything on this island. You can't buy anything even if you have money. If she had known this would happen, she should have spent all those tickets before leaving, bought the things, and brought them with her in her spatial storage. What's the use of taking more gold and silver jewelry from Li Shangli? It won't fill her stomach. You can't smoke and eat white sugar every day. With some skepticism, Xia Li asked for directions to the grocery store. After going there, she completely gave up hope. Those tiny, dried-up shrimp, she wouldn't eat them even if they were given to her for free. Unable to buy anything, and given the current circumstances, her wish to fatten up her father and ensure his long life before his rehabilitation, and then peacefully raise her lazy daughter afterward, would be difficult to fulfill. It's not scary to be poor. What's scary is having money but not being able to buy what you need. Lost in thought, Xia Li unknowingly walked to the vicinity of the White Pagoda. Shipyards are places where technology leaks are possible, so naturally not just anyone can go in. Xia Li walked around the shipyard entrance and noticed the old man guarding the gate holding a teacup, sipping water and occasionally rolling a pipe. Even after rolling it up, I couldn't bear to pull it out. I would hold it under my nose to smell it, then tuck it behind my ear. After a while, I would take it out to smell it again, and then tuck it behind my ear again. He clearly cherished that cigarette immensely. If he's a smoker, then things are easier to handle. Xia Li took out another pack of Dakianmin cigarettes from her spatial storage, unpacked them, took one out, and strode confidently toward the mailroom. The old man was in a good mood today, rolling a cigarette while humming a little tune. He looked up and saw a very pretty girl. He smiled and said, "Little girl, are you here to see someone?" Xia Li smiled as well, but instead of directly stating her purpose, she cheerfully replied, "Yes, we're here to find someone. The person hasn't come out yet. I want to find someone to chat with first." As he spoke, he handed the cigarette he had taken out to the old man. "Grandpa, this is a cigarette my uncle brought back from the city. Would you like to try some?" The old man glanced at Xia Li and knew she had something to ask him. He reached out and took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Looking for someone to chat with? Of course, I can chat with you." However, the old man had never been to school and was just a gatekeeper. He didn't know much about the factory. He said that, but his mind was already in turmoil. He was even starting to think about how to call over the guards from the shipyard. The last person who tried to extract information from me like this was arrested by the soldiers. They were supposedly a spy. Could it be that such a young girl has become a spy? What were those islanders thinking? Why couldn't a perfectly normal young girl do something like this? Xia Li was unaware that her identity was being questioned, and she didn't intend to ask anything, so she wasn't afraid of breaking any taboos. He chuckled and said, "Grandpa, do you know anyone who is solder? Could you lend me some? I have a small thing I want to solder, but I don't have any solder." The old gatekeeper? That's it? It's such a small matter, and you're trying to pull strings with me and secretly try to get information out of me. Is it really worth it? Could it be that he's trying to sneak into the shipyard? Just as the old man was struggling with his thoughts, a middle-aged man with gray hair suddenly walked out of the shipyard. The man's face was wrinkled and weathered, and he looked frustrated and unsuccessful. The old gatekeeper pointed at the man and said to Xiaoli, "See that? That's our factory's welder. He definitely has solder there. If you want to borrow it, you can talk to him about it. They won't let you into the shipyard. If something happens, who will take responsibility? Didn't you say it needed soldering? Then let's just get straight to the key points about soldering." As he spoke, he stood up, leaned out of the window, and waved to the middle-aged man. "Master Kwang, come here for a moment." Master Kwang was feeling worried and had just reached the shipyard gate when the old man guarding the shipyard stopped him. Looking up, I saw a little girl standing at the entrance of the shipyard, right next to the old man in the mailroom. He strode over, his gaze quickly shifting from Xia Li to the old man who opened the door. "Sir, what do you need me for?" The old gatekeeper tucked the cigarette behind his ear, chuckled, and pointed at Xiaoli. "This is my sister's eldest granddaughter. She wants to solder something, but she doesn't have any solder at home. She wondered if she could get some from you." As he spoke, he gave Xiaoli a wink. Xiaoli immediately understood and quickly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Master Kwang. "Thank you, Master Kwang. I don't need much, just a little bit will do." Master Kwang quickly waved his hand. "No need, it's just a little solder. Come in with me. Do you have a soldering gun at home? If not, you can just bring it over here. Solder comes in blocks, you can't just stick it on. It needs to be heated to melt into a liquid and solder things." Xiaoli thought for a moment and realized that it would be easier to find wire at the shipyard. Although she had wire in her space, it was still too much trouble to find tools to bend it. The tools here were more complete. Looking at Master Kwang somewhat embarrassedly, she said, "I just want to weld a small frame. Could you give me a few more pieces of wire, Master Kwang?" Master Kwang didn't say anything, just nodded and turned to walk back, being very easy to talk to. "Come with me." The gatekeeper saw that Master Kwang had really brought Xiaoli inside, and now he was a little worried. He told Master Kwang that the girl was his eldest sister's granddaughter, but the problem was that he wasn't. If something really goes wrong after they go in, won't they blame it all on him? I immediately regretted telling that lie, but I was too embarrassed to go back on my word, and I was extremely anxious. Xiaoli noticed his anxiety, turned around and smiled at the old man, saying, "Uncle, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll chat with you again when I get back." The gatekeeper thought for 10 minutes. The shipyard was so big, she probably couldn't do anything bad, and he calmed down a bit. If all else fails, he can go find her in 10 minutes. She already said 10 minutes. Master Kwang led Xiaoli to the workshop, plugged in the soldering gun in the corner, and casually handed Xiaoli a few copper wires. "Would copper wire work?" "Xiaoli, okay." For the next 5 minutes, Master Kwang watched as Xiaoli assembled a small device from copper wire, wooden board, rubber tip of syringe, and several small glass bottles. Master Kwang didn't pay much attention, only thinking that the things the little girl made were actually quite decent. It's so great to be young. You can have so much energy even when doing a small craft project. But when Xiaoli took out a match and heated it on the glass bottle at the end of the small instrument, Master Kwang's expression became completely serious. Master Kwang was shocked. Because when the small glass bottle was heated, the copper wire on the other side actually started moving on its own. This is clearly a miniature engine. Master Kwang, having worked his way up to level 8 welder at the shipyard, was clearly a worldly man. His gaze towards Xia Li was one of utter astonishment, as if he were looking at some kind of genius. Are kids these days really that clever? They can make something like this with just a few small wires, a syringe, a glass tube, and some rubber tape. This is absolutely incredible. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of other workers, and soon a crowd gathered around. One of the mechanics, who knew more about things than Master Kwang, looked at the little thing in Xiaoli's hand that was constantly making a thump-thump-thump-thump-thump sound, and asked in surprise, "Is this an engine?" Xiaoli nodded, "Yes." The mechanic immediately smiled and said, "You're so young, but you're amazing. You can actually manufacture engines from these seemingly insignificant materials? Would you be interested in coming to our shipyard?" Xiaoli thought to herself, I probably won't pass the political review. My parents are still in the cowshed. He shook his head decisively and said in a serious tone, I'm here to support the construction of the country, and I want to fight for the construction of the country. The mechanic was puzzled. You were an educated youth sent to the countryside? When building the country, we should put talented people in the places where they are most suitable. You clearly have a talent for machinery. Isn't farming a waste of your talent? Xia Li remembered what Li Likun had said that morning and immediately took it and used it. I want to be a screw that never rusts, shining brightly wherever the party screws me in. Since the organization has assigned me to the countryside, I will make a difference there. Farmers work too hard irrigating their fields, so I wanted to create an engine and a water pump that could draw water from wells so that irrigation could be done without human intervention, greatly increasing grain yields. To serve the people means to do one's utmost to make the greatest contribution to them. Xia Li had been a leader and had spoken on stage before. His words were powerful and persuasive, which immediately roused the enthusiasm of the shipyard workers. Immediately, someone exclaimed excitedly, Comrade, you're right. No matter where the organization places us, we will do our best to shine and contribute. Yes, we, the people, have power. As long as we unite, we will surely be able to resist the oppression of Western forces and create a glorious future together. The shipyard workers were all incredibly excited, feeling that this young woman was so ambitious and that her words were particularly inspiring. We must learn from her. Seeing these workers so easily swayed by a few words, Xia Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. People these days are still so honest. Who in later generations would believe such empty promises? What are you all doing here with so many people gathered here? As the crowd grew agitated, a clear female voice broke through, barely noticeable and easily drowned out by the various slogans. Nyo Lily had just finished lunch and thought of visiting the workers in the workshop to check on their situation. She's paid by the union. If she does absolutely nothing, people will definitely talk about her. Upon arriving at the workshop, I saw a large group of workers shouting slogans with great enthusiasm. He cursed these people for making trouble for no reason, but he still went over to check the situation. As soon as he squeezed into the crowd, he saw a familiar face and his expression immediately darkened. What are you doing here? What are you doing at the shipyard? Who brought you in? After asking the 3 questions, he looked down at the soldering gun at Xia Li's feet and then looked at Master Quang with displeasure. Master Quang, don't you know that solder is state property? If you give it to someone else, you and that person are both undermining socialism. If we take you both to the police station, you'll both be in jail. Master Quang's, the younger generation, is formidable. Expression vanished instantly, replaced by a gloomy look as he stared at No Lily. Mr. Nyo, you can't just spout nonsense here. I bought this soldering gun and solder myself for practice. They're my own stuff. I can use them however I want. How did that become undermining socialism? My competition with your father for the level 9 welder qualification is between your father and me. Don't try to smear me. When the people around heard what Master Quang said, they all fell silent. Master Quang and Nyo Desheng are both top welders in the shipyard, and they have been showing off their skills since they first entered the industry. Both of them are now level 8 welders, and during this period, only one person was able to be rated as a level 9 welder. Once you successfully advance, your life will be completely different. Not only will your salary increase, but you will also become a level 9 welder admired by everyone. The two are about the same level, but Nyo Desheng's son-in-law is in the military, so the higher-ups are more inclined to favor Nyo Desheng. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Nyo Desheng will most likely be appointed as the level 9 welder. They are all top-notch welders. Now that the man surnamed Nyo and the man surnamed Quang are at odds, these other people suddenly find it difficult to interrupt. Perhaps it's because Comrade Nyo has too high expectations of herself and is too concerned about her previous misuse of public resources that she is now overreacting. A light, airy female voice rang out, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at Xia Li in surprise, as if they were waiting for a big surprise. Or I'll report you for defamation to the commune. Xiaoli, oh, I didn't know that soldiers are also responsible for catching human traffickers. It's a long journey, taking 2 days by car, and it's not even within their jurisdiction. Who would believe that handling a case across provinces isn't done through connections? Are the local police officers dead? When Xiaoli saw No Lily, she knew that No Lily had come to cause trouble, and specifically to cause trouble for her. However, she has always been resilient since childhood and is not afraid of others picking on her. Anyone who dares to pick on her will at least suffer a lot. No Lily was speechless. This matter was indeed not under the jurisdiction of the military region. It was because he went to the division commander to make a scene that the division commander, out of respect for her husband, sent his most elite squad to rescue the people. What's it to you? It's none of your business. If you think this is misuse of public resources, you can go to the military. The higher-ups have already agreed. What need do you have to spout nonsense here? Oh. Xiaoli didn't argue with him, but said calmly, of course it's my business. After all, I almost lost my life to rescue the child from human traffickers, and then I brought the child all the way here to you, my irresponsible mother. The moment you took the child back, you mocked me, implying that I was a bad person and that the child's refusal to stay with you, insisting on being held by my savior, suggested that I had ulterior motives. I have never seen such an ungrateful person as you before. I am only speaking out because I feel this way after seeing you come here to slander others again. Comrade Nyo, don't worry about it too much. Just continue being your ungrateful self. This is bound to be a lively scene. No Lily isn't very popular at the factory, but because of her good family background, no one dares to do anything to her. Now that they saw there was some juicy gossip, several people who knew there was something interesting coming over immediately gathered around and asked Xiaoli curiously, what exactly happened, lady? Comrade Nyo's child was kidnapped by human traffickers. Ignoring No Lily's obstruction, Xiaoli casually recounted the whole story in a few words, without embellishment. The way people in the shipyard were looking at No Lily had changed. What kind of person is this? Her own child is lost, and she blames her benefactor? Is this how mothers should act? That's incredibly ungrateful. An older woman immediately came to persuade No Lily, children are all flesh and blood of their mothers. You must be heartbroken if your child is lost, but you can't just accuse someone. Look, Comrade Xia was clearly doing a good deed, yet she was criticized. How unfair. Yes, you were a bit arbitrary in what you said today. If everyone believed you, wouldn't Master Kwang be tainted? In the future, we should always investigate thoroughly before making any decisions to avoid wrongly accusing innocent people. With the label of a repeat offender with a criminal record stuck on her head, No Lily was speechless and kept explaining to others, but her reason was completely untenable, and no one stood on her side. Listening to No Lily's distraught explanation, Xiaoli quietly said to Master Kwang, Master Kwang, I've finished my business here. Why don't you see me out? Master Kwang was in a good mood. Originally, because of No Lily, he was overshadowed by Master Nyo and didn't have a good impression of No Lily. No Lily's reputation is now completely ruined in the shipyard, and Master Nyo must be extremely upset. Even if he can't compete for the job, he's happy as long as his competitors are unhappy. Hearing that Xiaoli was leaving, he readily packed his things into his bag and said cheerfully, Go ahead, I'll see you out. Xiaoli tricked No Lily and then walked to the front door with Master Kwang without any remorse. The old gatekeeper breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaoli come out. Thankfully, the girl came out. He was prepared to go in and look for her if she hadn't come out. He smiled and nodded to the two of them, saying, You're out. Master Kwang was in a very good mood and nodded to the old man, She's out. Your grandniece is really lovely. That really gave him a huge venting of his anger. Xiaoli curled the corners of her lips, thinking to herself that she could do even better. Is Master Kwang going to compete with Master Nyo for the level 9 welder certification? What are his chances? Master Kwang was in a good mood, but his heart sank to the bottom after hearing these words. I'm not very confident. Our skills are about the same, and I'm even slightly better than him. But his son-in-law is from the production and construction corps, and I heard he specializes in shipbuilding. The organization takes care of their family. I want to compete with him for the level 9 welder position. Disaster. Xia Li, what have you made any outstanding contributions? Like making a big leap forward in welding technology. Upon hearing this, Master Kwang looked up and stared blankly at Xia Li. He had initially regarded the girl in front of him as just an ordinary girl, but when she made a small engine from those scrap materials, he knew that this girl was anything but simple. His heart leaped into his throat, his hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were fixed on Xia Li as he nervously asked, "Niece, do you have any ideas?" Xia Li smiled and looked at the gatekeeper. "Sir, do you have any paper and pen here? Can I borrow them?" Xia Li left behind a blueprint for welding tools from later generations, and with the welding gun and welding rod given to her by Master Kwang, she floated away amidst Master Kwang's gratitude and the gatekeeper's astonished gaze. Nyo Lily dares to pick fights with her time and time again. Isn't it because she has powerful backers? Then let's take them down one by one. As long as her pickaxe is fast enough, there's no mountain she can't level. If she dares to provoke her again, she'll go after her man. I don't know what kind of shipbuilding expertise that the spectacled man has. It would be best if she knew something, and she could learn what she didn't. After leaving the shipyard, Xia Li started thinking about how to improve her parents' health. Forget about grocery stores and supply and marketing cooperatives. There's nothing there. Not only does she only come once every 3 to 5 days, but she can't ask the brigade leader for leave every few days to buy food. After much thought, Xia Li felt it was necessary for her to go and hunt for some wild food. Actually, electrofishing is the easiest thing to do. There are so many aquatic products in the sea, and with her abilities, she can easily catch a large batch. However, their place is quite far from the sea, and it takes a whole day to walk along the mountain path. Her lightning-based abilities are still too weak to use lightning to accelerate her run the entire distance. With her current stamina, it would take her several hours to make the round trip on foot alone. Xia Li immediately dismissed the option of going to the beach to catch fish. There is a mountain behind the brigade, but the brigade leader said that most of the prey at the foot of the mountain has been caught. If she wants to catch prey, she has to go into the mountains or to the upper reaches of the stream in the village to see if she can catch some fish. After thinking it over, Xia Li decided to go and take a look at the back mountain. Following the stream up the back mountain, Xia Li didn't see any animals. As you venture deeper into the mountains, the stream turns into a river. Xia Li walked to the riverbank, looked around, and made sure no one was there. His gaze was fixed on the fish swimming in the stream, a flash of blue-purple lightning in his pupils, and with a slight flick of his finger, a current, whoosh, struck the water. In an instant, the fish that were swimming happily were suddenly shocked by the electric shock. In that small area of water, 7 or 8 fish floated to the surface belly up. Xia Li thought to herself that although her lightning-type superpower level was not strong, she could still fish with electricity without any problem. Fish these days are so stupid, they get stunned with just one electric shock. In the post-apocalyptic river, if you use a level 1 superpower to shock the fish twice, they won't even acknowledge you and will run as far away as possible. Xia Li strung the fish together with some straw ropes, threw them into the space, and then continued walking into the deep mountains. She prefers poultry to freshwater fish. Moreover, to nourish the body, it's best to eat some eggs, which are both convenient and highly nutritious. Xia Li walked along the stream for about 15 minutes before finally spotting a nest of wild duck eggs by the riverbank. A smile that could be described as benevolent immediately appeared on his face. The baby duck eggs are all here. How far can the mother duck go? Xia Li considered himself a kind person and couldn't bear to see the duck family separated from their mother and children, and their families torn apart. If that's the case, then she can only take the whole duck family back and let them reunite in the pot. He casually picked up the few duck eggs and put them into his spatial storage. He then walked quietly along the surrounding reeds for quite some time before finally spotting 2 ducks swimming happily in the river. Xia Li stared at the 2 wild ducks, squatted down slightly, and quietly picked up 2 pebbles from the ground. As the duck turned around in the stream, she moved with lightning speed, flicking 2 pebbles swiftly from her fair and delicate fingertips. With two clean bangs, the two white ducks tilted to one side and floated motionless on the water. Xiaoli walked over, used the bamboo pole she had cut down to lift the two ducks back, glanced at the top of a nearby tree, and then left as if nothing had happened, carrying the ducks away. Lu Buoheng, dressed in a green military uniform, perched on a tree, watching Xiaoli's figure disappear into the distance, and clicked his tongue. Holding a gun, he nimbly jumped down from the tree, looked in the direction where Xiaoli had disappeared, and sighed, "The duck is gone. If I had known I would be discovered, I would have fired earlier. Now that we haven't caught any prey, what are we going to do with the farewell party food?" On his way back to the family compound, Lu Buoheng had just entered the regimental commander's house when the commander's wife greeted him with a smile and asked, "Buoheng, what game did you hunt? Quick, bring it here. Your sister-in-law is going into the kitchen to stew it for you." Lu Buoheng grinned, bracing himself for the stares of the group of brats in the room, and said sheepishly, "I didn't hit anything." "Missed it." Political Commissar Wang was somewhat incredulous. "Didn't you go out with a gun? Even if you missed the big game, you should have at least caught a couple of pheasants or ducks, right? They're sharpshooters from the Marine Corps. Surely their hunting skills shouldn't be that bad?" The regimental commander laughed and said, "So you're leaving the Marine Corps, leaving behind even your best skills? They went out for half an hour and didn't bring back a single prey." Lu Buoheng sighed, pulled up a chair, and sat down. "I was so busy watching the girls beat the ducks that I didn't even have time to try it myself." "What girl?" the troop leader asked curiously. Just thinking about Xiaoli's eyes makes Lu Buoheng's scalp tingle. I felt that something was off about that girl. What normal person has such sharp eyes? Even if he were to leave the island and be transferred elsewhere, he should have informed the people in the group in advance. "I was just hunting in the mountains when I spotted a pair of wild ducks by the river. I was about to shoot them back when a pretty, fair-skinned girl walked over from the other side of the river. I had a gun in my hand, and thinking I shouldn't scare the young girl, I didn't fire it or climb down from the tree. Who knew that the little girl stood on the shore for a while, picked up 2 stones from the ground, and killed both ducks." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Just like that, whoosh. Whoosh, in 2 quick moves, both ducks were dead. Their methods were even more swift and efficient than our elite soldiers. Not only did all the ducks die, but the girl also spotted me. The way she looked at me when she left, don't even mention it. It was like she was afraid I'd steal her duck. If I weren't about to leave the Marine Corps, I would definitely have tried to trick him into coming to our side. That skill level could easily defeat half the veterans in our regiment." He spoke with great enthusiasm, but the regimental commander's brows furrowed unconsciously. "Do you know who that girl is?" Upon hearing the commander's question, everyone in the room turned to look at him, their expressions tense. Lu Buoheng's face was a little stiff, and he could barely speak. "Commander, are you saying that girl might be?" The group of people in the room looked rather solemn, and the leader nodded seriously. "There have been a lot of spies around our southern island lately, and we've already arrested several. That little girl is so skilled, she doesn't seem like an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Lu Buoheng's face flashed with annoyance, and he reached out and ruffled his buzz cut. The little girl's eyes looked clear and bright, full of protectiveness towards her food. I couldn't tell she had any bad intentions. I should have brought that girl back for questioning. What incredible luck he has. Even a casual hunting trip can lead to encounters with people suspected of being spies, but that girl really didn't seem like a bad person. Seeing that Lu Buoheng was somewhat remorseful, Political Commissar Wang quickly comforted him. "It's all right. You don't need to blame yourself too much. There are indeed girls with impressive skills. I've met one before." Good heavens. The little girl broke 6 ribs of the human trafficker with a single kick. The other party may not necessarily be a spy. As he said this, Political Commissar Wang's face showed a pained expression when he thought of Xiaoli. Although he managed to dodge the kick and avoid having his ribs broken, the swelling has persisted for many days. Meeting a girl who can fight like this is amazing. What happened? As soon as Lu Dingyuan entered the regimental commander's house, he saw that the faces of the brothers in the regiment were more and more solemn than the last. Their former battalion commander looked as regretful as if he had not been born a few decades earlier to join the fight against Japan. Lu Buoheng sighed, stood up, walked to Lu Dingyuan's side, and patted him heavily on the shoulder. We just met a girl who is exceptionally skilled, and everyone thinks she might be someone special. After the Marine Corps division was disbanded, only our regiment remained. Each person had their own position, and as long as we didn't leave the Marine Corps regiment, we couldn't get promoted even if we had enough merits. Brother, I'm leaving soon. With your achievements, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to promote you to regimental level. I can rest assured that I'm handing over the 1st Battalion to you. You need to keep a close eye on things from now on. If you suspect someone's identity is suspicious, why aren't you going to investigate immediately? What are you still doing here? Lu Buoheng was still rambling on when he was suddenly interrupted by Lu Dingyuan's cold voice. Lu Buoheng choked. How can this guy be so oblivious to romance and so serious? He's clearly the superior, yet he always manages to leave him speechless. That girl left after she finished hunting the ducks. South Island is so big. Where am I supposed to find her now? Lu Dingyuan frowned. It's still daylight. She can't possibly be swaggering home with the ducks. Alternatively, they could process the ducks near the mountain and return at night to avoid being discovered by the other team members. Or they would trade the ducks for other supplies. Now, if you want to hunt, you can only do it secretly. Nominally, all the resources in the mountains belong to the state. If that little girl had swaggered back to the village with the duck, her family might not have gotten even a single egg. If someone dares to sneak up the mountain to hunt, they wouldn't do something so foolish. Lu Buoheng frowned. You mean she's either on the mountain or she went to the black market? Lu Dingyuan remained silent, which was clearly an admission of guilt. After a moment's thought, the group leader said, although the person is gone and the chances of finding them again are slim, we still need to investigate. So, we have 1 hour until dinner. Use this hour to go out and look for them. If you find them, investigate their identities. If we can't find them, we'll come back for dinner first. Then we'll secretly investigate each brigade. If they really have a problem, they'll slip up sooner or later. Yes! The group accepted the order and went out to find the girl who could kill a duck with a stone and was also a highly trained elite undercover agent. Xia Li, whom everyone was looking for, was indeed on her way to the black market. She wanted to switch to some dairy or egg products and see if there were any other useful supplies. Holding the simplified map of the South Island that was already mostly drawn, we soon arrived at a small alley. Not far from the alley entrance, 2 loafers strolled leisurely down the street, hands in their pockets, shuffling in cloth shoes, whistling and looking around. Xia Li could tell at a glance that the 2 were keeping watch here, and that the area ahead was definitely the black market. He randomly found a small alley, put on an inconspicuous piece of clothing, a hat and a scarf, randomly found a basket, put some brown sugar in it, covered it with a cloth, and slung it over his shoulder. On such a hot day, Xia Li felt that if she stayed in the stuffy environment for too long, she might get heat stroke. Perhaps it was because her outfit gave off such a strong speculation and profiteering vibe that she walked into the alley with a crouched posture. The 2 people watching her just glanced at her and then looked away without asking her a single question. The black market was even more rudimentary than Xia Li had imagined, with only a few scattered people standing there with baskets on their shoulders, looking around warily. This level of commercial prosperity is not even comparable to the early morning markets in rural areas in later generations. As soon as Xia Li entered, several people immediately turned their gazes to her, all of them wary. Xia Li ignored them and went from house to house asking what they had. Those who were willing to exchange money and tickets did so, and those who were not willing could exchange brown sugar. Resources are scarce on the South Island, and even with money, you might not be able to buy what you want. Most people prefer brown sugar or white sugar to money or coupons. As Xia Li changed her things, she thought to herself, what kind of incredibly cute little angel is Li Sungri? In the few days she's been in the South Island, whether it's giving gifts, building connections, or buying things from others, she's relied entirely on local specialties she got from his home. Without him, this selfless, beautiful and kind-hearted little angel, her life would definitely not be as comfortable as it is now. Thinking this to myself, I looked up and met a sharp gaze. Lu Dingyuan? What's he doing here? Holy crap. What a coincidence. Could this be a sting operation? Do soldiers handle this kind of thing too? Xiaoli hadn't expected to run into Lu Dingyuan, who was dressed in plain clothes, at the black market. She calmly looked away and quickened her pace to leave the area. I hadn't gone far when I heard someone shout from the alleyway I'd just been in, "Police." Run. Xiaoli thought to herself, just as I thought, Lu Dingyuan is here to arrest those who engage in speculation and profiteering. Before anyone else could run out, he quickly stuffed his entire outfit into his spatial storage. He walked out slowly, hands in his pockets, like an old man taking a stroll, as if nothing had happened. Someone ran out from behind, and she frowned and made way for them with a look of disgust, as if she had just been passing by accident and was almost bumped into by the person. Several people dressed as police officers ran past her, but no one suspected that he was a speculator. There was even a policeman who almost bumped into her and apologized to her. Xiaoli remained calm and collected, already thinking about what to cook for a treat when they got back. But as she reached the end of the alley, a tall and imposing figure appeared at the entrance. The newcomer was dressed in a crisp military uniform, with a tall and slender figure, exuding a unique sense of authority characteristic of soldiers. Who else could it be but Lu Dingyuan? Xiaoli. Oh, so he recognized her too. But what does Xiaoli, the country girl in drab clothes, have to do with speculation and profiteering, and Xiaoli, the pretty girl in green military uniform? What a coincidence, running into you here. Taking a stroll. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan had never encountered such a shameless girl before. Her tone was calm and even, yet she exuded an inexplicable pressure. Once caught engaging in speculation and profiteering, one will be sentenced to death. You're not short of money, there's no need to do something so dangerous. Xiaoli wouldn't admit it when her own father caught her red-handed and scolded her, but Lu Dingyuan just said this, and there was no evidence against her, so how could Xiaoli possibly admit it? He immediately grinned, putting on a very affectedly defensive look, and said in a particularly irritating way, "Comrade soldier, don't wrong an innocent person. Soldiers can't take even a needle or thread from the people, but you don't have to send me a pot like that. When did I engage in speculation or profiteering? Do you have any proof?" If this guy in front of her can carve out her personal space, Xiaoli will have nothing to say. Lu Dingyuan's expression remained serious, and his words were cold and emotionless, as if he were merely stating a fact. Baiyuan Lane is a dirt road. You'll leave footprints if you walk on it. Height, weight, shoe sole pattern, walking habits. There is no foolproof way to escape punishment once a crime has been committed. Xiaoli. Looking at his expressionless face, Xiaoli really wanted to take out the basket from her spatial storage, slam it on his head, and corner him against the wall to beat him up. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu Dingyuan with a sinister gaze, his eyes filled with a hint of ferocity. We have no past grievances or recent feuds, so why has it come to this? Before Lu Dingyuan could speak, another voice came from the alley entrance. Commander Lu. The newcomer was dressed in the most ordinary homespun clothes, but his demeanor clearly indicated that he was from the military or police force. He looked at Xiaoli with some surprise, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Is this also speculation and profiteering? Doesn't look like it. Dressed so smartly, how could someone be so stupid as to come to the black market dressed like that? Upon hearing his question, Xiaoli tensed up instantly, her fists clenched slightly behind her back, her body ready to attack at any moment. Nowadays, speculation and profiteering are being cracked down on very strictly. If you are convicted, you could very well be shot. Although Xiaoli felt that there was nothing wrong with each era having its own laws that suited its national conditions, she did not want to die for such an absurd reason as buying and selling things. Whenever Lu Dingyuan said yes, she would preemptively pin them both to the ground and use her lightning powers to attack their hippocampuses, causing them to lose their memories. Although she had never tried this method before and couldn't guarantee whether she would electrocute the other person into stupidity or amnesia, what if it worked? If it doesn't work, then just electrocute them until they're stupid. Xia Li's thoughts were secretly racing, and she subtly clenched her fingers, her eyes turning cold. Lu Dingyuan glanced at Xia Li, whose murderous aura was surging, and frowned slightly. The aura this girl exudes doesn't seem like someone who hasn't been to war. Would a normal family raise a girl like this? Without showing any emotion, he said to the visitor, "Someone I know." The police officer instinctively interpreted Lu Dingyuan's words as meaning that he had just run into someone he knew in this alley, and said with a smile, "Then you two chat, I'll be going now." Upon hearing this, Xia Li's aura instantly dissipated, and she reverted to her obedient demeanor. He waved to the policeman who was turning to leave, with a grin, and said, "Goodbye, policeman." The 27-year-old police officer. He's only 27. Why call him uncle? But how did that girl figure out he was a policeman? Could it be that Lu Dingyuan told her? Seeing Xia Li's obedient appearance, Lu Dingyuan found it hard to connect her with the sudden burst of energy she had just displayed. His cold, deep gaze fell upon Xia Li, as if she were a tangible entity. Xia Li pouted, knowing that she couldn't keep up the act any longer once this person found out, so she decided to just give up. He put away his smile and looked at Lu Dingyuan with a deep gaze, exuding the composure and experience unique to a post-apocalyptic powerhouse. "Comrade Lu, is there anything else?" The stark contrast in Xia Li's appearance before and after caused Lu Dingyuan to unconsciously frown. He was even more certain that the girl in front of him was no ordinary girl, and he had to investigate her thoroughly when he got back. He said calmly, "Were you the one who killed 2 ducks with stones by the Wangsamwa River today?" "Xia Li, is this never going to end? They just arrested her for speculation, and now they want to arrest her for poaching? Why is a deputy battalion commander like her not contributing to the country, but instead focusing on her all day long?" His serious demeanor vanished, replaced by a forced smile. "So you soldiers are allowed to shoot birds with guns, but we ordinary folks aren't allowed to drink soup with our bare hands?" Don't think he didn't see it. The man perched on the tree was wearing a military uniform. The man who came to her now must have gone back to complain about her because that guy in the military uniform went back to report her. Anyone who tries to stop her from enjoying her retirement is a bad person. Lu Dingyuan had only asked the question casually, never expecting Xia Li to think in this direction. However, this also indirectly proves that Xia Li is indeed the woman with excellent skills that Lu Buoheng met. "Lu Dingyuan, I didn't intend to hold you captive or punish you. It was just a routine check of her identity because someone in the group discovered a girl with exceptional skills. If she really wasn't a spy, he wouldn't need to keep an eye on her." This was one explanation, and Xia Li didn't want to argue with him about it. After all, her skills were her livelihood. Even if she was investigated or arrested for questioning, she would still have to use them. He frowned and said, "So? You want to take me back for interrogation?" "Lu Dingyuan, no need. We are already very clear about your background. As long as we confirm that you are not a spy, we will not interfere with your freedom of action." Xia Li glanced at him, but couldn't glean anything from his serious face. Her tone wasn't as sharp as before. "Can I go now?" Lu Dingyuan remained calm. "It's quite a distance from here to the 1st Brigade of the Southern Island. I'll drive you back." Xia Li didn't object. Judging from his attitude, he didn't seem like he wanted to take him back for interrogation immediately. Who would want to walk when they could take a car? "Okay, thank you." Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly. "Bring the things over as well." Xia Li made up a story. Sold. Lu Dingyuan. Half an hour later, a military green vehicle arrived at the 1st Battalion of the South Island again. Xia Li pushed open the door, jumped out of the military jeep, and turned to wave at Lu Dingyuan. "Thank you for giving me a ride." Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly, took out a notebook from his chest pocket, wrote down a phone number, tore it off, and handed it to Xia Li. His dark eyes were fixed on her, his tone still serious. "If you need anything in the future, you can tell me, and I'll get it for you if I can. Don't do such dangerous things again." Xia Li took the small note in a good mood and said in a very pleasant tone, "You said it yourself, So you're not going to ask me for things later and then not give them to me, are you? Lu Dingyuan's tone was calm and resolute. No. Xia Li closed the car door, waved to him, and said, thanks in advance. Lu Dingyuan nodded, stepped on the gas, and drove off. Once everyone had completely disappeared from sight, Xia Li turned around, and her expression immediately turned serious. You bastard. He said he was going to take her back, and along the way he subtly tried to get information out of her. They claimed it was just casual conversation, but they were actually trying to find out more about her. With that kind of personality that's so quiet you wouldn't even fart, what's the point of chatting? He folded the note in his hand tightly, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Weren't we supposed to investigate her? Go ahead and investigate. The original owner's identity is what it is. Even if Lu Dingyuan worked himself to death, he wouldn't find anything suspicious. If she doesn't squeeze him dry during the time he's investigating her, then Xia Li isn't Xia. Xia Li threw the note with the phone number into her spatial storage. She had already planned that in order to maintain a good relationship for cargo transportation, once Lu Dingyuan had investigated her thoroughly, she would create some abnormal clues to keep him investigating her, so as to maintain the state of constantly calling him to tell her what she needs. What a harmonious supply and demand relationship. How long this relationship can last depends entirely on how generous Lu Dingyuan is. Xia Li didn't go straight back to the educated youth compound, but instead went to the back mountain to cut down a batch of bamboo. By the time she brought the bamboo tubes back to the educated youth compound, it was already dark. After stacking the bamboo tubes against the wall, Xia Li entered the room and saw a man come out of the male educated youth's room and nod slightly to her. The tone was fairly polite. Xia Wei, the educated youth, needs to speak with you. Could you please come over here? Xia Li nodded. I'll wash my hands. The male educated youth nodded and went back first. When Xia Li arrived, she found several people sitting in the room, including not only male educated youth, but also several female educated youth. When everyone saw Xia Li, they all turned around and greeted her. A girl with a round face looked at Xia Li, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and said in an amazed tone, Xia Li, you're back? I heard you got full work points for 2 people today. That's amazing. I've been in the youth labor camp for a year now, and I've never gotten a full set of work points. With that kind of stamina, you can eat your fill no matter where you go. How can anyone not be envious? Upon hearing this, Wei Hongwan, who was lying on the kang, a heated brick bed, froze for a moment. Xia Li, a woman, can do 2 full work points, but he got injured before he could even finish his own work. Now he has become the laughingstock of the entire educated youth compound. Taking a deep breath, composing himself, he looked up at Xia Li with a smile and said, Comrade Xia is indeed capable. Thank you for doing my work as well today. Xia Li just wanted to get a full set of work points on her first day of work, to get good luck, and to prevent others from talking about how she didn't get a full set of work points on her first day. She nodded slightly. You're welcome. Are you feeling better? Wei Hongwan lay on the bed and smiled, his expression somewhat bitter. I probably won't be able to work for the next few days, so the work is likely to fall behind. He looked up at Xia Li, his eyes filled with apology. I heard that Xia, the educated youth, finished all the work for both of us in one morning? Thank you. That's absolutely amazing. Calling him a model worker wouldn't be an exaggeration. Actually, the reason I asked you to come here is because I have something I want to ask Xia Jiqing. Xia Li remained silent, standing there waiting for Wei Hongwan to continue speaking. Her reaction was so calm that it made Wei Hongwan uneasy, unsure of how to begin. But after thinking about it, he said, My injury is quite serious. I haven't been able to work for several days and haven't been able to get work points. I thought that since we were all sent down youth, we should help each other. This job is pretty easy for you. We're now in the same group, and we're doing the same things together. How about you help me with this for the next few days, and I'll do more when I'm better. Xia Li. This was the first time Xia Li had ever heard of such a request in her life. Looking at the normal expressions on the faces of the other people in the room, she even wondered if she herself was out of step with this era because of this outrageous request. How many days off do you want? When Wei Hongquan saw that Xia Li had agreed, he was overjoyed. After a moment's thought, he said, "The doctor said I need to rest for 5 days." The doctor actually said that 3 days of rest would be enough, and he just needed to avoid doing heavy work afterwards. But if someone can help him get all the work points, he can certainly support himself for longer. Your body is your own. What if it leaves you with health problems later? Xia Li nodded. So, I'll work for you for 5 days, and then I won't work for the next 5 days, but you'll still collect all my work points? If that's the case, it's not impossible. Now that she has a water pump, watering the land will only take a short time. But you have to go watering the fields every day, and if you don't want to work, you have to ask the team leader for leave. Spending 5 days with Wei Hongquan is practically like having a 5-day holiday, isn't it? There will be many more things that can be done then. Wei Hongquan was taken aback by Xia Li's words, and his expression stiffened. He said awkwardly, "Comrade Xia Li, I think we are all educated youth sent to the countryside, and we should help each other and make progress together." Xia Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. So, what? You think you can get something for nothing? Wei Hongquan, as a man, I am naturally much stronger than a woman. You can help me with the work these days, and I'll do more of it later to lighten your load. If we don't earn work points, we in the educated youth community might not be able to get advanced awards because we're not proactive. It's okay if I don't get work points, but I'm afraid of dragging others down with me. The female educated youth sitting next to her chimed in, "Yes, if we educated youth in our institute don't get many points, we might not be able to get advanced awards." Everyone in our educated youth compound was hoping to get an advanced title so they could go back to their hometowns sooner. "Comrade Xia, since you're so strong, why don't you help me with this? You can finish the work in one morning anyway, so doing a little more won't hurt, right? We all came to the countryside as educated youth. It's fate that we live together. Let's help each other out. It's not a big favor. If you help each other out, he can help you next time. Don't be so stingy. Aren't you an advanced individual? It's not a big deal to help out fellow educated youth living under the same roof, is it?" Xia Li was so angry she laughed. She finally understood why so many people were sitting in the room, unmoved by the absurd request for her to help with chores. It was all for the sake of the advanced title for the educated youth compound. When it comes to sacrificing the interests of others for one's own benefit, doesn't it make no difference? While those who spoke up for him were certainly annoying, the mastermind behind it all, Wei Hongquan, was even more despicable. Isn't it just advanced? Doing a little more is perfectly fine. Hearing this, Wei Hongquan was secretly delighted. Before he could thank Xia Li, he heard Xia Li continue, "Since you're guaranteeing our courtyard score, there's no need to trouble Wei Jiqing to help me later. We can just calculate it based on work points. I did all the work for these 5 days, and all the full work points for the two of us for those 5 days belong to me. What's the big deal? I'll talk to the captain tomorrow. She's already being kind by not taking advantage of others, so don't even think about trying to get something for nothing from her." Wei Hongquan's expression twisted for a moment, then turned serious. "Xia, don't you think what you're doing will damage the unity of the educated youth compound?" Xia Li grinned, looking down at Wei Hongquan with a mocking gaze in her bright eyes. "If I don't let you take advantage of me, then I'm undermining the unity of the educated youth compound? Does maintaining unity in the educated youth compound mean we have to do all the work for you? That sounds nice, but you'll have to do more work for me later. You didn't do as much work as I did before you fell. With your small frame, do you really expect me to help you? What are you dreaming of? If you want to take advantage, just say so. Confront your dirty thoughts, and you'll be a real man. Are they secretly playing dumb while knowing the truth, really taking everyone else for fools?" Wei Hongquan clearly wanted to slack off, afraid of affecting the overall score of the Educated Youth Institute. In the next few days, whoever did the work would get the work points. As long as it didn't affect the total score of the Educated Youth Institute, what difference would it make? Wei Hongquan was so embarrassed by Xia Li's scolding that his face turned red. Several other educated youths in the room felt embarrassed and turned their heads slightly away, but said nothing. Li Aimin's face darkened when he saw Xia Li speaking so harshly, kind of physique that would make him a great general in ancient times. Standing in front of Xiaoli, who was 1.7 meters tall, looking down at her, he exuded a strong sense of pressure. If this were an ordinary little girl, she would probably have been scared to tears. However, the mutated beasts that Xiaoli had killed during the apocalypse were all over 10 meters tall, so he couldn't feel any fear towards this dwarf, who was less than 2 meters tall. He crossed his arms, lifted his eyelids, and looked at Li Aimin with a mocking gaze. He sneered, "What's wrong? You can't use moral blackmail to bind me, so you're resorting to force now that the soft approach isn't working. Are you two sharing a room? You're living off a woman and expecting her to share your life? You're so big and strong, eating all the food grown by others. Can't you do anything useful?" Because of his height and burly build, Li Aimin used to intimidate others whenever he was angry. Now, not only did the woman in front of him not back down, but she also said such nasty things, which made him angry. "Why are you so uncooperative? You have absolutely no compassion. How can someone like you unite all forces that can be united to support the nation's development?" Xiaoli said expressionlessly, "If we unite all forces that can be united just to do such a despicable thing as bullying others, I would rather bear the name of being disunited. My powerful and just motherland has no need for such scum who use the name of an organization to do immoral and disgraceful things." "You." Li Aimin had never been spoken to so harshly before. His face flushed red with anger, and he immediately became furious as well. "How did I do anything immoral? I was the most united person in the entire educated youth compound. Qinhua Wan is a capitalist's daughter, unable to lift a finger or do any heavy lifting. Her social class is much worse than ours. She's a capitalist's bastard. Logically speaking, we poor and lower middle peasants should keep our distance from her, or even give her some dirty and hard work so that she can better improve herself. But today, I did all the work for her that she couldn't do. This is a sacrifice I'm making to unite everyone. What grounds do you have to accuse me of being immoral? If you can't give me an explanation today, then let's go to the Educated Youth Office and get things cleared up." Xiaoli was not afraid at all. She had never been afraid of anything in her life. "Fine. Go to the Educated Youth Office then. If you don't go tomorrow, I'll drag you there no matter what. I want to see what those people in the Educated Youth Office think about this whole room of educated youths exploiting me and forcing me to do all the work for another male educated youth. Don't they think all the male educated youth in the entire educated youth compound must be dead before they bully a female educated youth? What nonsense are you spouting? Who bullied you?" Li Aimin instinctively retorted. Others also came up to persuade her. "Xia Jiqing, calm down. We can talk things out and discuss it properly. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. It won't benefit anyone." "Yes, Xiaoli, let's talk things out calmly. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. If this matter is really reported to the Educated Youth Office, regardless of whether they are in the right or not, if the matter escalates, they will lose their Advanced Worker Award for this year. Xiaoli has an advanced certificate, so the Educated Youth Office and the team will definitely think of him when there are any good things to do, but the others can't." Xiaoli glanced at these greedy people and quickly looked away. "Even looking at it for a second feels like an eyesore." Looking at Li Aimin, he said, "Since you love helping others so much, then help Wei Hongwan out and do all his work yourself. Don't be generous with other people's money. You won't know the pain until you're whipped yourself." In order to teach Wei Hongwan and Li Aimin a lesson, Xiaoli felt that he could take out the automatic water pump a few days later, or simply divide it into sections. Li Aimin was naturally unwilling to help Wei Hongwan with his work. Even if they were good brothers, helping once or twice was fine, but helping for 5 days in a row and the other party still not paying back would be a huge waste of money. He immediately shook his head with a serious expression and said, "No, Qinhua Wan is a woman. She can't do much work. I have to help her finish her share. I don't have time to help Wei Hongwan. Besides, we're not in the same group, and our locations are quite far apart, so we don't have much time to help him." "TCH. Xiaoli scoffed, but before she could speak, another clear, cold female voice came from behind her. "Solving this is actually quite simple." All eyes turned to the thin Qinhua Wan standing in the doorway, her tone extremely cold. I did my part of the work assigned by the team leader. I never needed your help, nor did I take advantage of anyone. If you're willing to help your group members, I can grant your request to be with Wei Hongwan." After saying that, ignoring Li Aimin's unpleasant expression, he turned to Xia Li and asked, "Xia Jiqing, are you willing to help Li Jiqing's teammate?" Xia Li burst out laughing upon hearing this, her lips curling into a smug grin that was sure to get her punched. "Of course I'd love to. Why wouldn't I? I love working with such a beautiful woman. Compared to those hypocritical people, I think those who are willing to do their jobs diligently are more worthy of friendship." After speaking, he looked up at Li Aimin, his gaze deep and carrying a hint of the intimidation unique to a powerful person, and asked in a deep voice, "Li Jiqing shouldn't have any objections, right?" Li Aimin wanted to refuse, but inexplicably, under Xia Li's dark gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat poured down his forehead, making it impossible for him to utter a word of refusal. His lips trembled, but he could only grit his teeth and agree, "Okay." Xia Li immediately laughed, and all her imposing aura vanished. Since comradely has such a strong sense of unity, then this matter is settled. If you dare to lie to me, let's go to the Educated Youth office and have a serious talk. If things aren't resolved, none of us should come back. We won't have to do any work anymore, wouldn't that be great? Anyway, we still have Wang Meili in the house. When I get back, I'll have her yell at me a few more times, and then someone will take care of me. Everyone present. Everyone shuddered when they recalled how Xia Li had argued with Wang Meili, nearly drowning Ma Xiaofeng by holding her underwater, and how she later deducted 20 points from each of the 2 victims from the brigade leader's account. Were they out of their minds before? That's why they were instigated by Wei Hongwan to try and force Xia Li to do his work. Someone like Xia Li, could she be someone to be trifled with? After saying this, Xia Li left with Qin Wan. Li Aimin's face was ashen. He didn't want to help Wei Hongwan with his work 1,000 times over, but now he had no room to back out. If he really dares to let Xia Li cause trouble at the Educated Youth office, the group of educated youth in the room will eat him alive. Wei Hongwan lay on the king, a heated brick bed, looking at Li Aimin with gratitude. "Aimin, I'm counting on you for the next 5 days." "Thank you so much." Li Aimin forced a smile and said, "We're all educated youth from the same household. Isn't it too formal to say things like this? We are all comrades in arms with extremely high ideological quality, so it is only right that we help each other." However, Xia Li's thinking wasn't exactly upright to begin with, and now that she's hanging out with a capitalist's daughter, her morals will likely become even more corrupt in the future. Wei Hongwan echoed, "We should stay away from this kind of person in the future, so as not to influence our thinking." The others in the room remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the two statement, but they secretly resolved not to get too close to Xia Li. This person is really hard to mess with. He's unforgiving even when he's in the right. After leaving the male educated youth's room, Qin Wan turned to look at Xia Li, her tone still calm but very serious. "I will do my job well and will definitely not hold you back." Xia Li looked the girl up and down, sizing up her small frame. Although she was a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and aloof demeanor, she was quite thin and didn't look like someone who could do manual labor. He chuckled and said, "It's all right, I have special watering techniques. Come with me tomorrow morning to install a small part, then we won't have to worry about getting anything done." Qin Wan had seen how Xia Li worked today, and she didn't think Xia Li would have any worries while working. If she had even a tenth of her strength, she wouldn't have had to force herself to finish the work today. Her hands and feet were shaking. Good. After the two finished washing up and lay down, Xia Li saw that everyone in the room was asleep, so she quietly slipped away to the cowshed in the dark. This time she wasn't so lucky. She didn't see Xia Jiangwo and Li Xiuli outside the cowshed, so she could only grope her way in through the darkness. In the small cubicle of the cowshed, there was no oil lamp lit, only the moonlight and starlight shining down, so the lighting was not very good. Xia Li sneaked into the cowshed and heard a strange voice talking inside. "The current situation is not good. The United States had its own aircraft carrier in 2022, while our national strength is too backward that." "Who?" Xia Zhangwo was listening attentively to the person in front of him when he suddenly heard a sparse sound behind him. He immediately became alert and turned around to look. The result was that she was looking directly at her daughter's silly, grinning face. Xia Zhangwo. Li Xiuli. The other man? Xia Li wasn't there to steal, so she didn't deliberately walk quietly. Holding a basin in her hand, she crouched down behind the cowshed. Just as she was about to crouch down and enter the cowshed, her father spotted her. Upon seeing her parents, she immediately grinned and whispered, "Mom and Dad, I've brought you some delicious food." When the strange man in the room saw Xia Li, his eyes showed some surprise, and he turned to look at Xia Zhangwo. "Is this your daughter? How did I get here?" Xia Zhangwo sighed helplessly, quickly got up, and went over to take the basin from his daughter's hand. "It's quite heavy when you pick it up." Turning to Si Chuyu with a helpless expression, he said, "This is our daughter who doesn't know any better. Please excuse her." Then he looked at Xia Li and said, "Quickly greet Uncle Si." Just like when introducing your own child to other parents during Chinese New Year, Xia Li knows that all she needs to do is agree with them and doesn't need to say anything else. She nodded obediently and said, "Hello, Uncle Si." Seeing that Xia Zhangwo didn't explain much, Si Chuyu already had a guess in her heart, so she didn't ask any more questions and quickly nodded and said, Okay. He looks like a filial child." As he spoke, he patted himself down, trying to find something to give Xia Li as a gift, but found that he had nothing of value to offer. He sighed inwardly and looked at Xia Li with some apology. "I'm sorry, Uncle Si doesn't have anything on him right now to give you as a gift. I'll make it up to you if there's a chance in the future." Xia Li waved her hand dismissively and said very sincerely, "Uncle Si, you don't need to be so polite. If you really want to give a gift, just take good care of my parents. That's more practical than any gift." Before Xia Li could finish her sentence, someone slapped her on the back, causing her to shrink back in shock. She looked at Xia Zhangwo with dissatisfaction. "Dad, why did you hit me?" "To be honest, these days." "Mom, look, Dad's going to hit me." As he spoke, he darted away and disappeared behind Li Xiuli. With chin raised, the posture of a dog relying on its master's power was particularly smooth. Xia Zhangwo nodded helplessly to Si Chuyu. This girl is a bit dim-witted and speaks without thinking, but she doesn't mean any harm. Lao Si, don't take it to heart. Come on over and have something to eat with us. Dumbass Xia Li. Si Chuyu quickly waved her hand. No, you all eat. This is a token of the child's filial piety." That's what I said, but the aroma from the pot still made me swallow hard, and I had to force myself to look away. He has been here for over a year, and he is always hungry, never having eaten meat. The smell of meat was immediately noticeable in that basin. The taste was definitely from a perfectly stewed, tender duck. Seeing that Si Chuyu was unwilling, Li Xiuli quickly said, "It's hot now and things won't keep well. If we don't finish eating tonight, they'll spoil overnight. The child has brought a lot of things. Come and have a bite together." Xia Li took out several grilled fish wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and stuffed them into Li Xiuli's arms. "Come and eat together, we can share half, that way you won't have to lift it." Under Xia Zhangwo's gloomy gaze, Xia Li changed the subject. "If you can't lift anything, you'll get scolded at work tomorrow." Xia Zhangwo. Li Xiuli. Si Chuyu. Xia Zhangwo really wanted to shut his daughter up, so he glared at her irritably. He opened the pot lid, ladling duck soup into a bowl, and said to Xia Li with a hint of annoyance, "Didn't I tell you not to keep coming over here? Why do you keep coming every day?" Xia Li said matter-of-factly, "I'm just afraid you'll get too thin from starvation. I'm still waiting for you to be reinstated, so you can take good care of my little darling. If you starve, who will feed me?" Xia Zhangwo felt that his daughter always had a quality that made her father want to beat her. He sighed, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "Whether I can be reinstated or not, who can say for sure?" Xia Li thought to herself, "I can say for sure that if you get through these past 10 years, what awaits me is the most perfect life of a parasite." He took a bite of the grilled fish in his hand and said, "Only by staying alive can you get back to your original position. If something happens to you, who knows how those bad people will laugh at you behind your back. Just imagine, one day you suddenly faint and become paralyzed due to low blood pressure from not having enough to eat, and you can no longer return to your original position. Li Xingli stood at the head of your bed, hands on his hips, pointing at you and laughing loudly. Xia Jiangwo, will you ever see this day? Are you angry or not? Xia Jiangwo, who are you calling paralyzed? Xia Jiangwo clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, looking at his daughter with a forced smile, and sneered, angry. How can I not be angry? I'm so angry I really want to hit my daughter. It's a good thing this guy managed to dig up Li Sungri's name. He really messed things up for him before. However, Li Sungri deserved it all. His daughter has no right to blame for this. Seeing the two arguing again, Li Xioli chuckled and handed Xia Li a bowl of tender, hot duck stew with potatoes. Have you had dinner yet? Let's grab something to eat together. Xia Li took the bowl quite naturally. I'm done eating. I can still eat some more. Her reaction immediately amused Si Qiuyu, who was standing next to her. Old Xia, your daughter is quite lively. Excellent cooking skills. This duck is so fresh. Li Xioli also took a bite of duck, feeling a pang of sadness. Her daughter had never lifted a finger before. When had she ever cooked? It must have taken a lot of effort to cook this pot of duck. Xia Jiangwo was also quite moved. He looked serious, but his eyes were slightly red. He nodded slightly and said, You've learned to cook. Not bad. I never imagined I'd live to see my daughter cook for me. It's wonderful. Xia Li, holding the bowl, looked up at Xia Jiangwo, who was inexplicably moved, with a strange gaze, and said very honestly, I paid for a duck leg and had an old lady from another village stew it for me. Xia Jiangwo. Li Xioli. I was moved to tears. What should I do? Si Qiuyu was amused by the family of three. Old Xia and Old Li are both very steady people, but they never expected that their daughter would be so lively. No matter who did it, the intention is good. Old Xia, you and your wife are truly blessed. Given La Xia's character, he would definitely have made clear arrangements for his daughter before being sent down to the countryside. There's only one possibility for this girl to appear in this remote and impoverished place. She came here voluntarily. What other reason could there be for voluntarily coming to a place like this besides taking care of my parents? With such a filial daughter, what more could parents ask for? Xia Jiangwo was secretly very pleased with himself, his eyes and brows radiating smugness, but he remained very humble on the surface. Sigh, if only they were more obedient, I wouldn't be so worried. Xia Li rolled her eyes at Xia Jiangwo, who was looking smug, but insisted on saying some incredibly humble things, and ignored him. He moved closer to Li Xioli and stuffed several duck eggs into her hands. I don't know how to marinate, I just boil it in water. Li Xioli frowned and pushed the duck egg back. You work very hard every day, so you don't need to bring us food anymore. You should eat more to nourish yourself. In the future, we don't need to be so aggressive when starting work. Just make sure we can finish the assigned tasks within a day. If you collapse from exhaustion here, there will be no one to take care of you. There are no secrets in the village. Even if they do the hardest and most tiring work, they can still hear the villagers chatting. Xia Li used up the full work points of 2 people in one morning, making him famous throughout the entire brigade. As a mother, she was already keeping an eye on her daughter's news, so she naturally found out immediately and felt incredibly heartbroken. Xia Li took a bite of sugarcane. I won't have to do so much work tomorrow. It's not good not to get full work points on the first day. When Xia Jiangwo heard his daughter say this, he wanted to teach her a lesson about her lack of ambition, but when he thought about the hard life she was living, he swallowed his words and ate his meal in silence. If he hadn't been demoted, his daughter wouldn't have been implicated. Do whatever you want, we're not short of food or drink anyway, as long as we're happy. Xia Li, were you just talking about aircraft carriers? Is our country also researching aircraft carriers? She remembered that China's first domestically built aircraft carrier was delivered to the Navy in 2012, which was a long time ago. Are we starting research now? Xia Jiangwo paused in his eating. Our people can't even afford to eat. Where would we get the money to research aircraft carriers? I just happened to hear about U.S. aircraft carriers on a tape recorder a while ago, and I mentioned it casually. Children should eat properly to avoid indigestion. Xia Li. When I was 3 years old, no one used eating as a way to discipline me anymore. Oh. After finishing his meal, Xia Li picked up the dishes and chopsticks that Li Xiuli had washed, put them in his arms, and got up to walk back. I'm going back now, I'll come see you again tomorrow. Xia Jiangwo frowned, wanting his daughter to stay away, but he knew it was pointless to say it, so he just sighed. Come over again after your house is finished. You're too conspicuous coming out like this. What if someone recognizes you? How will you live your life then? Xia Li, if I'm discovered, I'll just come openly and honestly. Anyone can give up and do whatever they want. Xia Jiangwo's face darkened, and he raised his foot to take off his shoes, but before he could, his daughter had already disappeared. Xia Jiangwo. You brat. You only know how to run away fast when you're getting beaten. After the others left, the 3 people in the small cubicle of the cowshed continued their conversation, but with a warm feeling in their stomachs, they no longer felt so bitter when discussing those things. The next morning. Knock, 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 knock. The gong rang again, and the team members went to work one after another. Xia Li became the focus of the entire team yesterday. This morning, the team members who came to work started glancing at Xia Li's plot of land, intentionally or unintentionally. Someone asked in a low voice, why hasn't Xia, the educated youth, arrived yet? So, they're about to start recording work points, right? I heard from people at the educated youth compound that Xia, an educated youth, and Li, an educated youth, got into an argument yesterday. Xia, the educated youth, didn't want to help Wei, the educated youth, and they had a big argument. Later, Li, the educated youth, stepped in and offered to help Wei, and the matter was resolved. TSK, she looks like a capable and reliable young woman. How can she be so heartless? We're all from the same educated youth compound. If someone gets hurt, we should lend a hand to each other. I don't think there's a problem either. Xia is a female educated youth. If she doesn't want to help, she doesn't have to. There are so many male educated youths in the educated youth compound. Why should we insist on her helping? Besides, didn't the brigade leader give him leave? Nobody forced Wei, the educated youth, to do this work. The person next to him curled his lip. He just wants to get work points. What else could it be? However, this educated youth Xia was quite cold-blooded. I heard that he said some very unpleasant things at the time, which led to an unpleasant breakup. He even went to the educated youth office to file a complaint. In the end, he preferred to be grouped with people from bad class backgrounds rather than do extra work, and he managed to squeeze another male educated youth into the same team as Wei, making him help Wei with the work. Forget it, as long as it doesn't interfere with our work, let's not worry about her character and just not provoke her. The team members could hear rumors because someone was willing to leak inside information. Li Aimin had to do the work of 2 people today, so he arrived at the brigade early, picked up a carrying pole, and started working. Everyone around him praised him highly, saying that a young man who is both helpful and capable is a good young man. He is warm-hearted and reliable. Seeing how capable he was, some villagers smiled and carried water past him, saying, Li, you're here to fetch water so early? Li Aimin nodded and smiled at him. There was no other way. Xia Jiqing found it too tiring and didn't want to help Hongwan with his work, so Hongwan swapped jobs with that capitalist's daughter in our team. I need to speed things up here, otherwise I definitely won't be able to finish. Upon hearing this, the villager looked at Li Aimin with pity, saying, you're such a kind person, willing to help others share the workload. But didn't you say yesterday that the capitalist's daughter wasn't very good at work? If the 2 of them are together, won't Xia Jiqing still have to do more work? Li, the educated youth, couldn't work, and Qin, the educated youth, wasn't much better off. Isn't this just like moving a latrine to a new one, changing the name but not the substance? What's the point of changing it? Li Aimin's eyes flickered, and he turned his head slightly, sighing solemnly along with her. Sigh, with the capitalist's daughter taking the lead, even if Xia Jiqing doesn't finish her work or does less, she won't get scolded by the brigade leader. Xia, the educated youth, probably already had her own plans. The villager looked at him in surprise and muttered, "She's really quite cunning." Laugh. Xiaoli and Qin Wawan finished cutting bamboo on the back mountain and went to work. As they walked down from the back mountain, they heard Li Aimin chatting with the villagers. "It's not that I can't finish the work or that I'm unwilling to help, but I don't like it when people shamelessly take advantage of me. Today's work wasn't heavy to begin with, and if you guys hadn't all ganged up on me, I wouldn't have minded finishing Wei Hongquan's work too." Upon hearing this, Li Aimin sneered, "Whether the work is heavy or not, you'll know once you start doing it." Xiaoli, that makes sense. After saying that, the two passed each other and went about their own business. When Xiao Li and Qin Wawan arrived at the edge of the field, they didn't immediately go to fetch water and start working. Instead, they took the rubber gloves they had taken from the hospital, wrapped the bamboo tubes together, and then stuck them on with black tape. One end of a bamboo tube was inserted into the well, and several other bamboo tubes were attached to the other end, extending all the way to the edge of the field. The water pump, assembled from a small engine, was mounted on a bamboo tube at one end of the field. Qin Wawan placed the iron bucket next to the glass tube and put firewood inside. The people in the brigade were working when they saw the two late girls finally arrive at work, but instead of working, they were fiddling with a few bamboo tubes. They wondered what they were up to and couldn't help but glance over there. The captain frowned, somewhat puzzled as to what the two girls were doing. Seeing that the other team members were neglecting their work just to watch the two girls, he felt a little angry. He waved to the team members who were watching the commotion and said, "Stop staring, get back to work. Don't you want your work points anymore?" He strode over to Xiaoli, who was still gluing the pipes, and said somewhat displeasedly, "We've already started working. What are you two doing here instead of doing anything? Watch out, or I'll deduct points from both of yours." Xiaoli looked up at him and said with a grin, "Captain, sharpening your axe won't delay your woodcutting. Once I'm all settled here, I won't need to come here to work anymore." "Captain? Is this human speech?" The captain's face immediately darkened. "She doesn't want to work? That girl's dream. He really is a troublemaker." Before the captain could speak, Xiaoli had already installed the water pump. He turned to Qin Wawan and said, "Light the fire." Qin Wawan was very obedient and bent down to light the fire in the brazier. As soon as the flame burned the small glass bottle on the engine, the machine immediately started operating, gradually transforming from a slow start to a rapid, high-powered click-clack-clack-clack-clack. Before the captain could even react, water started spraying out of the bamboo tube at the other end of the square box. "Captain, team members, why does this thing spray water on its own?" "Xiaoli, the water flow is a bit weak and the power is not enough. Tomorrow we can set up a siphon bucket at the well to pump the water up first, and then use a water pump to irrigate the plants." Xiaoli and his family's field was close to the well. The water drawn from the well sprayed directly into the sky through the pipes, eventually falling into the large sugarcane field, leaving only a small rainbow in the sky. All the members of the 1st Brigade of the South Island were shocked. Their eyes widened involuntarily, their hearts pounded, and they were utterly stunned. This thing can actually spray water on its own. Wouldn't that mean we wouldn't have to carry water from so far away to irrigate the fields anymore? What exactly is that thing? The captain looked at Xiaoli, opened his mouth, but swallowed back the words of reprimand that were about to come out. Looking at the water pump, he swallowed hard, his eyes full of anticipation, and cautiously asked Xiaoli, "Xia Jiqing, what is this? Can we keep watering it like this? If we could keep watering like this, we could save so much manpower." The team members were already starving, and they still had to do so much physical labor every day. If this continued, they really couldn't make ends meet. If this watering device could be used indefinitely, wouldn't it save the team members a lot of effort and allow them to eat less food when they get home? Xiaoli answered quite calmly, "As long as the fire doesn't go out, we can keep working." The captain was overjoyed and looked at Xiaoli as if he were looking at some kind of treasure, his eyes shining. "Xia Jiqing, can this be lent to someone else in the team? Carrying water is hard work. If we can save that energy, what wouldn't it be better for the team members to do?" If you're willing to lend this to other people in the brigade, I'll give you 20 work points every day. 20 centimeters is the full centimeter that 2 strong laborers earn in a day. Xiaoli has plenty of food, so whether or not he earns the full centimeter doesn't really matter. Then can I not do any work? Captain. I've never heard such an unreasonable request before, but now that it's coming from Xiaoli's mouth, it doesn't seem so unreasonable anymore. The brigade leader gritted his teeth and said with a do-or-die attitude, fine. As long as you're willing to lend this to the brigade, you don't have to do any work when watering the sugarcane. But after that, you have to go back to work for other jobs. With this thing, there's basically no need for manpower. Even if they help Xiaoli irrigate a piece of land, it won't take much effort. If you don't want to do it, then don't. Xiaoli readily agreed, okay. She'll find another way to slack off when she has other chores to do later. As long as you have a brain, you can always create useful tools. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoli still made a request. Don't lend the water pump to the educated youth compound. Last night they were all trying to scam me. I don't want to lend something I made to those kinds of people. Captain. He already knew what had happened last night. Those few educated youths were indeed rather unkind. If Wei Hongquan hadn't created that spot, Xiaoli would have come over to water the fields today. She wouldn't have had to do it herself. She would have helped Wei Hongwan with the watering. They insisted on bullying the new educated youth together, and now that the other party has useful tools, they don't even lend them to them. They deserve it. Seeing Xiaoli's firm attitude, the captain decisively agreed, okay. Conflicts within your youth settlement should be resolved internally. The production brigade will not intervene. The two sides reached an agreement, and the team members all heard their conversation. Cheers immediately erupted from the sugarcane field. The educated youth all looked grim. They wanted to talk to Xiaoli about it, but felt too ashamed to do so. Those who were involved in Wei Hongquan's incident yesterday are now filled with deep regret. If they hadn't been thinking about how to gain an advantage, how could they have suffered such a huge loss today? They all lived in the same educated youth compound. If there was no conflict between the two sides, would Xiaoli refuse to lend them the water pump? It's all because of Wei Hongwan. Li Aimin returned exhausted from carrying water, only to find something spraying water into the field from the edge of the field, which surprised him greatly. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that water was gushing from a bamboo tube assembly. When did their brigade get such a machine? Does that mean they won't have to carry water by hand anymore? Thinking of this, Li Aimin was overjoyed. He was doing the work of 2 people and was exhausted every day. With this thing, he would save so much effort. He put down the bucket and walked quickly to the water pump. I asked an elderly woman who was watching the water pump, Grandma, is this for watering the plants? With this, will we no longer have to carry water and do chores? Who would have thought? It was such a complete turn of events. Just as he was about to help Li Hongquan with his work, the production team produced a watering machine. In this way, he didn't have to do any work, gained a good reputation, and received Wei Hongquan's gratitude. It was a win-win-win situation. If Xiaoli knew, she'd probably regret not agreeing to work for Li Hongquan yesterday. The old woman was very happy to know that she wouldn't have to work on the irrigation for a while. When someone came to ask, she immediately said excitedly, isn't that right? This was made by Xia Jiqing. It's called a water pump. It can directly draw water from the well to irrigate the land. They really are intellectuals from the city. They're cultured and capable. They can even create something this amazing. I used to believe that educated youth came to the countryside to support the country's development and lead the farmers to a better life. Looking at it now, it really is just as Xia Jiqing said, knowledge changes lives. Comrade Xia is indeed a good comrade who deserves the advanced title awarded by the organization. If every educated youth were like this, I really hope that our 1st Brigade of the South Island will have more educated youth. After hearing this was made by Xia Jiqing, it's called a water pump, Li Aimin could hear nothing more. This thing was actually made by Xiaoli? Then why did he so sternly refuse Wei Hongquan last night? This thing definitely couldn't have been made this morning. It should have been in Xiaoli's hands last night. She could have easily watered the land, so why did she refuse? Just as he was lost in thought, he heard the old woman who had spoken to him earlier say as if she had suddenly realized something, oh right, You are educated youth, you can't use this water pump. Comrade Xia said that because you all ganged up on her, she didn't want to give the water pump to any of you. I mean, when Xia Li says she won't let them use it, she really means she won't let them use it. Everyone else had finished watering their fields, and even though the water pumps were empty, the people from the Educated Youth Institute went to borrow a water pump from the brigade leader, but he still refused, simply waving them away and telling them to go find Xia Li. Several educated youths who hadn't been involved in the incident all rushed to Xia Li's side, trying to curry favor with her and saying all sorts of nice things just to be able to borrow the water pump. As for those who bullied Xia Li yesterday, Xia Li didn't even give them a chance to speak. I mean felt that Xia Li did it on purpose. They deliberately created this water pump without saying anything, just to embarrass him. Absolutely despicable. He strode over to Xia Li, his face cold and his expression solemn, and said, "Comrade Xia Li, I think your behavior of undermining socialism is very wrong. Bamboo is national property. How can you cut it down so easily? If the people at the commune find out about this, you'll probably get disciplined. We said we wouldn't lend them any, right? Then don't use any of them." He absolutely will not let Xia Li steal the spotlight. Xia Li thought that Li Aishing's brain might not have fully developed when he was born, otherwise he would never have done such a stupid thing. The entire team relies on her water pump to do the work, and she actually wants to smash everyone's bowls? Does she even want to stay in the team anymore? Xia Li didn't even glance at him, and nodded, saying, "It was indeed a mistake in my understanding. I'll dismantle it and hand it over to the commune. We won't need it anymore." As he spoke, he made a gesture as if he were about to reach out and dismantle the water pump, as if he were very obedient, scared off, and would immediately stop making the same mistake. The moment she made that move, without her even having to resist, the team members erupted in chaos. A large group of people rushed over anxiously to stop Xia Li from dismantling the water pump. "What do you mean you don't need it? Little girl, you mustn't do what those bad guys want. Today I'll see who dares to cause you trouble over this. I'll beat them to death." Lu Zhuzi is the most senior member of the entire 1st Brigade of the South Island. He is over 70 years old and no longer works in the fields. Even the brigade leader has to respectfully call him third uncle. "I heard today that the educated youth children have made a tool that can spray water on its own, so I hobbled out to see it, leaning on my cane. Seeing the tools that Tanaka could use to liberate labor, I was incredibly shocked and happy." Before he could enjoy his victory for long, he heard that someone was planning to cause trouble. Without thinking of anything else, he swung his cane at Li Aimin. "How can you be so mean, you little rascal? You don't need it, so you don't want others to use it? Do you want to make our entire team work for you? You're so wicked. I'll beat you to death today." What are you doing? Am I not telling the truth? She's secretly using state property. Even if I complain to the commune, I'm in the right. Li Aimin screamed in pain as he was beaten and tried to run away, but was blocked by the other team members who surrounded him. Third uncle angrily retorted, "You're right. You're right. Let's see if you're still right after I beat you." Despite the third uncle's angry roar, the team members huddled together to take sides. Third uncle was the most senior person in their entire brigade. He was so old, what if he hurt his back while chasing someone? Moreover, this educated youth Li was very wicked, and he deserved to be beaten. Third uncle is of a high generation, so even if he beats up the head of the People's Congress, the head of the People's Congress will not hold him accountable. It's all for nothing. They are young educated youth, and it's not appropriate for them to hit people themselves, but surely it's acceptable to let the village elders of higher seniority beat them up? A group of team members surrounded Li Aimin and tried to sabotage him. "You might accidentally step on his foot, or I might accidentally bump into him when someone comes over." Li Aimin was in excruciating pain, just like the victims in the stampede. Even leaving the battle was not something he could control. The captain wanted to stop him, but his third uncle was so old. What if he hurt him? He didn't dare to do it himself. All I could do was step in and block him with my hand, while constantly trying to persuade him, "Third uncle, calm down, calm down. With me here, nobody can touch our brigade's water pumps." Xia Li's gaze fell on her third uncle, her eyes flickering slightly. This third uncle seems to have more influence in the team than the brigade leader. The brigade leader finally managed to separate the people, then stood angrily opposite Li Min, glaring at him, and shouted, "I gave Xia Jiqing permission to cut bamboo. It's not undermining socialism. The organization sent you educated youth to the countryside to support the development of our poor areas." Xia, an educated youth, used his knowledge to help impoverished and lower-middle peasants improve their living conditions. What discipline did he violate? You're incapable of creating anything that can help improve the living environment in rural areas, yet you sabotage things that others have created. Your thinking is utterly wicked. I'll go to the commune in a little while and report everything you've done. Let's see how they handle it. The main crops on their southern island are rice and sugarcane. They grow sugarcane for most of the year, and during that time they have to keep the sugarcane fields moist, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and requires a lot of manpower. If the people in the commune saw the water pump that Xia Jiqing made, they would definitely promote it vigorously in the surrounding area and even praise Xia Jiqing highly. How could they possibly remember her punishment? The brigade leader was not afraid to cause trouble at the commune. In the end, it would only be these troublemaking educated youth who would suffer. It would be good enough if their brigade did not receive praise for producing such a good thing as a water pump. These kids from the educated youth compound really have no sense of self-awareness. When Li Min heard the brigade leader say that it was with his permission, he felt a surge of resentment and gritted his teeth in hatred. That's obviously a lie. It's clear the captain is protecting Xia Li. But what could he say? He'd just been beaten up, and his whole body ached. Even if he went to the commune, all the team members would side with Xia Li. He couldn't possibly argue with so many team members even if he had 100 mouths. And there might not be anyone in the commune willing to stand up for him. Xia Li is just a new educated youth. What gives her the right to distort the facts like this? Seeing that everyone was silent, the captain looked at Li Min and snorted coldly. I hope that you educated youth can learn from Xia, and that your purpose in coming here is to help us improve productivity with the knowledge you have learned, not to hold us back. If I find out again that anyone is trying to do anything detrimental to the brigade, they're all getting out of the South Island 1st Brigade. The brigade leader stood on the edge of the field and started cursing, accompanied by the hissing sound of the water pump spraying water in the background. The group of educated youths lowered their heads and dared not speak. Xia Li, who no longer needed to work and didn't want to stay here any longer, walked happily to her third uncle's side. "Third uncle, are you going back?" "I've finished my work, I'll take you back. I don't know what kind of work people do on the South Island. You have a lot of experience, could you tell me? I'll see if I can get any other tools. We are about to enter that special period, and the treatment of those who have been sent down to the countryside will be even more stringent." Uncle San, a man of high status and power in the village, is clearly a powerful figure. If not now, when? We can also persuade him to slightly improve his status in the cowshed, at least to prevent the team members from being too harsh, so that my parents' lives will be a little easier. The little girl was fair-skinned and had a smile on her face. What older person wouldn't like her lively appearance? Moreover, the young girl said she wanted to create more machines that would liberate labor, so Uncle San naturally had an extremely good impression of Xia Li. He immediately nodded and said, "Then come with me, I'll tell you." As they talked, the two of them strolled slowly into the village, the atmosphere harmonious. The next morning, the gong rang again, but the strong laborers in the team did not head to the fields, but instead went to an open space near the cowshed. A burly man carrying a wooden stake saw Xia Li approaching and immediately broke into a wide smile. "Xia, the educated youth, is here? What do you think is the best way to build this house?" "Do it exactly as you suggested." Xia Li took out a floor plan of a courtyard house that she had drawn the night before and handed it to the man. "Uncle, I want to build one like this." The man craned his neck to take a look and sighed inwardly. Good heavens, no wonder he's an educated youth from the big city. He's going to build such a big house, almost as big as their ancestral hall. It will take a lot of effort to build this house. Even if all 30 of us work together, it will take 7 or 8 days, and that will consume a lot of food. Or you could build a smaller one? Since I live alone, there's no need to build a huge courtyard that can house more than a dozen people, right? Xia Li won't leave unless Xia Jiangwo and the others return to the city. Who knows how many more years she'll have to stay here. Naturally, Xia Li wants to live in the best possible environment within the limited resources available. She's someone who wants to retire comfortably, so why would she mistreat herself? It's all right, uncle. Go ahead and build it. Someone gave me some money before I went to the countryside, enough to build a house. Upon hearing this, the man also thought of Xia Li's former future mother-in-law with whom he had a destined but unfulfilled relationship, and his expression became somewhat strange. I didn't offer much advice. There were still 7 or 8 days left to irrigate the sugarcane fields, but the team members were all busy during this time and didn't have time to build a house for Xia Li. But Xia Li came up with a water pump, which immediately freed up the workforce of the 1st Brigade of the South Island. Someone with such ability should be able to live a good life even if they spend all their money. The team members were busy working for Xia Li, and it was almost lunchtime when a problem arose. Xia Li can't cook. The rice cooks on top but not on the bottom, and the soup boils over. Although cooking a big pot of porridge is considered a very good meal for ordinary people these days, Xia Li always felt that it was not right to make people do hard labor without giving them meat. In any case, she had to go home to get the food first. The bag of food the brigade leader gave her should be enough for these people to eat for 2 days. She would also prepare some meat and vegetables later. As soon as Xia Li returned to the educated youth compound, she saw the other educated youths looking at her with disdain. She wasn't surprised. If the water pump wasn't given to the people at the educated youth compound, it was as if she had already broken ties with them. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a female, educated youth with a long face walking towards him, carrying a bag of grain and trying to stuff it directly into Xia Li's arms. Xia Jiqing, this is your food. Let's eat separately from now on. We all eat from the same pot, and today it's your turn to cook. I'm afraid you'll poison us. This was a decision made by the entire educated youth compound. Xia Li, who was clearly an educated youth but did not care about the unity of the compound, had to be isolated so that she could not integrate into their big circle. The others nodded in agreement. Xia Jiqing, don't blame us. It's just that what you did was really unethical. Your practice of flattering the team members while belittling us is something we simply cannot tolerate. You should just live alone. Yes, don't blame us. It's not that we want to isolate you, but you did something wrong. But if you want us to use the water pump together in the future, then this is negotiable. Judging from Xia Li's pampered young lady demeanor, she's clearly not someone who can do any housework. If I leave them, I might not even be able to afford food. Working all day is exhausting, especially when everyone else is doing nothing while they're the only ones toiling away. Even if Xia Li gives them water pumps now, they will only take her with them when cooking, and they will still isolate her as they always will. Qin happened to pass by, glanced back at the group indifferently, and said to Xia Li, our 2 food supplies. Let's put them together, I'll do it. Without saying anything more, he silently went into the house, ignoring the angry stares of the group of educated youth. Several educated youths angrily said to Qin retreating back, what's it to you? We were talking to Xia, the educated youth. Why are you everywhere? Qin didn't even turn her head, only casually leaving behind the words, she helps me with chores, so I cook for her. Isn't that just a matter of course? It's not right to beg someone for a favor and then exploit them. These extremely ironic words made the group of educated youths look ugly, but they couldn't refute them at all. They could only shout that the other party was a capitalist's daughter with impure thoughts. Xia Li was surprised that Qin would speak up for her. She glanced at the group of educated youths who were going to great lengths to get the water pump and immediately grinned. With a raised eyebrow, she said in a way that was sure to infuriate people, how did you know I wanted to live alone? And you even kindly brought me food. You've all been so kind to me, I really can't bear to leave this united environment. The thought of all of you living together in a lively and cheerful atmosphere, with everyone crammed together in every room, while I have to live alone in a big house outside, makes me feel incredibly lonely. I didn't even have the chance to poison you anymore. Several educated youths who wanted to isolate Xia Li turned red with anger upon hearing this. Li Aimin's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "You're moving out?" No wonder he was so eager to please the team members before. He wanted to move in with them. As he spoke, he sneered, "You don't actually think that moving out will make life better, do you? If you really move into a team member's house, that's what will happen to you." Huang Dongmei. He did indeed dislike Xia Li and didn't want Xia Li to have a good life, but if Xia Li really left, wouldn't they be even less able to use the water pump? From now on, they'll have to water them every day. If they don't even get to use the water pumps, they'll be worked to death. Xia Li is going to be isolated by them, but Xia Li can't leave. Huang Dongmei's experience of being nearly betrayed by her teammates serves as a cautionary tale for all the educated youth in the educated youth compound. Even though the youth quarters were crowded, no one ever thought of going to stay with the team members. A kind-hearted educated youth whispered a reminder to Xia Li, "You'd better not stay at the team members' homes. If any disputes arise, the brigade leader will always side with the team members. We educated youth are outsiders. The brigade leader won't help us." In her opinion, it's not a big deal to suffer a little loss in the educated youth compound. With so many people living together, there are bound to be disputes. Who hasn't suffered a loss before? It's better to suffer a loss than to be swindled out of everything. Xia Li smiled gently, "Who said I was going to live with my teammates? My future mother-in-law, whom I was destined to be with but never married, gave me money just so I could have a good life. Thinking it over, I couldn't let her kindness go to waste, so I got a plot of land from the brigade leader and built a house for myself." The educated youth in the educated youth compound were all shocked. The educated youth who were assigned to this godforsaken place, the South Island, were all from poor families and had no connections. Who would have thought that some of them would be so rich that they built their own houses to live in? Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. Who wouldn't want to live in a spacious and bright house? Li Aimin stared at Xia Li with red eyes. "You're not a team member, so why would the captain agree to let you build a house? Did you bribe the battalion commander?" Laugh. Xia Li sneered. "If you have the guts, go ask the brigade leader. I did use the village's residential land, but the house I built. After Z leaves the South Island, he will stay behind for the main force. Why wouldn't the brigade be happy to get a house for free? If you have the money, you can build it yourselves." Her arrogant attitude, "I'm rich, I can spend money and I'm happy. If you're so capable, go and throw money around too," truly provoked these educated youths who couldn't even get enough to eat. They were all filled with hatred, but they couldn't do anything about Xia Li. How could the brigade leader not do something that benefits the brigade? That's like getting a house for free. Ignoring their envy, jealousy, and hatred, Xia Li pushed them aside and walked into the house. When Xia Li entered the room, Wan had already sat by the window again, holding a book in her hand. The sunlight shone on her, gilding her with a golden glow. She was a graceful lady, radiating a serene and peaceful aura. It seemed as if the sarcasm directed at her identity by those people had no effect on her at all. "Xia Li, you can cook." Wan looked up and calmly looked at her. "My great-grandfather was a royal chef. If it weren't for the property left by their great-grandfather, their family wouldn't have been considered big capitalists." Xia Li was immediately delighted upon hearing this. "That's great. Isn't that a perfect coincidence? She's exactly in need of a cook who can cook." Wan is a nice person and doesn't cause trouble. Because of her status, even if someone knows that she is sending things to her parents, she won't interfere. With long legs, he straddled the stool next to Wan, propped his chin on his arms, and asked with a smile, "In the village. Now that we've built a house, do you want to move in with me? I'll provide the house, you provide the cooking." Wan slightly raised her eyelashes and looked at Xia Li with a cold gaze. "Then you've suffered a loss." Xia Li crossed his legs with a cocky grin, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "How about you cook me a few more meals a day?" Wan chuckled and gently closed the book in her hand. 8 meals a day is fine. She'd had enough of this educated youth compound. Rather than spending her days scheming against them, she'd much rather move out with Xia Li. The two hit it off immediately. Neither of them wanted to stay in the educated youth compound with them any longer, so they decided to move out together. Upon hearing that Xia Li was going to cook for the people building the house at noon, Chen Wan immediately said, "Since you've already booked the house, I'll start cooking for you from today. Get the materials ready in a bit, then we'll go set up a stove near the house." Xia Li had no objections and led the group to the homestead. The two of them quickly built an earthen stove and handed a handful of grain to Chen Wan. "Let's cook it for lunch. I'll bring some dried fish over later and cook the dried fish too." Chen Wan had no objections and nodded in agreement. Okay. Xia Li found a secluded spot, secretly took out the fish she had caught over the past 2 days from her spatial storage, and headed back. After Xia Li placed all the fish on the table, Chen Wan fell silent upon seeing the 8 half-dried fish on the table. She then looked up at Xia Li with a complicated expression. "Did you know that uncooked fish and dried fish taste completely different? When the team members have a taste, they will definitely be able to tell whether it is dried fish or semi-wet dried fish." Doesn't this clearly prove that Xia Li was secretly catching fish? Now that her relationship with the educated youth compound is so bad, what if someone is sabotaging her behind her back? Xia Li touched her nose. "They were only caught yesterday, so they didn't have time to dry. Why don't you stew it until it's very soft, so soft that the fish is barely recognizable?" Chen Wan. "All right, I can already imagine how good their meals will be with such a capable person." Chen Wan sighed and began fiddling with the fish and seasonings in her hands. "All right, I'll figure out a way to make this fish taste like dried fish. This is the first time in my life I've ever turned a perfectly good fish into a dry, salty mess. To waste such a precious resource. If my great-grandfather knew, he'd probably crawl out of his grave and kill me." Xia Li was immediately amused by his remarks and sighed inwardly. Indeed, professionals should be left to do professional things. A cook is good at cooking and a glutton is good at eating. "It's okay, we'll eat fresh food after they leave." Chen Wan slightly curved her lips and softly hummed in agreement. Would you say she struck gold? With the cooking handled by Chen Wan, Xia Li no longer had to worry about it. But the issue of ingredients still needs to be addressed. We can't keep making Chen Wan waste her time turning the fresh fish she brings back every day into fake salted fish, can we? Besides, even if she wasn't afraid of the trouble, how many salted fish would she have to bring to feed 30 strong men for 7 or 8 days? This doesn't make sense. After thinking it over, Xia Li felt that she should go to the brigade leader about this matter. When Xia Li arrived at the brigade headquarters, the brigade commander was sitting at his desk drinking tea, his face. The previous scene was one of leisurely contentment. These past 2 years have been plagued by natural disasters. Since he took over as the team leader, he has been leading his team to rush production every day. How many years has it been since he has had such a leisurely life? Upon seeing Xia Li, who brought him a leisurely life, his serious face softened, and he immediately waved to Xia Li. "Xia, what do you need me for?" Xia Li didn't waste any words and said frankly, "Captain, I've been building houses these past few days, and I need to feed the able-bodied men in our team, so I can't gather that much grain in a short time. I wanted to talk to you about this." The captain immediately understood. Xia Li has just arrived here, and it's not easy for her to get so much food in such a short time. "It's all right. The brigade will lend you some first. You can cook some porridge for them to drink. It will be deducted from your work points later." This girl grows 20 centimeters a day, and with the 40 centimeters that Wang Meili and Ma Xiaofeng gave her before, she will grow nearly 200 centimeters in 7 or 8 days. There will absolutely not be a situation where grain is distributed at the end of the year and there are not enough work points. The work points are all held by the brigade, so the brigade isn't worried that she won't return them. Xia Li frowned slightly, her expression somewhat hesitant. "Isn't it bad to cook porridge? The construction team members are doing heavy physical labor, and I thought I should at least get them some meat to eat. This noon I stewed all 8 salted fish I brought for them, and I plan to continue serving them this kind of meal from now on." "How should you?" The captain stared wide-eyed in shock, gaining a new level of understanding of Xia Li's extravagance. Given the situation in their brigade, ordinary team members might not even be able to eat meat once a year, yet this girl stewed 8 fish in one meal. With this standard of living, they eat better than the team members during Chinese New Year. Although Xia Li provided good food for the team members, the captain was quite happy. After all, he was the one who found the players, and the team members would be grateful to him for being able to eat meat. But isn't this food standard a bit too high? Just how much money does this educated youth Xia have? The captain picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, and then said in a serious tone, "In this area, it's not easy to eat meat every meal. You don't need to provide such good food for the team members. It's good if we can eat meat once a day." Xia Li firmly denied it, saying, "Since we've asked them to do the work, we can't treat them unfairly. I visited our grocery store a couple of days ago and know that the supply here is not keeping up. So I thought, could I go into the mountains to hunt some game and cook it for the team members who help me with the work? As long as the organization allows it, I'll even hand over a small portion of my prey." When the captain heard that Xia Li wanted to go hunting, his brows immediately furrowed. The game in the mountains is not easy to hunt, and with the famine in recent years, most of the game in the outer mountains has been hunted to death. It's too dangerous in the deep mountains, and I can't let you take the risk. Upon hearing this, Xia Li knew that she could go, but the captain was just worried about her safety. He immediately said, "I grew up in the army and I'm quite skilled. Even if I go into the mountains, protecting myself will be no problem at all." The captain was a person who valued talent very much. When he heard Xia Li's dismissive tone, he immediately frowned and looked at Xia Li with a serious expression. "Xia Jiqing, you were able to build a water pump to help the team members solve production problems. I know you are not an ordinary person, but a talent that the country needs most. I hope you can take good care of your own safety, dedicate yourself to national development, and shine brightly in the future, instead of jeopardizing your own life and venturing out into the world." Before the captain could finish his sentence, he choked up when he saw Xia Li's hand gesture. Xia Li held a stone the size of a fist in her hand. Without saying a word, she gently squeezed it, and the stone immediately crumbled into pieces, falling clattering from her slender white fingertips. Xia Li looked at the captain with a smile. "Captain, do you think my combat skills are good enough? If that still doesn't work, I see there's a stone table in our brigade headquarters courtyard. I'll smash it to pieces with one palm and show you." The captain, who was almost scared out of his wits, said, "No need to fall down. Are all the kids in the military compound this amazing? Being born under the red flag suddenly fills my chest with a sense of security. Mighty China." The captain snapped out of his daze, awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth, and coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. "Since you know what you're doing, I won't stop you. However, I want to make it clear beforehand that although the game you hunt is also for the team members to eat, it is still work for you, so this is your private matter and the brigade will not take responsibility for it. You should still share some of the prey you hunt with the rest of the group, so that no one will complain or say you're being biased. Here's the deal, no matter how much game you hunt, it'll be sold by weight. The brigade will take 1/10 and you can keep the rest." Xia Li came to discuss with the captain because she couldn't bring the food for the team members out of her spatial storage and had to go through the open. She wanted to do something big, so she came over to discuss it. Now that the other party has agreed, it's only right to give them a little something. When you ask someone for a favor, you always have to use connections. And these connections extend to the entire brigade. "Thank you very much, Captain. I'll go up the mountain to take a look in a bit." The captain was still somewhat dazed about Xia Li crushing the boulder with his bare hands. His face remained tense as he nodded slightly. "Please be careful." Xia Li's plan to go hunting in the mountains was now out in the open, and he happily went back to his homestead. Lunch had already been served, and the team members' eyes lit up when they saw the huge bowl of fish and meat. They ate with great gusto. Upon seeing Xia Li, everyone became increasingly enthusiastic. "Xia, the educated youth, is back. Come and have some food, this fish is delicious. It tastes better than any fish I've ever had before." Xia Li didn't stand on ceremony, scooped up a bowl of porridge and sat down to eat fish with everyone. She's a talkative person by nature, and aside from being a bit annoying when she's upset with her dad, she's generally quite sociable. In no time, he became familiar with everyone in the brigade. He who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him. The strong men in the brigade all had a good impression of Xia Li and said they could ask them for help again if they needed any work in the future. After finishing her meal, while everyone else went to work, Xia Li took the bowl of fish that Qin Wenwan had specially saved for her and quietly slipped into the cowshed. When Xia Li arrived, Xia Zhangwo was cleaning the cowshed when someone quietly appeared behind him, startling him. Seeing the person take a deep breath, I inexplicably felt a sense of I knew it, and realized that this unconventional way of appearing must be my daughter. What are you doing here in broad daylight? What if someone finds out? Nobody's following you, is they? As he spoke, he pulled Xia Li aside and craned his neck to look outside. Xia Li was somewhat smug and said confidently, "Don't worry, I came here hiding from people. There's absolutely no way anyone could find me." Xia Zhangwo didn't see anyone else, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing my daughter holding a bowl in her hands, I felt a little touched. As expected of his daughter, she is so filial. She always thinks of her elderly parents in times of trouble. "I'm sweeping the cowshed. It's filthy and smelly. Get away from here." Xia Li glanced at the cow dung on the ground, picked up the bowl in her hand, and obediently took 2 big steps back. A sense of disdain burst forth. "Xia Zhangwo said irritably, "Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you be here helping your father with the work?" She hid so quickly. She didn't even try to hide her disdain. What kind of daughter is she? Xia Li looked innocent. "Heaven and earth bear witness. Didn't you tell me to stay away from you? I'm being obedient now, so why am I still getting scolded?" Xia Zhangwo choked on his words. They were completely irrefutable, yet inexplicably infuriating. He waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to argue with Xia Li, and said, "Just leave your things there and go. Come back for the bowls tonight. Don't come over recently. There have been people loitering around the cowshed these past few days. We went through so much trouble to get you a job in the countryside. Don't let this get you dragged down with you. Come back in a couple of days after those people have left." When Xia Li arrived, she noticed people walking back and forth near the cowshed, but she assumed they were just enjoying the cool air after eating and didn't think much of it. Now that I hear what his father is saying, could those people be here to monitor the cowshed? What's so special about this place that makes them keep coming back to monitor it? Xia Zhangwo didn't want to say too much to his daughter, so he just waved his hand. "You're just a young girl. Mind your own business and don't try to meddle in everything. We're fine here, don't worry about it. I'll send you a message when they leave in a couple of days." Seeing that he didn't dare to speak, Xia Li pursed her lips, but didn't press him further. He was thinking to himself that he would find some time tonight to deal with all those people who were wandering around outside. Can a living person die from holding their pee? If she can't come, she'll just create the environment for it. He casually placed the bowl on the stone platform and said, "I'll leave the bowl here. Remember to eat. I found a beautiful woman, the descendant of a royal chef, to live with me. From now on, our family's meals will be taken care of. I just ate some, and it was delicious." Xia Zhangwo. "I no longer have any illusions about my daughter's spirit of hard work and frugality. Isn't this just hiring a cook for their own family? This capitalist behavior." Sigh. Xia Zhangwo felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. If he looked at his daughter any longer, his high blood pressure might flare up at any moment. He waved his hand impatiently. "Go, go, go. Don't let me see you for the next few days." He then turned around and started working, ignoring his daughter. Xia Li pursed her lips, looked at Xia Zhangwo's back, and said in a calm but strange tone with a blank expression, "Oh, your dismissive attitude will make you lose your most adorable lily. You ignore me now, but you'll be begging for my attention in the future. Old Xia, I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life." Xia Zhangwo's forehead veins throbbed, and he picked up a broom, ready to hit his daughter. But by the time he turned around with a stern face, broom in hand, his daughter had already vanished. "Xia Zhangwo, how could you be so annoying?" Xia Li left the cowshed quietly, put her hands behind her back, and slowly walked around her family's homestead. The cowshed and the homestead are relatively close. The homestead is slightly higher than the cowshed, so you can see the whole cowshed from there. After circling around a few times, Xia Li indeed noticed several people looking at the cowshed intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were monitoring something. There were 6 people in total, villagers who came and went to fetch water and idle hooligans. They were all from several nearby production brigades. 2 other team members were the ones who helped her build the house. Xia Li frowned involuntarily when he saw this scene of strict security. There were 6 people living in the cowshed, including his parents, and they were divided into 2 small cubicles. She had only met one of Sichuyu. She had never met the other 3 and didn't know what they did. What secrets are hidden in the cowshed that warrant such close scrutiny from these people? Xia Li silently memorized the faces of those people and left as if nothing had happened. Daytime is not a good time to make a move. The best time to kill her is when she comes back from the mountain at night, when it is dark and windy. She wanted to see what secrets the 1st Brigade of the South Island had that made these people keep loitering around their area, preventing her from even seeing her parents. Xia Li left the crowd and nimbly entered the mountain. This time she went quite far. Compared to the grass and leaves at the foot of the mountain, which had been almost completely stripped bare, the vegetation became more abundant the further she went into the mountains. Every now and then you can hear the howling of wolves in the distance, howling, as if they are calling their friends to have a meal right away. Xia Li didn't care about all that and didn't head in the direction of the wolves. Wolf meat doesn't taste good. This was a lesson she learned during the apocalypse. In the dangerous environment of the apocalypse, moving silently had long been common sense ingrained in her DNA. She walked deep into the mountains, and even wild rabbits passed by her without arousing any suspicion. After walking for a while, Xia Li suddenly and silently hid behind a big tree, staring straight ahead with a calm gaze devoid of any emotion or murderous intent. Near the small lake in the distance, several khaki-colored water deer, tall and with long legs, gazing with their long necks out, stood scattered about, eating the leaves of shrubs. A glint of light flashed in Xia Li's eyes. Don't let the adorable appearance of the water deer fool you. It's actually a medium-sized animal. A male somber deer typically weighs between 200 and 250 kilograms. If we bring one of these things back, she won't have to go up the mountain for the next couple of days. It's so hot here on the South Island. Raw meat won't keep well in the summer. And there's another crucial reason. Venison tastes delicious. Having made up her mind, Xia Li no longer hesitated. She lowered her body slightly, squatted down, and gently adjusted her breathing. Her aura faded again, as if she had blended into the tranquil forest. Even if someone stood next to her, as long as she remained still and silent, no one might notice her. Just as her aura reached its lowest point, her right foot, which was pressing against the back of her body, suddenly exerted force. Using the rebound force from pushing off the ground, he shot through the air like an arrow, heading straight for the herd of somber deer, towards the tallest and strongest one. Bang! Xia Li punched the water deer hard in the shoulder blade of its foreleg. Moo! The water deer let out a cry after being hit. Unable to withstand the force coming from the side, the water deer fell to one side. Xia Li didn't give Shui Lu a chance to react. She jumped up and quickly darted to Shui Lu's neck, gripping Shui Lu's neck tightly with one hand and punching Shui Lu's head hard with the other. Bang! A large dent appeared on the deer's head, and the struggling somber deer became completely still. The sudden turn of events was so swift and terrifying that the other water deer nearby were terrified at the sight and took off running with their long, strong legs. In the blink of an eye, only the dead water deer and Xia Li riding on its neck remained by the small lake. It was getting dark, and the depths of the woods were already dimly lit. In the nearby forest, 70 or 80 tiny, eerie green lights appeared, like fireflies flitting about in the woods. Xia Li was tense all over, every nerve on guard, her aura fully unleashed. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her sharp gaze meeting the intense stare of one of the fireflies. The 2 fireflies seemed somewhat afraid of Xia Li, and slowly, very slowly, they retreated. Xia Li had just breathed a slight sigh of relief when she heard a whooshing sound coming from behind her. She reacted extremely quickly, her body instantly falling to the side and rolling away from her previous position. The moment she left the deer, a huge she-wolf, nose in snarl, lunged at the spot where she had just been, but missed its prey. If Xia Li hadn't dodged quickly, the mother wolf would have bitten Xia Li's neck precisely. The appearance of the mother wolf and Xia Li's evasive maneuvering were like a signal. "Awo!" The owner of the two fireflies, who had just retreated, roared to the sky. Immediately afterwards, the wolves that had been hiding all around suddenly sprang out of the forest, each with a ferocious expression, and pounced on Xia Li. Xia Li clicked her tongue inwardly. She said it wasn't extremely cold weather, nor was it a particularly difficult season for the animals. A wolf pack of over 40 wolves was unusually large. I hadn't thought that much about it. I just stared at the Wolf King, trying to intimidate it with my presence. But to their surprise, it wasn't a single pack of wolves at all, but two packs that had just happened to meet, with 2 alpha wolves in total. Anyone who has ever owned a large dog knows that when a big, silly dog lunges at you, it's difficult to regain your balance once you're thrown off balance, especially when the dog is agitated. Xia Li disregarded everything else, clenched her fist with one hand, and as the burly wolves pounced on her, she turned to the side and delivered a swift blow to their heads, ending their lives without hesitation. Awo! Wah-wah! Deep in the mountains, the howls of wolves echoed endlessly, scaring away even the birds. Overwhelmed by Xia Li's formidable fighting prowess, the wolves were quickly defeated. The mother wolf that initially attacked Xia Li had already been killed by Xia Li. The remaining gray wolves, barely clinging to life, instinctively merged into a pack, led by the Wolf King who had initially locked eyes with Xia Li. Seeing that he was no match for Xia Li, the Wolf King did not want to continue the stalemate. He glanced at the wolf carcasses on the ground and the huge water deer lying on the ground, and took a few steps back in anger. Awo! With a long howl, the Wolf King led his pack and ran away. Xia Li wiped the wolf blood that had splattered on her face and gave a cold smile. Wanting to kill her and then trying to escape? There are no easy ways in this world. Without even bothering to put the water deer lying on the ground and the group of wolves, whose bodies were twisted and dead, into her spatial storage, Xia Li, exuding a chilling aura, took off chasing after the pack of wolves. She didn't want to eat wolf meat, as it's not tasty, but these guys kept jumping onto her plate, so she didn't mind adding another dish. Just now, a pack of wolves was chasing Xia Li, trying to kill her. Now, the two sides have successfully reversed their positions, and Xia Li is chasing the wolves relentlessly, wanting to turn them all into food supplies. One pitiful cry of "wah" followed another, and the wolf carcasses fell to the ground like ears of corn plucked by a bear. Xia Li relentlessly pursued the Wolf King, who, like a madman, led his pack in a frantic run through the forest. The birds were startled and took flight, and the small animals scattered in fright, turning the small grove of trees into chaos in an instant. Splash! A man dressed in gray cloth, with an extremely refined appearance, carrying a bundle, squeezed out of the forest in a disheveled state and ran to a flat area with few trees in the mountains. He was so tired that he was out of breath and his forehead was covered with sweat, but he dared not stop for even a moment. "Stop right there. Hand over the stuff. I'll spare your life." 3 more people emerged from the forest one after another, their faces contorted with rage as they chased after the refined-looking man, panting and roaring. What refined man would dare to stop? The 3 people behind him were no good. If he stopped, they would definitely not spare his life. And once he's caught, he'll definitely lose what he's carrying. The message must get out. He can't stop. Those in front fled for their lives, while those behind fought back with all their might. The 2 groups chased each other relentlessly and were about to enter the woods ahead for another round of pursuit. Just then, several extremely fast black shadows suddenly emerged from the woods ahead. All 4 of them were startled, and after seeing what it was, they were completely terrified. The person chasing behind shouted, "Oh no! A pack of wolves! Get up in a tree!" Xia Li was chasing after the wolf pack when she heard a scream from ahead, and her brows furrowed immediately. Didn't the captain say we couldn't go into the deep mountains? Why are there after him were two of the same people she had been looking around near the cowshed. Xiaoli ignored those people, caught a wolf that was nearby, and punched it on the head. With a bang, the wolf instantly collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and then remained motionless. The scene was so bloody and brutal that it was breathtaking. Xiaoli's fierce performance successfully frightened the two groups that had been chasing each other. The village secretary originally planned to take advantage of the pursuers hiding from the wolves to escape, but he did not expect that the wolves had no desire to attack them. As if they were being chased by some natural enemy, they did not stop when they saw them and simply brushed past them. The way he fled in panic was even worse than he is now. The village party secretary's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed under his breath. If the wolves are scared like this, could there be another large pack of wild animals behind them? How could he be so unlucky? Is he really going to die here today? He should have known better than to risk being exposed today. But the next second, instead of seeing the wild beast, the village secretary saw the educated youth who had just arrived at their educated youth compound and were already quite popular. The little girl rushed out of the woods and killed a wolf that weighed at least 100 pounds with a single punch. The village secretary gasped in shock. It turned out that the wolves were being chased by a little girl. Is this little girl even human? She actually managed to kill a wolf with one punch and scare the wolf pack so much that they didn't dare turn around when they saw their prey. The village secretary glanced back at the several equally surprised and uncertain people behind him, and then he had an idea. Forget everything else. He ran towards Xiaoli with the things in his arms, shouting anxiously, "Xiaoli, come and help me. Those three are spies from the island nation. They're trying to steal my radio transmitter, and I have important information to report. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Be careful, they have guns." With Xiaoli's incredible skills, subduing those people is a piece of cake. He's saved. Xiaoli frowned slightly when she saw the village secretary asking her for help, not expecting such an unexpected situation to occur. He glanced at the three wolves that had already fled, feeling a pang of regret, but ultimately did not continue chasing them. He turned around and rushed towards the three men chasing the village secretary. Two of the three people had been keeping an eye on the cowshed. She had been trying to figure out how to get rid of them, but she never expected it to fall into her hands in this way. The three were all taken aback when they realized that the woman who could kill a wolf with her bare hands would actually charge at them as the village secretary had said. However, they were all trained individuals and did not panic in the face of such an unexpected situation. The men pulled out their guns and, without saying a word, fired in Xiaoli's direction without hesitation. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Several shots rang out in succession, but none of them hit the target. Xiaoli could dodge even speed-type zombies in the apocalypse, so what were a few bullets? Judging from the way the other party opened fire without even thinking, they are definitely not a good person. He raised his hand and punched each of them in the jaw, and they all fell to the ground. Xiaoli originally intended to kill these three people outright and end it all in one fell swoop. But the village secretary just saw her. Now that she's killed these people, isn't she a murderer? This isn't the post-apocalyptic world without any social order. If you want to kill someone, you absolutely can't let anyone find out. Thinking this, Xiaoli walked to a big tree, pulled down a thick and long vine, and quickly tied the three of them together. When I turned around, I found that the village party secretary had already disappeared. Xiaoli? You asked me to save you, I saved you, and then you disappeared without a trace. What kind of human suffering and injustice is this? Xiaoli took a deep breath, dragged the vines binding the three people, and walked back into the woods they had come from. Her wolf and deer were still lying on the ground. She had to drag them back and give them a proper burial before she could feel at ease. As for the three people in our hands, since they're spies from an island nation, let's just send them directly to the police station. Presumably, they won't be seen near the cowshed again. As Xiaoli dragged the person into the forest, she discovered a figure hiding in the bushes. She dragged the person over, parted the large leaves, and found the village secretary looking up at her in horror, fiddling with a machine in his hands. Xiaoli, I thought you had run away. Or it's the kind of run where you abandon your savior in a wolf's den and flee on your own. The village secretary was startled by Xia Li's sudden appearance. He thought he had hidden himself well and would not be discovered, but he did not expect Xia Li to be so perceptive and to spot him at a glance. He gave a slightly awkward twitch of his lips. I have important information about spies that I need to send to my superiors. It absolutely cannot be delayed. I was thinking of finding a place to quickly spread the message out and then going back to help you. Xia Li nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his words. Whether he wanted to go back to help or not, it was really unfair of him to run away first and leave her alone to deal with 3 people. Even if she really doesn't need anyone's help. He put the 3 people he was dragging next to the village secretary and asked, "Can you tell me what happened? Which side are you on?" If she knew why those people were watching the cowshed, she could be more prepared to take precautions in the future. The village party secretary looked at Xia Li speechlessly, his tone strange. Of course I'm on China's side, otherwise I wouldn't be asking you for help. Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? He glanced discreetly at the 3 spies whose jaws were swollen like watermelons and quietly swallowed. When he looked up at Xia Li, his gaze was calm and firm. I cannot disclose the details of the organization to you, but I can tell you with certainty that your actions this time protected important national secrets from being leaked. I'll apply to my superiors for a major commendation as soon as I get back. Xia Li wasn't too concerned about whether or not she would be credited for her achievements. If she could use this accomplishment to clear her father's name, she would be able to return to her retirement life immediately. But it's obvious that this is impossible. Then you can post it here, I'm leaving. Xia Li showed no hesitation, dragging the 3 people along, picked up the wolf she had just killed, and slowly walked back. On the way up the mountain, she marked the path. At the beginning of the wolf hunt, there was a dead wolf every now and then, just like stones thrown on the ground to prevent getting lost. So she wasn't afraid of getting lost on the way back. Xia Li left the village secretary behind without any qualms and walked back home. Hey, Xia Jiqing, can you do me a favor? The task is urgent, and I hope you can help me. I will definitely report your achievements to the organization, and then I will ask the organization to give you more rewards. Or if you have any requests, you can tell the organization. Although Xia Li was not a native of China, he did not have any ill feelings towards the country itself, and he also had some respect for those who were willing to sacrifice their lives to carry out underground work. As long as it doesn't affect her much, she's willing to help if it's something she can easily do. He stood still, turned around and looked at the village secretary and remained silent, waiting for him to continue. The village party secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and simply sat down on the ground. Since you're willing to help, I'll tell you a little bit about the reasons. The reason these island nation spies are gathered here is because our brigade has hidden an extremely important document. I can't tell you the specifics of what it is or where it is. I can only tell you that this document is in danger of being leaked at any time. I wanted to send this message out, but I was discovered by those 3 Japanese spies on the way, and they chased me all the way here. I'm not sure if anyone else has discovered my whereabouts, and I hope you can stay here and protect me until I send the message out. Xia Li glanced down at the radio transmitter he was holding, her tone revealing a hint of disdain. It's been so long and you still haven't sent it? He ran away when she hit him earlier, and he's been squatting here for a while now. Is the speed at which he sends telegrams really that slow? The village party secretary touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. This machine was dropped just now. I need to adjust it before it can be used. Xia Li, oh. He casually tossed the person he was holding aside, then simply sat down on the group of people, quietly watching the village secretary fiddling with the radio transmitter. Seeing that her actions seemed to indicate agreement, the village secretary breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Li is so skilled that she can stop any danger she might face. He fiddled with the radio while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. At this moment, in another grove of trees on the mountain, a short-haired man dressed in gray cloth was being pinned to the ground by 2 soldiers in green uniforms. He struggled with a ferocious expression, but could not shake off the iron clamps binding him. Lu Dingyuan, dressed in a clean and neat training uniform, walked to the man's side with a gun at his chest, looking down at him with sharp eyes. His tone was extremely authoritative. "How many of you are left? Where are they now?" The man pinned to the ground gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single word. Lu Dingyuan gave Zhao Chang a wink and uttered a single word in a cold tone. "Trial." A short while later, Zhao Chang returned again. "There are still 3 people on the Japanese side who went into the woods to chase after someone." Lu Dingyuan's face was painted with face paint, so his expression was not visible. With a low, authoritative voice, he quickly ordered, "Wang Feng, Zhao Hongyu, take the person back. The rest of you, follow me. Find the person and capture them as quickly as possible. We absolutely cannot let those spies spread the news." Yes. The team split into 2 groups. A small group went back to escort people, while the main group followed Lu Dingyuan and quickly disappeared into the forest. Xiaoli sat on the human mound, with her legs spread apart, looking rather unladylike. Her gaze fell on the village secretary, who was sweating profusely while fiddling with the radio. She was rather bored. He asked lazily, "How much longer do you want to wait?" Her wolves were scattered all over the ground, as were the deer she had already hunted, all lying there gleaming in the sunlight. Although she tried not to bleed the wolf while fighting it in order not to attract other large carnivores, with so much meat lying on the ground, if some meat-eater went out for a stroll and came across it, wouldn't they take it home? She had originally planned to go hunting in the mountains, but tonight she was going to cook dinner for the team members. Judging from the sky now, it seems we won't make it in time for dinner. The village party secretary is just like his appearance. He is gentle and weak, and he tends to dawdle when doing things. The village party secretary was already fiddling with the radio, and he was sweating profusely with frustration because he couldn't figure it out. Now that he was being urged like this, he was even more annoyed. He raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his brow, sighed, and said, "No, it must be broken. The signal is down." Xiaoli glanced at the radio that the village secretary had placed on the ground, not daring to even dismantle. I thought to myself, if you just fiddle with it like this, you can at most fix the outer shell. You're not even going to take it apart, so what's the point of fixing it? Are you going to rely on your willpower? He suggested, "Shall we go down the mountain first?" "Where are you going, the nearest police station or your secret hideout?" "I can take you there. Hurry down the mountain and get the person away so she can come back and collect her prey." "No way." The village party secretary refused decisively, his brows furrowed tightly and his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "It's not safe down the mountain now. Nobody knows if there are any other spies in the nearby brigades. I can't just go down the mountain and risk it. If they catch me, my information could very well be leaked." This time, Xia Li's gaze towards the village secretary was truly indescribable. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid of the tiger bench or chilly water? That's how it was portrayed in movies from that era. Why does their village secretary look a bit timid?" The village party secretary looked up at Xia Li with a complicated expression. Who could have predicted this before it happened? "I now feel that I would not betray the organization even if I were subjected to the cruelest torture in the world, but who knows what the situation will be like when the torture actually happens. I don't care if I lose my life here, but if I leak important information about the organization, I'll be held accountable even if I die." Xia Li said speechlessly, "Then you can't fix it anyway. Are you just going to stay here and feed the mosquitoes? In a little while, her deer might all be eaten by other wild animals." The village secretary knew that this couldn't go on any longer, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll wait for you on this mountain. After you leave our village, walk 10 miles south to Luojiazwang and find a man named Hu Lao San. I'll tell him my situation when the time comes, and he'll naturally find a way to come and get me." Xia Li couldn't believe it. "How far?" The village party secretary was also a little embarrassed, but because the matter was urgent, he had no other choice. "Go south for 10 miles. If you're fast, you can get there in a little over an hour. If you're willing to go, I can give you an extra 200 caddies of grain." Xia Li: "I have money and food stamps in my pocket. I don't need your 200 caddies of grain. What I need are the wolves and deer on the mountain." Besides, she could have run there in 10 minutes, but she deliberately dawdled for more than an hour in order not to be exposed, and then dawdled for another hour on the way back. Isn't that just deliberately torturing people? Xia Li's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the radio transmitter in the village secretary's arms, and her brows furrowed involuntarily. Deep down, she didn't want to help him fix it, since the village secretary was a member of the national system. Lu Dingyuan had some suspicions about her because of her previous incidents repairing batteries and fighting ducks with her bare hands. If she fixes the radio now, people will definitely be even more suspicious. If the battery or something was fixed by accident, that's easy to explain. It's just a lucky guess. But if she could just tinker with something as technical as a radio transmitter and fix it herself, how would she explain that to people? But she wouldn't want to go through all that trouble going back and forth. Suddenly, I felt a little regretful about her decisive and forceful approach of doing whatever she decided immediately. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have gone up the mountain this afternoon. He sighed, stood up, and squatted down next to the village secretary. He symbolically rummaged around on the radio transmitter a couple of times, startling the village secretary, who reached out to stop him. Xia Li had already withdrawn her hand. I've taken apart radios before. I can try to see if I can fix it. However, whether or not it can be fixed, I hope you can keep my radio repair business a secret. Upon hearing this, the village secretary looked at Xia Li with a deep gaze, and then his expression became somewhat strange. Are radio and wireless power the same? What if I break it? Xia Li shrugged indifferently. Aren't they all electrical appliances? Since it's already bad, it wouldn't make much difference if it got even worse. Whether you fix it or not is up to you. If you don't, I'm leaving. Even if I were willing to run errands for you, it would take me at least 3 hours to get back. There are many wild animals in these mountains. You might end up with nothing but wolves gnawing away at your bones. Village party secretary. There's no need to curse me like that. There's no other way now. This little girl clearly doesn't want to go to Luo family village. He was already starting to regret telling Xia Li about the location. What if she agrees, but then doesn't go? What if word gets out? Wouldn't his situation become even more dangerous? The village party secretary took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and said with a do-or-die attitude, let's fix it. If we can't fix it, we'll all go down the mountain together. Xia Li nodded, took the radio transmitter, and under the village secretary's tense gaze, deftly opened the radio transmitter box. The lightning-powered user navigated the circuitry and quickly identified the blockage, then began repairing it. The village secretary nervously squatted down next to Xia Li and saw the newly arrived educated youth in the brigade skillfully disassembling the radio transmitter and quickly checking it. His expression was very serious, just like he had done it many times before. The secretary immediately began to have doubts. Judging from her appearance, this doesn't seem like her first time disassembling a radio. Could it be that this Xia, the educated youth, has another identity? Although the village secretary had his doubts, he didn't ask. He just stood quietly beside Xia Li and watched her repair the radio transmitter. Before long, Xia Li's hands suddenly quickened, and she quickly stuffed all the parts of the radio transmitter back in, then pulled the person behind the nearest big tree. He casually handed the radio to the village secretary and whispered, "Send it quickly." Then he looked warily down the mountain, as if he were about to explode and hurt someone at any moment. Her sudden action startled the village secretary, who almost instinctively retaliated. Just as I was about to ask what was going on, I heard someone shout from behind a tree not far away. "We are soldiers of the South Island Legion. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Do not put up any futile resistance. Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be punished severely." Village party secretary. Xia Li? Why does that voice sound so familiar? Before she could react, that cold voice rang out again. Xia Li. He Bingkuan is a U.S. spy. Regardless of whether this matter is related to you or not, don't be so stubborn. Xia Li. Upon hearing this, Xia Li remembered whose voice it was, and the calm expression on her face instantly crumbled. What's going on? These days, Spies aren't chasing good people. They're coming to other people's homes to hunt down other spies. What is this? Island nation spies come to help China capture spies from other countries as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing this sound, the village secretary knew he had been exposed. He broke out in a cold sweat, felt a chill run down his spine, grabbed his radio transmitter, and turned to run. However, Lu Dingyuan had already let his men over when he warned Xia Li. The reason for shouting that was simply to prevent political commissar Wang from suddenly rushing towards Xia Li and almost having his ribs broken by Xia Li in a repeat of the incident. Several green figures flashed by and instantly pounced on He Bingkuan and Xia Li. Xia Li knew she had fallen into a trap again, and she was at her wit's end, practically cursing under her breath. We have to fix this, otherwise repairing the radio for the spies will be incredibly troublesome no matter how you look at it. Seeing that He Bingkuan was about to run away, he silently raised his hand and quickly reached into He Bingkuan's arms. In a flash, he switched the direction of his hands, thrusting them forward, then silently withdrew them and stood still. He forcibly restrained himself from hitting anyone despite so many people rushing towards him. Lu Dingyuan rushed over with his men, and before he could even pin the man to the ground, something was suddenly thrust into his arms. Looking down, what else could it be but the radio transmitter that He Bingkuan had been holding in his arms? Turning his head, he saw a fair-skinned little girl looking at him obediently, blinking her clear, bright eyes. She looked so innocent. The radio transmitter in his arms was clearly something she had shoved into his hands. Xia Li, would you believe me if I said I didn't know he was a spy? Lu Dingyuan, who saw through the facade of innocence. Xia Li's coincidences this time were too numerous. Even though Lu Dingyuan investigated Xia Li thoroughly after the previous attempt to extract information, he still couldn't immediately believe her words. Espionage is an extremely serious problem that could potentially affect the security of the entire country. Although some spies can clearly reveal the identity of others after checking their background. However, some spies are trained from birth, or are even second-generation spies. They are raised by their parents to be spies from a young age, and their backgrounds are perfectly legitimate. If they don't make mistakes, no one will catch them. These are the most terrifying. In less than a month, they had encountered the girl more than 3 times, and each time it was such an amazing coincidence that it was hard for them not to suspect that she was intentionally getting close to them. Lu Dingyuan held the radio transmitter in his arms, his calm gaze falling on Xia Li. Come back with us and explain what happened. The organization will not wrong any innocent person. Xia Li. Xia Li sighed inwardly. She knew this would be the outcome. You two have known each other for a long time. Just as Xia Li was hanging her head and preparing to walk with Lu Dingyuan, the village secretary's distorted and somewhat broken voice suddenly came from behind her. Xia Li now looks down on the village party secretary with wide eyes. It has nothing to do with whether he is a spy or a traitor. It's simply that this scoundrel lied to her and implicated her. With a sidelong glance at the village secretary who had just stood up from being pinned to the ground, he said in a forced, insincere tone, "When I was brought here by military vehicle, didn't you go and watch? Are all spies of this caliber? You don't even enjoy watching a spectacle. How are you supposed to gather intelligence? You weren't let go because you weren't good enough at your job, were you? Otherwise, why did everyone else escape arrest, but you were the only one caught?" Xia Li's mouth, once it opens, goes off like a machine gun. Its destructive power is something most people can't withstand. The village party secretary was already disheartened after being arrested. How many spies end up well? He had planned to finish this job and return home to live a good life, but he was exposed at this crucial moment. How could he accept this? Unfortunately, there was someone stirring things up, and the expression on his face immediately turned ferocious, his originally refined features becoming somewhat distorted. He glared fiercely at Xia Li. "If you help me fix the radio, you're treasonously helping a spy fix the radio. You can't escape it." Xia Li wouldn't be so foolish as to say, "Didn't you promise me you wouldn't tell anyone I could fix radios? How can you go back on your word now?" He shrugged fearlessly and said nonchalantly, "You didn't send it out." The objective fact that I didn't betray my country is caused by your procrastination. You didn't harm a technical talent like me. As a spy, aren't you being derelict in your duty? Who told you to be too slow? You got arrested before you even sent the message, serves you right, Shah. A group of People's Liberation Army soldiers. Xia Li speaks extremely fast, in a sarcastic tone, and is particularly good at finding the key points. She does whatever is most infuriating, and her tone is like a brat saying, "You deserve it, you deserve it, it's so damn satisfying." Hee hee. The village secretary was initially only annoyed, but he was able to suppress his anger with his strong rationality. However, Xia Li's words provoked him, and his psychological defenses were broken. The line of rationality he had been holding on to snapped completely. He squinted at Xia Li, his eyes filled with a fierce glint. His shoulders suddenly slammed down, his body trembled slightly, and somehow he broke free from the People's Liberation Army soldiers who were restraining him. He pulled out a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Xia Li. No one expected that the village secretary, who was being held down by two well-trained soldiers, would break free. At the same time, several people, including Lu Dingyuan, made their move. But the fastest among them was Xia Li. She shot towards the village secretary, who was running towards her like an arrow, and the two of them had a fateful two-way rush. Xia Li rushed over and immediately grabbed the wrist of the person holding the knife, pinching the wrist bone and twisting it outwards. Card. The dagger gripped tightly in the village secretary's hand fell to the ground instantly. Before he could react and launch a second attack, he was stabbed hard in the stomach, the pain almost making him vomit. Cough. Xia Li quickly dislocated the other person's wrists, grabbed the other person's shoulders with both hands and pressed them down hard. At the same time, she bent one knee and slammed it upwards into the village secretary's vulnerable stomach. Not satisfied with just one visit, he came 3 times in a row. With one hand pressing hard on the back of the other's neck and the other arm bent into an elbow, he pressed down on the village secretary's neck, causing the village secretary's stomach to slam into his legs, while simultaneously using his elbow to stab the other's back. The attack was extremely fierce, and with the two sides attacking from both sides, the village secretary didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. His head was congested by the impacts to his stomach, and he was so dazed that he didn't know how to fight back before he was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly. Xia Li's furious hammering startled everyone present. No one expected that while the spies were carrying out an assassination attempt, the female comrade who was supposed to be protecting them would instead pin the spies to the ground and beat them mercilessly. That's how they usually act when they're on assassination missions. Several people rushed over to pull Xia Li away, but Xia Li was seething with anger and hadn't vented her frustration yet, so it was impossible for anyone to hold her back so easily. Even though the person was committing violence right in front of them, no one who reached out to stop her could actually grab her. Finally, Zhao Cheng shouted, "Comrade Xia, if you beat him to a pulp, say, someone might falsely accuse you of murder to cover it up." Xia Li then stopped and gestured for the others to pull her away. Standing up, still not satisfied, Xia Li kicked the village secretary in the stomach again, coldly snorting, "With your physical condition, you want to be a spy? Has the country behind you lost its mind? Hurry home and take care of your kids. You can't even compete with an average farmer when it comes to farming. With spies like you, the country is doomed sooner or later. If you're going to be a spy, then be a spy. Why drag her into this?" Xia Li grew angrier the more he thought about it. He turned to Lu Dingyuan, who was holding his arm with a cold expression, and pointed at the village secretary, saying, "He just told me that if you go 10 miles south, there's a guy named Hu Laosen in Luojiazwang who's his superior. Come on, let's betray each other. Nobody's going to be happy." Xia Li. The village party secretary glared at Xia Li, his eyes filled with venom, and he screamed in anger. Lu Dingyuan lowered his head slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on Xia Li for a moment, and said coldly, "I understand. I will send people to arrest him in a while." Things had come to this point, and Xia Li had no reason to resist. She cooperated fully and returned to the army corps with Lu Dingyuan and the others. Seeing that she was cooperating, the others didn't make things difficult for her. Since no one was holding her back, they let her walk on her own. Xiaoli walked for a while, then suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lu Dingyuan. You said last time that I could ask you for help if I needed anything. Does that still stand? Lu Dingyuan, as long as it doesn't violate the rules, it counts. Xiaoli looked at him intently with her clear eyes, then pointed in a direction. I've hunted some wolves along the way. I've already reported it to the captain, and I have a water deer with me. Could you find someone to take it back to me? Lu Dingyuan. The other young soldiers. Even at this critical juncture, where you could very well be labeled a bad element, you're still thinking about your wolf and deer. Lu Dingyuan, Zhao Chang, Li Ming, you two help her deliver it. When Xia Li heard him name 2 people, she quickly interjected, 2 people aren't enough. Send 2 more. There are over 30 wolves. If you're worried the village secretary will run away, I can keep an eye on him for you. I guarantee if he tries to run again, I'll break his legs. A group of PLA soldiers. Don't you have any sense that you are also a suspect? Rather than fearing that Zhao Bingqing, who is still within the scope of normal people, will escape, we are more afraid of an unstable factor like you suddenly launching an attack, okay? Lu Dingyuan was silent for 2 seconds, then finally gave the other 2 soldiers a look. You two go too. When Xiaoli saw that someone had taken his wolf and deer back, he obediently went with Lu Dingyuan to the South Island garrison. Xia Li, a pretty young girl, was surrounded by a group of heavily armed People's Liberation Army soldiers as they walked forward. She was like a white dot in a sea of bronze, particularly eye-catching. As soon as they entered the core, many people's affairs fell on their shoulders. Xiaoli ignored everyone's gazes and instead looked around at the scene inside the South Island garrison. Although it's also a military region, this place is very dilapidated, and the houses are very old, completely different from the military region where she used to live. There was only one thought in my mind: this military region is a bit poor. When she looked curiously at the training field for the 3rd time, Lu Dingyuan's upright figure subtly blocked her view by taking a step forward. Xia Li pursed her lips, turned her head straight, and wisely stopped looking around. She'd seen all the high-end military training equipment, but she'd never seen anything so old and novel. Fine, if you don't want me to see it, so be it. What, am I going to carry that wooden pillar away? Who cares? Xia Li was quickly taken to an interrogation room. The room wasn't very big, and it was completely drafty. Apart from the white walls, there was no decoration. The fluorescent light bulbs overhead hummed loudly, and just being in the room gave one a strange sense of oppression. Lu Dingyuan poured Xia Li a teacup of water. Wait here for a moment. Someone will come to interrogate you in a little while. If you don't want to cause trouble, be realistic and pragmatic. After saying that, Lu Dingyuan turned and left the interrogation room. Xiaoli glanced at the locked room door, said nothing, and slumped onto the interrogation table, her mind going blank. She had used this interrogation tactic of bringing people in and leaving them hanging to put psychological pressure on them before, but now that she was being treated this way, she felt no psychological pressure at all. She only regretted not having a cell phone in her hand at the moment. Otherwise, she could stay here for 24 hours or even half a month, as long as she had enough to eat and drink, and she would be quite happy to stay here. The state supports me like a parasite, how could I not be happy? As soon as Lu Dingyuan stepped out, he saw Political Commissar Wang striding towards him. Political Commissar Wang gestured with his chin towards the interrogation room. How was it? The little girl wasn't scared, was she? Lu Dingyuan, he is in very good spirits. They were being too nice, completely disregarding the fact that they were about to be interrogated. Political Commissar Wang chuckled upon hearing this. This girl is really something. He gets involved in everything, and in less than a month, he's been involved in 2 major cases. Another time, he was suspected of being a spy, and you spotted him near the black market. He's more active than us on missions. Lu Dingyuan's expression was serious, and he didn't take up the topic. The person who interrogated him is Mu Kajin. Someone will come over with him in a bit. King. The political commissar was somewhat surprised. When did Lu Dingyuan, such an aloof person, start showing special consideration to others? Could it be that he's really taken a liking to that young girl? Lu Dingyuan could tell from his expression that he was definitely thinking the wrong thing. With a cold face, he said, Zhao Bingkuin is a top-notch American spy who received first-class military training. He was being hunted down by spies from the island nation and the Japanese nation in the deep mountains, and he killed 6 foreign spies along the way. Zhao Chang and Gu Yunlong pinned him to the ground, but he could easily escape. However, during the attack on Xiao Li, he was beaten by Xiao Li and is now in a military hospital where he is suspected of having internal organ bleeding. This was even with Xiao Li holding back. Do you think Mooks could defeat top US spies? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Political Commissar Wang gasped in shock, completely stunned. Is this little girl some kind of special forces soldier trained by a special unit? Her military skills are too good. I've never heard of any senior military officer in a military compound training his own children and grandchildren like this. How can this be called human? It's practically a weapon. After thinking about it, I smiled again. He joked, if you ask me, let's not send anyone in to protect MOC. He'll suspect we have ulterior motives anyway, so let him and that girl do whatever they want. Killing him will save him from constantly causing you trouble. Lu Dingyuan knew that Political Commissar Wang was joking. He glanced at him, but his tone was anything but joking. If you want MOC to die, you can tell him directly that the higher-ups have ordered him to conduct a thorough investigation. Political Commissar Wang's lips twitched upon hearing this. I thought to myself, you really want Mooks to die, don't you? No need. As long as the two of you understand this point, Mo Kujin will not go easy on Xiao Li. If Lu Dingyuan hadn't known this, he wouldn't have sent his people over to act as a lubricant in this matter, would he? Xiao Li sat in the interrogation room for about 2 hours and had already finished a whole mug of water before the door was finally opened. The man who walked in was a man in his 30s wearing a green military uniform with a very stern face and dark complexion. Upon seeing Xiao Li, he made no preamble, threw his notebook on the table, sat down in the interrogator's seat, and said coldly, confess yourself. The attitude was not like that of someone interrogating a suspect in a proper manner, but rather more like that of someone interrogating a criminal. Xiao Li? Xiao Li has been rebellious since childhood. If you talk to me nicely, I might not have the heart to be stubborn and prickly with you. But if you try to be tough, then we'll have a real showdown and I won't stop until one of us is crushed. This is also why Xiao Li, who is always at odds with the serious and lecturing Xia Jiangwo and is constantly trying to drive people crazy, is obedient and loving towards Li Xiuli. She wouldn't even spare her own father, let alone someone else's grandson? He immediately laughed, leaned back in his chair without any regard for his image, casually crossed his legs, raised an eyebrow, and questioned in a roguish voice. What, are you already convicting me? MOC Jean didn't expect Xiao Li to have such an attitude. His face immediately turned cold, and he stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table with a loud thump. What kind of attitude is this? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Xiao Li grinned and gave a cold sneer, saying, before asking me what my attitude is, take a look at your own attitude first. Am I a prisoner in your hands? Is this how you treat ordinary people? Do you know that every meal you eat and every penny of your salary comes from taxes paid by ordinary people? As she spoke, she pointed to herself. Ordinary people, do you see? Are providers of food and clothing. If you have evidence that I am a criminal, then produce the evidence and arrest me directly without complaint. What's with you yelling at me like that? Are you taking advantage of my age or my powerlessness so you can do whatever you want to me? Her gaze swept over the medals on Mook's shoulders leather. With a forced smile, he asked, Battalion Commander? Or should I call you sir? Embassy originally intended to give Xiao Li a hard time. If a young girl speaks sharply and sternly, the other person will definitely be frightened. But he never expected that Xiao Li would have this kind of style. Upon hearing Xiao Li's last sentence, he angrily retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Before he could continue speaking, Xiao Li crossed his legs and said casually, I vehemently condemn your bureaucracy. She's been reading a lot these past few days, and her rhetoric is getting bigger and better. Indeed, with your thinking. Stop twisting the facts for me. Xia Li was not afraid at all and grinned mockingly. The Qing dynasty is gone. Do you want to restore it, battalion commander? The law doesn't have the concept of collective punishment anymore. So how come you're going to confiscate our entire family's property just because my dad was sent to the countryside? The chairman said that the 56 ethnic groups are one family, and all Chinese people are as close as brothers. According to you, if one of these brothers is bad, does that prove that the roots of the entire Chinese nation are rotten to the core? Or are you dividing all people into different classes, creating division within the country? Once Xia Li opens her mouth, it's like a machine gun, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, without stopping, and every word she says is like stabbing someone in the lungs. Moc Jean was so angry with Xia Li that his face turned ashen, his chest heaving with rage, and he felt like he was about to lose his mind from anger. He slammed the notebook on the table, turned and left the interrogation room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. If he didn't remember his identity, he really wanted to push this woman to the ground and beat her up. Really? Anyone who knows that treacherous guy Lu Dingyuan is no good. Zhao Chang, who had just reached the door and was about to enter the interrogation room, shrank back in fright at the menacing appearance of the 2nd Battalion commander. Before I could figure out what was going on, I heard a very distinctive voice coming from inside the door. Once you get out, find someone with a clear head to come and question me. Don't treat me like you're interrogating a death row inmate. If you don't have evidence, don't come here spouting nonsense. Thump. Moc kicked the wall hard and left, gritting his teeth. Zhao Chang. Although the battalion commander and political commissar had already warned him, this woman's power might be beyond what most people could withstand. But those two only told him to watch out for that woman hitting people. They didn't say that this woman's mouth was as sharp as a knife. The battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion was only inside for 2 minutes, right? How could he be so angry that he came out so quickly? Zhao Chang thought for a moment, then came into the interrogation room to pour Xia Li a glass of water, and then quietly left. Xia Li? Is she a demon from hell? Why is Zhao Chang so afraid of her? Xia Li sat in the interrogation room for another 5 hours, her back and waist aching from sitting so long, and she had already paced back and forth in the room several times. But the room was pitifully small, and there wasn't much space to walk around. There were no windows, and the light was a pale, dim white light. In short, it wasn't very comfortable to stay in this room. At this point, there's no rule that reviews can't exceed 24 hours. If the other party can't finish reviewing, then they'll keep reviewing indefinitely. Xia Li doesn't want to be an unregistered resident, so she has to cooperate with the investigation here. The only consolation is that the place provides meals, and the food is pretty good. 2 dishes and a soup. Although there wasn't much meat, it was still much better than the average standard of living in the 1st Brigade of the South Island. Xia Li was eating when political commissar Wang walked in from outside. Upon seeing Xia Li, he immediately gave her a thumbs up. You're really something. How come you always seem to run into trouble? You get into trouble faster than we do on missions. Look how angry they were with the MOC platform just now. They even went to the leadership to complain and wanted to give Xia Li a thorough interrogation. Fortunately, the higher-ups didn't agree and told him to follow the proper procedures. Xia Li ignored his teasing and continued eating. Does he want to get into trouble? If the village secretary hadn't said he was a government official, she might not have helped him today. Who would have thought that spies are so rampant these days, even among officials? Political Commissar Wang also knew that Xia Li was in a bad mood because of the biased interrogation she had just experienced during the MOC session. He kindly advised, the 2nd Battalion commander has a bad temper, but he can be considered upright and incorruptible. If you haven't done anything wrong, he will definitely not wrong you. Political Commissar Wang did not say that Mukajin and Lu Dingyuan were at odds. Xia Li had contacted Lu Dingyuan several times, and he regarded her as one of Lu Dingyuan's people, which was more or less related to this matter. Instead, they changed the subject, Mux, that is, the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion who just interrogated you. That person was somewhat eager for quick success and instant benefits, and his attitude was probably not very good. But no matter what he does, he will not violate the rules. Just answer as usual, be truthful, and don't be afraid. The phrase, seeking truth from facts, serves as a warning to criminals, while for innocent people it is simply a reminder. Xiaoli hadn't done anything wrong, so she simply took his words as a kind gesture and nodded slightly. I would give a normal answer if a normal person asked me. Those who aren't quite right in the head shouldn't be treated with the same normal attitude as us normal people, don't you think? Political Commissar Wang cleared his throat. I'll speak to him briefly in a bit and tell him to watch his attitude. Xiaoli, why aren't you the one conducting the interrogation? Political Commissar Wang, we arrested the person. We had contact with him before, but it was against the rules. Xiaoli didn't say anything more, just nodded slightly and continued eating. After the meal, Mukherjee walked in again with a gloomy expression, followed by Zhao Cheng. When he saw Xiaoli again, she was just as irritable as before, but she had clearly calmed down and was no longer as bossy as before. Comrade Xia, please recount what happened. Xiaoli glanced at him. She wanted to leave this place and go back to her new home as soon as possible, so she didn't keep arguing with him. Besides, she didn't commit any crime, so arguing with the interrogator is completely pointless. I went hunting in the mountains and encountered the village secretary being chased. He asked me for help, saying that he was from our organization, so I saved him. He then said that the spies from those 3 island nations had other accomplices who wanted to kill him, and that he needed to pass on important information to his superiors. He hoped that I would stay behind to protect him, so I stayed. He fiddled with the radio for ages, but couldn't figure it out. He told me to find someone, but it was too far and I didn't want to go. So I fixed the radio transmitter for him, and then your people came. Mooks are coming in. Xiaoli's words were spoken in a straightforward manner, as if they were very real, but the experience he described sounded completely fake. Kajin simply didn't believe it. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and asked Xiaoli, "What are you, a woman, doing hunting in the mountains?" Xiaoli answered very honestly, "Water deer." Pfft. Zhao Cheng couldn't help but laugh at Xiaoli's words. Meeting the murderous gaze of the MOC instructor, he managed to suppress his laughter. MOC looked at Xiaoli with a cold expression. "I'm not joking with you. Please answer seriously." Xiaoli lifted her eyelids to look at him, showing no sign of backing down. "Who's joking with you? That's something you only do with close friends. I killed a somber deer and 37 wolves, and it was your people who brought them back to the village. You can ask them yourself if you don't believe me." Zhao Cheng muttered to himself as he entered the MC room. It was indeed a water deer and 37 wolves, but 2 of the wolves were taken away by a black bear and a tiger from the mountains. It was my brothers and I who escorted them back to the 1st Battalion of the South Island. Xiaoli, oh, so, what if the wolf is lost? It's not tasty anyway. As long as the deer is still here, that's fine. Mooks are coming in. I feel like we're not even talking on the same wavelength. Why is your conversation so bizarre? MOC took a deep breath, clenching his jaw until the veins bulged. Okay, let's change the subject. What is your relationship with Zhao Bingquan? Xiaoli, the relationship between educated youth sent to the countryside and village party secretaries. MOC asks, you, a sent-down youth, would risk your life for no reason to help a village party secretary you've barely met. I advise you to tell the truth. He said this with a sharp, questioning tone. Zhao Cheng had been instructed beforehand not to let the 2 of them get emotional while they were talking, and now that he saw Mukherjee's attitude, he immediately felt that things were about to end. Sure enough, the next second, Xia Duijui came online again. Xiaoli looked up at him in disbelief. You, as a soldier, are actually unwilling to sacrifice your life for the people and the organization? Having someone like you among the military makes me, as an ordinary citizen, very uneasy. MOC was so angry that his face turned purple, and he slammed his fist on the table. Stop beating around the bush. Answer my questions. He will never again let this woman lead him astray and prevent him from facing the real issues. Xiaoli pointed to Zhao Cheng, who was standing behind Mukherjee and tugging at his sleeve to calm him down, and said in a calm tone, "Why don't you ask him why we first met?" MOC naturally knew why Xiaoli met Zhao Cheng for the first time. He single-handedly infiltrated the human traffickers' hideout and bravely rescued women and children who had been abducted by human traffickers. However, this bravery is predicated on Xia Li's identity being legitimate. If her identity is questionable, it is highly likely that she knows the child's identity and intends to deliberately get close to the child's father. But it is also obvious that before proving Xia Li's innocence, there is no answer to his question. Xia Li's possible deliberate actions will all become evidence to exonerate her. After calming down, MOC continued to ask, "Why would you repair a radio transmitter?" "Xia Li, I was born with it." He then gestured with his chin toward Zhao Chang behind him. "I fixed the battery the first time I ever did it." Mook's forehead veins bulged. "I checked your previous records. Back then, you didn't know how to fix any machines. Why did you suddenly learn to fix them?" "Xia Li, you need to understand the cause and effect of things a little better. Was it that I didn't know how to fix it before, or that I had never fixed it before?" Mook's brow furrowed and he asked, "Then why didn't you reveal that you could fix machines before? And the generator and water pump you used to irrigate the fields at the 1st Brigade of the South Island a few days ago are abilities you've never demonstrated before. Don't you think it's suspicious that you suddenly possess these abilities?" Xia Li looked at him like he was an idiot. "Suspicious? Don't you think it's ridiculous of you to ask me that? You've detained me here. You must have investigated my background long ago, right? You know my dad was sent to the countryside. You must know what he used to do, right?" Just when the two people in the room thought that Xia Li was about to say that her father was a brigade commander and that she had the opportunity to learn these things, they heard Xia Li continue, "My father is a brigade commander, and he earns several hundred yuan a month. My mother is a doctor, and her monthly salary is not low either. I can buy whatever I want myself. Why would I need to scavenge for scraps and make things myself like I am now?" The two. Although the reason is outrageous, it is truly impeccable, and just hearing it makes one angry. Seeing Xia Li's non-violent, non-cooperative attitude, I didn't want to get entangled with her any further. A pair of cold, piercing eyes stared intently at her, his voice carrying a pressing, questioning tone. "Xia Li, stop beating around the bush with me. I hope you can correct your attitude, confess, and you will be treated leniently, resist, and you will be punished severely. Why would someone who isn't a spy help a spy fix a radio? What country are you from? Who's behind you? Are you still online? Did your father make you do something? Is he connected to Zhao Bingkuan?" Xia Li originally answered questions from the MOC in a fact-based manner, and she thought her attitude was quite correct, since every word she said was the truth. But when MOC brought up Xia Zhangwo and tried to link him to foreign spies, Xia Li's face instantly turned cold, her clear eyes becoming icy and devoid of any emotion. Zhao Cheng trembled when he saw Xia Li's gaze, and even Mukajin, who had been at odds with Xia Li, felt a little intimidated. Before he could speak, the woman opposite him looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man and said in a cold voice, "Do you have concrete evidence that I am a spy? If you have evidence, then produce it. If you don't, then stop arguing with me. I cooperated with the investigation because it is a citizen's duty. I am not a suspect. Why do you insist on accusing my father and me of being spies? What are your intentions? By judging the case in such an arbitrary manner, attempting to coerce, induce, or torture confessions, are you trying to help others conceal something? Or are you helping my father's former political enemies to put him to death?" As Xia Li spoke these words, he unconsciously exuded the aura unique to powerful figures in the apocalypse. This pressure reached even to the level of one's spirit. The questioning MOC turned pale, his mind went blank, and cold sweat involuntarily streamed down his face. Xia Li felt that the mental suppression was almost over, and the slight pressure on his body dissipated. He immediately sneered and said provocatively, "What? You want to beat me up after failing to get a confession? You dare hit me? I'll make sure you never get out of bed again." Unable to withstand the mental pressure any longer, before he could even react, he threw a punch at Xia Li. "Zhao Chang!" Xia Li sneered, grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder, then pinned him to the ground and beat him mercilessly, each punch landing with a thud that made one's teeth ache. He said in a cold and insincere voice, "The soldiers are hitting people. I was so scared. The active duty soldiers not only tried to frame me for something, but they also beat me, a weak and helpless woman. I was so scared, I couldn't control myself at all. Wah! Zhao Cheng was terrified and quickly stepped forward to pull Xia Li away. Comrade Xia, calm down. This is the military area. You will be punished for hitting an officer here. Xia Li was seething with anger. How could she possibly let anyone capture her? No one knows how she dodged, but Zhao Cheng tried to catch her for a long time without success. But then Xia Li shouted in a very half-hearted tone, I can't stop, I'm protecting myself. He's so powerful, what am I supposed to do if he stops and hits me? Your rank isn't as high as his, is it? What's your ranking in the military competition? If I let go, can you beat him? If I can't stop him, will I keep getting beaten up? Next time I might not be so lucky to subdue him. Does this mean soldiers aren't allowed to fight back when they beat civilians? Is there any justice? How can the world be so dark? They can't even protect themselves? Are they denying ordinary people a way to survive? He kept talking nonstop, but his hands didn't lessen their force in the slightest. She knew she couldn't really hurt the person, otherwise even if she was protecting herself, something bad would happen. So she simply resorted to underhanded tactics, hitting wherever it hurt but wouldn't cause serious injury, ensuring that this MOC would be unforgettable for life. Seeing Xia Li's reaction, Zhao Cheng was so frightened that cold sweat poured down the back of his head. It's not that he didn't want to stop it, it's just that Comrade Xia is too skilled, and he simply couldn't catch him. If her words get out, how will their legion conduct itself in the future? What kind of soldier strikes a civilian first, especially a woman? The battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion is really good at causing trouble for them. He was so anxious that he stopped trying to stop Xia Li and got up to run outside the interrogation room. Battalion commander, help. Comrade Xia has gone mad. Bang! A short while later, the interrogation room door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Dingyuan rushed in from outside the interrogation room with a stern face. Xia Li, what are you doing? Stop it. Xia Li glanced at the door and saw Lu Dingyuan and the 4 soldiers who came with him. Knowing that he couldn't continue fighting today, he decided to quit while he was ahead and was lifted up by Lu Dingyuan by the arm. He immediately switched into dramatic mode, shouting, I want to report him. He used excessive force and hit me during interrogation. The organization must give me an explanation, or I will self-immolate in any place under its jurisdiction. Let them see my determination to resist the forces of darkness. Lu Dingyuan. Heh. Lu Dingyuan didn't believe Xia Li's words at all, but he also knew that Xia Li was a very clever girl. For her to dare to make such a fuss, it must have been Mukajin who made the first move. This matter will have a negative impact on all parties if it gets out, and the most likely outcome is that it will simply fade away, and Mux might even be disciplined. He said coldly, you better behave. A normal person would have been too scared to utter a sound by the sight of a cold-faced Yama, but Xia Li is not a normal person. Hearing that Lu Dingyuan actually dared to scold her, she turned her head and looked at him with a weak and helpless expression, her voice full of grievance. Are you going to hit me too? Have I stumbled into a black military region? You pinched me so hard it hurts. Lu Dingyuan. The other soldiers. Zhao Cheng kept his head down, not daring to look up, and silently followed another soldier to help Mukajin, who was in so much pain that he had no strength left to stand up from the ground and walk out. The battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion is so badly injured. He must be sent to the hospital immediately. We must get there right away. If they stay here any longer, the entire 1st Battalion might become accomplices of the 2nd Battalion commander. Lu Dingyuan, with a cold face, released his grip on Xia Li's hand, his expression turning into a straight line. You wait here, I will ask my superiors to let someone else interrogate you. Do I need to see a doctor for a medical examination? Xia Li could clearly hear the sarcasm in his cold, emotionless voice. She was the one hitting people from beginning to end. Later, although Lu Dingyuan held her arm, he was very careful not to hurt her. So, she naturally couldn't get hurt. Is going for a medical examination just for fun? He generously replied, I am willing to cooperate with the soldiers. Lu Dingyuan glanced at her, then turned and left with his men. Xia Li, after all this trouble, I'm hungry. Can you get me another meal? Hitting someone also takes physical effort. Lu Dingyuan. The other young soldiers. Although Lu Dingyuan didn't say anything, someone brought her food in no time. When Zhao Chong saw her, he was like a cat seeing a mouse. He delivered the food and ran out in a flash. Xia Li, did we scare people too much? There's no one to talk to, it's so boring. This meal was so bland and watery. It made me miss my adorable water deer. A little while later, Political Commissar Wang pushed the door open and came in again. The way he looked at Xia Li this time was truly indescribable. He carried the stool from the interrogation station to Xia Li's table and sat down opposite her. You really dare to make a move. Xia Li lifted her eyelids and gave him a nonchalant look. Now I believe you're a political commissar. Every time I get into a conflict with someone, you come over and smooth things over. Commissar Wang was amused by her and said without any embarrassment, isn't this what our political commissars do? The battalion commander's actions just now were indeed somewhat impulsive. He has been suspended from duty pending investigation, and someone else will come to question you in a little while. Don't be too resistant. That person is a doctor with a very good temper. She's a well-known gentle beauty in our military region. Xia Li ignored the question of gentleness and replied in a nonchalant tone. He's already in the hospital, so he'll be forced to suspend his duties even if he doesn't want to, right? She knows exactly what she did wrong, so the medical examination probably won't find anything, but it definitely won't heal for at least 2 or 3 months. That's all there is to scientific forensic examination. Okay, if they can't find any injuries on your body, but you're still complaining of pain, then you're trying to scam them. Political Commissar Wang is now truly certain that Xia Li is the most troublesome of all, even more difficult to deal with than the troublesome big shots in their army. At least those tough guys in the army are straightforward. If I hit you, I hit you. Even if I don't accept it, I'll still accept your punishment. But with this guy, it's a different story. I hit you, and I even complain that I'm innocent, leaving you with no grounds for complaint, and you still have to give me an explanation. They're really difficult to deal with. Political Commissar Wang was there to guide the discussion and didn't want to continue arguing with Xia Li about mooks, a topic that could potentially provoke hostility. He continued to change the subject, saying that Dr. Cheng Xueqing is known throughout our military region for her gentleness and good temper. She definitely won't lose her temper with you again. Besides, she knows our battalion commander well and knows that you two know each other, so she definitely won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me what happened normally. Xia Li, battalion commander? Lu Dingyuan got promoted? Wasn't he the deputy battalion commander when he introduced himself a few days ago? Political Commissar Wang smiled, a hint of pride on his face. Every member of our Marine Corps regiment is an elite among elites. Based on Lao Lu's military achievements, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the regimental commander. However, there are no promotion positions available here, and if we don't want to transfer, we can't get promoted. Our battalion commander is being transferred to another military region. He was promoted a couple of days ago. 1 promotion. He and Mukajin, who is 10 years younger than him, held the same official position. In the next 2 years, a deputy regimental commander was about to retire, and the two were in competition. Mukajin looked down on his battalion commander for a position with a young man 10 years younger than him, and targeted him at every turn. Xia Li wasn't particularly interested in her position within the military region, since she wasn't part of the system and didn't really know much about their regiment. What I just said is the truth. You can see the transcript. I remember Zhao Chong wrote it down. The food is terrible, I want to go home. Political Commissar Wang. I have indeed read the transcript, but I would like you to provide some details. Those spies are ruthless and vicious. Even the smallest actions they take could allow us to uncover other clues and ensure the safety of the country and its people. If you want to eat meat, I'll think of a way to help you. Don't be impatient, Xia Li felt that the way Political Commissar Wang spoke was similar to how her cousin-in-law coaxed her 3-year-old son, purely coaxing a child. Okay. Call someone normal. I want braised pork with lots of sugar. There's nothing in this world more enjoyable than eating a mixture of sugar and oil. If there is, it's making enough money to eat your fill without having to work. Political Commissar Wang, okay. After a whole day of running around, it was already past midnight. That night, Xia Li was taken to the military region's guest house and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Xia Li opened the door and saw a woman with black hair tied low behind her head, who looked very elegant and gentle. She was wearing a white coat and holding a lunchbox. Two young soldiers followed behind her. One was Zhao Cheng, and the other Xia Li didn't recognize. Based on what Political Commissar Wang said yesterday, Xia Li could guess that the person in front of her was the gentle and beautiful doctor who was going to interrogate her today. However, yesterday there was only Zhao Cheng on the jury, but today another one was added. Is it because they're afraid she'll hit someone? When Cheng Shui saw Xia Li open the door, she was stunned for a moment after seeing her appearance. The little girl was very pretty, with fair skin and a unique air about her that set her apart from other girls. She was clean-cut, sharp, and had a touch of carefree roguishness, making her very confident. No wonder Lu Dingyuan specifically instructed her not to provoke the young girl in front of her. It seems she was spoiled growing up and has a bad temper. Cheng Shui smiled slightly at Xia Li, a smile that was harmless and full of tolerance. Hello, Comrade Xia Li, I am Cheng Shui. This is the breakfast Dingyuan asked me to bring you this morning. Why don't you eat first and then we can talk? Xia Li didn't care who sent it to her. She could already smell the braised pork. He reached out and took the lunchbox. Okay, come in. After saying that, he turned around and went back to eat. Cheng Shui didn't expect Xia Li to be so honest. She ate first when Xia Li told her to. Shouldn't we normally be polite to her first and eat after the interrogation is over? His emotional intelligence seems to be low. But there's no need to fuss over such a small thing. Cheng Shui entered the room with two jurors. The guest house rooms weren't very big, with 4 people squeezing in. The room was practically full. Xia Li doesn't like overly crowded environments. They remind her of zombie apocalypses. He quickly finished the delicious braised pork, closed the lunchbox, wiped his mouth, and looked at Cheng Shui. Ask me anything you want to ask. Cheng Shui smiled gently at Xia Li. Could you tell me about the situation in detail? Just start from the reason for going into the mountains to hunt. She was very polite, and Xia Li didn't make things difficult for anyone else. She truthfully recounted everything, and the answer from yesterday was no different. Cheng Shui nodded, her voice still gentle and soft. Very good, thank you for your cooperation. I heard you had no prior experience in mechanical research. How did you suddenly become so proficient in this area? Xia Li, I looked at some in the library, and I didn't expect that I could do it so easily. It's probably innate. Cheng Shui neither confirmed nor denied Xia Li's words, but truthfully recorded what Xia Li said in her notebook. We've looked into your past in Heilongjiang province. Your personality seems to have changed somewhat since then. Xia Li thought to herself, this person just looks gentle and kind, but in reality, she's subtly probing whether I'm the original Xia Li. It's normal for one's personality to change when faced with a sudden change in one's family, right? If things were still the same as before, I might already be married to the son of my dad's old comrade in arms, constantly giving in to his beloved woman and never letting her suffer any hardship. Although she is left, the Zhao family won't have an easy time. It all depends on how thoroughly the military region investigates them. Cheng Shui paused while taking notes, but quickly resumed her work and continued taking notes on Xia Li's statement. What are your thoughts on what happened yesterday? Xia Li, it's really dangerous to stay in cities near key security-related legions. Even spies can impersonate members of the organization to deceive people. I don't want to go out after I get home, and I don't want to get involved in acts of heroism. Trust between people has completely collapsed. Foreign spies were chasing another group of foreign spies, and they ended up coming to her pretending to be good people. The problem is that one of the spies was the village party secretary, who was an official no matter what. Suddenly, I felt that the apocalypse was so simple, at least the zombie king wouldn't lie to people. Cheng Shui. Zhao Chong. Another young soldier from the 2nd Battalion. It seems like this woman has been deeply harmed by bad elements and looks particularly pitiful. Cheng Shui couldn't ask any more questions. She smiled gently, took out a piece of paper from her bag, and showed one to Xia Li. Comrade Xia, what do you think is drawn on this paper? Xia Li, upon seeing what was drawn on that piece of paper. Oh, the doctor in front of me is indeed a doctor, but he's a psychologist. So these people think she's mentally unstable. During the investigation, they even started conducting psychological tests. Xia Li was almost amused by these people's thought processes. She pretended to be observing carefully, and then nodded as if she remembered something. If I see several women greeting each other in this picture, it means I think human nature is inherently good. If I see a man with a sinister smile, it means I subconsciously think human nature is inherently evil. As she spoke, she pointed to the top picture on the paper on the table. The first thing you see in this picture is a face, which means I'm a straightforward person. Seeing a sailboat first suggests that I am a relatively neutral person, and others cannot easily get close to me, nor am I willing to form deep friendships with others. If what I see is a human figure, it means I have very strong willpower and mental strength, and I might also be a hypocrite who is unwilling to reveal my true intentions. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at Cheng Shui, whose expression was somewhat stiff. She said very seriously, I've read about these tests in books before. It's useless for you to use them to test whether I'm a bad person in my subconscious or whether I'm hiding anything. I can tell you with absolute certainty that I don't have any mental illness, and what you're saying is very offensive to me. People in this era are relatively simple and honest, and they don't place so much importance on self-awareness. This was the first time Cheng Shui had encountered someone with such a strong sense of self as Xia Li, and her expression was somewhat awkward. Xia Li, if you want me to provide any clues, there are several suspicious people who peek around near the cowshed of the 1st Brigade of the South Island every day. They are near my newly built house. If you are interested, you can go and arrest them. As far as I'm concerned, my father's status cannot be changed. If any of you can reinstate him to his original position, I will thank his whole family. Do you really think anyone who wants to be a lazy, privileged kid doesn't want to live a life of ease and instead chooses to suffer here? She knew the crux of the suspicion. Besides her frequent contact with criminals, it was her inexplicable and profound understanding of machinery. I decided to solve this problem once and for all. Before, I didn't have to worry about these things. I could buy whatever I wanted myself. Now that I can't afford to buy it, I can only rely on my brain to figure out how to make it myself. It's perfectly safe inside the military compound. There's no need to go out and do anything heroic, and you might just get misunderstood. Don't ask me those personality test questions. The approach is the same, but it only works for the right person. If the other person doesn't want to answer you seriously, they can completely avoid giving their real answer. Even if I say I'm telling the truth, would you believe me? If you don't trust my keen sense for machinery, you can bring me something, and I'll fix it for you. She made her point clear. No one could explain the time travel, and she couldn't tell anyone else. The original owner's identity was perfectly legitimate, and any investigation by these people would be futile. Since that's the case, I'd rather you pinpoint the root of your problem, and I'll solve it for you there, so we can both save time and avoid any pointless waste. Xia Li spoke calmly and logically, leaving no room for rebuttal. Cheng Shui, who had always been proud of being the only doctor in the military region with a doctorate in psychology, and who had been sought after by several military regions, looked rather unpleasant after being rebuked. Does Xia Li mean that the psychology she studied is useless? Cheng Shui looked a little embarrassed. She closed the notebook in her hand and nodded slightly to Xia Li. Okay, I will report the whole story to my superiors and wait for their decision. After saying that, he didn't say anything else, got up, and left the room with a somewhat hurried back view. When Zhao Cheng left, his eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Xia Li. This guy is both scholarly and martial. Dr. Cheng is a psychology PhD that their legion went to great lengths to bring back. The way the two were talking didn't seem like Dr. Cheng was treating Xia Li. It seemed more like Xia Li was treating Dr. Cheng. Xia Li's reaction caught the investigators off guard, and before a decision was made, they relaxed their surveillance of her. At least after a meal, she can go out for a walk within a certain area, accompanied by someone. This place is close to the family compound. Every day after she finishes her meal, she sits on a big rock under the shade of a tree and can hear the gossip of this family and that family. The family members didn't pay much attention to Xiaoli. Seeing that she came from the guest house, they assumed she was a military family member visiting relatives. Their southern island is poor and remote, and many young wives can't bear such hardship and are unwilling to come and join the army. Everyone chatted about this family and that without any pressure. Xiaoli, with his excellent conversational skills and love of watching the excitement, quickly became one of the military families and formed the strongest gossip-filled revolutionary friendship. Zhao Chang, who accompanied Xiaoli, was very suspicious. If Xiaoli had stayed in their corps for a few more days, she might have even found out which officer liked to wear brightly colored shorts. Just as Xiaoli was gossiping, she saw Lu Dingyuan walking towards them from afar. He met Cheng Shui, who happened to be passing by, and the two of them stood there talking. A woman in the military compound immediately said, "I wonder when Dr. Cheng and Battalion Commander Lu will submit their marriage application. Their regiment commander must be bald from waiting so long. Commander Lu is good in every way, except for his temper. It's not easy to find someone as good-tempered as Dr. Cheng." Upon hearing gossip from someone she knew, Xiaoli immediately perked up and rushed over, asking with a gossipy tone, "Are they a couple?" When the sister-in-law saw Xiaoli, the new young man, asking questions, she immediately perked up. They talked about the Legion's gossip every day until they were completely bored, but now that there are new people to gossip about, their interest has naturally been rekindled. Several of the women immediately gathered around, chattering, "Isn't that right? I heard they often meet in private, so good news should be on the horizon. Otherwise, why would Battalion Commander Lu, a grown man, keep going to see Dr. Cheng, a female comrade?" "That's right. And they're both good-looking." Although Dr. Cheng's family background isn't as good as Battalion Commander Lu's, Dr. Cheng's own abilities are undeniable. That's a medical doctor. I heard several legions were vying for him. Most importantly, she was also Battalion Commander Lu's savior. A few years ago, when he returned from a mission, he heard that he wouldn't have been able to continue serving in the army if it weren't for Dr. Cheng. Isn't that tantamount to offering oneself in marriage? Xiaoli was a little puzzled. Isn't Dr. Cheng a psychologist? How could she save Lu Dingyuan's life? Does she know how to operate? These two medical fields aren't even from the same system, are they? She had a good friend in the apocalypse who was a psychologist, and he would react like it was his life if she got a cut on her hand. I didn't see any professional knowledge of internal medicine or surgery in him. The women's wives were taken aback by her question and were also somewhat unsure. The woman who had spoken earlier said, "I'm not too sure about that, but that's what everyone's saying." Xiaoli, "Oh, it's a disclaimer. The 8 trigrams." While the group was chatting, Zhao Chang broke out in a cold sweat. When he saw Lu Dingyuan and Dr. Cheng finish talking and walk towards them, he quickly came over and nudged Xiaoli in the back, whispering, "Comrade Xia, our battalion commander is coming. So stop gossiping about people in front of them. What if their battalion commander hears it?" Xiaoli was sensible enough to shut her mouth as soon as she saw someone approaching. Lu Dingyuan strode over and nodded to Xiaoli, "Comrade Xia, the organization has approved your request. Please come with me." This is pretty much what Xiaoli expected. There are currently no measures to verify her identity, so the only way to prove what he said is through practical experience. Such a large military unit couldn't very well abandon all its dignity and wrongly accuse a young girl like her. She nodded slightly. "Let's go." Xiaoli got up and left with Lu Dingyuan. Under the strange looks from the wives of the military, and the whispers such as, "Why is Battalion Commander Lu speaking to him so nicely? Could she be Battalion Commander Lu's family member? Oh my god. What will happen to Battalion Commander Lu and Dr. Cheng? Will they be separated?" She could already predict what the wives of the military would say about her. It would probably be something like, "The other female comrade who was treated gently by the living Yama, besides Dr. Cheng." Us were exceptionally sharp, unconsciously remarked, "Battalion Commander Lu, you seem to have quite a few friends." When such a beautiful woman appeared, the reaction of those women was that she was willing to throw herself at them. Lu Dingyuan? Lu Dingyuan didn't answer Xia Li's irrelevant question, and instead led her directly to a large classroom. There were more than a dozen pieces of equipment on the table, a hodgepodge of all sorts of things, some of which Xia Li had never even seen before. Lu Dingyuan led the people in, his expression serious and his voice low. Here are some of the equipment we can find in the group. If you need any tools, I can find them for you. Xia Li reached for a radio on the table and examined it from both sides. Whose radio is this that's broken? She suspected someone was using her repair skills for free. Lu Dingyuan's calm face showed no trace of embarrassment as he answered frankly, our regimental commander. Xia Li thought to herself, just as I thought. He reached into the toolbox and rummaged through the contents. It contained all the basic repair tools and quite a complete set, indicating that he had searched carefully. I'll try to fix it first, and I'll ask you for help if I need anything else. Lu Dingyuan, okay? After saying that, he found a place not too far from Xia Li and sat down. Xia Li had already thrown herself into her repair business, her hands never stopping, but she was secretly thinking to herself. In the new world, relying on her lightning-based skills, she not only repairs, manufactures, and improves top-precision machinery every day, but she also manages the entire Sky Eye system and network system. As a result, in peacetime, all I do every day is repair these old appliances that are practically ready to be thrown away. The psychological gap is truly immense. With my mind blank, I fix the radio in less than 2 minutes. I thought to myself, maybe I should get some parts in a few days and build a radio to listen to, so I won't go deaf and blind. He casually set the repaired radio aside and started fixing other things. Lu Dingyuan took the radio that Xia Li had put away. He wasn't just there as a decoration. His purpose was twofold. First, to confirm that Xia Li had indeed personally repaired these items, and second, to verify that the equipment could actually function again. At this time, the radio did not need a power supply. In the quiet environment, Lu Dingyuan picked up the radio and slightly tuned it. A crackling sound came from the radio, followed by melodious excerpts from Peking opera. Lu Dingyuan would occasionally change the station to check that the radio was indeed working properly, but as he changed the station, his expression became serious. He remembered that the radio belonging to the white group could only receive 4 stations, but now I can receive 16. Moreover, there was another channel, though it wasn't very clear, from which foreign languages could be faintly heard. Lu Dingyuan stood up, turned to Xia Li and said, "You continue, I'm going out for a bit." Xia Li nodded half-heartedly and continued to act as her old appliance repairman. Little did he know that the radio he casually repaired would cause a huge uproar throughout the entire military region. Inside the conference hall, the operator in the military region translated what was being said on the foreign language radio station, his expression extremely solemn. Reporting to the commander, the information has been confirmed. There are spies communicating with the outside world in Xiaoergu, 50 miles away. It concerns the shipyard secrets. Please make your decision. As he spoke, he handed the translated document to the gray-haired division commander with both hands, his expression extremely serious. The division commander took the thin sheet of paper, read it carefully, and his heart sank. While feeling a mix of admiration for her father and regret for her being the only daughter among them, she was also filled with resentment. After reading the report, he immediately straightened his expression and said, "Xiao Lu, send one of your companies over there. This information is rare, so you must do this well." Lu Dingyuan's expression was serious, with a hint of coldness between his brows. He immediately put his feet together, raised his head and straightened his chest, and solemnly gave a military salute. Yes! After Lu Dingyuan left, the expressions on the faces of the other leaders present also became somewhat solemn. Logically speaking, a trivial matter like catching a spy shouldn't bother the division commander. But today's matter is a bit special. Zhao Bingquan is a very important spy. If you follow his lead, you can uncover more than 100 spies and more than 30 spy dens. It's not just American spies and hideouts, but also spies and hideouts of other countries that American spies in China have uncovered. Given Xia Li's identity, there was no way she could attract their attention. However, just as they were discussing matters related to spies from several countries, Lu Dingyuan brought in the repaired radio and confirmed on the spot that the radio could receive frequencies from certain spy hideouts. The military signal collecting equipment couldn't receive the signal, but Xia Li received it after fiddling with his old, broken home radio for 2 minutes. Didn't these people in the military region immediately take it seriously? The reason why the South Island Corps is stationed on the South Island is because there is a military shipyard on the South Island, and all information inside needs to be kept secret. What does their remote military region lack? What a talent! It's fantastic news that talented people are now coming to them. Some people immediately became agitated. Bai Qiming, the regimental commander of the Marine Corps, immediately said, "Comrade Xia is a very talented comrade. I think the organization should not bury such a rare talent." Someone immediately objected, saying, "But Xia Li's identity is ultimately somewhat sensitive. If we want to recruit her into the army through special means, we will have to bear extremely heavy pressure. Moreover, she can't completely clear herself of suspicion right now, so bringing people in is ultimately inappropriate." Another person suggested, "Xia Li is so good at mechanical repairs. Why don't we take that thing out and let her try it?" "No," someone immediately objected. "Xia Li is not a member of our organization now. If she can really crack the secret of that thing, should we let her go or not? Are they going to keep her here but then force her to join the organization? What kind of logic is it to detain a woman in the military?" The person next to her said with a hint of disdain, "If she can really crack the secret of that thing, I think I would have no complaints even if she was allowed to join the army and bear any pressure." Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. They started arguing, and eventually all looked at the division commander sitting at the head of the table, waiting for him to make the final decision. The division commander thought for a moment. It is indeed inappropriate for the Legion's secrets to be leaked. Let's leave that thing there for now, but we can let her see if she can fix the transceiver we seized from the American warship. If that's feasible, we can discuss the follow-up matters further. After saying this, the division commander sighed deeply. Why did it have to be Xia Li of all people? Once the division commander gave the order, no one dared to say anything more, and those who received the order immediately sprang into action. In less than 5 minutes, the elite company of over 100 men drove away from the Corps and headed to a stronghold 50 miles away. When Lu Dingyuan returned to Xia Li's classroom, he was carrying a black box and accompanied by a middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man had a serious appearance, the way he looked at Xia Li was incredibly kind. "Comrade Xia, hello. I am Bai Qiming, the regimental commander of the Marine Corps. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Xia Li? This attitude is a bit off, isn't it? I've never seen anyone else in the Corps treat her so warmly before. Is it true that it's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings? You can't hit someone who's smiling. She couldn't be too rude to someone who is so polite." She stood up and shook hands with him. "Hello, Xia Li." Bai Qiming glanced at the table and chuckled. "Is it all fixed?" Xia Li nodded. "It's fixed." As she spoke, she pointed to 3 of the machines. "These 3 things are about as easy to repair as the signal transmitter, but I have never seen them before. Can I prove my innocence and go home?" Although the food improved a lot after the protests, where is it as comfortable as lying at home every day? I wonder how her house is coming along, and whether it suits her taste. Bai Qiming immediately laughed. "Those items are used on the ship. Ordinary people don't usually see them. I'll have Xiaolu take it to the ship and try it out. In the meantime, how about Xiao Xia sees if she'd be interested in studying this thing?" Lu Dingyuan carefully placed the black box he was holding on the table, as if he were afraid of breaking it. Xia Li glanced down at it, but didn't move. Bai Qiming was a little puzzled. "Comrade Xia, do you not know how to disassemble this thing? Do you need any special tools?" Xia Li shook her head. "I won't fix it." "Bai Qiming?" Lu Dingyuan. Xia Li met the other person's puzzled expression, showing no intention of changing her mind. I've been thinking about it these past couple of days, and the reason I've been taken in for questioning these past few times is because I messed around with my hands. If you don't rescue people or help them fix things, nothing will happen. The fact that I can repair things that are about as difficult as radio transmitters proves that I'm not lying. I do have a talent for it. Since mediocrity is the only acceptable thing in today's society, I've chosen to live these years peacefully. There's no reason for those who only want to drag my dad down and frame us to succeed because of me. She's still counting on her father to be reinstated and take care of her in her old age. Bai Qiming and Lu Dingyuan both fell silent. They had seen the interrogation records from MOC, and they found that the students were indeed quite aggressive, even resorting to physical violence at the end. This is why, when MOC was investigated, none of its members protected him. Bai Qiming never expected that someone as talented as Xia Li would have such thoughts in his mind. If Xia Li really has no problems, then her actions show that she is a truly warm-hearted and upright young woman. Bai Qiming sighed. Now it can be proven that Comrade Xia is capable of repairing radios even without knowing what radios are, so this matter about spies will no longer implicate you. I know that the interrogation of Comrade Xia through the MOC has been unfair to him, and we will certainly give you an explanation. As he spoke, he looked out the window, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Comrade Xia may not know the origin of this thing. Some time ago, a U.S. warship secretly entered the country. The two sides opened fire, and we sacrificed dozens of soldiers to expel them all and capture a warship. This box contains the signal transceiver from that warship. We've already had someone examine it. It has a unique signal band that can only be received by a transmitter with the same signal. We've made such a huge sacrifice. We can't just let the intelligence our soldiers risked their lives to bring back go to waste, can we? Xia Li was appointed as a general in the New World after the apocalypse, which meant he was considered a member of the military within that system. She understood what Bai Qiming was saying, and she felt sorry for the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. But what good will it do to fix it? Will it change her current situation? If the other party finds out just how capable she really is, it will only bring her more trouble. If I can fix it, can you find a way to help my father clear his name? Bai Qiming. No, we don't have that much authority. Xia Li looked up and stared directly at Bai Qiming. If that puts me in an even more dangerous situation, how am I supposed to protect myself and my family? As for why they were placed in a more dangerous situation, the three people in the room didn't say it, but they all understood. They poured the nation's resources into creating this highly secure and confidential device, which they are so proud of. You, an ordinary person, cracked it with ease. If this doesn't get out, all will be well. But once it does, will you still have a good life? They might even implicate their family members. Just like this time, the 2nd Battalion commander connected the matter to her father because she inexplicably knew how to repair equipment and even pushed the blame onto her father. Xia Li felt that although she wasn't that filial, she wouldn't push her own parents to their deaths. This time, although Bai Qiming had a sense of justice, but he couldn't bring himself to force it. Bai Qiming sighed deeply and nodded with some disappointment, saying, I understand. We didn't handle this matter well enough. However, we hope that Comrade Xia can understand that every spy has the potential to cause enormous damage to the lives, safety, and property of the country, and even the people, so we must be careful and cautious. Even the slightest mistake could harm the interests of hundreds or thousands of people. Xia Li nodded. I understand. But while I understand, I can risk my own life for my choices, but I can't let others pay for them. Don't you think it's pathetic to have your life threatened by someone else's choices and be powerless to fight back? My older brother's nephew is only 13 this year. Her eldest brother was sent to the countryside and asked a friend to take care of her. Although he was just a lowly police officer, he was much more considerate than her second brother. She kept this kindness in her heart. She couldn't bear to see someone's family torn apart and their life ruined. This time, Bai Qiming fell completely silent. Even when they go on missions, they keep their identities secret and never let criminals know the identities of their family members in order to retaliate. Xia Li's incident has caused such a stir in the military region that it can't be kept secret any longer. If she stands out too much now, won't she become a target for those bad elements? Bai Qiming took a deep breath, looked up at Xia Li, and said with a hint of regret, I understand. Dingyuan, drive Xia home. Lu Dingyuan, yes. After Bai Qiming left, Lu Dingyuan tidied up the things Xia Li had found on the table and put them into a box. I'll pack my things and leave. Is there anything Comrade Xia needs to take from the guest house? Xia Li sat in the chair, propping her chin up with one hand on the table, tilting her head to look at Lu Dingyuan's resolute profile. He asked in a casual tone, is this transceiver station really that important? Can't we get a second one? Lu Dingyuan paused in packing his things. He looked up at Xia Li, his gaze deep and unfathomable, and he wasn't lying to deceive her. He said in a serious tone, the U.S. warship has returned to port and is currently stationed within the island nation's territory. We are unable to enter the country to intercept it. Furthermore, the United States military strength far surpasses ours. Even if we were to encounter them again in the inland sea, without any preparation, we would have to make enormous sacrifices to intercept another warship. His face was tense as he spoke, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, clearly hoping for a hopeful answer, but also knowing Xia Li's difficulties and not pressuring her. Xia Li lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then got up, took the screwdriver from his hand, and began to unscrew the black box that occupied the center of the table. Lu Dingyuan pursed his lips, solemnly took 2 steps back, walked to the door, and quietly closed it. He stood straight at the door, cautiously keeping watch so as not to disturb Xia Li in the slightest. Xia Li quickly disassembled the black box on the table, inputting his supernatural power into the wires and letting his lightning-type supernatural power travel through the entire machine. He quickly understood how this signal transmitter worked and the secret behind its different frequency band compared to other transmitters. After figuring it out, they reinstalled everything exactly as it was, down to the screws, keeping them in the same positions as before. He casually tossed the screwdriver into the toolbox. It can't be fixed. Lu Dingyuan. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Dingyuan's eyes, but he didn't show it. He simply nodded slightly and said, let's go. The two got into the car and Lu Dingyuan asked Xia Li, is there anything you need to buy? Xia Li was stunned for a moment before realizing that Lu Dingyuan knew she was moving to a new house and wanted to drive her to buy all her things. I clicked my tongue inwardly. He seemed unapproachable, but he was actually surprisingly thoughtful. Could you help me get some wires? Lu Dingyuan. Good. Xia Li, do you have paper and pen? Lu Dingyuan didn't ask her what she wanted to do. He kept his eyes on the road and drove, single. He took out paper and pen from his chest pocket and handed them to Xia Li in the back seat. Xia Li took the notebook, which still retained Lu Dingyuan's warmth, picked up a pen and began to write and draw earnestly, her expression extremely focused. Lu Dingyuan glanced at the little girl sitting in the back seat, diligently drawing and writing, through the rearview mirror, then looked away and continued driving. The car was completely silent for a moment, with only the sound of their breathing and the scratching of pens on paper. The Corps was some distance from the 1st Battalion of the South Island, but since they were driving, they were quite fast, and the two of them arrived at the battalion quickly. As she got out of the car, Xia Li handed Lu Dingyuan her pen and notebook, saying in a light tone, I couldn't fix that thing, understand? Lu Dingyuan paused as he took the notebook, his sharp gaze fixed on Xia Li, and solemnly said, I know. Xia Li nodded, then put down the notebook in her hand and got off the bus as if the little incident had never happened. After Xia Li left, Lu Dingyuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat in the car, remained silent for a long time before finally opening the notebook in his hand. What catches the eye is the powerful calligraphy, with each stroke exuding strength, as well as the complex yet remarkably clear circuit diagrams and annotations. Lu Dingyuan gripped the notebook slightly tighter. This flawed era forces truly talented people to hide their brilliance in order to protect themselves. As an active-duty military officer, all he could do was to do his best to promote the development of the times. so that these talented people who could have contributed to the country could stand in the sunlight with peace of mind and contribute to the development of the motherland. He opened the car door, got out, gave a solemn military salute in the direction Xia Li had left, then quickly got back into the car, stepped on the gas, and drove away from the 1st Brigade of the Southern Island. Xia Li was brought back in a military vehicle once again, which shocked the members of the 1st Brigade of the South Island. Upon seeing Xia Li return, they immediately surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. "Xia, where have you been? Did you go to help the army catch human traffickers again? Oh my god, Xia Jiqing, you're finally back safe and sound. We all thought you hadn't been around for so many days. I came back because something happened. The youth center said you were carried off by wolves while you were on the mountain. We were so worried. Xia Jiqing, what's your relationship with that officer from earlier? Are you dating? I've seen him bring you home several times already. If he's not your boyfriend, why don't you ask him if he has one? My daughter is about the same age as him, and she's very pretty. Xia, thank you for bringing back all that meat. Our brigade hasn't had a proper meal in a long time. Our kids were so happy to eat so much meat these past few days that they cried tears of joy. Xia Jiqing, we've finished building your house. The wolves you hunted back for us have been returned by the young soldiers. The meat was delicious. The battalion commander even said he'd give you a good commendation. Xia, when are you going up the mountain again? I can go with you and help you bring the wolves back. Xia Li, thanks for the invitation. Even if I go hunting again next time, I won't hunt wolves. Wolves really don't taste good. Xia Li was driven crazy by the incessant chatter of her teammates, who were like 500 ducks, talking all sorts of nonsensical things. He immediately raised his voice and said, "It's nothing serious. I just ran into the village secretary on the mountain. The soldier said the village secretary was a spy and asked me to go back with him to cooperate with the investigation. They found out it had nothing to do with me, so they sent me back." This sentence was like a thunderbolt, completely devastating the entire 1st Brigade of the South Island. The team members no longer cared about anything else concerning Xia Li. All their attention was focused on the spy and the village secretary. Immediately, someone asked in shock, "What exactly happened? How could the village party secretary be a spy?" "Xia, you should tell us all about it." Xia Li, feigning ignorance, shifted the blame with the same shocked and confused expression as her teammates, saying, "I don't know either. I've barely met the village secretary before. You'll have to ask the brigade leader." They arrested the man. They must have informed the captain first. Just as he walked over with his hands behind his back, he heard Xia Li spouting nonsense as the captain said. The captain's face turned ashen. "They've already told me about the village party secretary's affairs, so why wouldn't they tell me about yours? That educated youth Xia is so dishonest." He didn't want to be bothered by his teammates, so he shifted the blame to him. Sure enough, the team members all felt that Xia Li's words made sense, and all their eyes were darting around the village entrance looking for the team leader. Upon seeing the brigade leader standing not far from the village entrance, I squeezed past him with lightning speed. "Captain, what happened? Tell us." "That's right. How did the village party secretary become a spy? I never noticed anything wrong with him before. Could there be other spies in our village?" "Captain, you need to make a decision. Those people are wicked. Don't let them harm our team members." "Captain." The captain's cold gaze swept over the spot where Xia Li had just been standing, only to find that Xia Li had already disappeared. "Captain, why is this girl so disliked?" As soon as Xia Li left the crowd, someone grabbed her arm. Wan said nothing, but pulled the person along the path and quickly walked towards the newly built house. The way he kept his head still while glancing left and right all the way made him look just like a guilty criminal. "Xia Li, what are you doing?" Wan continued walking with the person she was pulling, but her voice remained cold and indifferent. "You can fool them, but you can't fool me. You definitely know the most about this. Go back and tell me." "Xia Li, it must have been quite a hassle for you to eat this melon." When the two returned to the homestead, Xia Li saw that the house had already been built. The large courtyard house was built with rammed earth and stone, and the earthen tile roof was elegant and serene. There was even a bamboo pergola in the courtyard, making it look less like a rural earthen courtyard and more like an ancient house steeped in history. Xiaoli, isn't this house a bit too luxurious? Qinhua Wan led the person into the house, her tone very calm. You've hunted too much prey. The team got 1/10 of the meat, and since you're not here, it's not appropriate to discuss what to do with the rest. The team members who come to work definitely can't eat it all. It's hot, and it will spoil quickly if left out. So I promised the brigade leader on your behalf that more people should come and build houses. In fact, the house was completed in 4 days. When everyone saw that the meat was still not all eaten, they added some other decorations. 130 people, over 5 days, barely managed to finish all the meat. Qinhua Wan isn't stupid. In fact, because of her background, she easily shares the same thought process as someone like Xia Li, who wants to live a decadent retirement life. Xia Li wants a good living environment, but the general environment doesn't allow it. Building a house that is too nice may attract jealousy and cause unnecessary trouble. But things are different now. The houses were built like this by all the able-bodied men of the brigade on their own initiative. Xia Li was away for several days while the house was being built, so even if someone reported it, it wouldn't fall on Xia Li's shoulders. When there's not even enough to eat, you've eaten so much of Xia Li's meat, eating until you're stuffed every meal. You deserve some reward for that. Xia Li was extremely satisfied when she saw the house in front of her. He patted Qinhua Wan's shoulder as if he were a high-ranking leader patting a junior colleague, then pouted and said in a pretentious manner, "Junior colleague, well done. Come on, let's move everything over today. We'll have a big pot feast tonight." The two returned to the educated youth compound with cheerful laughter, entering the house amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of the other educated youth. Li Aimin's venomous gaze was fixed on Xia Li, his fists clenched tightly. He cursed inwardly, "Why is God so blind?" Someone as morally bankrupt and uncooperative as Xia Li deserves to be carried off by wolves. How could she be allowed to help soldiers capture spies and earn merit again? When Wei Hongquan saw Xia Li return, his eyes flickered, and he went to greet her warmly. "Xia Jiqing, you're back? We were so worried about you these past 2 days since you went missing." Xia Li didn't even turn her head. While packing her things, she casually asked, "Worried that I'm not dead? Wei Hongquan, is this how you talk?" Xia Li's return was a big deal, and regardless of what everyone's intentions were, they all gathered around to watch the spectacle. When some of the female, educated youth heard Xia Li say this, they immediately became unhappy. "Xia Li, how dare you speak to me like that?" Xia Li stood up, glanced back at her, and said, "Didn't the rumor that I was carried away by wolves come from the educated youth compound?" The female educated youth was momentarily speechless. These words did indeed come from their educated youth compound, but it was Li Aimin who said them. At the time, they thought it made sense. If a living person goes into the mountains and the prey comes back, but the person doesn't, then the person must have died in the mountains. Who would have thought that Xia Li was taken away by the soldiers? He replied in a low, dry voice, "That's not what we said. You can't generalize and condemn everyone based on a few examples." Xia Li chuckled, slung her luggage over her shoulder, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Who told you to get on the same boat? Your boat is leaking water, how come it doesn't sink?" After saying that, she ignored the awkward looks on the faces of the others and left the educated youth compound with Qinhua Wan, who didn't have much luggage to begin with. "Finally, we're out of here." Before she went to the countryside, she never imagined that this was the new China, yet the educated youth in the rural area were still engaging in power struggles and backstabbing every day. Ugh. Xia Li returned to the educated youth compound, walked towards the largest main house, and turned to Qinhua Wan, saying, "I'll keep the largest room on the left. You can stay in any of the others. Make yourself at home. I won't keep you any longer. I'm going up the mountain to hunt some things in a bit. I'm inviting some people over for dinner tonight. Let's prepare enough for 10 people. If we can't finish it, the 2 of us can eat it next time." Upon hearing this, Qinhua Wan's lips twitched. Xia Li's relationship with the team wasn't that close, so it wouldn't be necessary for him to invite the team members to dinner. The educated youth compound has fallen out so badly that the two sides will probably never speak to each other again. She didn't think that with her roommate's popularity, she could invite 10 people from the group. However, she didn't ask any further questions and simply said in a light tone, "Okay." Without any hesitation, I turned into the largest room on the right with my luggage. When Xia Li went hunting in the mountains again, Lu Dingyuan had already returned to the army corps. He didn't linger on the road and went straight to Bai Qiming's house. Bai Qiming's wife also has the surname Bai, and her name is Bai Feng Wang. They are both from Bai Jiazwang. She has a very round face and is very kind. Upon seeing Lu Dingyuan arrive, he immediately greeted him with a broad smile. "Little Lu, what brings you here at this hour? Have you eaten? We just finished cooking, come in and have some." Lu Dingyuan nodded to Sister Bai, sister-in-law. "I'm here to see the regimental commander, so I won't be eating." "Where is the regimental commander?" Sister Bai. Seeing that Lu Dingyuan's expression was more serious than usual, they knew that he must have something very important to say, so they quickly let him in. "Old Bai is in the study, you should go find him." Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly to her, and then quickly went into the study. The two only stayed in the study for 2 minutes before Commander Bai, with a solemn expression, quickly led Lu Dingyuan out of the study, hurriedly put on his shoes, and walked out. Bai's wife was startled by his hurried actions and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "It's almost time to eat. Where are you two going?" Without turning his head, Commander Bai replied, "We have something to discuss with the division commander." "Don't wait for us to come back for dinner." Sister-in-law Bai said anxiously, "Then you two be careful when you come back later." Commander Bai and Lu Dingyuan were completely absorbed in the schematic diagram of the special signal transceiver that Xia Li had drawn in her notebook, and they couldn't hear anything else. The two arrived at the division commander's house, and the three of them entered the division commander's study. The division commander stared intently at the notebook in his hand, his expression growing increasingly grave. Pointing at the notebook with his finger, he asked, "Did Xia Li draw this?" Lu Dingyuan: "Yes, she drew it in the car on the way I was taking Comrade Xia back." After thinking about it, I added a sentence. "Before we left the unit, she disassembled the radio transmitter, then put it back together exactly as it was and said, 'It can't be fixed.'" No one present was a fool. Everyone understood what Xia Li meant and what Lu Dingyuan implied. The division commander held the notebook in his hand and sighed imperceptibly. Commander Bai, with a serious expression, solemnly said to the division commander, "Commander, I think it is necessary to have someone assemble the machinery shown in this blueprint immediately. We must recruit talents like Xia Li into our organization. Not just this radio station, she might be able to crack that thing too." Lu Dingyuan frowned and nodded. Comrade Xia is indeed a rare talent, and the organization should make an effort to recruit her. The division commander looked down at the notebook in his hand and pondered. Lu Dingyuan had served under him for many years and thought highly of this young man. This person doesn't talk much and doesn't usually offer many opinions on matters outside of work. It is truly rare for someone to speak up for a complete stranger, which is enough to prove how much he recognizes Xia Li's abilities. How could he not acknowledge Xia Li's abilities? He was able to decipher the advanced mechanical structures of the United States with just a few glances. This ability would make him a genius who would be praised to the skies in any country. If it were anyone else, he would immediately act swiftly and use all his resources to bring that person into his fold. But this person just happens to be Xia Li. There were too many things involved behind the scenes, which made him afraid to act rashly. The division commander sighed. Her identity is unusual, and she is not suitable to be recruited into the organization. However, after this incident, those spies will definitely take action against her. Lu Dingyuan, keep an eye on her during this time. If anything seems amiss, bring her back immediately. Lu Dingyuan frowned, his tone calm as he analyzed the situation. I don't think there's anything unusual about Xia Li's identity. Foreign organizations wouldn't use such a large lure as Xia Li to entice us into a trap. It's better to keep such talent in our own country to develop a technologically strong nation than to use them as bait. Bai Qiming also thought it made sense. Indeed, I also think there should be no problem with Xia Li's identity. A top talent like Xia Li would be a national treasure in any country. She'd likely face difficulties even leaving the country. Any country that isn't foolish wouldn't release her. The teacher waved his hand. It's her family background that's the problem. Upon hearing her words, the expressions on the faces of Commander Bai and Lu Dingyuan instantly turned serious. Bai Qiming, Commander, are you saying that Xia Jiangwo has a problem? The division commander waved his hand. In short, Xiao Lu, be careful when you investigate Xia Li. Try not to involve Xia Jiangwo, so as not to arouse the suspicion of others. We must also be careful to prevent foreign forces from contacting Xia Li, lest the country lose talent. Lu Dingyuan, yes. The instructor's attitude was ambiguous, and Bai Qiming and Lu Dingyuan were both unable to figure out what he was thinking. On the way back, Bai Qiming said to Lu Dingyuan, we're not entirely sure about Comrade Xia's identity right now, and we can't confirm anything else either. I personally feel that such a talent should be recruited into the organization. Even if she is an enemy, we should try to win her over to our side. To err is human, to forgive divine. By the way, before Comrade Xia left, she met with the wife of a soldier from the military region. You've arranged to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. When they arrive, you can go and help them carry their things and get to know them a bit. It's getting late, so I'll head home now. After saying that, he waved and left. Lu Dingyuan. Is it appropriate for a grown man like him to accompany his sister-in-law from the military dependent's home and a female, educated youth he doesn't know very well to the street, and even help them carry their things? That night, Chen Wuwan prepared all the ingredients for the pot, and Xia Li secretly slipped out, walked all the way to the cowshed next door, and quietly climbed over the wall to get in. Looking distracted, Li Xiuli suddenly saw her daughter. Her hand loosened, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Without even picking up the teacup that had fallen to the ground, he rushed toward Xia Li, whom he hadn't seen for several days, and hugged her tightly in his arms. The sight of her daughter, whom she had lost and then found again, filled her with a tremor of emotion. Her voice choked with sobs as she said, "It's good that she's back. It's good that she's back. You worried your mother to death." Their family was sent to the countryside, and all the connections they had built up before were useless. Their daughter was taken away by the military, and they couldn't even find out about her, let alone help her. These past 2 days, he and Lao Xia have been working day and night, worried that something might have happened to their daughter, and haven't had a good night's sleep. Upon seeing her daughter, Li Xiuli couldn't control herself at all. She wished she could hold her daughter tightly by her side and not let anyone hurt her. Xia Li felt a warmth in her heart when she sensed Li Xiuli trembling, but also a bit awkward. She's such a grown woman, and it feels really strange to be held like a baby by her parents. He reached out and hugged her back, gently patting her back. She gently comforted him. It's all right, it's all right. I'm not coming back, am I? You're not hurt at all. I'm just a young girl. What can the army do to me if they take me away? Xia Jiangwo heard the noise outside. Dong also ran out, and upon seeing Xia Li, even this strong person's eyes turned red. He strode over, grabbed Xia Li, looked her up and down, and said in a cold voice, "Have you suffered any injustice these past 2 days?" Xia Li thought to herself, "Does beating up the interrogator count? It really infuriated me." But fearing that Xia Jiangwo would beat her for saying this, she decisively replied, "No, they just asked me a few questions to prove that I had no connection with the spies, and then they released me." If Xia Li were to confidently claim that she had been wronged, Xia Jiangwo would still think that his daughter was fine. But when they heard their child say that everything was fine, they immediately stopped believing that the child hadn't been wronged. I never thought that such a spoiled child would learn to be so sensible now. How can this be called not having suffered any injustice? What child who hasn't suffered any injustice would suddenly become sensible for no reason? Xia Jiangwo gritted his teeth, feeling that he was fine no matter what, but his daughter had been wronged and he had to get revenge. Sooner or later, those who bullied his daughter would pay the price. The 3 of them were catching up when Li Xiuli couldn't even cry anymore. She looked helplessly at her daughter and said, We have to suffer a bit when we come to the countryside, otherwise those people definitely won't be willing. As long as Lily is doing well, her parents are at ease. Xia Jiangwo looked at his daughter speechlessly. It's not just us and your Uncle Si living in this cowshed. If we go out to live, what will people say? Aren't you going to come after us to the death? Xia Li looked at her parents, who had aged several years in just a few days, and knew it was because they were worried about her. She felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Why don't we ask them all to go over there and come back before they start work in the morning? Anyway, nobody usually comes here. My place is huge, it can house 12 or 20 people without feeling crowded. Xia Jiangwo and his wife have seen what Xia Li's house looks like when they went to work these past 2 days. If I didn't know my daughter wasn't from the production brigade, I would have thought she had some capitalist ideas and that her house was too big. Xia Jiangwo shook his head. Don't get involved in things at the cowshed anymore, so that we can avoid a repeat of what happened a few days ago. If it weren't for her family background being problematic, why would she have been detained and interrogated for several days? An ordinary person would have been released long ago. They're the ones who ruined our daughter. Things can't go on like this. Seeing that the two of them were determined not to leave, Xia Li did not force them. After all, if moving out were to expose their secret, it would indeed be disadvantageous for them. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Call Uncle Si and come to my place for some hot pot. Qinwen has already prepared everything. Xia Jiangwo waved his hand. No, there are more than just the 3 of us here in the cowshed. It wouldn't be good if we were discovered. Xia Li, tell them to come along. I've prepared enough for 10 people. What can guarantee that someone won't betray you? Just recruit them as allies. Xia Jiangwo rubbed his forehead, which was a little sore from anger at his daughter's thoughtless behavior. We can't call those people over there, and we can't let them find out about our affair. Do you understand? Xia Li. Xia Li understood, and the expression on her face became very complicated. She looked at Xia Jiangwo with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Aren't you all bad elements? Why are you dividing into political parties? Xia Jiangwo was furious when he saw his daughter's hooligan-like appearance, and he raised his hand as if to hit her. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting all day long? What do you mean you're not all bad elements? And you're even dividing people into political parties? How can you talk to your own father like that? This is meant to infuriate him. Xia Li skillfully hid behind Li Xiuli, clearly impatient. Okay, I got it. I won't have any contact with them. You guys hurry up and get ready. Come eat with me. I'll figure something out. I promise no one will know you are gone. Xia Jiangwo felt that what his daughter said was a bit unreliable. There was only one door, and it was shared by 2 separate rooms. How could 4 grown men go out without anyone noticing? He could climb over the wall to get out, but with his wife and Lao Si's physiques, it was practically impossible for them to do so. However, seeing her daughter's confident expression, she went back to the room to call Si Qiuyu. Si Qiuyu didn't expect Xia Li to recover so quickly. They had just been released when they were immediately sent to a housewarming party. He was almost skinned alive during the interrogation before he was sent to the countryside, and it took him more than half a month to recover. It's so good to be young. The 3 of them came out of the small cubicle and went to the cowshed, where they found Xia Li squatting in a corner of the cowshed, fiddling with something. Upon closer inspection, the 3 of them were instantly alarmed. Xia Jiangwo took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and scolded his daughter. What are you doing? Crack. Xia Li pulled a plank off the cowshed, held it in her hands like a pickled mustard greens, and looked back at her father with an innocent expression. Take down the planks. Xia Jiangwo wanted to hit the child again. Xia Jiangwo glared at his daughter with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, and in a low voice, he angrily rebuked her. What if you tear down this cowshed and the cows get lost? Besides, these things are all prefabricated. What if the cowshed collapses after you dismantle the wooden planks? Xia Li said with absolute certainty, impossible. I just checked the structure of this cowshed, and when I pulled these 3 planks down, nothing happened. Once you've left, we'll put these planks back. When you come back, we'll take them down and nail them back on. It won't affect the use of the cowshed at all. As he spoke, he seemed to be deep in thought. Which genius built this cowshed, and even left a door for you guys? The way he looked was as if he was saying, if I find out who it is, I can go to their house and give them 2 pounds of meat. The veins on Xia Zhengwo's forehead were throbbing. As an upright man, he never imagined that his daughter would have such a temperament, doing whatever she wanted without following the rules, making people's blood boil when they saw what she did. Seeing her old friend taking deep breaths, Si Qiuyu quickly came over to persuade her. The child is young and doesn't understand. Don't take it to heart. Isn't Lily just being filial? That's why she wanted to take you out for a nice meal? Of all those who were sent down to the countryside, who is your good fortune? You're wasting your good fortune. Xia Li snapped off another piece of wood, nodded in full agreement without even turning her head. Yes, you're missing out on your good fortune. Where can you find a girl as good as me? All the other kids are like my second brother. Crack. Hey, why is this nail broken? The quality isn't very good. Xia Zhengwo. Si Qiuyu, can you stop making things worse? You've already made your dad furious in just a short while. Pfft. Li Xiuli couldn't help but burst out laughing. She suppressed a laugh, patted Xia Zhengwo on the shoulder, and said, all right, we've pulled out all 3 boards. Let's hurry up and leave before anyone sees us. Xia Zhengwo, it's all because you spoiled her. Li Xiuli found it amusing. If we're talking about spoiling children, Xia Zhengwo was no less than her. In the past, no matter how much trouble Lily caused, it was always him, her father, who covered for her. Without his intervention, how could the Zhao family have let the matter of Lily's swindling money go unpunished? She nodded very patiently, yes, it's all my fault for spoiling her. Let's go. Xia Zhengwo. The 4 of them crawled out through the fresh dog hole they had dug out behind the cowshed, and Xia Li turned around and put the wooden planks with nails back in place. She then asked Xia Zhengwo to remind her to bring a nail when she came back, so that she could nail the broken piece of wood back on. This angered Xia Zhengwo so much that the veins on his forehead throbbed, and he almost took off his shoe and chased after his daughter to beat her. The 4 of them quickly slipped away to Xia Li's house. Xia Zhengwo stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looked around, nodded and sighed. It's even more impressive than your old courtyard. Li Xiuli chuckled, recalling what her home used to look like, and nodded, saying, after the Japanese came, our house was occupied, and I haven't been back to see it in all these years. Xia Zhengwo reached out and patted Li Xiuli on the shoulder. There will always be a chance. I'll go back with you then. Xia Li felt a pang of sadness seeing her parents like this. The older generation, especially the older generation of soldiers, all came from the battlefield. He dedicated his life to the country, yet he has ended up like this, which makes people sigh with regret. Stop looking. There will be plenty of opportunities to watch later. Aren't you hungry? I'm hungry. Xia Zhengwo didn't want to continue feeling sentimental. Interface channel. These past few days you've been eating meat every day. The smell of meat is so strong that it can wake me up in the middle of the night from my dreams. I have to have a good meal today. As he spoke, he put his arm around Si Qiuyu's shoulder and walked into the house. Come on, Si, let's have a feast with Go Daha today, and let her come over every day to show off to us. Xia Li, you really are my dad. The group walked through the gate, chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Qin Wawan carrying plates to the table. Unlike Xia Li, Qin Wawan stayed quietly in the 1st Brigade of the South Island after arriving. She was very familiar with the situation in the brigade and naturally knew several people in the cowshed. Seeing that Xia Zhengwo and the others were somewhat surprised, but they didn't show it, and just smiled and nodded at them. Xia Li pointed to Xia Zhengwo and the others. We're from the same compound. Then, pointing at Qin Wawan, he said, a cool and beautiful woman who can cook. Qin Wawan, is this how you introduce me to others? Qin Wawan also knew the names of the people in the cowshed. Seeing Xia Li and Li Xiuli walking in arm, and considering Xia Zhengwo's surname, she basically understood their relationship. She said that Xia Li was so smart and unwilling to suffer losses. How could he be tricked by his future mother-in-law, with whom he had no fate, into coming to such a poor and remote place? I see. She smiled and nodded slightly to the 3 of them. Hello, uncles and aunts. My name is Qin Wawan. Like Xiaoli, I was a sent-down youth. After exchanging greetings, the group sat down to eat, and the meal was very lively. While everyone chatted enthusiastically, Xia Li told them the gossip she had heard over the past few days. Her gaze fell on the new gray hairs on Xia Zhangwo's head and the calluses on Li Xiuli's hands, and she let out a long sigh. Xia Li felt that now that her own accommodation problem was solved, she should also try to find a way out for her parents. After the meal, they had gotten to know each other better, and their relationship had grown much closer. Xiaoli discovered that Si Qiuyu was an exceptionally talented person. His talent isn't reflected in his pedantry on Jihu, but rather in his insightful and comprehensive speech, demonstrating a wide range of knowledge, especially regarding matters related to the sea and ships. Before leaving, Xia Zhangwo reminded his daughter to bring nails, and the group quietly returned to the cowshed. Xia Zhangwo returned to the cubicle and stood next to the small cabinet made of broken wood, his face looking rather grim. Seeing that Xia Zhangwo's expression was not good, Li Xiuli went over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Xia Zhangwo said with a stern face, "Someone came into our room and rummaged through our things. The items have been moved." Upon hearing this, Li Xiuli's face immediately turned pale. "Then, Lili, has she been discovered?" Si Chuyu's expression also turned sour upon hearing this. "Should we go and inform Lily now so that he can be prepared?" Xia Zhangwo shook his head. "That girl is very shrewd. She knows what's best for herself. If we go out to look for her now, we might get caught red-handed. Fortunately, we don't have anything here, so even if they search it, they won't find anything. We need to be more careful in the future. It's fine to have attended my daughter's housewarming party, but I'm afraid I shouldn't go out anymore and should socialize as little as possible to avoid causing her any trouble." The next morning, Xia Li went to work as usual. When she got to the sugarcane field, she noticed that the people in the brigade were looking at her in a strange way. Xia Li was a little puzzled. Wasn't he quite enthusiastic towards her yesterday? What's wrong with him today? "We said we should get along yesterday." She was so grateful that her aunt walked up to her and asked in a low voice, "Did you go to the cowshed last night?" Xia Li. Did someone discover that she went to the cowshed? Xia Li wondered who had discovered her going to the cowshed and how much they had seen. He nodded, subtly adding, "Yes, I went over there to dig some soil." Did anyone say anything in the brigade? Before the other team members could speak, Li Aimin, who was standing not far from her, sneered. "What? They want to dig in the dirt. It's obvious that you're close to those bad elements. I've heard that you two are very close, like a family." Xia Li, your thinking is unacceptable. Your fondness for associating with people in the cowshed shows your moral character is lacking, and you should be reformed. Xia Li found Li Aimin really annoying, and lifted her eyelids to look at him. "Why are you everywhere? Don't you know you're disliked? You weren't satisfied with spreading rumors about me a few days ago. You're spreading rumors about me again today. You're a grown man, constantly targeting a woman like me. Can't you handle that? Who's been watching you? The person who reported you wasn't me. It was someone from the cowshed. They saw you go to the cowshed and leave with their own eyes." Xia Li frowned and asked in a deliberately agitated tone, "How did I go to the cowshed and then leave? Who saw me? What did he see me do? How can you prove I didn't go in to dig?" Seeing that she was anxious, Li Aimin immediately perked up, as if he had caught her red-handed, and said angrily, "That stinking old ninth brother Wang Meng saw it with his own eyes. He said that you, taking advantage of your proximity to the cowshed, swaggered in and acted all friendly with those three intellectuals, Xia Zhangwo, Li Xiuli, and Si Qiuyu, with no idea what you were discussing, just laughing all the time. I'm so happy." Then he swaggered away as if no one else was there. "Just tell me if what he said is right or wrong." Xia Li didn't know if Li Aimin was saying the exact words of the man named Wang Meng, but if he was, it would prove that Wang Meng hadn't seen all of her actions in the cowshed and was just making up his own thoughts out of context. Having figured things out, Xia Li's face darkened. She reached out and grabbed Li Aimin by the collar, dragging him forward like a dead dog. The voice was cold as it said, "Let's go. Let's confront that guy named Wang Meng and ask him if he saw me digging. I'd like to see who dares to wrong me. Is it that my wolf hunting skills aren't impressive enough, or that my life isn't good enough? What gives anyone the right to frame me like this? Xiaoli had a strong grip, and Li Aimin screamed in pain as she pulled. The team members originally thought that Xiaoli was getting close to those stinking intellectuals, so it was best not to stick together to avoid causing trouble. Those soldiers were not to be trifled with. But seeing Xiaoli's shameless act of confronting someone, he began to have some doubts. Could it be that they really wronged Xiaoli? A large group of people marched towards the cowshed in a great procession, attracting more and more onlookers. Soon, most of the production team was heading towards the cowshed. When the captain saw the scene, he thought they were going to have a brawl, so he hurriedly ran after them with a worried look on his face. Seeing Xiaoli grabbing Li Aimin by the collar and leading the way, she was immediately at her wits' end. Why is it this little girl again? Since arriving at the production team, she's been causing trouble every day. She just got back yesterday and a whole bunch of team members came to ask her all sorts of questions. It took her a lot of effort to get them all away. What is she up to today? Even government employees have days off. Can't she give him, the team leader, a single day off? Xiaoli's previous statement that she would simply come to see them openly if people found out was just empty talk. She knew that if their relationship were exposed, it would only cause trouble for both of them. Putting everything else aside, if there were any injustices at the cowshed, and she were to say a word now, everyone would listen to her for the sake of the meat they had received before, thus easing tensions. But if her relationship with her parents were exposed, and she spoke up for them, people would definitely attack her for having impure thoughts, and no one would listen to what she said. In such cases, it is essential to nip the seedlings in the bud and kill them completely, so that no one will dare to provoke them again. Xiaoli grabbed Li Aimin by the collar and dragged him to the dam, glancing at the crowd. Seeing Xia Jiangwo composting, her gaze swept past him without lingering, finally settling on a man in a brown cloth shirt. The man was hunched over, very thin, with gray hair and brownish-yellow skin. His face was covered with crisscrossing wrinkles, making him look even more weathered. Upon seeing someone approaching, he slowly stood up, but his hunched body couldn't stand very straight. Xiaoli frowned slightly. She found it hard to imagine how someone who looked so weathered and worn out by life could do something so harmful and self-defeating behind someone's back. But his vicissitudes are his own business, not something his family inflicted upon him. Why should he cause trouble for his family? With a cold face and a deep breath, Xiaoli stood on the earthen slope beside the dam and raised her voice from above, saying, "Who spread the rumor that I went to the cowshed and was chatting and laughing with bad elements with ulterior motives? Step forward." Upon hearing Xiaoli shout, Wang Ming instinctively trembled, his entire body becoming even more hunched over. Xiaoli walked too fast, and the captain hurried to catch up with her. Seeing Xiaoli's aggressive and ready-to-fight demeanor, he immediately shouted, "Let's talk this out, Xia Jiqing, don't be impulsive." Xiaoli turned to look at him, her expression cold and stern, her tone aggressive. "Captain, you must give me an explanation today. Who spread rumors that I'm close to people in the cowshed, that I have impure thoughts, and that I need to be reformed along with them? If you can't get this sorted out for me, I'll take care of it myself." The captain was at his wits' end seeing Xiaoli like this. Having a fellow educated youth like Xia in the team was both painful and joyful for him. She herself received a glorious advanced award, and the whole team could also benefit from it. They also set up machines that would liberate productivity, and they hunted to ensure the team members had meat to eat. But it's precisely this inability to endure the slightest grievance, and her tendency to bully others relentlessly, that makes her truly unbearable. He sighed and quickly reassured her, "Xia Jiqing, calm down. We need to make things clear, don't we? Violence solves nothing, doesn't it?" Xiaoli thought to herself, "I'll kill all these people who have nothing better to do than think badly about their family, and then the world will be completely quiet." But he said righteously, "When did I use violence?" Li Aimin, who was being held in her hand, roared, "You're dragging me like this, and you still say you didn't use violence." Xiaoli glanced down at him. "Did I hit you?" Li Aimin blushed and tried to break free from Xiaoli's grip on his collar, but to no avail. With a pale face, he roared, "You pulled my clothes." Xiao Li grinned and said nonchalantly, "Oh, it's injured and it's crying out in pain to you? Li, I mean, isn't this just being unreasonable?" The brigade leader rubbed his face, his gaze falling on the direction where the people in the cowshed were working, and raised his voice. "Who said that, Xia, the educated youth? Going to the cowshed was a sign of impure thinking." For a long time, no one admitted it. Everyone in the cowshed hung their heads, as if they were inferior, including Xia Jiangwo and Li Xiuli. This scene made Xiao Li feel uncomfortable. Not wanting them to continue suffering such humiliation, he forcefully lifted Li Aimin and said, "Captain, Li Aimin said it was Wang Meng. I hope to have him confront me." As the person with the most power in the entire brigade, how could the brigade leader not know what was happening in the brigade? Asking this question now would just be a formality. Now that Xia Li has called him out, he's not going to give him any face. With a cold expression, he said, "Wang Meng. Did you say that?" Wang Meng staggered forward a few steps, his gaze towards Xia Li a mixture of vicissitudes, helplessness, and disorientation. I only said that I saw Xia Jiqing in the cowshed, nothing else." After speaking, he silently lowered his head, waiting for others to criticize him, as if he was already used to it. Seeing this, Xia Li couldn't bear it and could only remind herself not to be soft-hearted, remembering the saying that every pitiful person has something hateful about them. Others may be pitiful, but aren't her parents pitiful too? Once this is confirmed, how will they live their lives? Xia Li casually pulled Li Aimin up, narrowed her eyes, and looked at him with a sinister gaze. He said he didn't say anything. Her attitude, that someone was spreading rumors about me and one of them had to die today, made the people around her quietly keep their distance. Li Aimin's face was somewhat grim. He hadn't expected Xia Li to actually confront someone and make such a big fuss. He said angrily, "I said it. So what? Why would you go to the cowshed if you didn't have bad intentions? Isn't associating with those intellectuals a sign of incorrect thinking?" Xia Li sneered. "Who in our brigade hasn't had contact with those stinking intellectuals every day when they go to and from work? So, does that mean everyone who's met someone is guilty?" Li Aimin didn't follow her train of thought at all and said angrily, "Stop changing the subject. You didn't just have contact with those intellectuals, you were sent to a cowshed. Is having to come into contact with someone the same as coming into contact with them on your own? If you don't admit it, let's go to the commune together and have the people there judge it. Let's see if they'll believe your nonsense then." The brigade leader got a headache whenever Li Aimin mentioned the commune. That's why he didn't want these educated youth to come to the team. Why couldn't things be resolved within the team instead of involving the commune and the educated youth office? Isn't this just tarnishing their team's reputation? With a cold expression, it was impossible to tell who he was venting his anger on. His face revealed his extreme emotions. "Xia, since we've already come this far, why don't you tell us why you want to go to the cowshed?" Upon hearing this question, Li Xiuli, Xia Jiangwo, and Si Qiuyu's hearts jumped, and their fists clenched unconsciously. Xia Li, however, was in no hurry and casually tossed Li Aimin, whom he was holding, to the ground. He looked like he had been forced into a corner. "Captain, I didn't want to talk about this, but it seems I have no choice but to today." The captain frowned and looked at Xia Li. Seeing Xia Li's confident tone, he began to believe her words to some extent. "Just say what you have to say. If you're truly innocent, I'll definitely stand up for you." Xia Li stood on the dam with his head held high, just like when he was giving a speech in the army, making sure that everyone could hear his voice. "We, the educated youth, came here to support the construction of the country and to use our knowledge to help people live a better life. After I arrived at the brigade, I saw that the life of our 1st Brigade in the South Island was so miserable that it was heartbreaking. In my heart, I feel sorry for every member of our team. They are so tired every day that they can't straighten their backs, yet they only have such a meager income. So, I try to think of ways to increase the income of our brigade members so that they could live a better life." Her gaze fell on the captain. "Was I wrong to do this?" The captain stood with his hands behind his back, looking worried, and shook his head with a sigh. "It's a good thing that you have this intention." Seeing that all the team members looked moved, Xia Li knew that the matter was settled, so he started talking nonsense. The reason I went to the cowshed was because I had read about how to grow mushrooms in a book before. I went up the mountain to pick some mushrooms when I got back yesterday, and I want to try growing them. However, mushrooms have high requirements for soil quality, so I wanted to find some soil with a high nutrient ratio for my experiment. The soil on the ground of the cowshed is relatively fertile due to the long-term nourishment of cow dung. Last night, I went to the cowshed, hoping to get some soil. This is something I didn't want to say beforehand. How disappointed would the team members be if it didn't work out? Her gaze swept over the group of team members who had come to watch the commotion, and she raised her voice to question them. Am I wrong for being so devoted to the team? That's right. Immediately someone shouted, Xia Jiqing is right to want us to live a better life. This is something we should all learn from. The others also realized what was happening and shouted, yes. That's right. Xia, the educated youth, is helping us by doing this. Isn't that right? Our first brigade of the South Island loves a good life, and we love educated youth like Xia who get things done. Ha ha ha. That person's words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere around them instantly eased a lot. Li Aimin, however, was unconvinced. You say it is what it is? What proof do you have? You were smiling so happily. Xia Li twitched the corners of her mouth, looking at him as if he were an idiot. If this works out, the team members will all be able to live a good life. If we don't laugh, are we supposed to burst into tears? After finishing, she took the opportunity to say nice things about her parents, trying to change the team members' impression of them. To be honest, even though we're all people who lived in cowsheds, there are still differences in our ideological awareness. The fact that Xia Jiangwo, Li Xiuli, and Si Qiuyu could be overjoyed at the possibility of living a better life proves that their reform was very successful and that they were moving in a positive direction. Unlike some people who, knowing that the team members can live a good life, only know to hold them back and even try to label me, an advanced individual who has tried my best to help the team members live a good life, as having incorrect ideology and being unable to bear seeing the team members living a good life. We're all human, so how can our thoughts be so different? I'll never dare to interfere and help the team members live a good life again. I'm afraid people will label me a stinking intellectual. Xia Li's move to put down Xia Li drew a lot of hatred, immediately igniting the anger of the team members, who all demanded that their captain give Xia Li an explanation. Someone shouted, this matter really can't just be left like this, otherwise anyone can come and say something without taking any responsibility. Who will dare to help our brigade in the future? Isn't this unfair to Xia, such a good young man? Brigade leader, you have to stand up for him. Yes, Captain, you have to stand up for her. Others might not have much effect by stirring up emotions like Xia Li does, but Xia Li is different. She just invented a water pump that can water plants without human intervention, so won't she be able to invent even more things in the future? The people in the brigade knew she was capable, so how could they not fawn over her? Before the captain could speak, Li Aimin roared, I don't believe it. Unless you can produce evidence. You say you're going to grow mushrooms, so why don't you just use that as an excuse? Xia Li was not afraid at all and said directly to the captain, I went up the mountain yesterday and took the spores home. Please have a few people go to my house with Chen Wan to retrieve them to prove my innocence. The captain nodded. All right, Lu Erniu, go with Chen Jiqing to get the evidence. Chen Wanwan's lips twitched when she heard Xia Li's words. Her gaze towards Xia Li was extremely complicated before she left with her entourage. Luckily, there weren't many people around last night, so she didn't wash all the mushrooms when she was having hot pot. Otherwise, her roommate wouldn't have any evidence to use today. Li Aimin didn't believe they could produce any evidence at all. Those nonsense stories were obviously fabricated by Xia Li. It would be a miracle if they could produce any evidence. Before long, Chen Wan and Lu Ernia came over with a large basket of things and placed it in front of the brigade leader. Chen Wan said without batting an eye, Captain, these are the spores that Xia Li collected on the mountain yesterday. When Li Aimin saw that huge basket of mushrooms, he was so angry he laughed. You call this mushroom spores? You can grow mushrooms from this stuff. Xia Li looked at him as if he were an idiot. Don't you know that mushrooms reproduce by producing mycelium from spores? As she spoke, She picked up a small clump of enoki mushrooms and said in a very serious tone, "The book says that as long as you leave a root and put it in a container, this thing can reproduce indefinitely, just like chives. If we can really grow these mushrooms, why would we have to worry about the members of our first brigade on the South Island not living a good life?" Upon hearing that it could reproduce indefinitely, everyone instantly became excited, and a large group of team members crowded around Xia Li, all asking about the enoki mushrooms. Standing below the dam, Xia Zhangwo watched as his daughter stood on the dam, talking animatedly, waving a bunch of enoki mushrooms in her hand. His face was blank. He never imagined that his daughter could be so persuasive. Si Qiuyu leaned closer to him and whispered with a chuckle, "Old Xia, those mushrooms are the leftovers from when we cooked the bottom of the pot last night, right? I remember you ate quite a lot of enoki mushrooms last night. Our Lily is really smart. She even knows this kind of obscure knowledge. There are quite a few people who know certain things, but it's really impressive that they can use them in times of crisis." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhangwo's eyes unconsciously lit up with a smile, and he curled the corners of his mouth, but still said in a disdainful tone, "All you do is use your little tricks. Si Qiuyu, if you don't look so smug, I'll believe you." On the dam, Xia Li answered a few questions from the team members, but did not let Li Aimin off easily. She turned to the brigade leader and said, "Brigade leader, I think Li Aimin's ideology and conduct are not right. He has repeatedly caused trouble for others and wronged them. This kind of thinking is unacceptable and must be reformed. Otherwise, if this kind of unhealthy trend spreads in our brigade, will anyone be able to spread rumors without taking any responsibility? If someone keeps saying that our brigade's ideology isn't aligned with the motherland or the party, wouldn't the commune come to talk to us in a couple of days?" The captain nodded. "What you said makes sense. We can't start something like this. Li Aimin, starting tomorrow, you'll work with those bad elements to reform yourself." Li Aimin knew the situation was hopeless, but he didn't want to be punished and ruin his reputation, so he retorted, "Why?" The brigade leader said bluntly, "Based on your repeated slander of Xia Jiqing's reputation." Li Aimin's face turned pale for a moment, then he turned around with a face full of resentment, pointed at Wang Meng and roared, "It was that stinking old intellectual who did it on purpose. He deliberately said those things to mislead me. If he hadn't said that Xia Li was chatting and laughing with those stinking intellectuals in the cowshed, how could I have wronged him? He's a bad element. He's trying to corrupt me. He's trying to sow discord among the people. This has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's face immediately turned pale, and he stood there swaying precariously. With a look of despair, he buried his face in his hands and slowly squatted down on the ground. She kept sobbing as she said, I didn't, please don't hit me." Xia Li, who wanted to add fuel to the fire. It felt like punching cotton. It was difficult to land a blow. Her gaze swept over Li Xiuli, only to see Li Xiuli shake her head slightly, signaling her not to continue pursuing the matter. Xia Li frowned, but ultimately didn't add fuel to the fire or incite others to target them. However, the team leader said, "Team leader, since they are both at fault, let them be punished together. I heard that the cowshed area has been responsible for cleaning the toilets at the entrance of our village recently, so I asked the two of them to clean the toilets together. However, this kind of mistake can only be made once. If it happens again, it absolutely cannot be tolerated." Xia Li also felt that after today's incident, others would probably not dare to mess with her easily unless they had concrete evidence to prove that she had done something wrong. That's how people are. They won't mess with anyone they don't want to mess with. Rather than being a pushover, Xia Li would rather be the one to stick her neck out. At least she wouldn't be bullied. The captain secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xia Li was not holding on tightly. He was genuinely afraid that Xia Li's momentum would go on, and that she might actually cause trouble at the commune. She nodded slightly twice. "Then let's do it that way." Li Aimin couldn't believe it. He was an intellectual. How could he be cleaning toilets? If people find out later, how will he ever face anyone again? He tried to argue with the captain, but the captain ignored him completely, ordered his men to clean the toilets, and then left. Xiao Li saw his pale face and the way he had collapsed to the ground, and smiled, revealing a row of small white teeth. His face was gloating, and he made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. Gone. Then, laughing wildly, he strode away. Being pushed along, looked at Xiao Li's face with resentment, but dared not utter any rebuttal at this moment. Xia Jiangwo and Li Xiuli, who had been paying close attention to their daughter. "See Qiuyu, this eldest niece is quite lively." Xiao Li laughed wildly as he left, but his laughter soon faded. "The sugarcane field is irrigated. It's time to harvest the sugarcane." Xiao Li. "My 5 or 6 day holiday was wasted in the army. When I got back, I had to go back to work. I'm working like a workhorse. Harvesting sugarcane is hard work. You have to use a hoe to dig the sugarcane out of the ground, making sure not to leave the roots behind. After the sugarcane is harvested, the roots and large leaves on top must be cut off with a sickle. It's not just one cut, it has to be 2 cuts, because the seeds need to be saved. Afterwards, they were bundled up, transported to a designated place, stacked up, and sent to the commune to be sold together for money. To put it bluntly, every step of the process is physically demanding. If Xiao Li were given the right conditions, she could certainly find a way to assemble a multifunctional sugarcane harvester. The problem is that their brigade is so poor that even oxen are treated like ancestors. When the ox cart goes out, people don't even sit on it, for fear of tiring the oxen. Where can they get a motor vehicle? Even if she made this request to Lu Dingwan, he wouldn't just give her a car. Xiao Li decisively abandoned the idea of creating a harvest by hand. Thinking about the machine, I was mindlessly harvesting sugarcane, feeling like I was trapped in a nightmare called forced to work. This won't do. Just now she was thinking about how pitiful her parents were and that she had to find a way to get them out of those jobs in the cowshed. Now all she could think about was how to get herself out of this nightmare of digging sugarcane. I'm so tired. Fortunately, the production team didn't treat the women too harshly. The men did the hardest work, digging the ground, while Xiao Li and the others were responsible for cutting sugarcane. Qinhua Wan and Xia Li were given a large pile of sugarcane to place on the side. Qinhua Wan stood up with a knife in her hand, clenching her fists and pounding her waist in pain. He whispered to Xiao Li, "Sister, do you have any small inventions that can save people from suffering? If I keep doing this, I feel like my arms and back are going to break." Xiao Li thought to herself, who isn't? If this keeps going, my perfectly good human arm will soon turn into a mechanical arm. Let me think about it. I don't want to do this anymore, I'm going to die. Pfft. Qinhua Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the first time she had ever seen Xiao Li, who was usually so assertive, look so utterly hopeless. Then think it over carefully. My life depends on you. I'll cook you something delicious when we get back. After a day of mindless, mechanical work, Xiao Li and Qinhua Wan returned home.